Alright, let's jump in. Our story kicks off with this absolute monster of a handyman, slapping together a whole house like it's nothing, like a Lego set. He yanks his hammer out, flanked by a swarm of rabbit people, and thinks, yep, just another day on the job, same routine I ran back in Japan. And yeah, there's that one small but crucial twist. He's doing it all in a totally different world. So how did he end up here? Let's rewind. Before all of this, he was the MVP of a rural home center. We spot him staring at nothing, hollow-eyed, mumbling that his whole job is basically just to stock everything. A truck rumbles up to the store, and the new hires are practically vibrating with pure excitement. Listen, this isn't your run-of-the-mill hardware store. It's a full-blown do-everything depot for folks out in the countryside. The boss, slick like a suave anime hero who somehow ended up in retail, draws a hard line and says it plain. If someone out in the sticks needs the job done, they do it, no debates. And anything means anything. He's fixing everything from heavy machinery repairs on tractors to landscape gardening, you name it. These guys don't just talk about plans. They roll up their sleeves and hit full-on construction surveying and management. The whole local community is absolutely obsessed with them because they do everything, master of all trades every single time. That's our hopeless hero staring into the void like, wait, maybe my life isn't a total disaster after all. Then bam, an ominous black screen drops in, until today. Oh yeah, this is where it gets crazy. Our boy's heading home, grumbling about how his middle-aged body is turning soft, and saying all those all-nighters are wrecking him for real. The moment he drops his guard, the ground erupts in a ridiculously intricate magic circle, glowing like it's about to unleash hell. As he keeps moving, his vision twists, his body buckles, and he realizes he's seconds from collapse. Like the universe is slapping a big asterisk trial ENDED stamp on his normal life. A gigantic pillar of light blasts up from the ground like the earth just exploded. His muddy work boots slam straight into the epicenter. And boom, this man gets yeeted straight into the sky in a flash of pure, no-holds-barred Isekai energy. When he snaps back, he finds himself trapped in a blank, empty void, staring around like, what is happening? The first thing hits him isn't existential dread. It's the fact that his pants are suddenly ridiculously loose. The universe didn't just drop him in. It's basically forcing him onto an express. Survive this plan, because as he wrestles to keep his pants up, feathers start popping into existence and swirling around him like magic. Of course they do, because the universe never misses a chance to pull the rug out. A mysterious celestial being drifts down from the blazing light above like it owns the sky. The clueless hero just stares, wide-eyed, as a woman steps up and declares herself the goddess Victinius, then looks him dead in the face and says, "This time you're excellent." And just like that, she wipes out the biggest promotion of his life. Because boom, he gets picked to be reincarnated in Anastasia, a fantasy world packed with swords, magic, and non-stop monster slaying. Our story kicks off when our unsuspecting hero jolts awake, not in his bed, but in the middle of a forest, and his first sight is a set of bunny ears. Of course, his brain's still booting up, scrambling to figure out if this is a dream, or if he's just insanely confused. His instincts scream, and he does exactly what anyone would. He reaches out and brushes those fluffy ears. They're warm, soft, and way too real. So when he calls her Ojo-chan, the girl just stares like, what the heck? No, she snaps and explains she's not some fashion trinket. She's from the rabbit race. And right then, reality smacks our boy like a freight train. He's out cold, flat on his back, straight up Isekai. He's been dropped into a brand new world called Anicaps. It all finally hits him. Wait, what? Our main man snaps, then spirals straight into a full-blown panic attack, scrambling for any food or shelter he can find, because with zero plumbing and no safety net, starting from scratch is way too hardcore for his nerves. The tiny bunny girl just stands there, utterly stunned as his meltdown spirals out of control. He straightens his thoughts and quickly asks if he can tag along with her. She's on edge, hesitating as she points out the truth. People in her village don't exactly welcome humans. Our hero, always the hopeless optimist, instantly assumes the worst about how humans and monsters get along, but he's panicking, so he pleads with her to at least let him go say hello first. Right when their tiny debate starts heating up, an uninvited guest crashes in, snarling, shredded, and totally unhinged. This isn't some puny slime. This is a certified killing machine, and it's staring at us like it's about to eat everything in sight. The bunny girl snaps at him to run. This is way beyond what we can handle. She's shaking with fear, screaming at him to run, right now. She shoves at him, insisting she'll be nothing but a distraction while he bolts for freedom. Brave as hell, honestly a terrible idea. She shoves him away, and snaps that it's too dangerous to drag this monster back to her village. But seeing her try to throw herself away slams a switch in our boy's head. After he saw that look of pure terror on her face, he knew he couldn't just leave her behind. This absolute unit taps into his inner Leroy Jenkins and starts bellowing at full volume, screaming for the goblin to look his way. The beast bites the bait and slams its massive club down to splatter him into a pancake, but our guy darts aside at the last second. Then the goblin's swing utterly wrecks the ground where he'd been standing. He barely slipped out of getting turned into paste. Scrambling for anything, he panics, trying to recall every useful skill he's got, only to realize he's got absolutely nothing. In the middle of pure desperation, he does the only thing his mind can grab. He screams, "Eat this!" And YEETS, a plastic water bottle straight into the goblin's face. The goblin just cackles, utterly unimpressed, totally unbothered by that pathetic throw. And our hero's soul practically flies out of his body as he realizes he's completely doomed. Then the impossible hits. The hobgoblin steps forward and boom, he slips right on the water bottle. He faceplants into a rock and wipes himself out cold, like the most iconic win in Isekai history. Our boy freezes for a split second, then smirks and asks if he should call the fantasy police to preserve the accident site. Just as he's about to celebrate his ridiculously dumb win, bam, someone slams him from behind. It's a goddess, and she's furious. She tears into him for being reckless, then sends the point home with the fact that he almost died. This is Victinia-sama, the very deity who cast him into this world. She basically grabs his attention and goes, "How are you still breathing?" Then reminds him he was supposed to use the exact skills she handed him. Then bam, another quick flashback hits. The day before he died, Victinia laid out the entire reincarnation plan. She's a god from Earth, she made a bet, and lost hard, so now the deal is simple. Our 36-year-old hardware store guy gets shipped straight into the world she runs. Our guy panics, convinced he's dreaming, but she snaps her fingers and throws him right back into reality. To help him stay alive, she hands him a blessing like it's his only lifeline. The blessing hits you as a 3-count M, and it comes with reskill grant tickets. Our hero, pure gamer at heart, is buzzing with hype, ready to level up his skills with these. Just as he's about to cash those in, another goddess steps in, way more stacked. It's Hera, and she rips into Victinia's for messing up. Turns out Victinia's was supposed to hand him 8 tickets, not 3. Hera yanks the shady goddess in clothes and lays out the whole situation like it's an emergency. She rushes in to apologize for her husband, Zeus, because somehow he's the one who struck the bet with Victinius's god. Victinia was trying to cheat our guy to hide her own divine disaster. Once they step into the new world, the gods can't reach them at all. So this was the one shot he couldn't afford to miss. Harry rips into Victini, calling her a useless goddess after she tries to scam him out of 5 tickets. To fix everything, they crack out a real, literal skill gacha machine. So this is how the gods roll, apparently. As a real, heartfelt apology, Hera's husband slides our main man 1 extra ticket, and Hera slaps on yet another for all the trouble those Victinias caused, stacking it up to 10 tickets total. Our boy is finally primed, ready to crash through the action. The results are straight up wild. He just got appraisal level 3. Masonry 4th down, then we tear apart the next 2. Mining 3. Leather working level 3. A legendary star-ranked item box. Blacksmithing level 2, then I crank my crafting up to 3. Healing magic 1. And logging 1. It's the ultimate DIY starter pack. And the goddesses are in full panic mode, sweating as they realize his skills are way too low-level to be anything but pathetic. He even snags a star-rank map skill, and the goddesses practically sigh with relief because it's finally over. Victor and Victinias are still fuming. She snaps at him for ignoring her, then reminds him those tickets are insanely rare and only divine power can create them. She straight up tells him he just hit a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot, and if he lets it slip, she'll make sure he knows he wasted his shot. She slams the truth into the room. This new world doesn't do mercy, it's kill or be killed. Hesitate for 1 second, and you're finished. Back in the present, Victinia slams the final words of her lecture shut. Our boy takes her advice and decides to check his status. Status open. And right after that wild goblin brawl, no joke, he leveled up, and now his stats look way beefier than they did before. Then he tells the goddess, "I'm waiting for the bunny girl I met, she has to come back." Victinia's freezes, totally baffled, because a human is hanging out with a bunny girl like, seriously, how is that even a thing? She tries to boss him around, but our hero snaps back hard. He tells that meddling goddess this is his life now, and he'll live it his way, free as a bird. Yeah, you go, my dude. Right then, a whole squad of bunny folk burst in, yelling for Ojo-chan. The little girl he told to run barrels straight to them, totally safe, totally sound. And they thank him for shielding her from that stray hobgoblin. They're stunned he took it down solo, but this guy keeps his cool and shrugs that it slipped and bonked its head on a rock. Technically, he's not lying. Then he blurts out, "So, what do I do now?" And a bashful panic hits him as he wonders if he's actually allowed to live in their village. To his shock, they welcome him with open arms, and he's over the moon, pure, unshakable joy. They're just stunned, because a human actually risked his life for one of them. He and the little girl he rescued still haven't even gotten around to properly introducing themselves. She thrusts her hand forward and says, "I'm May." Now it's his turn. No more waiting, the spotlight's finally on him. With a real, unstoppable grin, this absolute unit steps up and introduces himself, Narumi Masaru. And just like that, they slam their hands together and shake on it, locking in the start of a brand new friendship. His road ahead is a wild mystery, packed with one challenge after another, and he's got no clue what's coming next. But for the first time, our hero finally snaps free and is ready to live for himself, because his brand new adventure is about to kick off. Yep, straight into the chaos, right back where everything explodes. Quick recap: Narumi Masaru locked in those killer, Seaside stairs. The goddess handling his transfer? Let's just say she gave off major, something S-off energy. She fed him skills through a straight-up slot machine, and this absolute beast rolled a mind-blowing dud. 0 offensive skills, not a single one. Naturally, the first thing he ran into was a goblin packed with murder in its eyes, until a fierce rabbit girl barreled in, saved him, and hauled him back to her home base. Welcome to Rabbit Village, everybody. It's quaint like a whole camp of tents that look ready to get tossed like paper the second a hard gust shows up. Right here, this is where his brand new life kicks off, folks. In a campsite that looks like it's been through hell and back. This village has barely 100 people, and every single one of them is fighting tooth and nail just to stay alive. His savior May beams from ear to ear, basically going, "Congrats, you're officially adopted by the whole village." Our hero just stands there, soaking it all in, staring at those flimsy rope fences like they're one wrong breath away from snapping. And right then he muttered to himself, "Yeah, these guys are getting crushed hard. You're not wrong, buddy. All right, it's time to meet the boss." So they stride into the main tent to greet the village chief, only to find out he's just another human, and wow, what a wild twist. At first, the chief had only heard rumors that a human saved May, but seeing it for himself still leaves him completely stunned. Masaru, always the polite one, throws in a deep bow and thanks him for the help. But the chief just waves it off, like, "Nah, dude, don't sweat it. You risked your life for one of ours, so yeah, we owe you big time." Right as a welcome gift, the chief announces our boy is staying at May's place, right there with May and her mom. Yeah, this living situation could get really awkward really fast. But May's practically glowing, chirping nonstop, "If it's just Chan, I'm totally fine." Our hero slips in a sweet head pat for her, and the chief tells him to chill out and pitch in however he can. No pressure, but for this guy, relax isn't even on the menu. His mind instantly goes into overdrive, blasting him back to his old life, clocking in at a giant home improvement center. Suddenly, his weird non-combat skills, agriculture, blacksmithing, construction, clicked into place like the final pieces of a weapon. A light bulb practically explodes over his head, and right there, he finally spots something he can do. Without pausing, he whips around to May and the chief. With the unhinged confidence of a mad genius, he declares, "I can upgrade this wall village." Their jaws dropped. The chief immediately steps in to calm things down, saying, "Whoa there, buddy. I love the fire in your spirit, but you can't just waltz in here and start making promises that could spark a full-blown panic." And our boy smacks him with it. "Yeah, I'm not exactly a pro at reading the room, but then he bursts into this massive, epic speech, saying he can't just sit there and do absolutely nothing. Back in his old life, every time he tried something new, he'd get absolutely ripped to shreds with a chewing out every single time. But right here, he finally gets to go all out. He's practically buzzing with hope, and the chief clocks it instantly. Because there's no mistaking this guy, he's dead serious. Sold, the chief throws up his hands in total surrender. "All right, kid, so what are you hitting first?" And just like that, Project Upgrade Village got the green light. But before anything else, he's gotta put the goods to the test. All right, let's find out what these skills are really capable of. He yanks up his status menu, and it pops open like a sleek little tablet. Then he keeps it simple. He grips a knife he borrowed and makes it count with an appraisal. Instantly, it hands you a full stat block. Okay, that's way more useful than it sounds. Next up, skill called skill cutting. The description claims it can slice through trees even without any tools. So he spots the biggest one and slams his palm on the trunk. And focuses. Nothing at all moves. Then for a heartbeat, his soul rips out of his body as pure terror explodes through him. Then right as he swings, half the tree gets erased in a perfect, clean cut, but the skill drags for a beat before it hits. And the worst part is it instantly scorches a full 6-stitch chunk of his entire mana pool. Okay, so I can't just keep spamming it. He mutters it, then we move on to building skills. He proves his level 4 masonry by snatching up a random rock and testing it right then. With a sharp little pop, the stone twists into a perfect cube right in his hand. No tools, just straight-up Minecraft logic. Then he slams back to the log he just chopped. All right, it's time to put woodworking to the test, using a technique that can instantly dry the wood. This is a cheat code on a whole other level. Normally it takes months, even years, just to pull off. He can't stop wondering if it's even possible to pull something like that off in the blink of an eye. He digs his heels in. All right, it's happening. And before he can even finish, May's yelling cuts in. Dinner's ready. She stumbles on our hopeless hero, face down, totally wiped out cold, and you can tell that mana cost absolutely wrecked him. He jolts awake, eyes spinning, and instantly realizes he went way too far last night. Then he shoots a glance over, and the log is bone dry. It actually worked. Back at the house, May's mom Ruru steps in and welcomes him with open arms. May is already singing his praises, spilling to her mom that he swooped in, saved her, and smashed a bunch of goblins. Ruru's so sweet that she comforts him and tells him, even if their home is simple, he should grab it like it's his own. As they all crowd around the table, trading bites and laughs, it finally slams into him. He's carved out his spot in this world, and now it's his. He might not have every answer, but he's still gonna go all in and fight like hell for these people. Starting tomorrow, this village's improvement plan finally kicks into high gear for real. All right, buckle up. Our guy and his brand new rabbit folk buddy are standing right in front of the village, ready to pull off the biggest home makeover of their lives. All right, it's officially go time. And our main man, blazing with full DIY dad energy, jumps in and declares the first order of business. Operations on, lock this place down, and first up is due. Upgrade their laughably flimsy fence because the bunnies are buzzing with hype and ready to get after it. The whole village is buzzing. Everyone's heard the chief's massive plans for upgrades, and they're practically trembling with excitement. One of the locals is totally thrown off. He blurts, "Wait, why are we starting with the fence? We can take a few goblins easy." But our unsuspecting hero doesn't stop at a better fence. He goes bigger, way bigger, and declares a full-on stone guard as his grand master plan. Before anyone even dares to ask where they're getting the materials, this madman drops the truth. He already took May out on a rock-hunting field trip this morning. But one of the bunnies blurts out a solid point. There's no way they've got enough hands to drag an entire cliffside back to the village. Our boy smirks, manpoor, then flexes that item box skill and yeets a whole damn mountain of stones onto the ground. The rabbit folk are absolutely stunned, jaw dropped as they whisper. We figured the item box would have been a pretty normal skill. He just blurted out one of his cheat codes like it was nothing, and this dude still tries to act cool. Yeah, right. All right, let's get building. As the bunny leaps in, it can't wait to help, snapping into action and stacking those rocks like a Jenga tower. So our hero has to slam the brakes and call an instant timeout. Man, that's not how you build a wall that can't be knocked down by a hard gust. Then he swings into action and teaches them a fast, hands-on masterclass, snapping together a section so perfectly interlocked it basically locks itself in place. He kicks off a full-blown construction seminar, because the real trick isn't just stacking rocks. You've got to stagger them just right, slot them together like a puzzle piece snapping into place. You jam in smaller stones to plug every gap, and suddenly the whole structure locks in tight, so it won't crumble. But hold up, this is the part where the truly massive attacks finally show up. He reveals his master move. He's going to pack the wall's core with pebbles. It makes the whole wall ridiculously strong, and lets rainwater drain straight through, so erosion never gets a chance. This isn't just a wall, it's pure art. Don't stress, he says it like a seasoned TV host, promising, I'll show you the right ways to build a wall that actually holds up. Still, his teaching skills clearly needed a tune-up, because that bunny girl looked completely, utterly lost. Of course, everyone's dying to figure out how he's basically a walking encyclopedia of construction knowledge. Our hero dodges the problem like a pro, then insists he's only trying to help with their whole food situation next. He's gonna build them a real stone furnace, so cooking gets way easier and way safer. This suggestion detonates an instant, brutal reaction from the village women, people who are apparently feared as the demons of the kitchen. Our hero's soul practically bolts out of his body the second he realizes he stepped on sacred ground. Then he backpedals so fast you'd think he could rewind time. My bad, nope, you guys run this. And that's what cracks them up. All right, the new plan is locked in. He's taking the furnace's load and doing the heavy lifting himself. But he needs their help to round up a few more materials. The shopping list was packed with clay, grass, and sand. He tells them straight up, clay by itself is flimsy and breaks under pressure. But once you blend it with sand and grass, it locks into a super strong, reinforced composite that can't be broken. The girls are completely hooked, and May wastes no time. She instantly throws everyone into a gathering party. Riding the high of their wins, they start firing off even more requests. Tables, chairs, forks, and spoons lined up for the whole village. The village goes along with it, and our main guy, now the official village handyman, just nods and takes it all in stride, like he's somehow turned into their very own personal IKEA. He even pitches the idea of a roofed gathering spot, so everyone can finally chow down together. Then they finally pop the one question everyone's been dying to know. What job did he have in his old world? And then bam, the grand epic reveal hits. He's just a regular guy who works at a countryside home center. This god-tier crafting intel didn't spawn from nowhere. It came from stocking shelves and running into those weekend DIY warriors. And now this news has everyone buzzing like crazy. The Home Depot hero is here to smash in and save the day. And just like that, day breaks and the ultimate construction montage kicks off. In that village, everyone locks arms. Side by side, the whole community works as one. Building frames, mixing materials, and even learning the ancient art of chopsticks from the legends themselves. Chaos erupts, but in the best way, because everyone jumps in and turns progress into pure joy. The entire community is racing to come together. They built their new home from the ground up, every nail, every plank their own hands. After days of brutal grind, it's finally finished. The Great Wall of Rabbitville towers over everything, standing tall like a proud trophy made by their teamwork. The new gathering spot is absolutely buzzing with energy. Everyone digs into mouth-watering food, all made fresh in that brand new furnace. And those upgrades blew everyone away. They're a massive, undeniable success. The village chief strides up, voice trembling with emotion, and delivers a heartfelt thank you that hits straight in the chest. May tackles our boy in a joyful tackle, squeezing him tight as she screams that his plan was a total, massive success. It's a truly heart-melting moment for our hero. He finally found a place where he actually belongs. Meanwhile, back in Godot Vision, the goddesses are glued to the scene, and one of them is straight up losing it, yelling that our guy is being painfully stubborn and wasting time on all this unnecessary work. But the other, calmer goddess just dumps some wild lore. Most people in this world get only 1 or 2 skills, and our hero, with his 11, he's a total freak of nature. And this world has been stuck in place for over 400 long years, frozen in time. And they're begging for someone to blow the whole situation open, someone who can pull the detonator. And our unsuspecting hero, they picked him as the agent of chaos. Back on the ground, the celebration keeps roaring. But this guy's brain never powers down. He's already mapping his next big projects, reinventing houses, and above all, he's dead set on building a toilet. This sleepy village is about to level up into a full-on city. Then, right in the middle of the meal, he blurts out the classic Isekai question. So, are there slimes lurking around here somewhere? Right there, the bunnies admit it. Yep, they're alive, but they're trapped at the very bottom of the cliff with no way to climb back up. Our boy looks like a weight just dropped off his shoulders, because his next massive plan hinges on that. But he's dead set on crafting a hardcore, specially hardened dirt floor. Then they fire off another question that feels totally out of left field, like, is there an ocean nearby? And just like that, the party crashes. 1 second it's alive, the next the whole table goes totally silent. The mood crashes to rock bottom as one of the girls speaks up, her voice dropping to a barely there whisper. But the ocean is where everyone here fled to. No one could escape its pull. The whole story just veered off a cliff into something way darker. So what the heck happened out there by the sea? All right, buckle up. Our guy sits down for a serious talk with the bunny folk, and the mood drops hard. May tells them she and everyone used to live near the ocean. An intense 10-day trek, starting from exactly where they are right now. The chief's voice cracks as emotion hits him hard, and he drops the gut-punching truth. Humans drove them out of their home. The whole room instantly turns into ice. Our main guy and May are left completely frozen, staring in stunned disbelief at what they just uncovered. But for our unsuspecting hero, everything starts snapping into place, and he mutters under his breath just like I knew he would. But the moment he realizes he's cracked open a whole can of painful memories, guilt hits him hard, until fire flares in his eyes and he decides he owes these people. So he'll make their lives better, even if that means dragging up supplies from their haunted past. Next, it hits him. Those memories are straight-up trauma from that place. So he cuts right through it and tells them, loud and clear, he won't be asking for their help. Without missing a beat, this absolute unit drops his hands on the table and straight-up declares he's going there alone. With a grin that screams brave and dangerously unhinged, he blasts out his destination, the ocean. Then the very next morning, he's about to bolt out the door when May steps in and grills him, demanding to know why he's so obsessed with taking this trip alone. With the trip about to start, she blurts that she's coming with him. Then our hero slams it down on the spot, telling her straight up that she can't fight and has to stay with her mother. May isn't buying any of it. She fires back that he only beat the goblins because they tripped over themselves, and the look on his face screams the truth hurts. Right then, the chief strides in, drops the hammer, and tells May to listen to Masaru, because she's not built to fight. Then he locks eyes with our kid, drops the smile, and thrusts a gift into his hands. It's a whole set of armor, every last piece. The chief makes one demand: if you run into any humans, tell them the rabbit tribe is alive and thriving. Our hero snatches up the quest without a second thought, swearing he'll dig up the truth about what really happened in their old town. After that last goodbye left me teary-eyed, he throws his fist up high, all geared up and itching to dive into the adventure. And just like that, he bolts out the door. This guy charges through the wilderness for days straight, relying on his razor-sharp map skills to dodge every wrong turn. Then, just like that, he spots his target waiting on the horizon. The ocean, he finally reached it, and when he did, he even grabbed a quick side quest along the way. All right, quick flashback. Just the day before, our hopeless hero got jumped by a pack of nasty-looking bandits. They close in on him like he's an easy catch, and one of them even tries to cozy up. Big mistake. Our boy immediately launches a savage right hook and flings the guy back with it. The other bandits jerk their weapons out, stunned that anyone would dare show them this kind of disrespect. A few seconds later, the whole squad is out cold in the dirt, face down, no excuses. And our main guy just scoffs, saying these so-called bandits were even weaker than goblins, which is downright humiliating. He recalls some sketchy talk about bad people losing their rights, then shuts it down fast, because that's not the kind of fight he wants. But instead of finishing him off, this guy whips out healing magic and starts patching up the same dude he just knocked out. Yeah, our hero is so damn kind that there's no way he could ever be a cold-blooded killer. So after all the trouble, he just snatches every weapon and herb they've got and waves them off. Easy, right? They walk out alive, and he's loaded with free loot. Right now his map suddenly chirps, bam, a signal has been caught. And there it is, the seaside town where May and her people once called home. He slips in disguised as an adventurer to scout it out, but something's horribly wrong. The watchtower sits empty, and the entrance looks mauled like beasts tore into it. He steps inside with bated breath. Then the town hits him like a nightmare. Goblins everywhere, and they're partying around a blazing bonfire right in the middle of the street. Wait, our hero just freezes there as that chaotic goblin raven rips through the air and folds right before his eyes. All right, so our boy trips right into what looks like a goblin company picnic from hell. And the first thing he says, deadpan as can be, is whether they're all stuck in the middle of working overtime. My dude, I doubt they're getting time and a half for this, because the second he speaks up, he clocks it. Witty banter won't save him when these guys look straight up miserable about his interruption. With no choice left, this absolute unit drops into a battle stance, basically roaring, Comet and me. He realizes the odds are brutal, then smiles, because he's hiding the one secret weapon that can flip everything. Without even hesitating, he whips his sword through the air and instantly wipes out the first goblin that dares to get too close. Look, our main guy may not pull off any wild, offensive magic, but he's got a sword in hand and real swordsmanship backing it up. Then bam, a club swings in and smacks him hard, and it turns out his swordsmanship isn't some mystical gift at all. It's basically the kendo we mess around with in gym class, and his so-called fantasy power is just an after-school club thing the system recognizes. But hey, if it works, it works. He snaps back with a razor-sharp wrist strike, a textbook kendo move, and drops one of those little creeps in an instant. The goblins stare in confusion, and our guy suddenly clicks. His fingers wrap around that sword, and it feels right asterisk. Now he's buzzing, ready to swing for more. Just as his confidence rockets to an all-time high, A massive shadow suddenly crashes down over him. Then bam, the final boss music hits and a goblin knight on a ridiculously oversized, off-the-rails legboard crashes straight into the party. This is straight-up grade A nightmare fuel, and it feels *2 real. Our hero has to explode out of the way as the beast barrels through the area like a fuzzy freight train on the rampage. But the moment he sees it, he clocks the truth. This is the village boss's turf, and the whole situation instantly spirals from bad to straight-up apocalyptic. Like the Boar Rider Duel spins around for round 2, crashing through everything in their path. With this thing moving at an unreal speed, our main man barely slips past the second blast. He plants his feet and braces himself, ready to smash straight through the next assault. But the brutal impact of the charge hurls him through the air like he weighs nothing. He snaps into the truth, he's totally screwed, and realizes his sword won't even reach the goblin up on its back. He thinks about yanking the board straight to a stop, but with that speed, it would turn into a brutal traffic disaster and rip his arms clean off. Hold on, an accident. That hits our hero like a lightning bolt, and the answer instantly clicks. The goblin boss cackles like he owns the world, totally clueless while a chaos plan boils in the shadows. This boar is basically a speeding car. A car, huh? So what do you do with a speeding one? You slam it to a stop right now, I mean immediately. The goblin hears him yell, and it's completely thrown, utterly confused by what it's just heard. R flexes his ultimate, hilariously overpowered cheat, the item box, and wham, a massive log materializes straight in the charging boar's path. The beast and its rider get zero time to react. Boom. A roadblock slams down and obliterates them, and once the boss is finally handled, our battered hero plants his sword in the dirt just to catch his breath. The last goblins just stood there, utterly stunned, like their little brains couldn't process what they'd just seen. At this point, all that's left are the small fries. Then a chilling thought slams into him. What if they bolt and scream for backup? He surges in fast, yanking the rest of the pests out of commission before they even get a chance to squeal. Right when he's about to finish the job, a fully armored knight on horseback charges in and demands to know who he is. Turns out it's the vice-captain of the greatest kingdom army, and he's got zero patience. Right as our boy finally catches his breath after wiping out a whole goblin army all by himself, trouble rolls in fast. Right on the horizon, a squad shows up, all official and sharp, and their leader steps forward, brandishes a brutally shiny sword, and barks. "Who are you?" "What?" That big boss, introducing himself like a showman as General Cook, instantly turns the whole room from war-ready to pure sunshine with a ridiculously cheerful grin. Yeah, he tells us they were the cavalry sent to wipe out the goblins, but somebody already got there first. The moment the general lays eyes on the total massacre, he's stunned out of his mind, and he turns to our hero like, "You did all this alone?" "What? Are you serious? Your knights are straight up losing it, charging into this many goblins all on their own. What in the world are you thinking?" The general's eyes light up. He even brings up those reports of a goblin rider, a real nightmare. Yet here stands this absolute unit in front of them, shrugging it off like it's nothing. But the interrogation kicks off. Bam! They start grilling him about his age, his job, his skills, and our guy totally fumbles, like he's never been under this much pressure in his life. General Cook spots that raw, untapped power and immediately pitches him a spawn knights, then starts nerding out hard. He swears he once read a manga where the hero gets promoted right out of the gate. And before the guy can even react, our boy without hesitation blasts back with a brutal, "Sorry, I kindly refuse." This guy refuses to back down, flexing like he already knows his purpose, and that's exactly what carried him this far. And the general isn't offended at all. He's downright ecstatic. "Amazinks, you've got a crazy strong will. This guy is totally unhinged, and I'm absolutely here for it." Masaru, the king of pragmatists, shifts the conversation and fires off one question. "Where are the villagers?" The general barks orders at his men, go hunt them down because they've got to be hiding nearby. Then our hero drops a wild request. He demands that someone lend a hand cleaning up the goblin corpses, and the knights are totally, understandably stunned. Then he rips into a full-blown public service announcement about how to dispose of corpses. Dig a hole, burn the bodies, stop disease, keep wolves away, and bury the ashes, all with this insanely solid logic. The soldiers are totally stunned, staring at this random, super-skilled weirdo like, "Wait, are we really supposed to take orders from him?" Meanwhile, in the god realm, the goddesses stare at the divine monitor in stunned panic, because what they're seeing just breaks them all at once. They're completely rattled. What the heck is happening? One of them lets out a blood-curdling scream. They can't even process what they're seeing. Knights of the Kingdom are actually talking to their Isekai hero. They try to make sense of it, Sure, goblins are weak, but that rider was supposed to be a real threat, even to Masaru. They dig up his resume from Earth, and it's almost painfully normal. He was good at kendo as a kid, a solid boxer in high school, but nothing on their screams, one-man army. Then it hits me, one of those goddesses finally pieces it together. The real issue isn't Masaru. It's that this world's physics are totally wrecked, and his usual Earth-level strength hits like straight-up god tier here. Panic slams in like a wave, and it doesn't let up. Then one goddess totally panics, realizing this is the absolute worst-case scenario imaginable. If they leave him like this, then our boy won't just be a hero. He'll be the fuse that ignites the end of the entire world. On the ground at last, Masaru strolls on, blissfully clueless that his power could end the world, as he watches the villagers come back. The village chief, Garv, is practically bowing non-stop to the general, but the general cuts in fast, saying our main guy did all the heavy lifting. The commander lays the village reward straight into Masaru's hands, and our guy, never one to miss a freebie, snatches it up without a second thought. Then the chief breaks down and sobs, screaming that the village lies in ruins, and they've got no money left to hand over. Masaru waves it off like it's nothing. He doesn't want cash at all. What he needs is way simpler: water bottles, wooden boxes, and a pile of seashells. The general freezes. Seashells. You're really telling me this is for that dirt wall you're building? Then one of the knights leans in and urges the chief to just hand the guy exactly what he's demanding. The chief nods and says, "Relax, we still need those boxes to haul water from the ocean because our village has no water source." That's when our boy drops the real bombshell. "Wait, chief, you don't actually have to haul water to the village, right?" With a sneaky grin, he lets it slip that he knows their little secret: the fully functional, perfectly hidden well sitting right next to the garden. The chief's expression drops to stone, and the whole room freezes. "So tell me, how did you pull that off?" The knights immediately felt it. Something was off. "Wait, hold up. I thought this village was supposed to be barren and totally waterless." The vibe flips in an instant. Those villagers drop their smiles, lunge for pitchforks and sickles, and suddenly they look anything but friendly. One of them lunges forward, shrieking that Masaru ratted them out to the knights, and that this seals their doom. The farmer slams into his attack with pure murder in his eyes, but our hero doesn't even blink. He catches the blade like it's nothing, snaps the wooden handle clean in half with one hand, then whips his glare back at you like, "You just made an absolutely massive mistake." All right, strap in, because right after our guy smashed the goblin welcome party by himself, the local knights finally crash the scene, and the blonde one points at that pile of knocked-out villagers like, "You really did this while I was gone. You did this while we were talking." "Nothing," our main guy just cackled, like, "What am I supposed to do with that?" They attacked me, and sure enough, those goblins were just brutally tougher. But Garv isn't buying it. He sneers that all this hostility only happened because our hero ripped their shady secret wide open. He whips his gaze to the villagers tied up on the ground. "So, what are you all going to do now?" Now the knights' faces harden, hiding the well and then striking someone. I'd normally throw the guilty straight to the execution block. He lets it hit like a gut punch, then adds the cherry on top, or straight up turns them into slaves. The villagers totally snap, like their souls rip out of their bodies, and they all start clawing at their fate, begging for their lives. But while they're scrambling in panic, our unsuspecting lead flashes the most ridiculous smug grin, like, oh yeah, he's totally brewing something chaotic. He strides in and shuts the whole thing down on the spot. "Hey, everyone, hold up for a second, please. This absolute unit straight up tells you to just forget the whole incident. The catch is simple. They've just got to answer a few questions and toss him a tiny favor." The knights are totally thrown off, staring at him like, what the hell is this guy cooking up? Then boom, he drops the truth. 2 years ago, this village belonged to rabbit people, so where did they all vanish to? Garv's sweat starts pouring instantly as he hustles to win the other knights over. "So you're really just gonna allow this kind of interrogation?" But his superior, Eldam, cuts him off instantly with one brutal, sharp command. And our hero bears his reasons. "People believe in me," he says, eyes like steel, and then he lets out, "I've got a question to answer." He's not just poking around, he's doing it for the rabbit people. The other knights flick their eyes to Garv and the village chief, and you can almost hear the gears grinding in their minds. Because yeah, those two are 100% hiding something. Eldam clocked the trap, felt that this guy wasn't a pushover, and finally caved. "Fine, I'll talk. All right then, I'll talk to you." He launches into a wild story about the last king's massive expansion war, 5 years ago. He insists they battled, they crushed it, and the rabbit people just scattered and fled, like it's some perfectly clean, no-drama tale. Our boy snaps back fast. Bullshit, it wasn't some country who did it. He freezes the room with a cold stare. Humans. Then he spits the last word like a curse. Pirates. He rips open the horrifying truth. Those rabbit people who didn't run were captured and sold off into slavery. And to this very day, their people are still trapped in grief, mourning every single day. And just like that, the truth hits Garv, and it makes him snap completely. He yanks our hero by the collar, eyes burning with pure, unhinged rage. Let go, free all the rabbit people. Now. Right when our main guy calmly says it's impossible, Garv's logic circuits instantly fry. And then I'll step in, prove it, and take their places as slaves. And that's it. The moment the words hit, our hero's patience detonates. You're telling me I can't do something like that, he snaps, when you turned innocent rabbit people into slaves. Leaves, his voice spikes, trembling with rage. Tell me, are you really alloyed to take any you want as Slavis? The facet is gone. Now this is pure, unfiltered rage, so don't even try to mess with me. He explodes into a verbal firestorm. You murderous invaders have no right to be here. This is justice. The knights are frozen in place, totally blindsided and nowhere near ready for this kind of intensity. Just like that, the storm burns out. Our guy sucks in a breath, mumbles an apology for snapping, and tells them he'll give them time to think. Then boom, he rips open a portal and struts through like a total boss. Yeah, he blunders through the portal and right away wham, the princess's fist lands a massive smack on him. What are you doing, you idiot? She snaps out of it, grabs him, and drags him off in a full-on meltdown. Why are you picking a fight with them? Are you trying to tear an entire country apart? Andy, don't make me cry. So yeah, our hopeless hero is totally done with today. And no, I'm not hating you, but you dragged me here without my permission, remember. He tells her to just lay low, but she's freaking out. Because fighting an entire army is exactly a small problem. She's completely stunned when he straight up admits he can't either, her expression screaming, no way. Like seriously, is it really that bad? He yanks her hand and cuts off her freak-out mid-scream. Wait, hold on. I've got to tell you what's happening to my body because... He stares her down and drops a brutal bombshell. Straight up, he can fight an entire army. The princess's brain flat-out blue screens, because the shock on her face is genuinely hilarious. And meanwhile, our guy is out under the stars with a literal goddess, and she drops a world-ending bomb on him like, yep, you can take down an entire army by yourself. And his face just screams, come again. Then the goddess leans in and drops the truth. When they reincarnated this guy, they had to reshape his body for magic, and yeah, they went way past just a little. Still, she casually drops the bomb that his magic recovery is now in the spirit class. Like that doesn't matter a single bit to our poor, hopeless hero. So she lays it all out for him. Turns out you're on the same level as creatures that are literally made of magic. Magic's just the start. Those buffs keep stacking. His physical strength is downright unfair. He tears through every run like it's nothing, and controlling magic feels easier than grabbing the TV remote. The look on our main guy's face is priceless. Like, yeah, I get it. I might have clocked a thing or two, but his soul's basically sweating just from remembering all the unhinged chaos he's pulled. And off she goes, spilling that once he starts leveling, his numbers won't just grow. They'll go absolutely feral. This absolute unit finally clicks. He's been sprinting around like some level 100 boss in a starter zone, not even realizing he's been that powerful the whole time. It's like the goddess finally realizes what she did. Her face screams real regret, and somehow it's still way too late, right? Right as they're pouring out their hearts, a sudden flash of light blinds them mid-conversation. Boom, the next morning, Captain Cook and the boys pull up fast, ready to greet Masaru with full energy. Cook is already freaking out about what happens next. He grabs attention and snaps. Look, I know those villagers let the beast folk go, but trust me, other towns won't play so nice. Our boy, the ultimate problem solver, stays so chill. Now tell me, do you've got a list of where all the other beast folks are? Yeah, of course we are, and yeah, he cooks too. So let's go right now and talk to the bigwigs. But Masaru clocks that the cook is way too calm about this whole negotiation. He leans in and asks, what's going on? And Cook just grins and goes, honestly, I was totally expecting you to solve this by punching everyone. People can't stop talking about our hero's wild, chaos-busting fixes, and that reputation is exploding fast. They scramble into a carriage and rocket toward Cook's home base, the City of Knights. A few hours later, they burst into the coastal kingdom's base, and the whole place comes alive around them. Potarium, yeah, that's the city everyone talks about. And this isn't exactly a 5-star resort. Masaru spins around at the grimy streets and mutters. This feels less like a kingdom and more like a place where hygiene is pure question marks. Seriously, it's like they don't even know what sanitation is here. On the way to the main hall, one of the knights blurts out that they'll have to pass an identification check. And our boy immediately starts sweating bullets. The dude's face turns bone white, because this absolute unit never even bothered to get an adventurer's guild card. They burst into the guild like they've just stumbled into the heart of the action. The receptionist is absolutely stunned. What do you mean you don't have one? Everyone gets one the moment they turn 12. Luckily, Captain Cook swoops in and talks it down, and they register him right there on the spot. Masaru slaps his hand onto that god-tier magical device. Then boom, it automatically conjures the card for him. The receptionist swears it's locked down tight. Fraud can't touch it, and your private info stays buried, except for just your name and whatever criminal record you've got. He snatches that shiny new card, finally pumped to become a real, legit adventurer. But he taps the card, boom, those stats pop right up on screen. Up and the whole room just collectively snaps, like everyone's mind gets blown at once. The knights got everyone's jaws on the floor, eyes bulging like they can't believe what they're seeing. This isn't the reality check a normal person would ever face. One of them just blurts, "What the hell?" Masaru, bless his oblivious soul, blurts out, "Is it weird to have this many skills?" The knights are basically yanking him around, screaming that it's abnormal. But most folks only have 1 or 2 TBO skills. Meanwhile, you've got a whole library and 5 titles. And our guys. They act like pros, hide the screen, then go, "Whoops, tiny mistake, nothing to see here." He's on his knees begging, so forget all that noise. The point is I'm not a spy, so please just overlook this. But the damage is done. Cook's men spiral into full-blown panic, because now they're sure no one will ever believe a word of their report again. They haul him into the assembly hall at full speed to get face-to-face with the boss. Our hero is about to stride straight into the lion's den, and he's definitely not feeling ready. They burst into the meeting room, and sitting there is a full-on, absolute unit of a man. He stares upward with absolute intensity, like it could curdle milk, and that's when you finally realize you're here. Yo, meet Lancelot, the guy who straight up runs the whole city. Masaru instantly realizes this won't be some easy backhand forth. This guy's aura hits like it's from another world. Lancelot wastes zero time. "If you're here, it's for the beast folk, now let's go hunt the beast." Then he snaps and calls our guy out. "Straight up, you showed up with nothing. No money, no items to trade, and zero leverage." He leans in hard, eyes wide, totally intrigued by the wild, ridiculous offer Masaru is about to throw at him. So what's our main guy really offering? Not gold, not power, just raw knowledge. He unveils his big master plan: fix their food problem, create real jobs, and crank up the quality of life. His very first concrete example: he fixed their rattling, back-breaking horse carriages. He rips out the ultimate Isekai weapon, the blueprint for a leaf spring suspension system. The room goes dead quiet. Lancelot looks like he finally understands, but something in him still isn't fully convinced. He gets what's being offered clear as day. But he's all logic, no blind faith. If I can't see it or touch it, I'm not trusting it. So he fires back with a counteroffer. Masaru stays in the city and proves his knowledge actually works. Until he starts bringing results, the beast folks are kept behind bars. Because if he screws up, he's basically trapped there with them, a prisoner with a timer running. Lancelot's putting Masaru's whole future on the line with this one bet. Without the tiniest pause, he blurts it out, "So be tea." Masaru digs in and vows he'll fix sanitation and the carriages. No excuses. Lancelot actually flashes a real smile. Because he's not some bad guy, he just spots a sweet deal the moment it shows up, grabs a chance at a city-wide upgrade, and dodges a full beast-folk rebellion like it's nothing. Win-win. But here's the catch. Once they unleash the beast folk, the general public is gonna flip out. Masaru, the ultimate showman, throws out a wicked idea. One brutal duel. Him versus anyone who's against his plan, and whoever loses has to stay silent and swallow the result. Lancelot lives for that kind of energy. Yeah, that's the perfect idea. But trust me, once he says that, tons of idiots are still gonna refuse to take the loss. Pummeling random citizens won't win him a thing. If he wants hearts on his side, he has to punch through the strongest fighter in the whole city, because only beating that one person makes his victory impossible to deny. With a wicked grin, Lancelot yanks his massive sword out like a threat, then smirks. "So what do you say? It's game time, let's spar." Look at our hero's face, he's done for because his soul just got yeeted straight into the stratosphere. All right, let's kick this off. Lancelot's knight commander shoves right into our guy's space, jabs a sword at his throat, and demands, "So you spar with me?" Like a freight train with zero chill. The second our main man snatched that sword, Something inside him snapped into place, and Lancelot caught it too, like immediately. Because then an absolutely unhinged grin tore across his face, the kind only a certified battle junkie would wear when he spots his next favorite toy. Without missing a beat, our hero blurts, "I'll do it." And Lancelot lights up like a firework. Meanwhile, the shady advisor in the back smirks, convinced his master plan is landing exactly how he planned. Lancelot's ready to swing right then. He demands where it all starts, and our unsuspecting lead suddenly slams the brakes. "Whoa, big guy, we'll pick a date and time." He pivots so hard it could give you whiplash, and right now, I'm ready to lay into everyone about hygiene. The whole room just short-circuited. This wasn't a boring Sanitation standard study session anymore. It was the epic duel they were dying for. This absolute unit then orders them to gather every single Evririan they can find, because he's about to unleash the most revolutionary knowledge this kingdom has ever heard. And yes, it starts with washing your hands. Lancelot nods along, but our boy slips in a nasty little jab. Attendance is mandatory even for the high-ups because heaven forbid the bosses set a bad example, right? The passive-aggressive punch, absolutely legendary. But don't get it twisted, the duel's still blazing, right on schedule. All right, class is officially underway. Our main man steps up in front of a room full of bewildered knights and drops a bombshell. The biggest problem they're dealing with is their total lack of proper sanitary practices. He starts laying down, this is just common sense like it's law. Cook the meat, boil the water, and for the love of God, clean your houses. The knights are furiously scribbling it down like it's forbidden dark magic. And our hero can't stop thinking, "Bro, I'm literally giving them lessons a primary school kid already knows." One of the knights is totally stunned that he can just conjure up a lecture like this out of nowhere. But this dude just keeps going, preaching that basic cleanliness can stop plagues before they spread, keeping people from dying. Honestly, it's a wild, revolutionary idea in a place like this. This is it. Lancelot has had enough. He leans in, locks eyes, and hammers out the only question that matters. "Masaru, who are you really?" Finally, Lancelot clocks just how priceless this intel is. This deal is wildly one-sided, and now he's got our boy's debt burning in his veins. But he only smirks and fires back that being in debt isn't exactly professional. "Oh, so now you think you're clever, Lancelot." Our hero spots the opening and lunges at it. Then, with a grin, he praises the guy's vibe before smoothly asking, "So, could you let me borrow your smithing workshop?" He's got a whole laundry list of changes he wants to make, starting with the horse carriages. Lancelot nods, then leans in and warns him that the capital has swept up every great blacksmith, so the whole place is basically a total fixer-upper. They burst into the workshop, and fixer-upper is the understatement of the century. Inside is a total wreck, a mountain of unurials stacked to the sky, and our hero's soul practically bolts out of his body in pure, shaking terror. "Piapples, give me a piapple." He shrieks and completely snaps, losing his cool for real. He goes full Gordon Ramsay every night, no excuses. "This is a workshop? Unacceptable." He rips into everyone and demands a complete inventory of everything by the end of the day. Today, Lancelot steps up to defend his men, claiming they've been doing the minimum, like that somehow justifies it. Because for our guy, that's nowhere near enough. Then we slam into a flashback of his old life, working at a giant home center, running tens of thousands of items with mind-blowing, spotless organization. That careless mess hits him like a personal attack, right at the core of who he is. He whips his finger toward the commander and barks, "Lancelot, handle the back. Rally your men and get this place under control." With a wildly dramatic pose, he snaps, "I'll show you the real meaning of inventory management." And just like that, the epic cleanup kicks off. Knights hauling crates, sorting materials, all while our hero calls the shots like a pro. He's out here identifying hammers, nails, and even hamsters. What the heck? But they slam all the sorted materials into place, lining everything up nice and tight. Grinding through the night, pushing past exhaustion and refusing to stop. And then boom, it's finally Yash. The workshop's spotless now. Everything's lined up clean and finally usable for real. While he was sorting through everything, Masaru stumbled on a wild stack of fantasy metals he'd never even heard of. Black steel, crimson ore, and more. Just when things start to settle, that shady advisor reappears, grumbling that they're trapped in a cursed contract and forced to dump money on piles of worthless ore. But while everyone else sees trash, our boy sees pure treasure. He decides to experiment right there and forge some seriously powerful new alloys from it. Then he launches into a full Metallurgy 101 crash course, showing them how to turn copper and tin into bronze. The advisor stands there, utterly stunned, as Masaru suddenly starts rambling about making stainless steel next. With the workshop finally spotless, Masaru wastes no time. He yanks up his smithing menu, leveling into Skill 2. The skill description is straight up insane. It lets him mold and process metals without a single tool, and the second he reads it, he clocks exactly what it is. A full-on cheat skill. He realizes these skill tickets are ridiculously powerful, and now it's all about nailing the practice with laser-precise timing. He slams his power into 2 iron ingots, ready to twist reality to his command. If I can crack this, he thinks, then I can build anything, so he decides to start small. A few hours later, and he's still locked in, staring that knife down like it's about to strike first. He's not even using the skill. He's dissecting it, studying every piece, and figuring out exactly how it all clicks together. Then it slams into him. Wait, hold up, I think I can actually do this. What if I just build it myself? That drive to make something with his own 2 hands hits too hard, so he snatches the tools. With a fierce look locked in, our boy dives straight into the work. He hammers the forge to life, heating the metal until it blazes hot, and starts hammering it into shape with razor-sharp, practice strikes that hit like thunder. Then he plunges the blazing blade into water, hardening it with the exact tricks he remembers from those practical school lessons. And honestly, this guy is living his best life. Right then, he lifts his creation high, grinning like he owns the world, until Lancelot steps up behind him, jaw dropped in pure, stunned disbelief. Lancelot is totally frozen in shock. How long have you been there? Masaru demands, and it turns out the commander has been staring for ages, stunned that our hero can actually forge weapons. Masaru shrugs like it's nothing, calling it just a basic blade, and swearing he can do way better. Lancelot stares at him, fully blown away, and tells him he's got big plans for what's coming next. Then his gaze slides off her, and locks onto something else sitting on the table. Our main man flashes this sly, confident grin, and then smirks. I'll reveal it tomorrow, be there. He's straight up trolling the most powerful knight in the city, and honestly, it's glorious. Lancelot just stands there, stunned, trying to wrap his head around what kind of unstoppable, multi-talented monster he's up against. That night, he finally drops into his seat, wiped out from the grind, but wearing that deep, hard-earned satisfaction like a trophy. Back at work, he's got his whole setup firing, surrounded by his creations, a tiny army of slick pulleys and swinging buckets. Damn it, he catches himself thinking, I might have pushed it a little too far this time. But this is his happy place. He lives for building things that actually help people. It's the one thing he burns for, his true passion. Tomorrow, he'll haul these into town and show everyone exactly how to use them. But right now, the night's still green, and this metal smith still has a whole lot more forging to pull off. Yeah, the 5th arc? All right, let's jump in. He wakes up, and instead of coffee in the air, a blonde girl is yelling right in his face. He's totally flustered, and the first thing he can think, clear as day, is, who the heck are you? My guy's totally lost, but this mysterious girl shows up like it's nothing. Just delivering mail, since all the real knights are slammed studying, so Tuesday hits different in this Isekai. Yeah, right, studying, sure. Anyway, she's got a message for our poor unsuspecting lead, and it's an absolute bombshell. His duel with Lancelot, yeah, the dude who looks like he'd chew boulders for breakfast, is happening in 3 days and attendance. That's not optional. The sheer, unfiltered panic exploding across his face is priceless. Then the girls whip into gossip, claiming Lancelot's a full-on battle maniac who got way too hooked on our hero. While he's practically boiling in his armor, the blonde just cackles like this is entertainment, reveling in every second of the chaos. Then his friends scramble to sound supportive, telling him to have a medical team on standby, which is basically the same as yelling, don't worry, the ambulance is at the bottom. What? But does this absolute unit even flinch? Nah, he swells his chest, squares up, and vows to give it his all without landing too brutal a hit on Lancelot. The sheer audacity is unreal. These girls are totally stunned by this ridiculous flex, but he doesn't back off. He smirks and promises he's about to show them exactly how strong he is. You've got to respect the guts it takes to stick with that bluff. Meanwhile, Lancelot's posted up at the training spot, probably waiting for our guy to roll in fully loaded and ready to fight. But what's waiting for him instead? Our guy next to the well, about to pitch a full home improvement presentation. Lancelot rode in for a duel and somehow walked straight into a TED Talk. Then, without blinking, he hauled in a gigantic crowd and flipped his pre-fight nerves into a full-on product launch. He's a born showman, calling out for a volunteer to jump in and help him with his big demonstration. A woman steps up, and he grins, promising her his new invention is so easy even a kid could operate it. Then he bursts into a wild, step-by-step rundown of a hand pump, explaining how you prime the water and how the vacuum does the magic. To them, this is practically forbidden sorcery. Then he drives the handle with a few sharp pumps. And boom, water erupts like a geyser, slamming everyone's brains with pure shock. The crowd goes wild, screaming magic. But our hero just smirks and sneers, calling it a pump, and then he vows he's rolling them out citywide. But wait, don't change the channel yet because the infomercial still isn't done. Next up on the agenda, revolutionizing horse carriages. He slips under the cart on the spot and calls the problem out instantly. And the design is straight-up primitive trash. Yeah, it's basically wheels bolted to a frame. One brutal recipe for a shattered spine. Then he yanks out a whiteboard like a veteran engineer, lays down his wild suspension system vision, and breaks it all down with springs. Lancelot's face screams, "My brain is melting." But our boy is locked in, totally in his element and ready to start building. He's carving blueprints into paper while Lancelot just stands there, staring like he can't believe what he's seeing. That man's thirsting for blood. Then life hits him with a physics lesson, and the construction montage kicks off right after. And just like that, prototype number 1 is fully finished. Masaru pitches a test ride, and even with all that confusion swirling, Lancelot nods and agrees. They bolt off, and the cart skims over the jagged ground like it's flying. Lancelot's soul almost flies out of his body. Yeah, it's that smooth. The mechanism truly works, and now he's riding in futuristic comfort. Then our hopeless hero can't stop talking. He dumps even more knowledge, breaking down the differences between all the suspension types. He's not just building a better carriage. He's planting the seed of a whole automotive empire, talking shock absorbers and bigger models like it's the start of something massive. The other knights are already snapping, dreaming up comfy road trips, while Lancelot is still reeling from the fact that his duel got hijacked, like it turned into an episode of Pimp My Ride. Masaru hands Lancelot the next ride, and you can practically see that massive respect lighting up in the big guy's eyes. Lance, the ultimate pragmatist, calls out that they'll need real craftsmen to keep this new tech running. But our boy is already miles ahead, saying he'll train everyone himself. Now watch this. He snaps their trap shut, bringing up that earlier chat about balance deals. Checkmate, Lancelot realizes he's been played, and he snaps, "What do you want, Masaru?" And our main man lays it all on the table. This game-changing tech isn't for war at all. He's demanding a peace treaty. No more invasions against beast folk and humans, and a final deal for their excess ore. The air turns heavy with tension, like something big is about to snap. Masaru locks eyes with him and says, "That's it, everything ends there." Lancelot is stunned. Then he nods and agrees, and just like that, they seal the deal that's about to flip their world's future upside down. In that moment, the old Lancelot makes it clear. He can only promise peace from his own city, and somehow, that's a victory so massive it feels unreal. As he storms out, Masaru leans in and gives him a heartfelt, sincere thank you that lands right in his chest. But Lancelot, pure battle-crazed chaos, cackles in his face and tells him their duel is locked in for 3 days. Once in a while, nothing stays different. And now that the deal's sealed, Masaru finally exhales, relief flooding his chest. But his day isn't done. His own people mob him the second he's free, buzzing over his brand-new inventions like they can't wait to see what he makes next. This absolute unit is totally drained of magic and social energy. He's not trying to talk anymore, he just wants to crash and sleep. He drops onto a pile of women, and yeah, he groans that teaching fresh tech to everyone is a total brain and body killer. Later on, he looks back at his old life, and the craftsman who taught him everything he knows. He's sprawled in his room, eyes locked on the night sky like the darkness is begging to be explored. He starts muttering old, mildly cringe poetry under his breath like it's nothing. Right then it hits him, he's not alone. Goddess Victimias is perched right on his roof watching him. She leans in and asks, "Was that poem really from your hometown?" He doesn't just agree, he confirms it with full certainty. And because she can't resist snooping, she blurts out, "So who was that about?" Out, our boy finally opens up, spills his own first love, the kind that hits like love at first sight. Then it all crashes and burns when he fails to confess. Just as he finally found the nerve to speak, she was already engaged to someone else. And he still forced out a full-on congratulations like a total champ, even while it stabbed him in the heart. Then he blurts out this wild coincidence. The rabbit kid he just met turns out to be Daimai just like her. Victor's heart sank. Victimia's expression looked genuinely sorry for him. Bam, it slams Masaru with a memory, and he suddenly clocks the crucial truth behind what she told him the last time they parted. He tells her that the rabbit people didn't just change his fate. They saved him, and now they've handed him a brand new purpose. He earnestly thanks her for bringing him into this world, and the words instantly make her blush hard and spiral into pure, helpless excitement. She flashes him this soft, bleeding gentle smile like it's hiding a storm, as if nothing else existed, fully swallowed by the moment. He snaps her out of her trance by leaning in and blurting, "What's wrong?" Then it hits him, he thinks she's still a useless goddess, and before he can stop himself, he blurts it out loud. Her face instantly crumples with disappointment, and he starts backpedaling like a man on fire, snapping that he's grateful anyway. She shrugs it off, lets the moment pass, and just like that, everything's fine again. With a burst of strength powering him up, our hero barrels toward the smithy to crank out more work. The grind never, ever lets up. As he strides away, he snaps a quick glance back over his shoulder. The goddess watches him leave, a soft smile curling as she thinks, "The moon's gorgeous tonight, isn't it?" A quiet, powerful thought to seal the night. All right, buckle up. This 5-day grind has our main man sprinting on fumes, powered only by pure grit. It was like this, when he wasn't running to help the victims in that total chaos. He was locked in as a blacksmith, hammering and prepping like his life depended on it for the fight of his life. And just like that, the duel day finally crashes in. Every single person in town shows up, jamming the Colosseum wall-to-wall like they can't miss a single second. This isn't some random scuffle. This is the season's biggest showdown, and the whole world is about to explode. Then out of nowhere, Lancelot, the man of the hour, rolls in, and the dude's genuinely impressed Masaru didn't just grab the goods and vanish. Masaru, as cool as ice, shrugs it off like it's nothing. "I didn't hear a word about our duel, but it looks like chaos has turned into a full-on festival." Right before Lancelot can even fire off trash talk, this absolute unit starts grilling him about his subordinates. Then Lancelot snaps back, "Where's my sword? You said you'd upgrade it." And right in that moment, our boy doesn't even hesitate. He smacks him with the most legendary comeback. "Oh, that." Then like that, Lancelot's whole world just collapses. Don't stress, our guy's totally ready. He chows down on a brand new black sword and hands it to Lancelot, swearing it's way tougher. Sure, it's a downgrade from a short sword, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. This unsuspecting lead gets caught off guard and still swings his own weapon, acting way too confident for someone about to get rocked. Lancelot just cackles, and somehow it makes your defeat feel even cuter. Our hero smirks right back. "Yeah, I'll do my best to hold back." "Yeah, oh man, this smack talk is heating up fast." Lancelot leans in and warns him. The last fool who underestimated him ended up swallowing their own words. Then he quizzes our boy about his experience with getting wiped by humans. Masaru fires back that he's got a stone called none, and this guy? Total savage. They trade barbs back and forth, and Lancelot finally admits it. This guy's got some serious power. But the talking's done. Both of them know it's about to turn into a full-on brawl. They stride into the arena, locked and loaded, ready to throw down. The crowd absolutely explodes into pure chaos. From the VIP box, our boy locks eyes with the messenger girl. She's waving and cheering like the whole world's on her side, glowing brighter than ever. A tiny push of motivation never hurt anyone, right? The announcer blasts the crowd into a frenzy, then calls out the fighters, Knight Commander Lancelot versus Adventurer Musaru. It's dead simple, just you and me one-on-one, and there's not a single teammate in sight. The duel only stops when someone finally throws in the towel, or their body just gives out. And if they're going to do this, they're doing it the right way, with honor on the line. Then their eyes snap across the arena and lock like a challenge. The tension is so thick you could slice it with a blade. Then the Raphaels kick off, and it's go time. Their blades slam together, and for a split second, it looks like neither side has the edge in raw power. So Lancelot is totally stunned. Real surprise hits him hard. His face snaps into a wild, unhinged grin like he's savoring a challenge. "So you're someone who could rival me in strength? Good, now show me what you're really made of." Lancelot blasts out a downright ridiculous storm of attacks. Our boy is getting completely clobbered, throwing himself into desperate blocks while Lancelot bulldozes forward, trying to muscle his way to victory. One single swing hits with such insane force that it straight up obliterates the stone floor right under them. Our poor, hopeless hero is drenched in sweat, and he's thinking, "Seriously, are you trying to kill me?" Lancelot pauses mid-move, locks eyes with you, and goes, "All right, you're a seriously weird one, and I've finally clocked it. You've got the strength and the experience, sure, but your technique is straight-up trash." George, he's not wrong. Our boy is just flicking out pure instant advantage, not skill. He knows a classic sword clash is out of his league. because when the moment hits, his body just won't move like a real swordsman. Good, once he realizes he's toast in a straight-up brawl, our main man snaps and decides to get creative, because he's no warrior. He spent years working at a home center, soaking up all that ridiculous know-how, and now he's about to unleash it like a weapon. This is it, his ultimate move. Move skill, I'm Bucks, he shrieks, and just like that the sky explodes with logs. The VIPs are totally stumped. Nobody had a skill user on their bingo card for this fight. Lancelot is completely stunned. What the hell are you doing? Are you seriously trying to trip me with this? But hold up, our boy's just getting started. Sane's skill kicks in, and suddenly his woodworking, craftsmanship, and construction powers light up all at once. In the blink of an eye, scattered logs and spare parts whip through the air and snap together into something solid right in the arena. Lancelot whips his eyes around, and sheer shock hits him like a punch. He's not drowning in junk anymore. He's got fully functional sage weapons all around him. Our boy flexes pure galaxy brain genius. His crafting skills are so insane he can whip up complex machines on the fly, turning a simple sword duel into a full-on war zone. The catapults blast, and Lancelot has to twist and dodge like crazy, because those massive projectiles are getting hurled straight at his head. He barely slips out of the way before getting completely flattened. The VIPs are losing it, and that blonde lady swears he's just stalling. But her companion spots the truth and erupts into a scream. Lancelot. That wasn't random chaos at all. It was a trap. Our boy built a giant ballista and locked it onto the Knight Commander. Lancelot finally clocks it. Someone pinned him in the perfect kill zone, and if he so much as twitches, he's getting skewered. Two huge arrowheads slam into place on both sides of his head, stopping mere inches from turning him into a shish kebab. Job, he's totally pinned, like there's no escape, none. And the Knight Commander is totally frozen in his tracks. The crowd goes dead silent, like the whole world just stopped breathing. Lancelot is slammed to his knees, completely trapped and unable to move. Our boy strolls right up, presses his blade to the commander's throat, and makes it crystal clear. This is it. Checkmate. Lancelot is burning with rage. He's been played, and he swears that if he can just shove back into close range, he'll turn the tables and win. After everything that's gone wrong, the only thing he can truly trust now is the strength in his own arm. If he'd just swing that sword, God, he strains to lift his weapon, but it won't budge an inch. Then he jerks his gaze downward. Horror hits, because our hero's black sword he gave him is magnetically clamped to a massive black slab that just erupted out of the ground. He gets trolled from the very start, and the whole VIP section can't believe their eyes. Our boy didn't just stumble into this. He planned the whole thing from the start. The announcer's voice crashes through the arena as Matt Shover's victory is slammed into the air. Masaru. And Lancelot ends up on his knees in the dirt, crushed so hard by the power of home improvement that he might as well be finished for good. All right, let's jump back into the chaos. Dust drifts across the arena, and Commander Lancelot locks eyes with Masaru, looking like he's stunned, impressed, and still trying to figure out how this kid totally outplayed him. He finally realizes it. The whole fight, every single move, was a trap meant to shatter his sword. And then our main guy lands the cleanest, most smug smirk you'll ever see. Yep, truth is out in the open, and there's no turning back now. With the whole stadium staring, they finally get their post-game chat. Masaru finally admits it. At first, I seriously thought your blade would snap, but I had to make sure. Then this absolute unit finally lays out the wild 5D chess move, admitting he'd grabbed Lancelot's sword earlier, secretly tested the material, and now realized he was using it as defibrillate. That whole spring-loaded arrow trap was just a smokescreen, meant to get close enough to slice the commander's weapon in half. From the jump, it was a full-on gamble. And our boy keeps talking, dropping the truth that even Lancelot's giant ballista arrow was just another trick to control how he moved. He basically roasts the kingdom's mightiest warrior to his face, see, and rubs it in. Fighting isn't only sword skills, it's your gear that makes or breaks you. And then, boom, the ultimate flex. He thrusts out the absurdly overpowered sword he forged himself. And here, take it, a token of my appreciation for this duel. Lancelot, utterly stunned, grabs the blade. He whips it for a test swing that slices the air clean in two, then erupts in a cackle, because he feels it now, the brutal power in his hands. "Haha, you might be right," he laughs, "handing me this before the duel. That would have been a terrible idea." Then the vibe flips hard. Lancelot's mask slips, and he gets painfully real for a beat. He claims the title Berserker, a warrior who feeds on the chaos and lives for the next rush of battle. But the stronger he got, the more everyone else started looking like cannon fodder. He outgrew every single comrade until, eventually, there wasn't a soul left who could even slow him down. He caught himself polishing his sword every single day, stuck in the same dull loop, so bored it almost killed him. Our boy leans in close as the commander straight up admits he's been running the whole organization single-handedly, because nobody else could keep up. A real warm smile lights up Lancelot's face, and that's exactly why today felt so wild. For the first time in ages, I actually had fun. He tells Masaru they'll battle again someday once our hero gets even stronger, but our unsuspecting lead is like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be real, I'd rather just avoid this." Once the tournament's over, Lancelot snaps his attention to the roaring crowd and delivers exactly what he promised. By the name of Commander Lancelot, I recognize Masaru as the winner, and I'm declaring right now that the Alal-enslaved Bisfolk are to be released immediately. He and Masaru shoot their arms up in triumph, and the crowd completely loses their minds, free dumb. Later that night, Masaru and the others spend a couple of nights in a tavern, trading loud gossip about how he's been using his production skills to fight. They're staring at this dude like, how does he have all these skills? And then bam, their souls rip right out of their bodies. Commander Lancelot stands right behind them, radiating absolute authority. The knights instantly start sweating like crazy, convinced they're about to get obliterated. Then Lancelot snaps, "Calm down, idiots." Turns out he's not here to punish anyone. He grabs the two knights who brought Masaru into the city and orders them to unleash every single detail they know about him. Lancelot scans the official report, and it's completely nonsensical. His level matches, but he's got 20 skills plus a title, an absurd deviation from what anyone else should have. He knows this kid is only level 16, but plays like a level 7 prodigy, and that screams a massive red flag, because the knights wouldn't even let a level 60 in their ranks, let alone some freak like this. Just when things finally got interesting, Lancelot breaks down, because his bond with this incredible kid is over. But right when he's sulking, a sketchy figure pops up in the doorway, and a one with a sly smile blurts out, "Hold up, isn't there someone who could act as a messenger for her, Oji-sama?" A few days later, our hero's gripping that resolve. He's ready to sprint back to the village. He's in the middle of a chat with Lancelot, double-checking that the beast folk are finally free, and then he's already gearing up to bolt. But Masaru immediately clocks that something's seriously wrong. Lancelot's rocking a huge, nasty black eye. "Dude, what happened to those bruises? Did you really step into a fight?" Our boy's totally thrown off, trying to figure out who on earth could have landed hits on this absolute unit. Right on cue, a fresh challenger storms in. It's the woman from the tavern, and she is not in a good mood. Ara, huh? Lancelot, Dorasama, are you really gonna talk like that about a woman of marriageable age?" She didn't just clap back, she kicked his ass. Lancelot swings the mystery right into the spotlight, unveiling the rascal as his 19-year-old niece, Adelina. She flashes a sweet, polite intro. Then you remember she just knocked out her legendary uncle, and it's hilarious. Our main man is totally lost, and Lancelot is scrambling to explain it, while Adelina fires him a full-on stink eye. The commander straight up admits he's trying to pawn his wild niece off on Masaru, saying she wants to broaden her horizons, and that our hero is exactly what the new village needs to build it. The perfect excuse to finally shove that chaotic relative out of his life for good. Meanwhile, Adelina eyed Masaru up and down, and it was obvious. Her interest was blazing. Masaru just shrugs it off and laughs like, "Ha, tell me, did you really just come out with Lancelot's blood in your veins?" He agrees to let her ride with him for the next few years, while he hammers out their village and gets it standing for good. A simple plan, right? Wrong. Lancelot snaps into full overprotective uncle mode, lunges for Adelina and yells, "If you try to stop me, I'll go straight for it. Cut to my view. Because you better not lay a single finger on her, got it?" Once the dramatic goodbye finally hit, they tore apart and headed their separate ways. Masaru shouts, "We'll meet again," then strides away, dragging his brand new buddy who's just a little bit unhinged. After a brutal, non-stop trek to gather every last material, they finally crash through to the village gates, right when the tension hits its peak. Masaru flings his arms wide and bellows at the rabbit folk waiting there. Back. The reunion is finally here, and it's about to ignite everything. Our desperate hero blurted out the good news fast, and the beast folk just stood there, stunned and speechless. He tells them, "Listen, there's a ton to plan and a lot to debate if we're going to shape what comes next. But that can wait for later, because right now things are about to explode." Just for today, he grins with that warm smile and says it straight to your face. The little rabbit girl gets hit with pure emotion, snaps and sobs, then barrels into him with a gigantic hug. Now's the moment to celebrate, let the party explode. Now they can finally savor their freedom to the absolute max. As the party goes wild, a familiar notification flashes for our boy. World Development Bonus Resavid. He cups the crying girl to his chest, smiling like the world finally makes sense. And yeah, he really did it. He rewrote everything, one busted sword at a time. All right, let's jump straight back into the chaos. Masaru storms into the village again, and this time he doesn't come back with a few sticks and berries. He looks like he just conquered a whole small nation. Around the campfire, the whole crew finally gets it. Their grand plan clicks into place. Because now that the human kingdom is actually cooperating, they can welcome every single freed beast folk home. But Elena, the ultimate pragmatist, can't stop worrying. Because if we just handed them advanced tech, what's to stop them from building an army and marching right back over here? Our main guy just shrugs it off. He's already locked in a peace treaty, and when anyone asks how he plans to fix everything, he hits them with one answer: go bigger. He drops a bombshell. This isn't just some random expansion of the village. They're straight up building a full-blown CID for Bist Falk. The next morning, May tries to shake awake a totally wiped out Adelina. This absolute unit is already up, storming through his emails. Wait, emails. He yanks up his status screen and boom, there's a message blinking right at him. It's Era Sephora, fresh off the Divine Assembly line, who steps in and tells him she's the younger sister of the shady goddess who yeeted him here, then reveals she rules civilization. And when she sees how his world's developing, she can't help herself. She ships him a bonus package. Our boy's brain hiccups for a split second. Wait, more than one god. Seriously, he clocks the new one right away and instantly decides he likes her way more, because she actually makes sense, unlike her unhinged older sister. A wild, brilliant idea sparks in his head, and it feels dangerous as hell, because if he keeps pushing these development projects, he might keep racking up divine rewards. He double-checks his skills, and bam, they've all jumped up a level. That kind of motivation hits different. With fire in his eyes, our hero rallies every rescued rabbit folk and calls them together for a town hall meeting. He wastes zero time. Good, you're all free, he says, then slams the door on normal life. We've got a massive problem. With 200 brand new residents pouring in, the village's population is about to triple overnight. Because a full-blown crisis is closing in. Food runs dry, homes run out, and even the defenses can't keep up. With the swagger of a guy who's got every cheat code in his pocket, he drops his huge proposal. Let's build a CIDE. The whole crowd freezes, staring, utterly dumbfounded. Then the chief snapped back first, blurting out CEI. Like, wait, is that even allowed? Masaru flashes them his god-tier, can't-look-away smile, and swears he'll build a safe, inclusive city, one that's packed with warmth just for them. And just like that, the whole crowd buys it hook, line, and sinker. Then the chief just shakes his head, finally admitting this guy is the real deal. But our main man isn't finished. He calls for silence and drops a truth bomb. There's something he's been hiding, and now every eye is locked on him. He steadies his nerves with a deep breath, because this bet will either pay off or brand him as a full-blown lunatic. Truth is, the gods yanked me here from another world. Cold, dead silence hangs in the air, and our hopeless hero is drenched in sweat, panicking because deep down he knows nobody will ever believe this insanely ridiculous story. Then the whole crowd erupts, no disbelief, just a storm of questions. Which god sent you? And does this mean your knowledge came from some other civilization? The chief bursts into a full-on cackle, totally unbothered. Of course we believe you, this world was literally made, dummy. Here, gods are just part of everyday life, and Masaru's jaw drops so hard it practically hits the floor. They don't just trust him. They wrap him in their hearts, calling him family, the one who guards them and stays right there with them day after day. Just when his world feels warm and safe, chaos erupts. One frantic question after another about the gods, his world, and what humans are really like. With that pressure bearing down, he panics and blurts out some insane promise. All right, I'll cast a bronze statue for the gods and show you later. Then he hurries off. We'll talk at dinner. He snaps into action and starts firing tasks at the crowd, desperate to slip out of that interrogation before it crushes him. While the crowds are busy, he swings to two of his most trusted allies, Adelina and May. He's got a super secret mission for them. He needs their help to create slaked lime, no questions asked. They both just freeze, staring at him like, what is slaked lime? Pure, blank confusion. Time, our boy grins, and he insists it's their secret weapon for building up the city. He strides them over to a rough furnace he already built, ready to fire it up. Apparently, it's dead simple. Toss seashells into a pot, shove wood underneath, then light it up. Then he shows them the bellows, just a plain wooden box, but with one move it starts blasting air straight into the fire. He tells you this tiny contraption will blast scorching air through a tube and send the furnace temperature soaring past 1,000 degrees. The girls are totally lost. Then the world hits 1,000 degrees and Hot just stares like, "So, what are we even supposed to do?" Masaru tosses out some quick science, saying water doesn't just warm, it boils at 100, while iron won't even think about melting until it's way past 200 degrees. Adelina, always ahead of the game, fires off the obvious question. "All right, smart guy, how'd you mess that up?" And our hero doesn't even blink. He just says, "I've got no clue." Then he hits them with the truth. Theory's cool, sure, but safety and using it the right way matter way more. Adelina digs in, grilling him on what proper use even means. Masaru suddenly goes deep and tells a wild truth. Technology can either hand you unimaginable fortune or slam the door shut into total disaster, depending on how you use it. It all boils down to one thing: responsibility. He slaps both their cheeks with a reassuring head pat, then tells them, "Think it through. Whether you win or you crash, the consequences come either way. It's about biting down on your mistakes, learning the lesson, and charging forward with a clearer path." The two just stare, visibly swept up by his little speech. Once the lesson ends, he snaps and tells them to get the furnace roaring. But he's got his own mission. He's out there prepping the land so their brand new city can rise. He shows up at the scene and can't stop grinning, because the whole area is unnervingly flat, like some massive battle tore through here moments ago. He brushes it off as just another painfully convenient side effect of his cheat skills. The spot was pure gold, solid bedrock on the high ground, just like the chief promised. But here's the twist. Digging through that much bedrock is a solo job, and only his crazy special processing skills can pull it off. He marches up to the rabbit folk and begs for their help. He crunches the numbers in his head and realizes that even clearing a tiny patch of the map gasses his MP like crazy. At this pace, he'd be grinding for days straight just to clear the whole area. Panic starts creeping in fast. Panic clenched his chest as he frantically searched for a way out, and then his eyes caught those cliffs sitting to the north. Earth, and that's when it slams into him, like a thunderclap realization that rattles everything. His soul practically rips out of him. How in the world did he forget that? The one thing he's been chasing this whole time, his absolute top priority. He spots it, boom, right there is the ultimate Isekai starter pack item, Slan. A whole colony of them, sitting in silence, just waiting for someone to stumble upon them. All right, let's dive right back into the chaos. Masaru's getting blasted with praise from the village chief, and they're so grateful they're basically talking about erecting a statue just because he helped them level up their town. The chief is going all in, making it crystal clear that she trusts him completely. And how does our hero hit back with that heartfelt thanks? He unveils his newest masterpiece, a giant, wiggling, gelatinous blob packed inside a box. The crowd instantly goes feral. This dude just strolls into town with a slime like it's nothing, and nobody has a clue what to do. But our main man is not panicking. He's got a plan, and he lays it out. Sure, slimes are magical beasts, but he's about to put them to work for a specific, super important job. He's been digging into it for days, and now he's ready to tame this little guy, checking if he can be turned into a good boy. See, he studied up on non-hostile monsters, those usable like wood or stone, ready to be turned into real resources. And his endgame, pure galaxy brain plan for this slime. Listen, his inner voice is practically yelling it for all of us. He wants to build a toilet. The chief's brain just face-planted. She can't even wrap her head around this wild idea of using magical beasts as a resource. But he won't stop. He says he has to test what the slime can swallow, then pinpoint its weakness so they can control it. But he's not stopping there. This absolute unit is pushing even harder, wanting to kick off a full-on lizard farm to fix his food problem, and the chief is so blown away, she just gives him the green light on everything. And just like that, Masaru kicks off his slime research diary. First off, this thing's all squishy and see-through, and it climbs like a soggy noodle, kinda cute in that dim, blob-like way. For his very first test, he stuffs a whole box of garbage, rotting leaves, wood, and the usual scraps, right into its enclosure. And would you look at that? The little guy starts chowing down, slowly drinking in every last bit, and just like that, the experiment is a success. A few days later, our hero is grinning like he just struck gold. He's convinced this won't struggle a bit with human waste, waving his building dreams like they're glowing. But his smile dies the moment he sees the slime has shriveled into a pathetic little pancake. He bolts over in a full-on panic, screaming for Slime-chan. He snatches it up, and when he touches it, he freezes. It's bone dry like it's been starving for water. Crisis dodged. He drops the slime into the water and it instantly balloons back up like it was never hurt at all. Then it clicks, he's cracked the secret. Slimes crumble when they're dehydrated, and now he finally has a way to keep them under control. That thought kicks open an even wilder theory. What if slimes are the world's built-in water purifiers, soaking up filthy water and spitting out clean, fresh streams? Our boy is practically buzzing out of his skin with excitement. This world is a full-on goldmine of secrets just begging to be uncovered. The crazy part? The villagers aren't scared of the slimes anymore. Bad news, now they're treating them like adorable pets. One-chan already wants to know if she can keep one, and Masaru is scrambling to explain. Nope, these are still dangerous monsters, not fluffy kittens. The chief looked completely drained. This guy's chaos just keeps smashing everything. She grabs him by the arm and pulls him aside, panicked that he's taken on more than he can possibly handle. But he's already sprinting through the future in his head, 10 moves ahead, plotting how he'll manage the entire city next. He leans in and tells her they're going to need way more materials, especially lumber. So he steps up to the gathering team and begs for a favor, help him hunt down tree seeds and young saplings. Then he drops a mind-blowing idea, tree planting, and totally blows everyone's minds. He tells them it's the way to grab wood without wrecking the forest, and says he learned that trick back from his old world job at his home center. In this world, the girls stare at him like he's magic. He's so ahead of the game, he's playing 4D chess with forestry. He even sketches a plan to plant fruit-bearing trees and set his future in motion. The chief fires back and demands to know exactly when he's leaving. Look, I'll handle it alone, he boasts, way too sure for someone with no right to be. Now fast forward to the next morning, who's already packed and raring to go. Adelina and May somehow way too cheerful for what's coming. Our hopeless hero scrambles to protest, but Adelina shuts him down with flawless logic. This is their perfect chance to explore, learn, and move forward. He tries to push back, but then May swoops in with the ultimate weapon, an all-out tactical guilt trip hug. His resolve crumbles on the spot. Yeah, this is straight-up coercion. So the brand-new trio barrels into the woods, right after forming up. Masaru lays out the plan: grab wood, keep your eyes peeled for edible plants and seeds, and make it clear. Our first goal is to live in harmony with nature. And just like that, he drops an unexpectedly badass rant. How his old world got flattened by unchecked overdevelopment, and how he's determined to live in peace and balance with this one instead. He immediately blushes, convinced he sounded way too cheesy. The girls can't help but squeal. It's downright adorable to them. Adelina even sneaks in a playful whack, like she's daring him to try something. Once the pep talk ends, they dive straight into action, ready to hit the woods and forage. Time slips by, and Adelina keeps stacking lumber, until she's piled up an absolutely jaw-dropping amount. But then they both realize Masaru has slipped away on his own. Right then, the zilling of swords slices through the air, and he's locked in a brutal fight with something out there. No time to hesitate, they sprint straight toward the sound. They spot our boy right in the middle of the fight, and before they even manage a single question, everything changes. He grabs a massive, slimy, squirming monstrosity and shoves it straight into Adelina's face. She snaps it out of the air on pure instinct, eyes wide with total horror as she realizes her hands are gripping something filthy and dripping. The synchronized screaming hits like pure beauty. Masaru strolls up like he owns the place. Sorry, he says with zero regret. I thought you'd dodge. And then, boom, the terrifying monster is what anyone expected. It's a gigantic worm monster. This guy suddenly starts geeking out, laying it all out like, these worms are incredible. Just wait till you see how they supercharge your soil. They zip around with earth magic, which is why the tunnels never get abandoned. May declares that every scrap of worm flesh is pure gold, used to craft top-tier bows and armor. That muscle is absurdly elastic, built like it can take a beating and keep on going. Adelina calls out the glaring flaw in the business plan. Yeah, it's clever, but almost nobody can actually hunt a worm. Everyone just locks onto Masaru, stunned by how casually he did it, like he was tossing out trash. Meanwhile, May is practically glowing with pure excitement. Our hero just shrugs like it's nothing. So yeah, looks like we're officially adding hunting magical beasts to the chaos list. Everyone starts talking about hunting something more traditional, and then May's ears snap up like she just heard something impossible. A hulking shadow crashes out of the trees, and she goes rigid, dead still with fear. And the pure terror on her face hits you like a punch. Masaru recognizes that look. It's not just scary, it's goblin-level worse times 100, and the fear hits her like a tidal wave. Here, she stealthily snatches his shirt. Tears pour down her face as she shrieks, "You'll die. And you better believe this is the one you do not *fight." He takes it deadly serious and swears he won't fight. But he can't ignore what's coming, so he orders them to stay right where they are while he slips off to get a first-hand look. He tiptoes up, then cautiously peeks through the foliage, eyes locked on what's hiding ahead, only to lock eyes with an absolutely gigantic bear that started mauling the horse like it was nothing. Oh shit, that's all he can think as the monstrous bear unleashes a roar that rattles reality itself. So yeah, today's not going to be an easy ride. All right, let's jump straight back into the mayhem. Our guy's having an amazing day in the woods, right up until a 10-ton fury ball of fur starts hunting him down. His soul is trying to escape as that unhinged, drooling monster charges through the woods, hunting for something human-sized to tear into. Thinking fast, our main man yeets himself behind a tree, clamps his breath shut, and prays to every god that'll hear him. Then he slides down, utterly spent, convinced he's finally safe. As he gasps for air, his mind scrambles to understand what just happened. Yeah, that was a bear, but not any bear he's ever seen. This thing was a full-on magical beast, like a roided-up nightmare ripped straight out of a video game. He spots the collateral damage, some warped six-legged horse, totally obliterated. And that's when curiosity kicks in hard, so he snaps out his appraisal skill to figure out exactly what the hell he's looking at. Results flash on screen. An assault savannah horse bursts through, a mutated nightmare pumped full of magic. Then this demon bear slaughtered it and dove right into a snack, so now we've got to ask, why did it suddenly bolt in the middle of eating? Right on cue, the sky answers his call. Rain starts falling out of nowhere. Realizing this is his cue to bolt, he snaps his gathering to a close and races to report this absolute unit of a monster to the chief. Back at the village camp, he drops every horrifying detail of that terrifying encounter, piece by piece. The chief just gives a grim nod. Yeah, that was a demon bear, like it's no big deal, just casually mentioning a walking natural disaster. He tells you these things are basically unstoppable forces of nature. Things that used to crash into the world every few years and smash everything in their path. And just like that, the chief slaps our hero with gratitude, saying, "Good thing you pushed them to evacuate when you did, otherwise this would have been a disaster." Yeah, sure, but our guy can't stop fixating on why that bear ran off, until the chief lays it out. The bear probably got its fill, and once it feels rain in the air, it bolts. Because this isn't just rain, it's the spark that kicks off the legendary rainy season. A brutal downpour slammed down so hard it turned the whole forest and the plains into one giant, knee-deep lake. But that means even the demon bear can't roam freely. While everyone else breathes out in relief, a totally different shock crashes into our unsuspecting lead. He snaps to his feet and strides out of the tent like he's on a mission, while the chief just stands there, totally baffled, demanding where he's headed. The chief wastes zero time and assumes the worst. Don't tell me you're really going to take it on alone. But our hero isn't even thinking about the bear. Then he snaps. The real disaster is the food. Those bland village rations are pushing him over the edge, and his Japanese taste buds basically revolt. He yanks the tent flap open and bolts out, chasing the cure fast. He sprints into the pounding downpour just as the plains begin to flood. He's not chasing some monster for a fight. He's hunting flavor, and then it hits him. Movement crawling through the murky water. Suddenly, a giant crab lunges at him, and its claws snap through the air like lightning. Does our boy panic? Nope. He whistles, snatches rope from his item box, flips the beast onto its back with total swagger, and knots it up like he's done it 100 times. He hoists his prize up high, grinning in glorious victory, beach crab jet. This absolute unit spots the flooded plains and goes, "Oh no, this is a whole buffet. Edible monster gold like a giant gizami crab." The moment the crab sets off, it goes on a wild catching spree, snagging a jeweled scissor crab that looks like it's carved from emeralds. He's gone full possessed, snatching garland poison toads, green moss crayfish, and even a stealth python like it's nothing. And suddenly this survival trip turns into the wild pilot episode of an Isekai cooking show that's pure chaos. But right as he's basking in his sweet haul, someone materializes out of thin air. Victinia herself, bored out of her mind, bone dry even while the monsoon pounds down, and our hero nearly jumps out of his skin. Then he blurts, "How are you not soaked?" And she smirks, saying her god barrier blocks the rain like nothing. Of course, our main guy instantly starts craving one for himself, too. He flashes a joking grin and asks if she's come to chow down on his hard-won crabs. Then she quickly shuts that down. Spotting the opening, he flips the charm on full blast. And with it just the two of them, he suggests they treat themselves by letting him cook for her. And she finally caves reluctantly. With pure handyman magic, he slaps together a temporary base in seconds. Roof overhead, seats ready, and all of it screams total flex. He tells the bewildered goddess, "Hang tight," then whips up a gourmet crab like it's the greatest dish on earth. He barges into work, cracking a huge grin as he whips up the meal. As the crab starts to boil, the goddess leans in, eyes locked on him, utterly spellbound. He's so locked in that he doesn't even clock his bunny ears, sagging under the humidity. In a surprisingly tender twist, Victinia's reaches out and dries them off for him. He gets flustered for a second, and she instantly bonks him on the head, yelling that he's rude. And she insists on it like it's all about her, selfish to the core. He demands a selfish thank you for every hard day he's put in for the village. Yeah, sure. For one brief moment, a truly sweet, peaceful hush settles between them. They're finally seated, and then bam, dinner hits, a piping hot boiled crab fresh straight from the pot. Victinia's, who's probably never tasted real mortal food, grapples with that brutal shell, and our hero, the absolute gentleman, shows her how to pop the leg free. She takes one bite, and boom, her world explodes into pure bliss. The umami hits, the sweetness blooms, and she can't believe what she just tasted. She dives in and starts devouring it. Before he even gets the chance to suggest she pays herself, she's already demanding seconds. Still chewing like she won't stop, she turns to him and asks if she can grab a few bites back for her sister Ein. Our boy can't stop himself from jabbing. Yeah, I remember her. The one with way more common sense. He nods and agrees, telling her he can keep it fresh inside his item box. Victinia stared him down and grinned, saying watching him is never dull, because he can turn any tool into a blade like it's nothing. She swears it's some god-tier power, then he just shrugs like, nah. He doesn't call it a skill at all, it's only the basic stuff he learned back when he worked wartime as a handyman at a home center. He tells you about his job at this gigantic store that sold everything under the sun, from plants to building materials. He dove into woodworking, mastered electronics, learned how to lay bricks. Seriously, you name it. Then the PTSD slams in as he rants about his lazy manager, forcing him to memorize every new product and dumping a mountain of info he never thought he'd actually need. Trying to dodge the workplace trauma, he shifts the topic, until Victinia blurts out about that bronze statue of him and how insanely proud she is of it. But as soon as he says that, the fantasy slams straight back into reality, because the demon bear. He knows the beast folk won't get a warm welcome as long as that thing is still tearing through everything nearby. Then our hopeless hero finally confesses. Turns out he wasn't some brave hunter earlier at all. He'd just been sprinting for his life because a bear was on his tail. Victinia's isn't having it. She barrels right up in his face, her voice shaking, and flat-out refuses to let him get away with that. Tears spill down her face as she screams that after everything he's pulled off, stuff that should have been impossible, she can't bear the idea of him being weak. Seeing her teeter on the edge of a breakdown, our guy can't resist. He decides to troll her with a sly grin and asks what she'll do if he really runs away, especially since they already built that heroic statue of him. She finally snaps everything in her crumbles. Then she jabs a shaky finger at him, tears and fury colliding on her face as she declares, "I'll never forgive you." But this absolute unit just smirks, pats her on the head like she's a kid, and mutters that she's a truly useless goddess. Yeah, she totally heard him. Oh, this is about to be glorious. All right, buckle up. He's been hard at work turning this sweet little village into a full-on Fort Knox. They're slinging mud, thumping the walls like they mean business, and gearing up for a full-on monster mash. Then Masaru rolls in to inspect the whole mess. The rabbit folk are practically beaming over their brand-new, upgraded entrance. And yeah, it looks seriously solid. Said our main guy throws his nod of approval, pointing out they've even set up lookout posts. So surprise raids from those little monsters are basically gone for good. Lancelot demands more stone, and this absolute unit, who's been bulldozing land like a one-man construction crew, grins and goes, "Yeah, I've got more than enough to spare." He pauses for a breather, admitting, "Sure, I wanted to grind levels, but honestly, boosting up this village feels just as damn good." And let's be real, his stats are straight-up absurd, his titles scream professional overachiever. And that skills list is so long it practically needs its own shopping bag. Honestly, why waste time fighting when you can outsmart them with engineering, feed everyone with farming, and forge your own weapons with smithing? Nothing, later that night, our hero's got food in his mouth when a sudden thought slams into his head. He's desperate for more firepower, so he marches up to the local rabbit folk and demands to know who among them can actually sling fire magic. So yeah, the word is pretty much, not really. Maya thinks the fox folk might have a few magic users, but she's not convinced at all. Then Adelina cuts in, dead serious, saying beast folk usually fight with pure physical power, not with flashy hand gestures. And that's when it hits Masaru. He's been stuck in this world for ages, and somehow he's barely seen anyone so much as cast a single spell. They can only think of 2 people back in the city who could even conjure a drop of water, and that hits our guy like a truck. Inside his head, he starts full-on screaming at the useless goddess for dumping him into some world of swords and magic that has basically no magic at all. Like he just slapped the send button on a divine message tablet, **BP**, right through the roof. He's staring at an email sent straight from the goddess herself, and the whole room crowds in like, wait, what? As a glowing screen lights everyone up with pure confusion. Magic and science in this world just slammed into a brick wall. Yeah, that message pretty much says it. Turns out every race has slammed the brakes on magic research, so the goddess is eyeing Masaru, yep, him, to spark a whole new magical renaissance and look at his face like, you've got to be kidding me, because same. He lets out an awkward confession to the group. The only magic he's got is a tiny bit of healing. But that goddess's message wasn't saying he'd conquer the world solo. It was screaming that magic could be taught to everyone with the right principles. And the second this guy hears teaching, his mind doesn't think lessons, it screams school. He instantly conjures up a flash of a modern Japanese classroom. A full-blown school system kicks off at age 6, and the ambition is straight up unhinged. Adelina can't stop wondering what kind of wild, futuristic tech exists in his world. And our main guy pulls out the perfect show and tell. He whips out a smartphone. The girls can't even blink. They're just gaping at that mysterious black rectangle like it's about to blow their minds. He reaches for the Switch Classic. Then the battery's dead right when panic starts to bubble up, and suddenly the Apple logo flickers to life. He kicks off a full-on tech demo, and this wild gadget lets you talk to people who are miles away. It can play thousands of songs, snap pictures, and even shoot videos. If you let this fire hose blast you, you can game and surf the internet like it's a giant dictionary. Only the girl's brain is getting fried by all that non-stop information. Seeing he's about to lose them, he throws caution aside and decides to just show them everything. He whips out his phone, snaps a fast selfie with Adelina and May, boom, and they're instantly hooked. Soon enough, they're all hunched over the calculator, tapping buttons like it's a game, while music blasts in the background. Suddenly, Masaru snaps back to reality. Wait, hold on. He got totally derailed by his 21st century toys. He's meant to teach magic, but he's got zero clue himself. So he does the smartest move. He strides right up to the air and starts shouting for the goddess Victimias. And poof, she warps in and lands right beside him. She's totally stunned. He somehow clocked her spying on him, and he just shrugs it off like it's nothing, then cuts right to the chase. You tricked me, didn't you? Victimia drops the bombshell. Our poor unsuspecting hero's been casting magic the whole time without even noticing. And when he clashes with Lancelot, his sword gets powered up with magic on autopilot. He pulled the exact same move when he fought those bandits up in the mountains. This wasn't just skill anymore. He was bending reality itself. She tells him his God-given powers are basically a gamer's interface for magic. His brain forms the plan from what he wants to do, shaped by game know-how and stuff he's seen at home improvement stores, and the system just makes it real. But real healing magic in this world isn't some simple spell. It's way more brutal, and it demands real medical know-how. Finally, Masaru snaps into it. Those slotted skills weren't just strange. They were tailor-made for him, perfectly weird, perfectly convenient. Victimias asks if he still remembers that rush, the energy surging through him right when he activates his skill. She tells him that if you truly understand how flow strengthens it, then picture that flow as raw, burning energy. You've got the entire foundation of magic nailed. Our boy is about to take the leap, and Victimias shoots him a slightly shaky thumbs up. She tries to play it cool, talking like she's totally unbothered. Then her sister rips into her, lays down a scolding for the whole Gov magic stunt. And yeah, it's pretty clear she's not as fearless as she's pretending. The second Masaru gets a little too cocky. She snaps him with a divine fist, right to the face to remind him who truly runs the show. She finally admits, cheeks blushing, that she's only stepping in because her little sister is the goddess of magic. And since she's the older one, she feels it's her job to rise and handle it. Up Masaru just grins like, relax, I've got no complaints about her stepping up. And just like that, our hero dives headfirst into the dark, dangerous world of magic research. Meanwhile, the village defenses finally go up, and a heavy, peaceful calm washes over everyone. Turns out the demon bear they'd been gearing up for never showed its ugly face at all. So Masaru's hilariously bummed, while everyone else lets out a breath of pure relief. They're already planning to smash those extra fortifications next year. Even now, the village elder is blown away by Masaru's fresh weapon designs, especially those arrows. Our boy lays out his ruthless logic. He jams backward-facing barbs in there, so once they sink in, they turn into a total nightmare to yank back out. Then he shrugs it off and casually suggests poisoning the tips to make them hit even harder. Adelina gasps as she calls his weapons merciless, but he just shrugs like it's nothing, because in survival it never looks pretty. Next, we're hitting the Trentwood bow, crafted from that rare wood, and it looks absolutely unreal. But here's the catch. This bowstring is so brutal that the rabbit folk archers can't even pull it back. Even Lancelot, the certified beast, can barely wrench it back a little, shaking with strain, while pure effort rips his soul right out of his body. Masaru steps in, pulls back the bow like it's his destiny, and pours a little of that brand-new magic straight into his shot. He snaps the bowstring and lets the arrow rocket through the air. It doesn't just hit. This thing obliterates the target, barrels through, then snaps a massive tree clean in half like it's nothing, and everyone just freezes, mouth open. This dude is a walking siege weapon. Right as they're still trying to process this insane show of power, the emergency alarm erupts and starts blaring at full volume. From the lookout post, a scout is blasting a scream, Demembeers, while the whole team tears into their search, combing the area for whoever's out there. A bone-chilling roar rips through the northern cliffs, and it shakes the whole village to its core. The whole place is wrecked, shattered into pieces, and that threat they swore was gone is right here, closing in fast. The chief whips around to Masaru, grim as thunder. Can you pull it off? Our hero snaps into a confident, almost feral grin. You bet I can. He snaps into full commander mode on the spot, barking orders and locking everyone into position. He turns to Adelina and declares he's handing the village's defense over to her before he leaves. He leans in and drops a fast, comforting pat on the bunny sisters' heads, and he blasts the news that the very first official demon bear hunt is going to start. With his squad locked in, this absolute unit barrels ahead, ready to take the hit and face whatever comes next. All right, buckle up. The demon bear's counterattack is officially unleashed, and while the girls stay on the sidelines, one of them forces her way into a burst of positive energy. That tiny bunny girl is trying so hard to trust our main man, but her face is flashing. We're doomed in bright red, like the end is coming for all of us. And yeah, her fear is totally justified, because Masaru is locking eyes with a beast that looks like it swallowed a grizzly bear, and then he hits the gym and doesn't stop for a whole decade. That monster is completely unhinged, roaring like it's about to tear the world apart, and our hero's expert take is basically, yeah, it's beyond pissed, you feel it too, don't you? Yeah, he says, grinning at how dead on his prediction was, aiming for its eye was perfect. And honestly, it's kind of insane to feel proud when a 10-ton ball of furry rage is about to plow straight into you. But don't stress, this absolute unit has a plan, and it's so simple it'll blow your mind. He's about to act like a squeaky decoy chew toy to lure the big guy straight into the trap zone, while the bunny archer squad on the cliffs rains covering fire from above. This is a fight they can't possibly lose. The whole village is hanging by a thread on this wild plan. And without missing a beat, our guy shoots the signal. Ready, first volley. At last, the archers loose their arrows. Whoosh, turning the sky into a deadly, beautiful rain of pointy doom straight for the beast. Then, exactly as planned, one fighter hurls straight into their eye. The volley slams into its hide again and again, shredding it into this massive, furious pink pincushion. The bear stumbles again, clearly having the worst day of its life, but it's nowhere near giving up. This is the moment our hero finally clocks in for the real work. With the swagger of a guy begging fate to strike, he starts baiting the monster. Come on then, catch me if you can, and kicks off a deadly game of tag. Like it always does, the bear snaps completely and rockets forward, slashing with claws as huge as scimitars. Masaru twists out of the way at the last second, then he feels it, something seriously off. The bear's losing speed, and you can feel the tension snap in the air. And right there it hits him, his secret sauce. He slathers the arrow tips with that vile ground toad poison. That poison's a total wild card, but somehow it's working, and it's working hard. Spotting his opening, he signals for another assault, second volley. A fresh wave of arrows rains from the sky, tearing into that already cracked monster until it gets shredded. The demon bear gets blasted by shaps again and again, and finally it crumples, toppled by the sheer relentless barrage. It squeezes out one last pathetic scream, then everything goes dead quiet. Is down, victory hits, and the whole squad explodes into cheers because, yeah, they really did it. Our main guy checks his status, and oh man, the EXP and stat gains are straight up unreal. He's basically radiating with smug, satisfied glory. The village gets saved, the whole place is already gearing up for a massive celebratory banquet. And yeah, right now it feels like we're barreling straight toward a happy ending. Right when peace finally starts to settle, and everyone's letting their guard down, the dead bear's head jerks up, and our hero's victory grin instantly crumbles into raw, unstoppable terror. Right behind that first corpse looms the bigger, meaner brother. Yeah, not the same bear at all. This is the final boss's final boss. Yeah, his friends are screaming his name, but he's turned into a statue, completely frozen in place. That new bear doesn't waste a second on small talk. It charges in and slams our hero with one savage, brutal swipe. You can practically hear his ribs crack as he rockets across the battlefield. In the middle of everything, the horrifying realization slams into him. There's more than one. He crashes into a tree like a ragdoll, one hand clamped over his side. Wow, this is bad, he gasps, and honestly, that might be the understatement of the entire millennium. Just as he finally gasps for air, the monster barrels back in, right on top of him again. He barely manages to block the follow-up attack. Then it slams the ground to dust where he was standing. And just when it couldn't get any worse, that bear summons earth magic and traps the bunny archers like it's got them locked in the ground. They're cornered. The beast launches a brutal massacre, tearing through them one by one while they're completely helpless. Just when you think it can't get any more chaotic, a third bear barges in like it owns the place. This went from a brutal battle to a full-on wreck in seconds. An arrow finally nails the second bear in the eye, yet somehow it only makes it even more furious. It snaps the shaft clean in half, and it keeps going. But even our hopeless hero won't quit. Pain rips through him, yet a smirk flashes anyway because he's still got a few cards up his sleeve. His friends are yelling for him to run, but this stubborn idiot refuses to go down. He's got the beast locked on him, and he can still move. Now he just has to bait it straight into his backup traps. He drags his shattered body past the breaking point, then sprints for his life like it's his last shot. He rockets through the woods, adrenaline blasting in his veins. The bear is right on his heels, and those jaws are snapping mere inches from his skin. He's right there, so close, but his body is failing him, and that's a terrifying problem. He stumbles, drops hard, and just completely gives out. He's been fighting to heal himself, but it's still not cutting it. He's stuck just 100 meters short of his goal. Game over. Broken and battered, he lifts his head to face the monster and begs his friends for forgiveness, for the ones he couldn't save. Just as he's about to accept his fate, a voice crashes out of nowhere. Are you really gonna quit like that? How painfully boring. Suddenly, a shadowy figure streaks past him in a blur. It's Mei-chan, the blonde girl from before, and she's planted right between him and certain death. She casually flips aside the demon bear's apocalyptic claw swipe, like it's just a warm-up. She even dares to troll our boy, straight up claiming he looks kinda weak. Then, out of nowhere, she fires off a ridiculous blast of energy that pulverizes the ground and freezes the monster in its tracks. She flicks her eyes back at him and flashes a confident, almost predatory grin. I hope you don't mind me barging in? Yeah, the tomboy just rolled into the chat and she's here to flex. All right, buckle up. We're diving straight back into the chaos. Masaru's having the worst day imaginable, pinned under a demon bear the size of a minivan. But just as he's about to get turned into Monster Chow, Adelina crashes in with an axe so huge it could humble a whole legend, ready to cut this nightmare down and drag it away like a rug. She strolls up like she owns the place, no sweat, no fear, straight up baiting our poor guy. Shouldn't you be thanking me first? She smirks, then slams him with the final sting. You should thank my Chan. She's the reason I made it here in time. Oof, straight in the pride. And back at the camp, the whole squad is spiraling, panicking out of their minds. Mei-chan fights to stay composed, plastering on a brave smile, but you can practically see the worry chewing her up from the inside. She's staring straight ahead like she's got a 1,000-yard stare locked in. Adelina's sister leans in and tells her, it's fine, misunderstandings happen, because their bond is strong enough to weather every storm. But sure, let's squeeze in a heart-to-heart while their friend might get ripped apart. Mei-chan nods, remembering how Masaru warned them to do the same. But then the vibe shatters. Adelina's sister goes rigid, and I swear I heard 2 roaring blasts. And it's not an echo, she realizes one of those roars is coming from a whole different bear. That's when Mei-chan's composure snaps in half. Her heart drops, her hands fly out, and she clutches at Wenison, begging, please help Oni-chan, I'm begging you. Flashback, our hopeless hero sprawls out the whole plan, tells the crew, listen up. This is a one-shot, and it's gonna be brutally spicy. Back in the present, you finally get it. This isn't spicy. It's lethal because this demon bear is an absolute beast. Pure muscle, pure fury, no breaks. Masaru, the ever-gentle one, tells Elena to back off and keep the frail girl safe. Then she glares at him like, "Read the room, dude. I'm literally holding a battle axe." Before they can even argue, the cavalry crashes in, bam. The whole squad surges out of the woods with weapons up, ready to go to war. So they lift their spears and swords. No more waiting, it's go time. The leader roars, "Don't falter, charge." Our boy is totally stunned. He just realizes the whole crew showed up because Meccan rallied the troops. And their plan is pure genius. Crack the tiniest smile, grab that massive teddy bear, and shove it off the cliff straight into a pit of giant spikes. It's a total team blast. Every single person digs in with everything they've got. The bear teeters on the cliff's edge, one paw slips out from under it. Then it just won't quit. This ridiculous beast digs its claws in and refuses to topple, and the whole plan starts collapsing fast. Just as panic crashes in, Masaru flexes, bam. "Great, guys, well done," he roars, popping out of nowhere like a hero. Where he steps forward like a shield, tells them, "Don't worry, everything's going to be all right now, leave the rest to me." This absolute unit finally pauses, soaking in the steady support from his friends, because now he's healed up enough to unleash everything and go all out. Out he locks eyes with the monster and says, "All right then, here I go, bear, cut." The bear charges with jaws blazing wide, and our main man screams, using E8, his ultimate move. So what's his big ultimate move? Sword slash or some crazy magic? Nope. He calls up a gigantic log, then slams it straight into the bear's mouth like it owes him money. The monster's about to bite down, but the log traps its jaws wide open. Splinters explode straight into its face. Masaru grabs the log like a springboard and launches himself into the air. "It's over," he screams, then slams his axe down in a thunderous epic arc. That hit is so brutal it blasts their booties clean off the cliff. As they drop straight into the spike pit, our guy stays cool and casually says, "With this." Checkmate. This unhinged genius plants the move, then blasts the bear right in the face, using its body like a damn launch pad. He rockets through the air, dives straight into safety, while the bear barrels down its one-way road to Pincushinville. He even has the nerve to apologize, "So I'm really, truly sorry, Bear Kun." The demon bear gets totally wrecked as the spikes shred through it. Adelina snaps, screaming his name over and over, convinced he's vanished for good. But right then, a voice slices through the panic like a blade. There he is, dangling off the cliff like he's barely hanging on, battered, but grinning like a villain. "And you're acting like I'm dead or something." This guy has unbelievable nerve, like pure audacity, and everyone storms over with tears in their eyes, thrilled beyond belief that he's still alive. They finally live, and the second they're safe, they tear into him, beating the crap out of him for scaring them half to death. Delin blurts out his chaos plan, and then, midair, he summons a log out of nowhere to slam into his fall and save himself. Masaru flashes a grin and pats the log like it's a trusted partner. Pretty reliable, right? The second demon bear is wiped clean from existence, and the whole team erupts, cheers crashing everywhere because they just won. Our hero stares out, and exhaustion and relief slam into him at once. "I get it, we won." He starts to sway on his feet, like he's one breath away from going down. Then he just face-planted and went out cold, straight up collapsing from pure exhaustion and snoring right there on the spot. The entire crew stood there, totally stunned, like their minds couldn't even catch up. But Adelina just beams with that soft, loving smile. "I guess it really is just like you." She leans over the sleeping hero and whispers, "Thank you for your hard work, Masaru." With the fight finally crushed and the victory locked in, it's time to hit the road and head home. All right, buckle up. After we crushed that demon beer and survived the absolute chaos, you'd think our crew could finally breathe, but nope. Now it's all hands on deck. A city has to rise, and survival hits like a non-stop drumline. The whole squad is buzzing with pure victory, and Masaru is soaking it all in, wearing the hero of the hour look like he just saved the day. And guess who's watching from the cheap seats up in heaven? Goddess Victinius herself, zooming in on her favorite mortal on GodTube, and totally fuming at what she's seeing. Even Hirosama, the guy who's never impressed, has to admit it. Okay, sure, Masaru absolutely nailed it. She's finally calling out his hustle. But hold up, watch as her brain suddenly reboots, and the second she remembers she was fully expecting this guy to get obliterated, she rockets from 0 to 100, shrieking, "Let go of me." Masaru is about to die. Seriously, my girl, those panic vibes are a few days late. Victinius crushes her with the universe's deadliest weapon, then holds her in that calm, silent, smug stare like it's already over. Cornered, Hera forces a calm smile and pretends her sudden obsession with Masaru is just keeping an eye on her apostle. Like that's not obviously a cover story. We can all see the motives, and they scream shady as hell. Victinius tries to steer the conversation away, pushing them to brag about the city's progress, especially the rush to finish every last statue. They lift their glasses high and throw a toast to celebrate their champion's triumphant victory. Meanwhile, down on the mortal plane, our heroes are doing the exact same thing, clinking drinks, celebrating their victory, and toasting the bright future of their brand new home. It's a full-on party thrown to celebrate the total beatdown of the demon bear. A few days later, once the hangovers finally fade, our main man snaps his hands together. Phase 2 is go time. All right, team, we crushed the bear, now let's build this city. The beastmen just stare back, stone cold and emotionless, like they're wearing a mask made of we don't care, and the hype is definitely not mutual. One of them nervously blurts, "Why are there those strange white lines and partitions drawn all over our land?" This absolute beast gestures at the huge, perfectly arranged grid that marches straight toward the mountains. He's basically turned their backyard into a massive blueprint laid out for the world to see. With a smug grin, he says, "Oh, let me break it down for you." Our boy is locked in full presentation mode, jabbing a finger at the sky like he's about to drop the next TED Talk. When someone asks why they can't just plop houses down anywhere, Masaru unleashes hardcore urban planning wisdom and shuts the conversation down fast. He breaks it down with this wild concept called land readjustment, his genius move to keep those nasty workshops away from homes and keep the traffic flowing smoothly. Then he says when you split the zones, disasters like fires, or even a shocking plot twist crime become way easier to handle. And for his grand finale, it's the sewers. He's building a top-tier sanitation system with underground passages, so they won't be trapped living in their own filth. Even Adelina perks up at the idea. She remembers it from a lecture on advanced water treatment. A bunny guy with pure terror on his face blurts, "So you're telling me we gotta poop inside the house now?" And Sir here shoots back, "Nope, big fat no." Then he paints this brutal, vivid image of diseases and plagues sweeping everyone out, unless they finally step up and get their hygiene on lock. That terrifying tale seals it. Everyone snaps right on board, no hesitation. But then bam, new trouble hits. A beastman calls out that the housing plots are so tiny they barely fit a tent and demands, "Why are we building this small?" Masaru's grin is straight-up chaos. He drags out the suspense, then drops the bomb that it's not shacks they're building, it's 2 woe-story stone houses. The crowd goes absolutely feral, 2-story stone houses for them. It's a fantasy inside a fantasy. Adelina snaps it into focus. Yeah, even in huge cities, buildings like that aren't for everyday people, they're for businesses or inns. Masaru then rips into the ridiculous class system baked into this world's architecture. Commoners huddle in mud huts, while nobles strut in brick houses, and he's about to tear that pyramid down to rubble. With pure fire in their hearts, the whole town clenches their fists and charges forward, ready to build the dream homes they've been craving. Masaru drags them straight to a prototype he already hammered together, an upright wooden frame standing tall like it owns the room. He kicks off the briefing by declaring that these partitions are the solid backbone of the houses. The woodwork is carved so precisely that every piece snaps into place like a flawless puzzle, no nails needed. Once the framework goes up, they'll slam stone into the walls and build it all from the ground. And here's the real secret that keeps the stones locked in place. Not magic at all, but Masaru's special recipe. A paste brewed from seashells, hemp, and seaweed. Adelina's stunned because it hits her. This stuff is basically concrete, and she blurts out, "Wait, was this your old job?" Our hopeless hero blurts out that he was only a delivery guy for craftsmen. Then he drank up all their hard-earned knowledge, soaking it in like a sponge. He may not be a master with brute skill, but he's got the know-how to turn anything into something. So Mei-chan can't help it. She asks if he's a bad person because, yeah, that work sounds a little illegal, and he doesn't even try to deny it. Pat pivots smoothly and shrugs like, if it helps them, who cares? Then he gives her a reassuring pat, and just like that, the whole team snaps back on track. With morale blasting through the roof, they march right back to work, ready to take on anything. Ready to forge a jaw-dropping city side by side with me. Next up, an all-out epic construction montage that'll blow your mind. Frames shoot up, stones get slammed into place, and whole streets rise from the dust like they were never gone. 1 month later, the first street is finally finished, and it looks absolutely mind-blowing. Masaru decides the moment has come. He's finally ready to unleash his biggest invention yet, the modern toilet. Then he proudly shows Mei Chen the right way to sit, while she just stands there, completely stunned. She's completely baffled by this weird display, so she backs away inch by inch, like she's trying not to panic. She mutters that he's disgusting under her breath, and our hero is left totally stunned, like he can't even process what just happened. Shaking it off, he throws caution to the wind and starts mass-producing them anyway. As they stroll through their brand-new city, Mikan can't stop staring at everything they've built. And she reminds him they still need farms and industry, softly telling him, "Don't you overdo it. Don't burn yourself out." This guy vows he'll team up with everyone and finally stop charging in like a reckless maniac. Finally, he earned a sweet smile from Machen. But that calm shatters the second a guard comes barreling in, sprinting straight at them and screaming that something's gone wrong. They slam toward the gate, like their lives depend on it, but it's not a supply problem. Breathless, the guard blurts the shocking truth. There are humans at the gate, and every single one is unconscious. Masaru's face locks up in total, jaw-dropping shock. The freshers, "Yeah, all right, let's dive straight back into the chaos, because those rumors about a bunch of collapsed humans, they're not rumors anymore, they're terrifyingly true." And right away, Masaru spots the armor, those same sketchy knights who got tossed out of the post town. The grizzled veteran, staring everyone down, confirms it. Yeah, these men are the king's guard. And they are in absolute shambles, like things have totally fallen apart. He bursts in and tells everyone, "Call me Fried." And he's totally stunned, because our main guy can heal with magic. Masaru stays ice calm and drops his name like it's nothing, like it's no big deal at all. Then bam, the door slams open, and in storms this absolute drama queen named Adelina. She blurts that she's Lancelot Dono's niece, and the knights nearly snap in half from the shock. Turns out our hero's wild, ridiculous exploits have already sprinted all the way to the capital. The elder steps in fast, trying to calm the storm, explaining their brand-new, fragile alliance like one wrong word could break it. And Masaru cuts in, dropping the truth he learned. Don't label every human by what a handful of idiots do. Fried finally spills the real reason they're trespassing. This isn't random trouble. They've been sent on a top-secret mission straight from the king to wipe out and subjugate a mutated beast. First, he paints this one-horned demon horse with dark skin and 6 legs, and you can practically hear the light bulb clicking on over everyone's head. But our boy just shrugs and goes, "Oh, you mean the dark horse? Yeah, about that, I already handled it." Fried's soul rips out of his body. Then he blurts that his elite squad got smashed to pieces by a demon beer, and they had to fall back for a full week. He tries to play the hero, barking at Masaru that this place is way too dangerous, and ordering him to come back with them for safety. Without missing a beat, this absolute unit just smirks and drops the biggest flex of the century. "Yeah, the demon bear. We took it out too." Fried's face, pure jaw-dropping shock, was priceless. Masaru cranks up the trolling and tells him he can show the corpses of Boichi monsters, conveniently stored away in his very own dimensional stash. Fried completely snaps. He's screaming, "You've got it with you." The bunny elder clocks his desperation in an instant. This isn't just curiosity. He's craving that corpse for a specific, dangerous reason. So when Fried Formality finally demands the monster parts, he meets your gaze head-on and drops the coldest line. "Sorry, that's a no from me, dog." Adelina eats up the drama, whispering that our boy is up to something bad, while Fried flashes this seriously shady grin. And right here is where it all goes wild. Masaru bursts in with the most insane sales pitch, claiming that even though the bear gobbled up most of the horse, what's left is prime, top-tier quality stuff. The bones are built like steel, and the skin stays silky smooth. As the suspense hits its peak, Fried's moments away from blasting, like he's 1 second from exploding. Our hero lands the final blow, then the horn blares too. Bingo. Fried blurts out a deal on the spot, swearing those materials are worth a fortune, and they'll even toss in the bounty reward on top. But here's the twist. Our boy already clocked it. This isn't about money. The knights want that horn so bad, for fame, for glory, and for pure political power, stuff you can't just buy anywhere. So he weighs his options hard, take the cash, or twist it into a massive favor he can cash in later. He makes his move, forget the money. "I'm not letting you go alone, I'm coming with you to the capital." The whole room freezes, everybody's mouth drops, and silence slams down like a brick. He lays down his terms. He'll swing by himself and haggle over the material's price in person, right at the biggest stop on the map. Fry agrees, but he shoots back a warning. Royal negotiations are no walk in the park. Masaru only smirks. "Don't underestimate me." He flexes, flips his trump card, and the whole room locks in. "Yeah, that's me. I used to be a broker at a home center, and trust me, I know how to negotiate." Food showed up, And just like that, the deal snapped shut for good. And then Masaru drops the bomb. He's gotta take a dip for a bit to handle a project. It's so cute, I swear the effect makes them pout like they're mad, adorably. He promises her this trip is all business. No punches, no brawls, not a scrap. And what's this urgent project? Oh, no big deal. He's cranking out a gigantic multi-story house from the ground up. But hold up, this isn't some plain old house build. He's staking a full-on public bathhouse plan, and who knows, he might even be hunting down a legit hot spring next. Our hero, a modern Japanese man, straight up declares that a proper bath isn't optional. It's a cultural must. The girls are totally thrown off. But they're buzzing too, because the thought of never scrubbing up with freezing cold water again has them practically vibrating. Adelina, the ultimate pragmatist, points out that heating a bath that huge would turn into a total logistical nightmare. But our main man's got an ace up his sleeve. He stumbled onto a real hot spring. Then he launches into a mini science lesson, breaking down how geothermal activity really works. He bragged that his ridiculous map skill led him straight to an underground river of lava, right beside a vein of water. You know, the sky stuff, right when he's gearing up to start his big, grand construction plan. Right then, Adelina snaps him back to it, reminding him of the shrine he swore he'd build for the goddess. Those bunny girls are absolutely ruthless about it. But Masaru is straight up stalling, like he's got zero intention of getting things done. And just like that, speaking of the devil, the goddess herself bursts out of thin air, smiling as she announces she skipped work just to come watch him. Before he even has time to blink, she whacks him on the head for slacking on his divine duties. Turns out even goddesses can get petty as hell. And she even showed up with her envoy too, Isla Saphira, a brand new girl. Meanwhile, she's so locked in and calm while her boss is a full-on chaos storm. All right, buckle up. Our boy is just minding his own business when this jaw-dropping new arrival suddenly shows up and asks if he's with the Victinias. And trust me, this isn't some random stranger. This is Sephral Victinius' sister, here to spill secrets about what the future holds for the whole world. Isla, the more polished of the two sisters, drops this casual Tuesday idea. Ditch the dull stuff and just sit down for a real nice chat. And she goes, so you guys, then snaps her wrist and a portal just casually appears. Right out comes a perfectly set table with chairs, all primed for tea time, and it's an absolute flex. Ever the nerd spots it instantly as a dimensional storage skill, but Isla just grins like she's telling him, you've got the wrong scale, way too small. She tells him, in this world, nothing is set in stone. Skills aren't for one-size-fits-all rules. They're meant to be used your own way, creatively. Victinius tries to steer the talk back to how insanely talented Masaru is, but this absolute unit has a better joke. He flips the whole conversation and trolls her by building her a statue. And just like that, the divine goddesses snap completely. Composure gone, both of them losing it and screaming at once. And yep, AT is right there as Eid's necessary, right? But the girls are buzzing out of control, already imagining their marble selves standing there, all carved and perfect. Masaru says he'll need some reference stuff, and catchedly jumps in. She offers to send him a picture she snagged from her status screen. And then he sends the image. Victinia in a full-on bunny girl outfit, straight from her punishment game souvenir, and she's absolutely mortified. Right when panic hits and everyone scrambles, our hopeless hero just smirks and goes, man, I wouldn't need these numbers if you'd only said it straight. The girls are already screaming, delete it. Delete it, right now. Right after that, he doesn't even hesitate. He charges for the kill shot like it's the only thing that matters, your 3 sizes. Isla's scandalized to the bone, calling him shameless, but Victinia's is so obsessed with statues she nearly caves. Until it hits her, she's been played. Right as the ride kicks in, the goddess snaps. Then Victinia unleashes a ridiculous blast of holy power straight into his face. That magical energy hits like a tidal wave, way denser than anything he's ever felt before. A gigantic pillar of light blasts up into the sky, and everyone across town sees it. The girls barrel over, terrified out of their minds, and blurt, is our boy still in one piece? He survived, but that raw power has him rattled. Meanwhile, Victinius is blaming me for it right in that moment. Yeah, you literally just tried to erase him. Villagers are freaking out because a wild, sudden light show just exploded in the sky. And then the goddesses themselves appeared, cutting through the air right in front of the crowd. The whole town is stunned, because this isn't a rumor, it's a literal divine visitation. They drop to the ground instantly and start worshipping right away. The goddesses are so awkward about it, admitting they're not used to getting that much attention at all. Masaru snaps at them to get it together, then presses, so why are you really here? And that grand divine reason they came. They're not here for prayers, they're here to chow down on crabs. Yep, Victoria admits she told her sister about those delicious crabs, then used her statue business as a flimsy excuse just so she could slip downstairs for a snack. Right when the opening shows up, our main man steps in, grabs the crowd's attention, and declares he's been chosen, divine mission in hand, from the goddesses themselves, to boost the town's food supply. He's waving around two unstoppable gods like a cover story, then unleashing a full-on agricultural revolution like he's the mastermind. He lays out his big, bold vision, then promises they'll expand the farms and plantations, locking in their food supply for good. He divides the workforce into two squads, one to scout the local plants, and the other to kick off construction right away. With a snap of urgency, this guy barks out orders, and the whole village erupts into motion. Isla warns this is going to be a brutal, massive climb, and Masaru grins, because he's about to reveal his real master plan. This isn't just about farming. He's overhauling the entire city, planting parks like masterpieces, setting up cozy gazebos, and redesigning the gardens until everything looks stunning. And that's why they built those statues and shrines, turning the place into the perfect getaway for those two goddesses. The bribe drops right on target. You're saying I can chow down on crabs every time I come to play. They're absolutely in, standing up and swearing they've got nothing but full support to give. Our boy finally clicks. He accidentally turned his whole town into a divine resort, and guilt crashes over him like a tidal wave. But when he sees their starry-eyed smiles, he locks in a deal. Every time they show up, they're getting a crab feast. After bribing the goddesses with seafood, our hero wastes no time. He gets straight to work, demands a favor, and brings up Esla's shady magic from earlier. He swears he'll break it all down in detail, once the crabs are dealt with, of course. He leans in and promises Victinius, "When the time hits, I'll send you the message for my next move." She grabs his attention, because she knows he's about to hit the capital soon. And just a few days later, they finally crash into the Great's capital city. Inside the castle walls, a guard bursts in to tell the king that Commander Fried has come back. And there he sits, the king, all swagger and villain in full regalia, leaning on his throne as he fires off one cold question. "Did you get your hands on it?" The mutated beast's horn. "Oh yeah, this is about to go nuclear, and everything's gonna get wild fast." All right, hold up. 2 weeks later, our crew finally slams into the capital, and Fried is living it up like he owns the place, getting spoiled by the 5-star treatment at those giant city gates. But our main man, Masaru, is straight up having a meltdown. Fried is trying to act like a serious knight, and this dude's openly whining that his butt hurts from a freaking 7-day carriage ride. Fried barely catches his breath before snapping him back to reality. Yeah, they only grabbed a carriage because someone panicked and bolted from their last mission. Then they made a quick detour to meet the local rabbit folk leader. Here, our heroes finally slam into their stride again. Magaru, the leader, tells everyone the truth. Her people are getting crushed because some shady party swept in and dragged a whole group straight into slavery. So yeah, she's got zero interest in trusting outsiders. Every corner of this town is bubbling with grudges and envy, and it's the perfect, electrifying vibe for a brand new city. But when our boy spots his favorite rabbit people getting slammed by trouble, he doesn't hesitate for a second. He jumps in to help sort it all out. With everything handled, Fried drops his plan like a bombshell. First he checks on his sister, then he barrels straight to the castle for his audience with the king. But Masaru, chaos in human form, refuses to let the plan stand, and now he's dead set on hitting the shops first for a Jeffu fruit. First, the second Fried realizes he's about to get hauled into another useless side quest. His soul practically rockets out of his body. But this absolute unit only smirks like, "Hold up, I've got to verify something before I step into the royal meeting. And I'm telling you, this is gonna be legendary." So they storm right to the Adventurers Guild, where the air practically crackles with hardened warriors and battle-scarred veterans. A cheerful receptionist beams at them and asks, "Are you here to grab your quest?" Next, Masaru, dead serious, no hint of a joke, shrugs, "You know what? I've always wanted to be an adventurer." Then he rips off the act and leans in like it's a secret. "All right, so just hypothetically, what's the market price for materials from a one-horned, mutated beast?" The receptionist, clearly used to all kinds of weirdos, just shrugs and points him straight to the materials counter. The guild expert spills every detail. Standard monster parts, a few silver coins, the rare goodies too, and if you're lucky, maybe even a gold coin. Dragon-level materials. Now we're talking. At 100 gold coins a pop, this stuff doesn't come cheap. Then, right when he pushes through, he finally stumbles into the mutated beasts. Insanely rare creatures, blazing with magical power, and way too brutal for even the king's own guard to handle. Just one mutated beast piece, still writhing with power, would fetch thousands of gold coins at auction. Masaru's mind starts doing the impossible math, and boom, the system crashes with a blaring error. Trying to play it cool, he's failing. Inside, he's screaming at the idea of 100 million yen just for a monster head chilling in his inventory. On the way to the castle, Fried can only stare in pure horror as our boy tumbles into a totally unhinged, villain-level fit of giggling. The poor knight is practically on his knees, begging, "Please, don't start trouble." And Masaru just smiles like he's got no idea what he's supposed to be. They finally burst into the throne room, and the guards blare that His Majesty has visitors. The room is absolutely massive, so huge it crushes your spirit and makes you feel tiny and powerless. The unit stood firm while the king towered over them from his throne, looking like an absolute monster. The king's eyes snap onto them like lightning, and then our hopeless hero ends up staring straight into the face of the ruler of the entire human race. Frayed hisses at him to kneel, but Masaru's already racing through calculations, already eyeing the trump card in his sleeve. In front of the whole royal court, he straight up throws down, "I refuse," and the guard plus the fired guy both drop with shock like they just got punched in the soul. The king isn't even furious. He's way more curious, and Masaru dives in like, "No honorifics, no formalities, just straight up. I'm Masaru." The king bursts into a cackle, grabs the kid's guts like it amuses him, and promises to forgive his insolence because his mood is riding high. Then he swings the hammer, "But Masaru, don't you dare mess around. If you ruin my good mood, you'll regret it, and you won't even get to imagine how bad it gets." A cold shiver claws up Masaru's spine as the king demands the report, right then and there. Fried fires off their plan fast, then makes it crystal clear. Masaru wiped out the mutated beast all by himself, the one that had been terrorizing the beastmen. Masaru slams proof down in front of everyone, dramatically conjuring the monster's severed head right onto the throne room floor. The king is genuinely blown away, calling it a surprising yet downright handsome gift. And with that troll-tastic grin stretched across his face, Masaru snaps it out again, "I refuse." The whole room freezes in silence. No, this isn't a gift, he tells them straight. He's here to run a negotiation, and he's offering a horrifying trade, the head for a favor. But the king's smile dies. He tightens his royal grip and hammers Masaru with a cold reminder. His place is to look up, not to stand on the same level. The air in the room tightens into something unbearable, an absolutely terrifying aura that even Masaru has to admit feels exactly like Lancelot's overwhelming power. But just like that, the king slams the brakes, snatches the moment back, and apologizes for going too far. He can't stop lamenting how brutal it feels to rule alone, picked by the gods, yet trapped in loneliness. This is the opening Masaru's been waiting for, and that's hilarious, because a little bird tells me you were so jittery during your coronation you tripped over your own name again and again. The king's expression freezes into stone, and my grin turns pure, unfiltered chaos. Else the king's composure shatters completely. He shot up from his throne and roared, "Wait, wait." Yeah, he demands to know exactly who spilled Masaru's top secret, painfully embarrassing story. History, instead of answering, our main man just cuts in, "Enough talking, let's start the show," and summons a swirling vortex of dark energy. Out of the portal strides a literal goddess, Victinia's, towering over the king's slack, jaw-dropped face. She whips around to Masaru with a playful scold. "Are you really treating a goddess like a throwaway, calling me up only when it suits you?" And man, our boy just landed the ultimate flex right in front of the kingdom's most powerful ruler. All right, strap in, because we're diving straight back into the chaos. Right away, we meet the king of grottas, and the way he's staring says one thing. He looks like he just saw a ghost juggle fire on a unicycle in his own throne room. "Your Majesty is totally thrown off," he stammers. "Wait, who is this man?" And honestly, you can't blame him, because the moment he does, he's right back at 30, kneeling before that glorious heavenly goddess. Seeing that same goddess casually lounging in his castle with some random guy just short-circuited his royal brain. He's losing his mind. Why are they throwing a tea party right in front of him? Because that's the whole deal. Masaru's straight up chilling, sipping tea with goddess Victinia's like they're back to their old college roommate days. She's telling him that another goddess, Hera, was blown away by how fast he's been leveling up, and Masaru, as smooth as ever, just drinks it all in like it's music. Victinia yanks out a glowing projection, and bam, turns out another goddess, Esla, is already on his request. Next, Isla is out there in the middle of the bunny girls, scrubbing and getting her hands dirty, and our main guy is staring like, "Hold up, what do you mean a goddess is doing manual labor for me? Is that even allowed?" Then Victinius just shrugs it off and says, "She's a good goddess," like that explains everything. Suddenly, the king loses it. He strides forward, roaring that goddesses need to stop meddling in mortal business. He blurts out 2 words before he clocks that he's yelling at a literal divine being, and then his whole body gives up instantly. Wait, no, oh my ease. Too late, my dude. Victinius drifts down like it's effortless, all smiles and sweet apologies. My apologies, action finally, king of greatas. We were so locked in that conversation that we didn't even notice. The king's sweating bullets. Yeah, time really flies, so let's cut straight to it. What's the real story between you and this guy? Why, Victini tells you our hero is her apostle, so yeah, she technically outranks him. Then she grins and adds, also, he's been catching me crabs lately. The king's brain just faceplants into a blue screen, and an apostle is out here delivering seafood. Like, what in the world is going on anymore? Masaru steps in to calm things down. Nope. He just shrugs. I'm nobody special, I'm an average guy, and somehow claims he's totally normal, while those painfully unconvincing hand gestures scream the exact opposite. This absolute unit is freaking out inside, spiraling like, no way, how do I tell him I'm a transmigrator from another world? World, panicking because he's botching the explanation. He whips his eyes to Victinius, begging for help. She presses a finger to her lips, stalls for 1 beat, then drops the kind of truth that knocks you back. I guess we're friends. The king's jaw drops because France looks immortal. So tell me, is he really hanging out with a god? He spots his opening and charges straight through. Right there, he blurts out that as her friend and follower, he's ready to raise a statue for her. Victinius snaps his gaze to her and her eyes blaze as she instantly whips around to the king and orders him to get the materials, while the poor guy gets completely bulldozed. But before he can even get a word out, a fresh player storms in, and this one's a way more terrifying goddess. She materializes out of nowhere, grabs Victinius by the scruff of his neck and snaps, "You're overstepping your authority here, Victinius." The chill goddess is shaking with pure terror, because her boss, Harasama, has finally shown up, and she is not asterisk in a good mood. Hera snaps out a 24-hour or good course for nothing, then grabs Victinius and starts hauling her away, and even as Victinius gets yeeted into another dimension, she screams back, "Don't forget my crabs." And just like that, poof, they're gone, vanished into thin air. The king just stands there, stunned by the wild chaos he witnessed, and one thought hits him hard. No way they're really friends. I need to be friends with Masaru too. Fast forward a bit, and boom. Our boy is sitting down for a formal meeting with the king. He drags the statue back into the spotlight and asks the bigwigs in the capital for permission to build it. Then he plays it smooth, admitting he felt totally blindsided by the goddess's sudden demand. The king is fully jumped on the Masaru hype train, and he announces he'll personally take the wheel and handle the negotiations to honor the gods. But here's the twist. This king comes with a condition. He can't stop wondering, why is Masaru so hooked on getting the horn of a one-horned mutated beast? Next, he whips out a royal scepter and swears it was forged from that exact same material. Ever since forever, the new king has been handed one. No exceptions, a tradition that never breaks. The king admits his glory days are gone, and he's got to ready the realm for whoever comes next, because that's his duty. It's this full-on, heart-pounding speech that hits like a punch. But our main man doesn't fall for it. He stares at the scepter and clocking something seriously off. Without missing a beat, he flexes his appraisal skills like it's a superpower. The results flash on screen, and bingo. This scepter wasn't ripped from some mutated beast at all. It was forged from a unicorn horn packed with a brutal detox power. Our boy just snagged the king's huge bluff. Then he called him out to his face, and the king's confidence totally collapsed. The deal's dead on arrival, and the king mutters, completely busted. The king shoots back with a grin, trying to save his pride. So he demands, Masaru, do you really think I was trying to deceive you? Our hero flips into full business mode and lays out the royal lesson. Negotiation isn't about exploiting trust, it's about finding common ground. The king's jaw drops. He swears to the goddess that the tradition is real, then quietly admits there's tricks in the mix. He's genuinely blown away by this guy's character. Later on, Masaru steps up with a fresh, no-lies bargain. The kingdom will officially hunt the beast. Masaru gets the hornet cost, and in exchange the king gets first pick of every legendary item Masaru forges with it. But our boy flashes a grin. Yeah, it's a deal. And they seal the deal with a firm handshake. Business is booming like crazy. Now that the deal's sealed, the king leans in and demands, "All right, what happens next?" Next, Masaru has to restock, so the king hooks him up with a place to stay in the capital, and even assigns him his own personal guide. We jump to a library, where a poor knight named Zack gets yanked away from his books like he's about to be dragged into chaos. Fried, his friend, rushes in to tell him, "You've been assigned to escort a VIP, because the second they struck a deal with the king themselves, you're the one they're trusting." Zack's face says it all. He's definitely not happy about this. He's absolutely stunned. Some random nobody just snagged a private audience with the king. And right then, our hero strides in, flashing the king's official recommendation letter like it's a badge of destiny. "Masaru, I'll be in your care." But wait, he's not finished. Then he adds, "Oh, and I'm counting on you for the workshop stuff too." Zack's brain totally faceplants, gone in 10 seconds from librarian to tour guide to Masaru's personal assistant, while he just stands there, jaw slack with pure confusion, as Masaru flashes that shady, "I know everything" smirk. Oh man, this is about to get ridiculously fun. All right, buckle up. This chaos is about to explode. Our boy is getting the full grand tour from his new buddy, Zack, and yeah, he's way too friendly for someone with nothing to hide. Finally, Magaru blurts, "Dude, I'm just a customer. Why are you offering me a place to stay?" And Zack just grins and sweeps him straight into his family store. And when they finally arrive, oh boy, the store looks like it got torn apart by a hurricane. And yeah, the hurricane totally won. The sign dangles by a thread, the whole place is smashed to pieces, and our hero's soul basically rips out of his body in front of us. Zack nervously admits his dad is doing everything he can, but business is just not doing great. But then our main man jumps into the investigation. He grabs a brick, fires off his appraisal skill, bam. It's legit high quality. He scans the place and his jaw drops. Everything's top tier. The logs are cut with surgical precision, the stones line up like they were made from a single mold, and Zack's dad is an absolute master craftsman. But there's one brutal problem. This guy has zero clue how to run a real business. When Maguru realizes he needs that legendary broke artisan, he grabs Zack and orders him to introduce him to his dad. Zack grabs him and hauls him out back, then screams at his old man like it's an emergency. And there he sits, slumped like his spirit got crushed. An absolute unit of a man who looks like he could bench press a whole house. This dude's getting absolutely crushed right now. Suddenly, the old man snaps. He screams that every last coin is gone, they can't even scrape together food for tomorrow, and the bricks are dead to him. Our boy's internal monologue blurts, "Ah, so that's it." And suddenly the picture snaps into place. The classic deadbeat father, so hooked on his own passion that he watches his family go hungry. Yep, the starving artist curse in human form. It's way worse than it even looks. The dad finally fesses up. Every single worker bylaid because he couldn't pay them for 3 months straight. Zack blurts out where his sister Shawnee is, and his dad stammers that she's gone to work at a rival workshop. Zack absolutely snaps and loses it. He smashes his fist into his old man's face, then rips into him with a scream, calling him a useless dad. As the family drama kicks off, our unsuspecting hero flips into straight-up business consultant mode. He asks about Diana, and the dad just shrugs like it's nothing. Maguru drops the hard truth. "Your products are the best in the capital, so tell me why they aren't flying off the shelves." He calls it out like it's plain to see. This store looks like a haunted house, and customers walk in with a terrible first impression. Sure, the quality might be top-notch, but if your presentation stinks, it all gets wasted. He starts plotting his move, kicking things off with simple inventory management, so customers can finally see exactly what they're buying. With that brutal lecture finally over, the scene snaps hard to the castle. Our hero is about to cash in his fat paycheck from that brutal beast subjugation mission. But instead of pocketing the cash and disappearing, this guy snaps into action and jumps straight into his next business deal. He barges straight into the king's chambers and starts negotiating to sell the kingdom's surplus grain. Then he swoops in, promising to buy every last bit of their extra barley, wheat, and soybeans. After a heated back and forth, they finally hammer out every last detail. The negotiation is over, agreement locked in, the deal is sealed. The king's advisor is absolutely stunned by what our boy can do. Then the king finally drops the ugly truth behind his stash. He's hoarding for one thing, launching military invasions. Our main man shuts it down on the spot, telling the king straight up that these expeditions are nothing but a giant waste of resources. He insists real prosperity isn't stolen by conquest. It's forged by building your own realm from the ground up. This absolute beast then straight up has the nerve to walk up to the king and hand him advice like it's nothing. He starts grilling the most powerful man in the country, right there, teaching him political philosophy like it's a test he can't dodge. He points to the Beastman city he's building, proving that different races can actually live together, build a booming economy, and never once have to invade anyone. Then the air turns ice cold. Our hero leans in and with a veiled threat snaps at the king. Don't you dare look down on other races. You can practically feel the pressure crushing in, second by second. The king is trembling hard, sweating buckets, as our hero's stare pins him in place. As soon as the mic hits the floor, Magaru throws it down and declares, "I'm out." The king slumps in his chair, utterly spent after that brutal verbal beatdown. He whips around to his servant and demands to know if his choices were dead wrong. The servant basically shrugs and goes, "Yeah, the kid's got a point." Fueled by inspiration, the king jumps to a decision. He's got to see that Beastman city with his own eyes. In this huge turning point, he steps up and declares they're bringing pens, not swords. Back at that busted-up shop, our guy comes back from that absurdly successful meeting, riding pure momentum. Zack snaps at him right away, warning him to act right in front of his sister. Magaru bristles with offense and insists, full-on, that he's a man of logic. Diana, Zack's sister, comes rushing in first, and wow, she's an absolute sweetheart. Magaru can't stop grinning. This warehouse is packed floor to ceiling with supplies. He's already scheming up a way to turn all this raw material into straight-up profit. Diana holds up a one-of-a-kind ceramic plate for him, like it's got a secret that's about to change everything. That lightweight armor prototype their dad built was a total home run, pure genius. But the price tag was so brutal there was no way they could ever mass-produce it. Then she shrugs and says she already kicked her dad out for trying to mortgage the house again. This girl is pure savage. They jump straight into it, groaning over the huge debt crushing them, and realize they need a miracle customer, someone who can save them. And right on cue, our hero shoots his hand up. "Big customer, huh? Then fine, I'll buy the whole store." Zack and Diana can't even process what they're hearing. This feels like a blessing straight from the gods. The second the deal's locked in, he's buying every single thing. Right when they're celebrating, this dude drops a classic cliffhanger bomb. He leans in with a sly grin like he's about to change everything. "All right, you guys, promise me you'll hear me out on my proposal." All right, brace yourself. Masaru's about to pitch a business proposal so insane it could actually pay off. And his targets are two talented siblings, drowning in debt. No warning, this absolute unit swings his arms wide and lays down the deal of a lifetime. "So, you and your father, come move to our city." He's not asking them out. He's hunting them for his world-changing, big dream project. Our main man is already thinking 5 moves ahead, picturing a mountain of gold this partnership could crash into his life. Diana can't believe her ears. Leave our home in the capital. She instantly calls his proposal completely unhinged. Masaru's eyes light up. He just smiles and tells them straight up that they're the key to building the legendary Beastman city. Oh, the benefits package. It's straight-up premium. He's promising guaranteed meals, unleaded work, and even a cushy brick-making job for their dad. It's the whole corporate deal, Isekai style. Diana's still not buying it. Abyssman City, you're seriously telling me that's real? She calls out his plans, glaring whole. Yeah, it's obvious because they're human and this city's nearly empty. They've got no clue what's waiting for them there. Yeah, he's got an answer for everything. He leans on his royal connections and swears he'll get the king's blessing to hire any human craftsmen who are barely scraping by. This guy is practically buzzing with excitement. More manpower, faster city growth, and he's absolutely loving every second of it. Zack looks like he just bit into a lemon, like he's that kind of ad. One sharp note attached to the whole grand vision. Diana tries to snap Masaru back to reality, telling him they'd have to master whole new skills just to pull off a project like that. Realizing he's about to lose them, Masaru snaps into action like a pro salesman. He whips back to the supplies, demands a 10% discount, and bam, it's sealed. Smooth as butter. Honestly, insanely smooth. Zack goes along, then leans in and demands, "Do we really get to pay it all in gold coins?" He wants to wipe every debt in one massive, epic drop and be totally done. Diana's gut screamed trouble the moment she thought about it, because the person she owes money to is the sketchiest of the sketchy. But there's no other choice, so she drags herself out anyway. They burst into the loan shark's office, and he's already fuming. "How many times are you gonna pound on my door?" he snaps. Maybe he spots Diana and instantly turns slick with suspicion, convinced she's come back for more cash again. The creep leans in with a slimy smile, says he'll help if Diana insists. And yeah, this dude is absolutely the worst. Before things got any creepier, Zack barrels in and snaps, "Back off." cause they're here to settle their debt, not get harassed. And that's Masaru's cue. He flings this huge bag of gold onto the counter, and the coins pour out in a glittering avalanche. The loan shark's jaw literally drops off. Zack lets out a shaky sigh of relief. Finally, they're clawing their way out of that suffocating debt spiral. But the sleazeball only smirks. You really hauled in this much, huh? And then he spits it out. It still isn't enough. The vibe crashes instantly. Zack is losing it, spiraling over the same question. How on earth do they somehow owe even more? But the lender stays cool and says, "This isn't random, it's about your father and that warehouse you rented." And turns out their dad went and did some seriously unauthorized renovations. We're talking about him using a ladder to protect the wall, punching a hole in the ceiling to cook up a makeshift bedroom, then basically wrecking the whole place without permission. Masaru's soul rips out of his body, and yep, his gut was right. They were too late to stop the dadpocalypse. Zack's devastated. He just realized his so-called good deed for Nungfather totally screwed them over again. Then later that night, our heroes running on empty, utterly wiped out. But instead of crashing into sleep, this absolute unit decides the ultimate stress buster is a massive shopping spree. Retail therapy, baby. Go on, let that shopping fix your soul. He leans in, explains to a stunned Diana that this isn't some cheap game. He's hunting down top-quality goods to draw in even more elite craftsmen to his brand-new city. This isn't some simple hound anymore. This is the future metropolis he's dead set on building. He's dreaming huge, setting his sights on building a city that'll eventually outshine the capital itself. While their dad is happily making bricks, Masaru can't get enough of the pure, wild joy of creating something from nothing. Then the second Diana hears his total unhinged ambition, something inside her snaps into a whole new gear. She locks eyes with him, and with a fresh wave of respect, a small smile breaks across her lips. Right in the middle of everything, the moment turns out to be surprisingly sweet. But Masaru drops the news. He's storming the markets first thing in the morning. Diana jumps in right away, volunteering to be their guide, and promises to drag him through the best spots in town. She's also setting up the big moment, because this is her golden chance to introduce him to other master craftsmen. Fed up with drowning in spreadsheets, she finally calls it quits on the accounting grind and officially slips into the shopping crew. It's about to be a total blast. The very next day, the marketplace is roaring with non-stop energy. And our crew is right in the thick of it, grabbing everything they can. If it isn't nailed down, it's theirs. Zack stares in disbelief as Masaru dumps mountains of stuff into the cart. Seriously, his wallet is a straight-up black hole. They've stacked textiles, bottled seasonings, and pulled out rare vegetables you can't find anywhere else. And there's a goat. Yeah, a goat named the Wadao goat, and Zack's brain just flat-out short-circuits. But it's not just a goat. Our main guy also snagged horned rabbits and cutter quails, building a whole menagerie of mutated livestock that screams danger. Masaru is bursting with joy. He's finally ready to run his own farm. The rabbits taste incredible, the quails keep laying eggs non-stop, and the goat's pumping out milk while Zack just stands there utterly crushed by the non-stop chaos. Zack drags Masaru aside and blurts out his worry about his sister, packing up for this city of chaos. Masaru just stands there, totally lost. Zack, wait, aren't you coming with us? Click, then he suddenly blurts out another bombshell he'd totally left out. Because of his deal with the king, Zack has officially been named captain of a brand new unit, and he's also been assigned as the city's ambassador. And yeah, his face just screams, wait, what? But this poor guy is getting hit with a full-on existential breakdown. How did he go from nobody to captain? And Masaru just keeps trolling him, acting like it's amazing they're totally on first-name terms now. Right then, Diana bursts in out of nowhere, scanning the room for Masaru. She's done thinking. She's made her choice, and she's officially accepting his offer to move straight to Beastman City. Sure, but that plan still had a nasty catch. She rushed to the Merchants Guild to sell the property and get everything sorted. She shoves the official assessment papers into Masaru's hands. As he scans the document, his face twists into total, gut-wrenching horror. Because Dad let their house fall apart, they're getting zero money, and now they're even stuck paying demolition fees. That debt keeps sinking lower and lower, like it's trying to drag him down for good. All right, back into the chaos. Our boys, Zack and Diana, are posted outside the Merchant Guild, and you can practically feel their worry hanging in the air. Right as Masaru tried to pull off his deal, everything blew up on him. And just like that, our main man faceplants through the door. The moment you see his face, you know it's over. This guy looks like he just got handed the receipt after a wild night with a royal princess, and you can practically watch his soul bail out. Zack, sweet as ever, blurts out what went down. and it turns out the Shadij Guild are trying to sock them with a laughably huge demolition fee for the old store. So yeah, the land's worthless, the building's junk, and now they're trying to make our hero pay to tear the whole thing down. Zack fires off the million-dollar question, what are you gonna do? Without even blinking, this absolute unit clutches a monstrously oversized mace, stares right into the chaos and growls, isn't it obvious? Oh yeah, he's absolutely furious. He yanks out a weapon that looks like it could flatten a fortress and growls like a beast, and trust me, I haven't seen rage this wild in a long time. Listen up, this is not a drill. DIY God just picked violence. We cut straight to the crime scene, the rundown old building crumbling around us, while Zack tells it like it is. Our boy was crushed when the guild gave him an ultimatum to pay up or get out. They slapped the deal on him with total force, and they refused to see a single shred of value in that property. So if you're hit with insane fees, what does a sane person do? They swing straight for action, grab a giant flail, and start the demolition themselves. Then he came in with one massive titanic swing. He'll unleash glittering roots against the wall. The whole neighborhood is in shock. Some poor bystander is like, why is this happening? And Zack, the loyal friend he is, just deadpans, oh, he's only hunting a house today, normal stuff. But this isn't mindless destruction. Our guy has a plan. He tells everyone that those crushed stones can be recycled into gravel later, turning the whole mess into zero waste and maximum efficiency. He's even blasting construction magic to whip up dust covers, and yeah, it's definitely still annoying the neighbors, the most considerate, unhinged demolition expert you'll ever see. He even shoves Zack a full-blown, professionally diagrammed demolition plan. Zack's expression screams doom, and somehow I still can't believe he'll be even more of a menace. Yet look where we are now. Right then, Masaru blurted out that Jack, the ambassador's son, was coming to town, so he might as well get him busy the moment he arrives. And speaking of surprise helpers, Diana's dad, the blacksmith, just strolls right up like it's nothing, and turns out our boy hired him for the job, leaving Diana utterly stunned. Zack is totally stunned, straight up asking what on earth they could possibly do next. And this is where Masaru's master plan detonates. He's not just saving money, he's cooking petty revenge. He's going to slap together a brand new, top-tier blacksmith shop from all the salvaged scraps, then sell it back to the merchant guild for a jaw-dropping profit. Pure, glorious troll energy. Once Diana's dad flashes that absolutely psychotic grin, the guy practically shakes with pure excitement, ready to wreck the guild and stack a ridiculous pile of cash. Zack can only stare as this wild dad and daughter moment plays out, and he's just relieved, because his dad is still exactly his dad. With the plan locked in, our hero declares, once this job's finished, we're heading straight back to Beastman City. Zack's already bracing for the chaos he knows is coming, admitting that even though he's used to Masaru's insane plans, they still hit like pure terror. Masaru, the absolute menace, pressures Zack to deliver a proper goodbye to his girlfriend, and Zack's hesitation makes Diana blush so hard it's basically steam coming off her. Finally, her dad bursts into a wicked cackle, like he already knows they're just cooking up excuses to sneak off for drinks later. And what a ride it's been. Our main man marched into the capital, talked the king into backing him, hauled in a mountain of resources, and, most crucial of all, recruited a whole army of master craftsmen to build his new city. After exchanging soul-deep goodbyes, then we jump straight to the moment of his last meeting with the king. The king hears that Masaru's shopping spree kicked up a storm of complaints all over town, and our boy only shrugs with a sheepish, oops. Even His Majesty has heard whispers of a brand new armory, one built to sell to the guild. He nails it right away, that it's a parting gift, a tiny thank you for dragging through all that trouble. And honestly, what a gift, this 3-story stone building is packed with insane displays. But here's the best part. The king has snapped into non-stop laughter over the store's jaw-dropping, next-level anti-theft setup, and there's no escape, because it's topped off with an iron cage that drops. Legendary. The king was blown away, like genuinely stunned. He looks at Masaru's moves and doesn't just call them smart business. He realizes they're a massive leap that boosts the entire kingdom's economy. And yep, he even drops some wise advice, because Masaru's got insane skills, but he can't carry everything by himself. You've got the troops, send them in and make it count. The moment those words land, everything clicks. Our hero finally sees the king's point. To build a real city, he has to lift his people up so they can thrive even when he's not there. He thanks the king for his wisdom, even though the king is basically just talking to himself. With his final flourish, the king offers to trade cultures by sending some tough, unbreakable people. Then Masaru snaps the one condition into place. For the love of everything holy, don't you dare send his sister. With a hard, gripping handshake, the deal gets sealed on the spot. Boom, just like that, a new partnership is born. But the king instantly panics at the mere thought of another drinking party with Masaru's crew. He's already seen enough chaos to last him a whole lifetime. In the present right now, it's go time. Drop everything and hit the road. The caravan they're loading is insanely massive, like the world itself is shouting, "Look what our hero just pulled off." A crew of adventurers, plus that wild elf and dwarf duo, could barely breathe as they stared at just how massive the operation was. They're 8 adventurers who have finally thrown in the towel, ditching the road to settle down in Masaru's brand new city. This absolute unit is over the moon to have them on board, and he's already plotting to hand them the job of training the city's brand new security guards. With the crowd buzzing, our boy reluctantly caves in and agrees to give the departure speech. With his voice trembling, he steps up in front of everyone and delivers a real from-the-heart thank you. He talks about their shared journey, not just to build a city, but to forge a brand new home where all of them and their friends can finally belong. We get a front-row look at every ally he's gathered from the king himself. To his closest crew, he swears that sure, the days ahead will slam hard, but they'll also be packed with fun, laughter, and joy. With one last thunderous command, they charged forward and took off. The grand caravan rumbles to life, like a whole moving city of pioneers charging toward their brand new home. And just like that, the next chapter is officially underway. All right, let's jump back in. Just a few days have slid by since our crew ditched the capital, and the energy is absolutely flawless. With an open road ahead, great company beside him, and seriously, some wild boar that smells like heaven, this doesn't feel like a dangerous quest at all. It feels like a gourmet road trip. Everyone's riding on pure high spirits, except Annabelle, who's squirming in the carriage all day and starting to feel painfully cramped. Meanwhile, Zach, ultimate wingman, seizes the moment and decides to mess with our boy about that brand new elf encounter. Right there, Annabelle panics and blushes, while our guy just bursts into laughter and shrugs it off, until their playful banter gets cut short as they finally spot the river they've been hunting for. The sun's sinking fast, so it's the perfect moment to slam down camp and lock in for the night. Next, our boy and Noria hit the ground running, hauling supplies together like the ultimate power couple. Once camp's set up, the boss storms in and demands a status report on where they're at. And this absolute unit casually whips out a wildly detailed, full-color map like it just got beamed down from a satellite. Then he taps it and says, "We're halfway to the next city, dead on schedule." Noria and the boss lock eyes with the map, and their brains start buffering like the universe just froze. Noria, an ancient elf who's seen it all, can't believe her eyes. This is on a whole other level. The boss just lets out a heavy sigh like, yeah, between that dimensional storage and the rest of his wild skills, nothing he pulls off still shocks me. Our hero just shrugs it off, says even the beastman he crash-landed on was surprisingly chill. And somehow, this guy turns every stop into instant friendships. Once the long trip finally ended, everyone was buzzing for dinner, itching to roll out again tomorrow. All right, it's cooking time. Masaru scans the inventory like his next move depends on it, and decides their meal needs a little extra kick. So he sets his sights on hunting wild birds, and Noria, their resident expert hunter, is absolutely thrilled to do it. Without even a flicker of hesitation, she locks onto a target hiding in the trees. He whips the bow in one slick motion and yeets an arrow straight through it. Clean, perfect, no mercy. She whips around with a sly smirk like, yeah, I'm that good. Zach's jaw drops in total disbelief, snarling that his own bow is basically just a fancy stick next to that thing. Noria leans in and tells them these aren't ordinary birds at all. They're thief birds, famous for snatching travelers, gear the moment they can. But here's the sweet silver lining. Those criminals are insanely delicious, and before you know it, everyone's hooked, ready to launch a full-scale bird hunt. Zach's ready to quit, but our main guy slams the brakes on that. Not yet, don't tap out, I've got an idea. Then he yanks out a bow that screams sci-fi, sleek, brutal, and straight-up dangerous, and hands it to Zach like it's no big deal. Everyone's jaw drops, especially Noria, who gapes in shock and demands to know when he became a bow expert. She snatches the weapon the moment it's offered, instantly clocking the top-tier materials. This thing is a total beast. Masaru blurts that he forged it for himself, mithril tough enough to survive his ridiculous strength. Then Noria smirks and calls his bluff, daring him to draw it and prove it. But then our guy instantly stumbles backward, swearing he cranked the strings too tight and there's no way he's an elf, so it can't be him. Yeah, sure, what a convenient excuse. Still, he takes a deep breath and gives it his best shot, aiming for a distant tree. You can practically see the PTSD from his last accidental mass destruction rampage blazing in his eyes. And I swear, I really hope I don't smash into anything outrageous. And just like that, bam. On cue, a massive bear stomps right into the frame behind his target. Perfect. He looses the arrow, and the power goes completely feral. It rips straight through the tree, then barrels on like it's got nowhere to stop, with a sonic boom snapping behind it. That shot hits with so much raw power it's honestly unreal. From the direction the arrow comes flying, a bone-chilling human scream tears through the forest. Our hopeless hero's soul rips out of his body, and I slam into Samun like, not again. That scream wasn't a prank. Everyone immediately breaks into a full sprint toward the sound. They crash through the trees into absolute chaos. Another caravan is getting ripped apart as a monstrous pack of wolves closes in and swarms them. A lone hooded guy gets separated from the group, and now he's seconds away from becoming dog food for that vicious, ugly alpha. Noria tries to line up her shot, but the whole fight turns into chaos and swallows the moment. So what's this dude do? He snatches the closest log like it's his lifeline, and barrels into the chaos like a freight train, smashing a wolf out of his path. He drops down right in front of the hooded figure, then freezes, staring at a dark-skinned girl who can only stand there, stunned into disbelief. But our hero's grand entrance doesn't exactly make the whole pack scatter. He swings the log hard and chud. It smashes right into the wolf, and the beast doesn't even flinch. It's like he swung at a statue like it was his next target. Noria suddenly screams from the back line, Masaru, get away, they're golems. Arrows, yeah, got it, but with these things, arrows and swords might as well be toys. That night, right after he saved them all, those same people begged him to back off. But her pride won't let her back down. She storms in, sword blazing, only to slam into the golems, hide, and bounce off like it's nothing. And once Masaru realizes fighting, as a dead end, he goes full survival mode. He snatches a wolf golem and throws it into the fight like a living shield. But now he's officially the whole pack's target. Before he can even react, they swarm him in an instant. His friends stare in pure terror, and the knight freezes in guilt, convinced his death is the one thing that's crushed her. Then bam, a voice slices through the chaos, sharp as pain. It hurts, don't bite my neck. The knight has everyone spooked, all right. Masaru's voice comes out all muffled, then he panics. Oh no, I've got a hole in my underwear. This guy's getting ripped apart by rock monsters, and of all things, he's freaking worried about his briefs. So he fights through the chomping golem swarm, stands up coated in rubble, and tells the girl, dead calm, to run back to her friends like this is no big deal. Then he whips his gaze to the golems, and pure terror flashes in his eyes. How dare you? He bellows, because my synthetic fiber underwear is a precious relic when you can't ever replace. He's officially lost it. He yanks the golem gnawing on his arm and starts swinging it like a wrecking ball club. He wipes out the whole pack, smashing rock into rock in a roaring tornado of pure rage. Golem parts scatter in every direction as he methodically tears each and every one apart. When the dust finally clears, he's still standing there, calm as ever, quietly breaking down his brand new combat techniques. Later on, Zack drops the shocking update, no one died. Our boy lays out his whole thought process. He even buffs his body with magic, but it still isn't enough. And here's the kicker. When that golem bit him, his spirit class mana recovery kicked in, and those wolves were basically topping him up by trying to chew him up, letting him bulldoze straight through their ranks, and it's honestly beautiful. Right then, the leader of the group he saved closes in, coming to thank him in person. It's nighttime now, hood down, and she's rolling alongside a smaller dark elf who looks just as fierce. The little one drops a deep, respectful bow to him, clearly thankful for the wild rescue. All right, let's jump right back into the chaos. Our crew just hauled a couple dark elves out of trouble, and their leader is throwing gratitude so hard it practically splashes. But right while she's putting on that formal act, our main guy clocks it instantly. Turns out they're the same race as Annabelle. Annabelle's having a horrible time, while that dark elf knight, he's loving every second. She's built like a fortress, and Annabelle's just a super nice, aerodynamic plank, so the tension in the air is so brutal you could slice it with a knife. Life, sensing the coming catfight, tries to act like a diplomat, telling them he's fine with both. Because yeah, nothing says pick the right words like answering when a woman asks what you're even comparing. He gets yanked away on the spot for a real talk. Aka the universe just told him, get ready to get yelled at. Once the domestic dust settles, they lock in and get to work. So why are these dark elves getting jumped by a whole pack of rock monsters? The leader hesitates like she's about to bail, and our unsuspecting hero calmly tells her it's totally fine if she doesn't feel like talking. That's all the clue the younger one needs. She spills the truth. They're basically homeless, and they're scrambling just to find a place to finally settle down. Then she leans in with the biggest puppy dog eyes you've ever seen and drops the million-dollar question. Can we please join your group? This absolute thing doesn't even pause for a nanosecond. It just goes. The whole party's jaws dropped. Dark elves stood there speechless, trying to justify the huge burden they were handing them. And our boy just shrugged like, yeah, it's fine. Annabelle only lets out a helpless sigh, still stunned by how wildly impulsive he is. Zach and Theodore just stare at the fresh recruits like, yep, this is it. Welcome to your new life, and you can't even tell if they're calling it luck or calling it a curse. With two fresh rookies joining Tao, the caravan finally barrels into its long-awaited prize, the Beastman City. It's a straight-up homecoming explosion. The kids swarm our hero like he's a celebrity, and he gets welcomed back like the legend he is, while Adelina even lets out a smile, admitting he's still just as unpredictable as ever. He demands where the chief is, and Adelina points him straight to the housing area. The chief stares at the huge crew Masaru hauled in and just freezes. Then our boy breezes up, tosses in a nice to meet you, and casually goes, oh, and we grabbed a couple dark elves on the way. They'll be crashing here for a bit. Are just straight up wow, seriously. They can't wrap their heads around it. This insanely advanced city is actually hiding deep in the mountains. The leader is absolutely stunned, openly saying that the bond of cooperation between beastmen and humans is nothing short of truly admirable. She's still giving off a shady vibe, like she thinks our main man is quietly pulling strings behind the scenes. But the moment she sees those real smiles and that trust burning on everyone's faces, she knows, this place isn't a lie. She's felt that look before, the kind that only shows up when people truly believe in their leader. Later on, he finally clocks the fact they never even introduced themselves. Then he blurts out an apology. The younger one, that's Emeralda, and the absolute unit of the night is Irina, while Masaru just grins and ushers them back home like it's the best place on earth. That night the whole city goes wild, bonfires blazing, feasts piled high, and one epic welcome party that hits every whole 9 yards detail. Just when our hero's finally ready to relax, a sudden gut tug hits him out of nowhere. Then, right on cue, La Cipher herself steps in, glowing like the goddess she is. Turns out she's been playing teacher for the local kids while he was gone, and now they're finally stepping in, giving her the break she deserves. She's practically glowing with joy, beaming at Masaru, and saying the kids have mastered every single spell she promised them. Then she grins and admits that messing around with mortals has been shockingly, wildly fun. Then she drops the bombshell. Her job here is finished. It breaks her heart, but she has no choice. She has to go. She gave it everything she had, and now her make-believe life as a teacher is officially over. And our poor guy is freaking out like, wake, she's the god of teaching, you can't just run out of material. He tells her about the crabs, but Isla shuts it down fast. The gods follow a brutal non-interference rule, and she's already stretched the limits to breaking. Yep, her mission's finished, and she's still smiling from the ride. All right, it's time to go, goodbye. The contract gets completed. Then our hopeless hero's eyes light up. He stares her straight in the face and blurts out, starting tomorrow, I want you to give Emmy exclusive one-on-one magic lessons for an hour every single day. Isla's totally stunned, sputtering that it's against the rules, but this guy just shrugs and flexes his massive brain. So if I've got the aptitude, that means he'll teach me right. Yeah, and since I live here, I've got every right to your teachings. Then I'll spread what I learned to everyone else. Isla can't even speak. He's just uncovered the ultimate loophole, reminding her their contract never had a single deadline. He fired off a simple question. Why would he recruit all these craftsmen if he didn't have her full cooperation to help build this city? Her brain basically blew a fuse. He played her, and not just any way, he played a literal goddess. And somehow she's totally fine with it, because it hits her at last. She finally gets why a god would come down to the mortal world. She says yes to the lessons, and our boy braces himself for some divine tutoring. Inside his head, he's absolutely spiraling out of control. The very next morning, the bell is about to ring, right on schedule, and Isla is already primed to call him the second dawn breaks. She starts her lesson with the basics of releasing magic, but Masaru's like, yep, got it, and skips the theory like it's nothing. Sorry, he just pops up, locks eyes with you and goes, look. And he's about to explode with power. He finally breaks free, and a towering pillar of pure magical energy rockets out of his body. Isla's soul practically tumbles out of her own body, and honestly, a reincarnator's power is straight up that ridiculous. Our boy finally feels like a whole new man, his magic finally clicks, and he can't wait to try his hand at some wind magic. He casually summons a full-on tornado out of thin air, just like it's nothing. Some poor beastmen just trying to live their lives in peace get ripped from it, screaming as terror floods their whole world. But in the next few days, everything turns into a wild blur of non-stop progress. He starts mastering spheres. Mirrors shattered, earth walls caved in, and this lightning magic lit everything up. This guy isn't human, he's a straight-up monster. On the 8th day, our hero's pacing out there, staring at the door, waiting for his teacher to finally show up. He's getting more and more fed up, grumbling that a goddess can't keep people waiting, and even tossing out threats of punishment. Right on cue, a goddess drops out of nowhere, except it's not Isla. A brand new, shady goddess steps into the spotlight, and she tells him her name is Victinius. Oh wow, things just exploded into chaos real fast. All right, lean in. Masaru's out in the woods just trying to live his life when bam, a goddess crashes into the scene like a wild miracle. This is Victinia, Isla's older sister, and she's here because he begged for help with his magic studies. But the second you see her face, you know it won't be some cozy lesson. She's cackling like, "Get ready, mortal," and our main guy's soul looks like it's already halfway trying to escape. Then, after a quick check to see why everyone suddenly can't stop staring at his status screen, Victinia's basically snaps, "Stop slacking, get it together," as the ladies keep bickering in the background and the new teacher steps in like pure business. Yeah, she lays out the whole game plan, magic compression training. And if he screws up, the fallout will be way nastier than the tornado he accidentally unleashed last time. And to really drive the point home, she gives him a quick physics lesson from his old world. She talks about a compressed gas cylinder getting wrecked, and then that cork absolutely yeets itself through a wall like a damn missile. Yeah, that's the kind of power we're messing with, no stress, my dude. All right, she says, okay then, go ahead and gather your magic. Our doomed hero clenches his focus and throws it all into the attempt. Somehow he even whips up a thick, dense ball of energy for half a second. Then with zero control, the magic sphere self-destructs and rockets into the woods like a wild, unguided missile. Next thing you know, this guy drops onto his butt, staring in total disbelief. Victoria's eyes widen as the truth hits. This is way tougher than she ever imagined. Good grief, what a worthless student, she mutters, dripping pure disgust. Then she calls it out like it's painfully obvious. He's failing because he has zero frame of reference for controlling magic like this. Oh, she pivots. So tell me, Masaru, what's your specialty? Arb's squinting like he's getting hit with a quantum physics pop quiz, then he blurts, eat a management and making things. Then bam, like a spark struck her brain, a light bulb flares over Victinius's head and she blurts out her breakthrough. Stop obsessing over raw power and start thinking like a craftsman. Picture the vessel first, then pour the combagic into its shape. This is totally something our main guy gets. Right away, the whole idea clicks in his head instantly. To make things that matter, that's what it is. All right, round 2. No more vague doom because this absolute unit just conjured a once-forged monster. That ridiculously huge sword. And then he gathered the magic, melted it into shape, and forged it with pure imagination. And bam, a colossal glowing blade of pure energy erupts into existence in his hands. It actually worked, he's stunned. He whips around to his new teacher, eyes full of real gratitude. Thank you so much, he says, because your advice genuinely saved him. Victinia's is completely thrown off by how heartfelt it is, and for the first time she looks flustered. She suddenly turns full tsundere, grumbling that she's brooding over nothing. But you can tell right away, she's ready to talk, yet our poor guy can't focus, and he loses control of his magic. A wild gust of wind erupts from him, and he goes tumbling head over heels. Victinia's turns bright red with pure embarrassment, then snaps at him. Why are you so dumb? Get your head in the game, don't you dare lose focus. Our hero drops to the ground, breathless, and starts apologizing like he just destroyed the whole moment. Victinia's tries to steady herself and starts talking about the city's rise, and boom, Masaru gets hit with a full-blown flashback. He's in a workshop, absolutely seething. What the hell is this? He explodes, roaring while he thrusts that knife up in the air. He begged a crew of master craftsmen to forge 3 matching test knives, yet all he got back was a stack of clothes, not the blades he ordered. He spells it out for them, same as I said, same as it has to be, left to right, no exceptions. Laterally. Local craftsmen are scratching their heads, insisting those hammer marks and that shine are all part of the handmade charm. But our boy won't buy it. This isn't art class, it's manufacturing. So he goes full show, don't tell, yanks a tool straight out of his world, a plain plastic ruler. A ruler? Yep. This isn't some random tool, it's the measuring stick that hits perfect precision every single time. He slams the ruler against the knives, and bam, those razor-thin millimeter gaps and weird inconsistencies show up, totally invisible to the naked eye. The craftsman's mind gets obliterated. In all his years, he's never laid eyes on a tool like this. Masaru tells them that when he was in vocational school, they had to make parts with a margin of error of just 1/20th of a millimeter, so precise that the local guys who build everything by eye can't even wrap their heads around it. For the ultimate flex, he yanks out a knife he forged with his own hands, using nothing but their crude tools. He presses the ruler down and the craftsman's jaw drops. Perfect. No gaps, the thickness is dead on, the length is insanely precise. Masaru spills that the whole exercise is just a way to gauge their skill so he can teach them fresh techniques. And once the craftsmen finally see the truth, they're fully sold, practically begging him to show them his secrets. The flashback snaps shut as Masaru leans in and tells Victini it was a total wild ride. Chaotic, loud, and way too fun. Her reply landed with pure deadpan cool, like the most ice-cold flex of all time. Classic, just like that, they keep the conversation rolling, hunting down the perfect spot of land for a shrine. And other wild city-building plans. He's not just visiting anymore. This place is starting to feel like his real home. Meanwhile, in the ovens, Isla kicks back, until her sister's message hits and snaps her focus. It's basically a postscript that goes, P.S. You look like you've got some sorrow to spill, so take this chance. And the second Isla hears it, she snaps straight into full denial mode, busted. She's freaking out, scrambling to convince herself that wanting to see him isn't the real reason. In the heart of the forest, Masaru finally bursts back in. And Victinia's is the kind of different that completely rewrites the rules. But when she says his name, it comes out softer than anything we've ever heard. Still, she tells him she'll be coming to the city more often. Then she nudges him to meet her with a warm smile. Whoa, what just happened? Our poor lead is totally thrown off by this sudden 180 in personality, and all he can do is stare like, what? She shoots him a quick blush, blurts, it's nothing, and practically yanks the conversation away before he can dig deeper. The two of them break away together, and the air snaps with brand new, chaotic romantic tension. And up on her divine perch, Isla watches the whole thing explode in front of her eyes. She lets out a dreamy sigh, convinced her sister is the cutest thing alive every time Masaru is around. Then the moment hits, work time. Her sister snaps at her to dig into that incident with the dark elves. She yanks open her celestial database, and glowing magical screens flare to life in front of her. Once she starts digging for answers about the elves Masaru saved. She slips away, but when she hunts down the beast that attacked them, the screen crashes. Error not found. And yeah, this is bad, like asterisk really asterisk bad. Because a cold chill hits her as she realizes there are things in this world even the gods can't control or even fully understand. Dude, what in the world is going on? Tell me right now. A truly horrifying omen. Dark elves got ambushed by something no one could explain, something that shouldn't be real. With that chilling mystery lingering in the air, the curtain drops for now. All right, time to kick this show into gear. Masaru, out here feeding the whole neighborhood, hunting like a maniac, and even smoking meat for everyone. The locals are eating it up, gushing that the elves are so dependable they're begging them to stay in the woods forever. Speaking of elves, our main man spots Emeraldo in town. She's just finished her ranch work for the day, and she tells him everyone's settling in just fine. But she wears a deadly serious expression, like she's got one critical mission she can't afford to ignore. Moments later, she finds that guy and demands a favor, because of course he's the accommodating hero, and he tells her to drop by his place after dinner. Later that night, the air turns heavy. Emerald wastes no time and straight up tells him she needs to talk about something huge. Turns out she's got company, and she's definitely not alone. Soon, she brought a friend with her, and then she detonated the first bombshell of the night. I'm Emeralda, the queen of the dark elves. Our boy's brain totally blue screens, because he's been living with literal royalty this whole time. The queen spills it. She's from a place called Stenzen, and it's a brutal 10-day trip away. But one day, those unhinged golems we've seen before tore their home to pieces, obliterated it completely, like an entire country got erased overnight. Zack can't even process it. 1 minute the kingdom's standing, and the next it's wiped clean off the map. Meraldo admits they bolted to Beastman City to regroup, but now she's done playing hide-and-seek. She has to find out what happened to her homeland. No excuses, no limits, whatever it takes. Then she hits him with the big ask, eyes locked on our hero, and demands he take them back to Stenzen. Masaru's brain is spinning as he finally blurts out the only question that matters. Why would anyone attack them in the first place? But no one has the slightest clue. Zack tosses out the idea of a grudge, and our boy instantly slams it shut. Dark elves are legendary for being stone calm and effortlessly in sync with nature. So yeah, it makes absolutely no sense for anyone to pick a fight with them. The Queen's Guard snaps that the attack was a full-on blitz. When she finally returned, the enemy was already inside the castle, and only a handful of people managed to slip out alive. Right here, our main man flips into full detective mode and demands every last detail about the golems. The guard was swamped, glued to his post protecting the queen, but she still remembers spotting all kinds of animals, wolves, bears, and monkeys. Then she blurts the magic word, the one that shoots a chill straight down our hero's spine, spiders. You can practically see Masaru's ex's soul in the open. Meanwhile, Zack, totally clueless, blurts out, "Yo, you figure something out." Our hopeless hero forces the biggest fake grin ever, then tries to sneak out of the conversation like, "Nope, spiders." Yeah, he's out. Gotta go, straight to his room, bye. But Zack doesn't let him slide. He calls him out on the spot. "Wait, are you really scared of spiders?" Masaru starts sweating instantly, babbling about his grandma, and his skin goes green. The excuses are so pathetic it's embarrassing. Back, and even the elves called his bluff. Zack absolutely flips out, cackling because this massive, absolute unit is terrified of a few eight-legged freaks, while Masaru panics, screaming that he's just a normal human who hates creepy crawlies. He tries to squirm his way out, rambling about city development like it matters, and you can tell he's clueless about who the final boss even is. He'll grab any excuse he can. Just as he's about to ditch it all, his phone dings, and boom, a message drops in like it's sent straight from the gods. It's from Isla Saphira. She's got a quest, because these golems are a mystery even the gods can't crack, and if he digs into it, he'll score a skill coupon, yeah, a skill coupon. That was all it took. The fire in his eyes is back. Masaru slams the table, his fear evaporating instantly. Ivy steps in and says, "All right, I'll take full responsibility and help you." That whiplash hits, and everyone freezes in shock at this sudden burst of courage. With greed roaring in his chest, our boy declares, "I've beaten my arachnophobia," and vows he'll lead them straight to victory. He yanks a completely bewildered Zack and shoves him in for a test drive. Behold the Masaru human-powered carriage special. This glorious, total chaos tricycle meets garage hybrid he built with his own 2 hands. The elves are totally right to side-eye every word they hear. But our boy flexes hard, showing off his custom-made leaf springs, engineered to soak up every hit like a pro, because this setup is top tier. The safety test kicks off right now. So tell me, who's the guinea pig? Poor clueless Zack. Buckle up because Masaru's grinning like he's about to light the fuse, and yeah, it's about to get dangerous. Zack's expression practically screams, "I regret everything." And without a heartbeat to spare, our main guy flings them down that hill at full speed, while Zack's screaming bloody murder. They were absolutely flying, like nothing could stop them. The elves just stand there, gaping in awe as everything rockets past at insane speed. Suddenly, a swarm of goblins slams into the path. Masaru doesn't blink. He just cackles and barrels straight through, turning the carriage into a goblin-splattering battering ram. It's absolute no-holds-barred carnage, straight-up chaos with zero mercy. They slam to a stop, and Zack's face drops, like he just got hit with time itself, aging 10 whole years in an instant. He tells the elves the ride is weirdly smooth, but he knows he'll probably need therapy after this. Zack has zero doubt in our boys, because their chaotic engineering can't miss. Masaru won't stop. He'll keep leveling up one improvement at a time. That night, while Masaru tinkered with his death trapmobile, the room suddenly filled with a visitor, Goddess Victinias herself. He flashes her a casual, "Hold on," then dives back into his head, already locked in on raising crabs. The goddess shows up, deadpan and stone-cold, like she's not even impressed by his brand-new hobby. He asks what's up, and she wastes zero time. She's got negotiations to make. A pitch-black job, wipe out every last living thing in Stenzen. Hold up, our guy is totally rattled. She wants him to go all in and commit mass, so what are we doing now? Oh, all right. Hold up, because the big day is finally here, and Lancelot is grilling our boy like crazy over his brand-new invention. But he quickly realizes something's off. Our main guy looks way more wrecked than a goblin who just lost his favorite shin-kicking rock. But Masaru, always the showman, sidesteps the whole thing with a massive reveal, throws his arms everywhere, and yells, "Behold my masterpiece." And what kind of glorious monster is this? It's the Masaru Special, a human-powered tricycle carriage that screams built in a cave with a box of scraps. Yet the thing struts around like royalty, bragging about its lightweight frame, top-tier pedal parts, a comfy seat with feather cushions, and even a trunk. Yeah, Tony Stark would absolutely be proud. Meanwhile, Irina's tearing through a fast inventory check, and you're really telling me this trip is gonna last 10 days while you packed? Basically nothing. Our boy just smirks and taps his dimensional storage, like it's nothing. Relax, he grins. I've got food and water enough to feed an army. Then he snaps to Zach, get Irina's bags loaded up now. But hold on, Irina's expression crumples, and her soul flat out vanishes. Yeah, she's not coming. She drops the bombshell that she's staying behind after already working it out with Emeralda. Instead, she slams them with a laughably brutal new mission. Head straight to the dark elf capital and witness the truth with their own eyes. She demands they witness the tragedy that just swallowed her people and swear they'll carry that pain forward forever. Yikes, real no pressure, right? Then right as the emotions hit like a truck, she blurts that she'd kill to go because it sounds awesome. Then she fires off a screaming yes, like she's signing up for the whole mission herself. This girl is pure chaos, and I'm living for it. Adelina instantly offers to step in for her, but Emeralda snaps that idea shut. Nope, you're doing homework. Today, we're learning how to be an administrator. Rough luck, kid. And everyone's like, yeah, this is the best move. Even the Beastman chief showing up just to drive the point home. Adelina has to learn the ropes. Lancelot starts needling Zach, saying he doesn't look very knightly. And that only lights a fire under Zach. Now he has to pry out every single one of his training secrets. The crew trades a few more laughs and sweet, no-holds-barred banter. Then they finally lock in and get to work. Lancelot makes it crystal clear he's not playing. He's already fired off a messenger on horseback, carrying a letter that lays out the attack on Grida. He's planning for the absolute worst. What if the entire kingdom is already gone, wiped clean off the map? All right, here's the play. Send a tiny 3-man recon squad, slip in, grab the intel, and vanish before anyone even notices. But our hopeless hero is all business. He's got one mission, wrap it up fast and bolt for home. That's the mindset of a real champion who lives for, let's just get it done. Irina throws her blessing their way, convinced the three of them is more than enough to crush the job. After a flurry of quick goodbyes, they get ready to launch. Irina screams their destination, Stenzen. Then Masaru launches himself forward with zero hesitation, pumping his absurd contraption like a freight train and blasting Lancelot straight into a thick cloud of dust, completely dumbfounded. Now zoom in on his face. Pure determination is blazing there, locked in. The people he left behind are left scrambling and screaming as he disappears over the horizon. Then Irina just stands there, utterly unbothered, like this is totally normal. The carriage tears up the ground so hard with dirt that it looks like a bomb just detonated. Elsewhere, Goddess Wenesama is having the kind of awful day that makes the air feel heavier. She's totally broken, slumped over the table, while her attendant hovers nearby, panicking over her condition. But she finally breaks, confesses her heart is wrecked, and vows she'll never forgive herself for what she did. Then right in the dark, a sliver of hope ignites. She stakes everything on him, whispering, "Be safe," like it's a spell. Back on the road, the trio blasts through days of travel, carving across massive landscapes on their super trike. The road drags on forever, but they finally push through and make it. Lancelot cranes his arm from the nearby hill and jabs a finger toward the capital, where towering giants of stone and unshakable structures rise like monuments. Irina blurts it out, her voice blazing with hope. Our main man stares on with a grim face like he's saying, "You're not ready for what's coming." They all cling to Emeralda's words, how this city is magnificent, and their eyes blaze with pure, jaw-dropping anticipation. And then they finally see it, utter devastation. The capital isn't even damaged. It's been obliterated, erased like it never existed. Irina's face breaks in real time as she stares at the smoking wreckage of her home. It's a hellscape of shattered ruins and crushing despair. Irina lunges to sprint toward the city, but Masaru clamps down on her wrist, yanking her to a hard stop. She's in full panic mode, yelling at the top of her lungs that they've got to find every survivor. But this cold-blooded guy just shrugs and tells her, "It's unnecessary, I promise you, there are no survivors in the capital." That statement hit like a brutal whiplash, right near Serena and Lancelot's necks. They're totally stunned, like their brains just hit a brick wall. Irina completely snaps, firing off questions. How in the world could he say something like that when they haven't even stepped into the city yet? Right when things start to boil, Lancelot steps in like the ultimate bro, reminding Irina that Masaru has never lied to them, and that they need to hear him out. They drop into their seats, and Irina wastes no time. She goes straight for the throat, demanding whether the Goddard ordered him to wipe out everyone. Masaru doesn't deny a thing. He straight up admits he already knew the city was wiped out, and that's why he'd been so wrecked before they even left. This Irina can't handle it. She snaps, ranting that the gods haven't touched the mortal world in thousands of years, and it's all pure nonsense. She spits that it's a total waste of time, then arms herself and charges off to hunt for survivors solo. But Lancelot blesses his heart and connects the dots. So the goddess is the reason, huh? That's it. He's got it, and he buys the whole story instantly, no questions, no hesitation. His logic is razor-sharp. No ordinary guy would be able to order a knight around like that, so Masaru has to be the real deal. He even leans in and tells Irina, hey, the freaking king already clocked Masaru as a divine apostle. Masaru tries to play it down, insisting his bond with the goddess is just like friends. Yet somehow that only makes the whole thing feel way more shady. At last, Irina calms down and lets him take the lead. So what do we do next? Our boy tells her to just stay put and keep her eyes locked on the rest of the enemy soldiers from afar. Then he smashes the room with the most unhinged plan ever. He's not just fighting them. He's going to unleash something brutal that wipes the capital's past clean once and for all. His eyes shine like chaos itself as he lays out his targets, the golems, and the capital like it's all right there within reach. With a lazy grin, this absolute unit shrugs, I'll blow them all up. Lancelot and Irina's reaction is literally all of us. Duty, you said. All right, sit tight. Our crew's posted up by the campfire when Masaru suddenly blurts out the most unhinged plan ever, and Irina just freezes, staring at him like he's gone completely off the rails. You're going to destroy Stenzen. Masaru's face goes stone-cold serious, and he just nods. Like, yeah, this is it, the only move that can fix all of this. Irina snaps back instantly, totally losing it. Get out of here. Why can't we just smash the golems in the city? Ready? Zack cuts in and backs her up. Yeah, Masaru, that's way too much. And there's no way Emeralda would ever sign off on something that insane. Then our boy slams them with the ultimate Uno reverse. Wait, I already talked to Emeralda and got her permission, and Zack's jaw drops so hard it's basically on the floor. Masaru tells them he got the goddess, and the queen's blessing the moment he signed on no rush, no guessing. This demolition job was already pre-approved and ready to go. A few days back, everything felt razor-tight, like tension was buzzing in the air. So Error is going in hard on the goddess Victinia's. You want to wreck our own land, and you're actually asking us for permission. Then the goddess breaks down in heartbreak, admitting they've got no allies left in the city, only the golems are still standing. 3 weeks have gone by, and those things haven't moved a single inch. Yeah, that's apparently a terrible asterisk sign. So Error is shaking on the edge of tears. After they've lost their people and their castle, you're really trying to steal the last home they've got left. She storms straight into the goddess's face, spitting pure fury through the channel. Just because you made this world doesn't mean you get to tear it apart. Now answer me. All the goddess can do is choke out a hurt. I'm sorry. But nope, it's nowhere near enough for this mistake. Queen Emeralda suddenly drops to the floor, clinging to Masaru's arm like it's the last lifeline, sobbing that she's done for, swearing even God has abandoned them and begging him to save everyone. Bro, our guy gets blindsided, and he can't even think straight as the total chaos crashes in around him. Without missing a beat, this guy whips around to Sawyer and fires off a classic hero line. He tells her he's sure someone sent him here just to save them. He vows to the queen that he'll rebuild it all, and he'll make any dream she wants come true until the day finally arrives. Then he tries to patch things up on the spot, telling Sawyer that Victinius loves this world more than anyone alive. He knows this is a huge ask, but once the chaos clears, he's praying she'll finally find it in her heart to forgive the goddess. Then he lets out a soft smile, and boom, his real motive is laid bare. I just can't stand seeing my friend twist up like that. And boom, this goddess is left speechless, her heart completely taken. Even if I still can't soar or I finally calm down, I'll choose to trust him and live for that brighter future he's fighting for. Still shaking with emotion, the goddess tells them she's got one last request to make. Back in the present, Masaru lays out the whole deal. Because the queen is desperate for Irina to see the threat of Stenzen firsthand, with her own eyes. Irina's like, wait, I'm just stuck with chores. But our main man snaps her back into it. He's got the plan, and she and Zack are his backup, his eyes in the sky. Sor gazes into the distance, her heart tugging hard as she remembers her home. Home, she asks one last time if he's 100% sure no dark elves are left, and he nods with total certainty. Tears in her eyes, she gives him the city's final moments with a broken, sad smile. Zack and Irina vow they'll stay locked to his side, no matter what hits them. With pure grit locked in, this absolute unit steps up, ready for go time. The team breaks apart, and Zack and Irina race to their spots to keep watch. And then our guy launches himself off that cliff like he's had it with kings and knights. Now it's time to do something absolutely unhinged. He rips through the forest at full speed because he's had it. Too much fatigue, too long, no more. At last, he stumbles into view, standing over the dead, desolate ruins of the capital below. He spots the golems, and training kicks in so hard that he can feel it instantly. Something inside them is horribly wrong. A sinister magical energy pours out of them, and it feels like an ominous power that has to be obliterated, no mercy. And that locks it in, this whole place has to be wiped out. And then it hits him. He can still see the queen's tear-streaked face etched in his mind. Fist clenched, he vows, I can't let her look like that again, so I'm ending this. All right, let's torch everything and blow this all away. So how's he even pull that off? Easy. He's using the method he read about in those light novels back on Earth, and trust me, we're about to crank up some seriously premium Isekai science. The plan sounds simple, but it's pure chaos. Make a fuel-air bomb, then scatter a superfine, flammable powder into the air first. The whole trick is nailing the powder-to-oxygen ratio. Because if you get it wrong, you're not just making a bang, you're unleashing a massive, catastrophic explosion. With his crazy air control skill, this is basically a kid's game. He slams a massive dome over the whole city. Then he twists the air inside the dome, cranking up the oxygen until it turns into the perfect explosive trap. Next, he rips open his item box. He hurls those rocks aside and rips open a swirling vortex of pure, raging chaos. This dude is about to drop a mountain of wheat flour on the capital. No joke. A full-on flour bomb is seconds away. From their perch, Zack and Irina are totally stunned. Did he just start some weird snowstorm magic? Because the whole city is getting blanketed in this fine, powdery white dust. And now grand finale time. Masaru clenches his fist, pours magic into it, and shouts, *ignition. He's about to torch the oxygen, the flour, and every last scrap of that corrupt magic. Then he silently bids the city goodbye, wishing he could have seen it back in its prime. He swears to the city's ghosts and to every soul living inside it, I'll do everything in my power to make that day arrive. I swear it. And with one last breath, he blurted, I'm sorry. A blinding cloud of fine powder erupts and wipes out the whole valley, leaving the fallen capital of Stenzen to burn in a fiery, final goodbye. All right, let's jump straight back into the wreckage. Last time, our boy basically erased a whole town with one blast, and now the aftermath is this absolutely insane crater, stretching so far you can't see the end. Zack and Irina can only stand there, staring in stunned silence at the total wreckage. Irina, the eternal optimist in the room, goes, Okay, so tell me this. After all this, they're seriously gonna rebuild the capital, right? Zack promises her they'll handle it, but the whole squad snaps their heads around. Because Masaru is already back, and somehow he looks totally unshaken. Weirdly, he shrugs and casually goes, Yeah, that blast was a bit much. I had to dump all my magic into heat resistance, then I just face-planted into a cliff, my bad. The party is huddled in whispers, utterly dumbfounded, like, wait, does this guy's hand have any sort of off switch? Because this man just launched himself off a cliff to dodge the nuke he literally cooked up, and yeah, that's apparently his normal Tuesday. Just then, wham! Our hero's divine phone starts ringing, and it's God on the line. Esla snaps that he's gotta report back to her immediately. As Irina slides in that, until we meet again, line, you can practically feel it. Something even weirder is about to go down. Then without missing a beat, he bolts, like his brain flips a switch. He forgets he's in the middle of a golem investigation, Isla's new message hits, and boom, he's gone. This absolute beast is parkouring straight over the city's rubble. He just pulverized everything in his path. And that message lays it bare. These golems are monster corpses that devour magical energy until they turn into living statues, and the look on his face screams, What did I just get myself into? But then he catches something shady. Half the info in Isla's message is just missing, like it was yanked out on purpose. He gets hit with another message from her right away. She's taking over the investigation and ordering him to snag only the fragments. Yeah, totally not suspicious, like he doesn't know she's hiding something. He figures it's over, his quest is finished, and he has no choice but to turn around and head back. He starts to back out, then spots a tiny PS at the bottom of the message. Isla wants to cheer up a depressed friend with dinner, and she needs Masaru to snatch that mouth-watering crab before it's gone. Plus the payment is a skilled ticket. Then a woman's crying face flashes in his mind, and it hits him. This whole mess still has real, crushing consequences. The message keeps rolling, and Isla swears she'll do anything she can to help him, while our hopeless hero looks like his eyes are about to burst right out of his skull. Then the system hits him with a super motivational picture of bunny girls just to mess with him. And the second it pops up, he starts furiously spam typing like, "It's just an image, and I have zero improper feelings." Yeah, sure, buddy. He needs a minute to cool off his jets. Just then Zack bursts in like, "Oh, were you thinking out loud? 'Cause I'm here to talk about the exact same thing." Zack bursts in and says the troops are already on the way, and they've got to invent a story for the massive crater where that town used to stand. They just lock eyes, both of them frozen, totally blank like the world went silent. That's right, folks, neither one of them has a plan in sight. They snap to the truth fast. Trouble's not done with them yet, so they have to stay and help clean up, which means they'll have to spill the whole story and explain themselves. They're trapped, can't escape, can't breathe here either, and our boy is freaking out, swearing May's about to go nuclear. And like the devil just heard him talk, a super pissed May appears right behind him, eyes locked in like she's about to end his whole career. She blurts that she's been waiting for him, and her frustration is about to explode. Zack's mind snaps into action, and boom, he hits you with the perfect plan. Why don't we just leave right now? So our heroes break out the deadliest move on the planet, then bolt straight away from their problems like their lives depend on it. 2 days later, the king's royal guards finally thunder in, and their commander, Frieded, can barely believe what he's seeing. An apocalyptic wreckland sprawled before them. They spot one lone signpost, still standing amid the rubble. It's Masaru's note, basically, "Yo, knights, I wiped out the monsters for you, you're welcome." And honestly, that's such a pure power move. He even dares them to meet him at a nearby coastal town, and the commander is left completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the crew is already cooking up their next strike, heading to a nearby port to disappear and lay low. Masaru is already cooking up his next move, ready to flex his brain muscles and convince yet another city to jump in and help rebuild. As they roll into town, a massive commotion explodes in front of them. Every inch of this place is one giant construction battlefield, non-stop with workers and machines. Suddenly, someone yells his name, Captain Cook, and right beside him is Erdem, who can't wait to see him. Zack steps in and throws an apology at Masaru's total chaos, trying to smooth things over before it gets worse. And then the arena spots a new face with them. Isla, right there in person, looking totally unimpressed and demanding to know if they're really trying to break more stuff. Cook tells everyone the real culprit is Masaru. Turns out all that construction chaos is his fault. He handed out shovels and water pumps to everybody, and now the whole town is going full DIY berserk. Our main man gets completely sidetracked, launching into his wild grand vision for a garden path. Cook snaps to a revelation. "It's my curse," he yells. "Whenever I see people building things, my body just takes over on its own." Left alone, the man can't stop craving home improvement, itching to fix and upgrade everything. So when Cook and Erdem come up with a plan, they agree the top priority is wiping out Masaru's curse. As Masaru gets yanked away by the townsfolk, Irina stands there, eyes locked on him, her face full of sharp, thoughtful tension. She admits it, she knew he helped build the Beastmen's town, but this is something completely different. She always imagined him as a legendary, iron-strong warrior, someone she could count on no matter what. But now she's staring at his goofy face, and it hits her. He's probably feeling totally unworthy, and wow, that stings. The DIY curse has fully snapped into place, and Masaru gets yanked from one project straight into the next, fixing stairs and slamming closet rods into place. But before he can finish, he's yanked away, boom, teleported, and he materializes inside a giant, dead-empty arena. His soul rips out of his body in the blink of an eye. Whoa, wait, is there an arena around here like right now? A deep voice rumbles like thunder. Tell me, isn't it obvious? A hulking monster steps out of the shadows, gripping a sword as big as a surfboard. "So, you're here to bargain for my help, right?" All right, the absolute unit leans in and tells Masaru, if he wants a favor, he'd better show some real respect. With a terrifying grin, he leans in and blurts, "Let's fight." The warrior strides forward, and pure intimidation practically blasts out of him. All he can spit out is, "So you really forgot how to flex those brain muscles all this time." And just like that, the challenger clicks into place, Commander Lancelot himself, and he's absolutely geared up to turn our boy into a bloody paste. All right, buckle up, we're back in the arena. Arby Masaru steps forward, and Lancelot's already firing off full-force trash talk like he owns the place. "That dude's straight up yelling at you, stop ghosting your dudes and let's sword fight." Lancelot's buzzing with pure chaos, like he's about to explode into a brawl right now. They sit there in shock while the peanut gallery clocks it. Our main man is giving off a way more serious vibe, not the same guy they saw last time. Lancelot, Port Ariam's commander, is a full-on berserker who's addicted to the thrill of battle. But hey, at least he's an honest psycho. He actually stands by his word, unlike most people who just love to lie. Clocking that this is about to get real, this absolute unit immediately pauses for a fast pre-fight check, stats locked in, ready to rumble. And holy moly, his soul pretty much rockets out of his body from straight-up shock. Back in Stenson, that little incident finally slammed him with a huge, delayed EXP dump, and now our hero's freaking out inside. Last time they fought, he was level 16, and things were dead even. But now he's so boosted he's scared he'll accidentally turn the commander into a fine red mist. Lancelot grins wide, basically blurting that going all out is the ultimate form of respect, and Masaru realizes he has no choice, so he just rolls with it. Lancelot leans in and goes, "You talk just like my niece, Adelina." And our boy, spotting the perfect opening to mess with her, leans into it big time. He tells her she's doing great, and even lets slip that she once saved his life. Then he drops the biggest bombshell. She's helping build his town, she might end up staying forever, and yeah, maybe they'll even get married or something. The sheer audacity, he immediately bites back, basically telling her, "Of course it's up to you." But the damage is already done. Now Lancelot, a very worried uncle, slaps a new condition onto the fight. If Masaru wins, he'll have to send Delina over so he can hear the whole story for real, because there's no way he's letting his niece get played by this guy. Masaru shoots back with a condition that actually makes sense. If he wins, he'll be the one borrowing the carpenters. With the stakes locked in, the rematch is officially on. In the stands, the crew's nerves are screaming. Everyone knows Masaru can get dangerously intense the moment he's fired up, and right now they're honestly scared for their commander's well-being. Down below, two warriors square up and stare each other down for the clash. Lancelot decides words are for nerds, so he hammers his point into the world, stomping the ground so hard it shatters. Masaru's eyes bulge wide with shock, as Lancelot barrels forward like a runaway freight train, smashing the ground and whipping up a brutal storm of stone and dust. The guy's got this totally unhinged look in his eyes, like he's seconds away from snapping. The moment their clash hits, shockwaves roar straight through the air and slam into the spectator box, leaving the whole crowd frozen in total disbelief. Lancelot slams into our hero right away, roaring that there's no way he can win. Masaru, still the biggest smartass around, tries to pull a fast one. "So can we call this a win for me, since you chickened out and rejected my challenge last time?" Right then, Lancelot answers with a thunderous, "Hell no, you fool," and unleashes a brutal swing. The commander rockets into the air, driving down a crushing overhead strike. Like he's pushing Masaru onto the back foot. Masaru snaps his guard up, but the impact slams him backward and leaves his back exposed wide open. A mistake. Like Lancelot spots the opening and launches into a brutal full-body tackle to shut it down. But our boy is faster. He twists away at the last second and dodges it just in time. Watching Lancelot's sword thunder down into nothing but empty earth. They clash again, blades screaming as they whirl in a wild, chaotic storm. The crowd can barely wrap their minds around what they're witnessing. Right there, Lancelot cranks it up, saturates his blade with magic, then blasts a colossal energy wave that gouges a trench straight into the arena floor. It's done, he cackles like he's already crowned the king, laughing in victory because he's got this. But Masaru's built different. He threads through the storm of magic-infused slashes like it's nothing, molding the solid stone floor until it turned into Swiss cheese. His friends are sweating buckets, but everyone can see our main man is taking this ridiculous onslaught in stride like a total beast. Masaru bluntly calls it out. Lancelot's wild swings are throwing him off balance. Lancelot admits it. Masaru crushes him when it comes to brute strength and pure speed. Then he snaps and accuses him of stealing his moves from beast men. And here's the kicker. Masaru finally realizes that even with stats like cheat codes, Lancelot's raw experience, razor-sharp technique, and brutal killer instinct are in a totally different league, because this veteran moves with flawless precision, and Masaru just can't hang. Lancelot slams our hero down on his knees and snarls. This is the MI stage. He's in total beast mode, roaring that he'll lop off Masaru's head if he doesn't drop his sword and surrender right now. The commander rips into them, shouting that high stats are meant for one thing, teaming up to smash monsters, and then declares that a real warrior is made by numbers, they're forged in the heat of battle. He even sneers at our guy, like using magic to grow is some kind of joke. And that's the last straw. Masaru's done with this so-called experience beat stats lecture. He snaps, a dark aura blazing from his hand as he roars, If that's what you want, then I'll use everything I've got. Lancelot instantly clocks the skill item box, realizes Masaru's about to try crafting mid-battle, and lunges forward to smash his plan before it even starts. But this absolute unit starts ranting from his homeworld about anime and manga. And while everyone's blabbing about these characters who rain endless weapons from the sky, Lancelot just stands there, stunned to the core like, what the heck is this guy even talking about? Masaru blurts out that his item box can open anywhere, anytime, and it can shrink or expand to whatever size he wants. Channeling the wisdom he'd ripped straight from Isla, he unleashes his full, absurdly overpowered truth. This isn't some item box, it's basically a home center for chaos. He's got every material, every bit of know-how, and all the god-level power he needs to make it happen. Lancelot's jaw drops so hard it might as well shatter the air. Cause this guy stares up at the sky, screams at the universe, then tells the system, build it in the item box and ship it right back out. With a smug grin, he finally confesses that he's been dying to throw out a line like that for ages. And from crackling portals in the sky, a whole army of giant, fully loaded ballistas drops in, like the heavens just armed themselves. Lancelot just gapes at the sky as that ridiculous overkill aim drills straight at him. Then he blurts the only question that matters. Can he keep going? Bro, you have no clue. Everything's locked in, and that big bad Commander Lancelot is about to throw down. He declares the battles beginning with a grin, casually dropping the truth that those dozens of massive ballistae trained on him hadn't been ready until right now. And that's exactly why Masaru just snapped his fingers and whipped those things out of thin air. Lancelot's jaw drops, because it finally clicks. This guy just built a whole arsenal of siege weapons right there on the spot. Over in the stands, Masaru's crew is straight up losing it, screaming that he's a god. Even Lancelot has to admit it. Okay, that is seriously mind-blowing. But our guy just shrugs it off with the most smug energy, like, God, nah, I'm just some dude who clocks in at a home improvement store, you idiot. Then he drops the gauntlet, look at all this and tell me, you still want to dance. Lancelot, totally unbothered, just plows ahead and starts rattling off his resume. 100 spearmen and 100 bowmen, all hand-picked for him to survive. Our hopeless hero finally snaps, all right, first shot, and blazes as he declares he's using air control magic to sever the ballista strings. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the whole moment changed. Lancelot gets hammered by a ridiculous volley of telephone pole-sized arrows, screaming through the air like it wants him gone. His own men are losing it, screaming at their commander to sprint for his life. But Lancelot, he just stands there, no flinch, no fear, and starts swatting those colossal projectiles out of the sky like they're nothing but pests. His men stared in disbelief, like their eyes were lying to them. This dude is basically a one-man army, and when Masaru realizes he's up against a certified lunatic, he orders the second barrage. This time, every single one of them unleashes their shots at the exact same moment. The arena floor detonates into a wild storm of shattered wood and flying metal. But when the dust finally clears, because once your soul slips free, your body is left behind, Lancelot just stands there, completely unscathed, surrounded by wreckage. And I'm telling you, this man's power is straight up unhinged. Our boy is totally stunned. He blurts, "Are you kidding me?" Then launches the final volley. This time, Lancelot doesn't even lift a finger to block. He just saunters straight through the hailstorm of death, slipping past every single shot like it's nothing. He's so bored it boils over, he starts ranting like, this isn't even a real fight, as if he's already checked out. Turns out this dude is basically a battle supercomputer. He reads where every shot's coming from just by hearing the strings snap. But he's basically Neo from the Matrix, slipping through every attack like it's nothing at all. Yeah, he's straight up living his best life, screaming for more like he can't get enough. Masaru finally admits Plan A is a total disaster. No way around it. So he slams the brakes, grabs a new plan, and needs it right now. Lancelot presses in, but right before the final blow lands, our hero snaps and makes a massive gamble that could change everything. Suddenly, a wild vortex of wind snaps around him like it has a mind of its own. Lancelot just freezes, staring in disbelief at whatever fresh chaos is coming his way. Instead of a sword, our main man rips out and summons a massive metal pole. Like, wait, Lancelot is completely baffled. A rod, seriously. He whips his massive sword through the air. But Masaru blocks it clean, smash. The shockwaves rattle the whole arena and that pole doesn't even bend. This absolute unit straight up tells you it's a prototype shaft, stitched from magic and packed with metal that conducts lightning. And trust me, it can swallow every hit Lancelot throws at it. Lancelot's hooked by what he sees, but he stays the master swordsman. and he starts smashing Masaru down with nothing but raw skill. Still, it hit him hard. A great weapon can't cover for a lack of skill. He snaps our boy's weapon right in place, and then grins like it's over, declaring he's already won. With Masaru stuck on the defensive, it's only a countdown now. But then Lancelot spots something that feels seriously wrong. Why is he just standing there defending? He's not even making one move to strike back. And in that swirl of confusion, a horrifying realization slams into him. Masaru unleashes one last desperate scream as everything finally clicks into place. Lancelot finally gets it, but the moment he understands, it's already too late. Yeah, that pole wasn't just to block. Masaru stretched it so it reached way up, all the way into the sky. Lancelot jolts his gaze upward, and ice-cold fear floods his veins, because a towering shadow is dropping out of a portal in the clouds. Our boy breaks it down. Since he can't fire projectiles like the other guys, he had to get seriously creative. He yanked open the storage slot up in the sky and tossed a massive chunk of bedrock he'd been saving for later. And that whole defense play, it was a deliberate stall just to shepherd the orbital strike right where they wanted. Lancelot's face is pure, uncut terror. This is Masaru's real ace. Yeah, if he can actually survive a literal meteor, then he wins. A whole city block-sized boulder fills the screen, and it's smashing toward him like it's been cursed to fall at terminal velocity. You can't escape it. There's no way out, no way around it. It's about to get wiped, every inch of that arena and every single person inside it. But right when that rock is about to slam down, our hero screams the ultimate cheat code, item box. And just like that, the meteor disappears like it never even existed. The announcer blurts out Masaru as the winner, and you can practically hear a heart attack clocking him mid-sentence. Later, Lancelot just freezes in place, trying to wrap his mind around how he almost got turned into a pancake. Then our hero crumples to the ground, straight up admitting he was bluffing the whole time and had no other option. Then he pops back up with the smoothest grin on earth and goes, "Yeah, a win's a win. Now listen, I've got to hear you out." So that's how you steamroll a duel with psychological warfare, right on the edge of extinction-level threats. Now buckle up, because we're diving straight back into the chaos. After that insanely ridiculous duel, Pip starts cornering our guy, grilling him about the civics, and goes, "You used your item box to summon that drock, didn't you?" She's dead sure he cheated, by planting his attacks in the sky before the fight even started. Right before our boy can even get a word out, Lancelot snaps his fingers, jabs a finger at Pip, and yells that HER is the cheat. Then Pip and Lancelot explode into childish bickering like they just lost a tag game. Masaru, the real winner, is trapped in the worst spot. His soul is literally ripping out of his body, and you can tell he's completely fed up with all this nonsense. Lancelot finally snaps and calls a truce, grumbling that Masaru can have this one, because he's already gearing up to come back and smash for a rematch. He snaps, storms off, and tells Masaru, "It's your turn to talk." Look inside, Lancelot wastes no time, slamming his hand on the table like a judge. "Yeah, you wanted to talk about a mess? Then spill it. What did you mess up now?" Now the whole crew crowds around the table, and our guy locks eyes with that dead serious stare, because I've got an incident to report. Without missing a beat, this absolute unit drops an alm shell that blasts the whole room's vibe to pieces. Then boom, our neighbor city Stenson is down. The room snaps into dead silence, everyone's left utterly stunned. Stenson is the royal capital, the kingdom's strongest, safest fortress, so there's simply no way it could have just fallen like that. Lancelot completely snaps. He grabs Masaru and erupts that this is not the moment for their pointless duel, rage blazing as he screams that if Masaru had any idea, he should have handled it already. Our hero, totally unbothered, just shrugs, "Oh yeah, that." And sure, it's not fully settled, but we wiped out every last monster before we even got here. Then he leans in and tells the slack-jawed knights, straight-faced, that he didn't just fight. He basically nuked everything in one huge explosion, like it's the most normal thing in the world. Lancelot, still reeling from it all, blurts out what Masaru even came here for. Our hero drops his plan right on the spot. He's come to beg for help for the refugees and build a trade route with the Beastmen's town to rebuild everything. Right away, Lancelot's second-in-command snaps back. "We're a city of knights. We've got our own people to guard." But Lancelot's eyes light up at this trade deal, because this could be his biggest shot yet. But here's the real gut punch. Those beastmen were chained up and treated like animals by humans. You honestly think they'll just sit down and agree to a trade with us? And right here our main guy comes in swinging. He flashes Lancelot this wild 1,000-watt grin and goes, "Come on, Lancelot, you do really *want it, do you? If you do, then just ask." It's the friendliest threat I've ever seen. Lancelot, the kind of guy who lives for battle, reads it and instantly backs down. Then his men finally get it. The plan actually makes sense. If this trade route works, it'll supercharge their own town, not just the kingdom. It's an organization built to step in and save people when they need it most. Lancelot flashes a grin the moment he realizes it's a total win-win. Then he straight up accepts the proposal like it's sealed and signed. A perfect outcome, like destiny finally gave him the win. But Masaru isn't finished yet. He's got one last personal request to drop on you. Then he shoots the question over fast. Can I borrow the meeting room for one night? Lancelot can't shake the feeling that something's off, like that reservation is straight up shady. But our boy grins and blurts, I want a small party with my friends. Lancelot's brain freezes for a heartbeat before he shoots back, demanding to be invited. Masaru agrees, then drops one exacting life-or-death condition. He doesn't want some crabs. He wants crabs like a whole mountain stacked high, because his sudden, fire-in-his-blood outburst for crustaceans leaves everyone staring like they just saw a miracle. One of the knights grins and says, I don't really catch them, but I know the perfect secret spot. Lancelot's eyes snap bright. This isn't just a party request anymore, it's a brand new challenge. So they call it a night, and our hopeless hero gets escorted straight to his lodging. Lancelot swears that tomorrow morning he'll take him straight to where the crabs are hiding. The next morning dawns, and Masaru's already posted up on a gorgeous coastline, fishing gear in hand and ready to reel in something big. He's completely freaking out, swearing he's only ever seen this kind of stuff on TV. Out of nowhere, Lancelot and his entire knight squad burst in wearing full battle armor. Like this was definitely not the kind of beach party anyone warned us about. Lancelot points at a creepy, pitch-black island and declares, that's the place. But when our guy squints closer, he realizes those swarming fish aren't fish at all, they're headed straight for them. They're bees. And these aren't just any bees. They're monstrous, bigger than people, and Masaru is losing it, convinced they're the ones about to hunt. The knights snatch their weapons up without a single flinch. Lancelot cackles, grinning like he's finally landed the truth. This is the hunting ground he warned about. These spotted army bees are pure nightmare fuel, a monster that paralyses its victims and hauls them back to the nest, alive. It's basically a death sentence you can fly with. Lancelot heckled Masaru, smugly saying that if he wanted those crabs so badly, he'd have to slug it out and push through the bees to reach them. With a battle cry tearing through the air, Lancelot hurls his knights into a tight defensive formation, because humanity's enemy is charging right this way. A buzzing swarm crashed down on them. The battle is raging. Knights are hacking and slashing, cutting those giant bugs out of the sky. Why does Irina dive in? Like a living storm that tears everything apart. The knights are holding the line, locked in perfect sync, acting like a coordinated squad of death. But one bee slips through the chaos and dives straight for the Irina's back. Right before it can strike, a bolt bursts from its side and smashes it out of the air. The shot was all on Zack. He flashes a smug grin, raising a sleek bow gun in front of me like it's a trophy. Masaru slid this to me right before we came here, telling me it'd be perfect in my skilled hands. Honestly, what a legend. And Lancelot can't help but be impressed. Then his eyes snap around and he shouts, where's our boy? He spots a sign jammed in the sand. I'm heading to the island, don't search for me. And Lancelot's jaw drops so hard it might shatter. He leans over the water and spots an absolute unit gliding across it toward the nest of giant killer bees. Meanwhile, deep in the nest, the queen bee sprawls on her throne, until a notification jolts her attention. A tiny elf girl races up and hands over a glowing tablet like it's pure magic. The queen stares at the screen, and there it is. Asaru's message, a full-on formal dinner invitation, the nerve of him. Back on the island, our hero finally lands, and he yanks out a piece of gear he hasn't touched since day one. With a snap of light, he throws on a full-body high-tech suit that screams beekeeper, but with way more tech in its buzz. He clenches his fist and vows to his future dinner. Just you wait, Victinias, I'm gonna cook up something amazing for you. All right, let's kick this off. Our guy's staring at a honeycomb the size of a small car, and the wild part is he's got enough honey to keep an entire kingdom fed. Bad news, he released smoke to knock out the bees inside the nest, and honestly, that was a genius play. So yeah, the worst part is he's completely forgotten the bees waiting outside the nest. And let's be real, they are not happy about his home invasion. Rage is boiling, they're screaming axe, and ready to turn our main man into a human pincushion, but this absolute unit just muscles through. He's got a goal, and an apocalypse-sized swarm of giant killer bees isn't gonna stop him. Then boom, cut to the very next day. The gorgeous goddess Victinias shows up at the meeting point, and you can tell she's worried our hero might have starved to death out there. Then bam, he bursts in looking sharp as ever, and welcomes her like the dinner party is in full swing. This guy got a whole setup already laid out, and he greets her with a jaw-dropping smile, untouched, unscathed, like nothing can even touch him. And who's that bustling in the kitchen? It's her sister, Isla, blushing bright and grinning like she can't believe she's here. Victor Victinias can't even relax. He's on edge, staring at the chaos like, what shady stuff is happening here? She goes, so you're the magic teacher, huh? And I'm like, yeah, I'm only here because I made a promise. The ice in her voice hit so hard it felt like it could have frozen lava. Our boy just grins it off, but she shoots him a warning. This is the kind of choice that's gonna haunt him hard. Without even blinking, our hopeless hero yeets a platter of food straight from his item box and slams it onto the table. Victinias, convinced it's a trap, snatches a bite on purpose just to test for poison. Like, the second it did, that sister energy got obliterated. There she hesitates, then takes a small, cautious nibble. Her soul surges out of her body like it's been ripped free. That flavor straight up smashes her skepticism. She gapes and blurts, "What kind of sorcery is this?" And our main man, with a cool little flex, drops the truth, his secret weapon. Every bite he served came from that legendary honey, the same honey he risked everything to get. He gets totally geeked out, ranting about every step of his cooking process, while she's just standing there trying to process that divine taste. Isla's eyes turn misty, because she can't shake the feeling this huge, dramatic gesture was all for her. Honestly, it's straight up the most wholesome moment. She's been through so much, and you can see how deeply it hits her. She tells him, let's eat together. Come on, I'll help you shake off what you've been through. And she pushes to cheer him up after all his recent bad luck. He breezes in like he's got nothing to prove and tells her he's just happy she's finally looking better than before. Then boom, that perfect compliment has her glitching like her brain just got unplugged. But those appetizers are gone. Now it's time to dive into the main dish. He unveils a blazing, glorious mountain of seafood, steaming like a feast straight from a legend. It's crabba. The sisters are practically buzzing with excitement, demanding he serve them. Right now, no delays. He just lets out a heavy sigh, because somehow he's become the private chef for two goddesses. He snaps open a crab leg, then shrugs and dives head first into the chaos. He thrusts the treat toward Victinia, and she straight up slips into an out-of-body trance right there at the dinner table. Our hero is totally stunned. This wild reaction makes zero sense to him. And of course, Esla clocks it instantly, and jealousy spikes hard in her. She wants the full Lord Masaru feeding experience, too. Our boy is sweating buckets, swearing this is a crime against his conscience, as two ravenous goddesses batter their way through brand-new doors straight into his heart. After that wild, mouth-watering meal, Ella's so grateful she decides to hand him his quest reward. It's a skilled ticket, one that can change everything. A gacha ticket for a brand-new power, straight up. She rips open her divine authority and summons a whole storm of magic cards. All he has to do is choose his destiny. He taps one and bam, a blinding flash erupts and that skill is suddenly his. Everyone leans in at once, eyes blazing, desperate to see what insane new power he just unlocked. He snaps open his status screen and locks in on Precision 6. All right, it's not exactly mind-blowing. Hold up, there's more. Stick technique, then spear technique, then staff technique too. The girls are left speechless. All that divine power wasted on a bunch of toast-level weapon skills, and Isla, she's mortified beyond words. But our boy, the ultimate gentleman, just grins and tells her, thanks, any gift is a good gift. Isla, totally misreading the vibe, blushes hard and blurts out, so, is this kindness or is it love? Love, yeah, that's the match, and Victinia snaps. Wait, what the hell kind of relationship is this Jai even talking about? She flips into full protective big sister mode, screaming at them like they're back in middle school. Then her eyes go icy and prophetic as she declares, in half a month, judgment will land on him for daring to toy with a god's heart. 2 weeks later, bam, the prophecy hit and it was real. And there it is, judgment incarnate in full force, while Irina and Zack stand there, absolutely seething with royal fury. They demand answers. Where has he been hiding? Our hero tries to sell his wild tales, duels that nearly tear the world apart, tense negotiations, and parties that end with goddesses on the dance floor. But Zack just deadpans that he's busy fishing. Then he heads to a tiny island to mess around, and the whole prophecy is just his pissed-off friends blowing steam. But forget arguing, this is it. They've got a huge journey roaring ahead, and every last prep has to be finished now. The whole town is buzzing like crazy. scrambling and gearing up for the next huge adventure. All right, let's go. Our boya just freed the whole Beastman town, and now the real grind starts. Building their future from scratch, while people are lining up like crazy, buzzing that they're finally about to get a home. Adelina feels swamped by all these people, but Lancelot, our main man, has already sent word ahead. Masaru, pure sunshine, grins like he's got everything handled, claiming he's already mapped out aquaculture, livestock, and a whole pile of other businesses, so nobody's getting hungry while he's in charge. Every corner of this place is vibrating with chaotic good energy. Two adorable Beastman kids rush up with shining eyes, thanking our hero for freeing them and giving them a place to call home. And yeah, it hits you right in the feels. Then the hymn hits, and right after comes the million-dollar question. What's the name of this town? Boom, the gears in our hero's head slam to a stop. A few days later, the leadership crew huddles in a strategy meeting, mapping trade routes and drilling the logistics like it's mission critical. They're going on and on about pickles and fish paste, straight-up town survival stuff, the kind that keeps a place running. While everyone else is locked in, Masaru just stands there, staring like his eyes are a weapon, not blinking, not talking, barely even moving, and glaring hard enough to make the room feel hotter. Adelina's jaw drops. She's utterly baffled at this ridiculous thing to be stuck on, muttering to herself like she has no idea how serious this is. Friends, that was the worst thing he could have said. Our boy completely snaps, slams the table, and screams that the name is everything, because the fate of all the tears hangs on it. He launches into a totally unhinged rant about how he named his online guild with the word daggers, and still somehow got ganked nonstop. And the stress is so brutal it's giving him a full-on migraine. Seeing this dude about to snap, Adelina urges him to take a breather, then tackles him with plain old manual work. Haul the wood, scoop the goat droppings, and let that grime reset his head. Then we see him grinding nonstop, pushing himself to the limit. They were tinkering with that brand new pulley setup they built, like they were about to unlock something big. But it's no use. He's just standing there in a puddle, soul drained from his body, stuck in total paralysis by that naming crisis. A full week drags by, and our hopeless hero looks wrecked. Eyes rolling like crazy, nonstop twitching, and he's completely shattered. Then out of nowhere, Adelina and Zack burst into the room, grinning as they shout that their excavation just uncovered something huge, right about what he had planned. Masaru tries to act like he totally knew what they were talking about all along, and he pulls it off so smoothly it's almost suspicious. He brings up his map skill and checks the project. Turns out their sneaky dig is actually paying off. We watch Adelina man this ridiculously magical contraption, basically a fantasy tunnel boring machine that rips open a whole world. Then she shrugs and goes, not bad. This absolute beast of a tool drinks in the operator's magic and blasts through rock and dirt like it's nothing, carving razor-perfect tunnels. Masaru tells Esla he reverse-engineered the tech from the giant worm monster he hunted, and yeah, just like that, he and Esla team up to build this beast together. But there's one ugly catch. It only runs on some ultra-rare magic stone, and the fuel just devours itself. Just as he's about to yank the drill out of the ground, Adelina drops a casual threat, say it goes wrong and it ruins her face, and Lancelot will personally hunt him down. Yikes. That comforting thought hits, and the machine keeps digging like it can't stop. Zack's doubts are screaming in his head, but our main man's standing firm. He's pinpointed the exact spot using his map skill. Just like that, right on cue. The machine smacks something with a loud thunk, and Masaru hears it. But the next thing he hears isn't rock or treasure. It's a booming voice from deep underground, yelling, "You idiot!" And out of that hole comes the last person he expects, Victinius herself, absolutely seething with rage. Everyone's frozen in place, staring like their brains just got unplugged, total confusion everywhere. She storms right up to Masaru, grabs his attention by the shake, and pushes him to answer. Has he picked the town's name yet? Right before he can even get the words out, the earth starts ripping itself apart with violent shakes. Victinius snaps that she's been over here butching on his tiny dig project, and his ridiculous indecision is yanking her focus away from her divine duties. Kaboom! Water explodes from the hole in a roaring, massive geyser. They didn't just stumble on water. Boom, they hit the jackpot, a blazing hot spring. While Zack and Adelina get slammed, the Victinias just casually flings up a divine barrier like it's nothing, doesn't even blink. The crew instantly clocks the opportunity. What's a hot spring if not a literal goddess's hangout? This screams five-star tourist trap waiting to explode. And then, rap. Victini pops up and actually gives our boy a rare compliment, straight up admitting he does something good every now and then. But that jaw-dropping win only shoves Masaru further into despair. Yeah, he's officially depressed now. The town needs a name, and even the hot spring demands one too, so the pressure hits twice as hard. As his sanity keeps cracking, everyone else can only stare in terror at their leader unraveling. He mutters, "I'm gonna rest a bit," then staggers away, utterly crushed. And he crumples onto the cliffside, completely spaced out, like his mind just vanished. This is the exact spot where he first crashed into this world. While he's lost in memories, a portal tears open the sky, and Victinia strides right through. He figures she's come to rip into him again, but she shuts him down. Chill. And yeah, she's not mad. Yep, she's seething with jealousy. Our boy is totally lost. So why is a jealous goddess suddenly eyeing him like he's the last piece of her dream? She explains this wild truth. Yeah, she's the god who made the world, but she can't name a single thing in it. That power belongs to the mortals living inside it. She can't carve her name into the world, no matter how fiercely she loves what she's made. At best, her name only gets tossed into the legends, like a spark that never fully goes out. And right then, bam, it all clicks for Masaru. Even as a mortal, he still carries a power she, this literal creator class, doesn't have, and with it, he can carve a permanent mark into the world. And just like that, our hero snaps upright, eyes sharp and bright, depression swept away, then he erupts in a scream. Addy at it. He stands straight up and roars the town's name so everyone can hear it. Vintalia. Victinia says it like a spell, grinning as he admits the name just sounds perfect. Masaru tells them he didn't just pick that name. He forged it by stitching together the goddesses' names from his old world. It's his tribute, his way of carving a mark in her name, and when she hears it, she's left completely speechless. He's not finished yet. He leans in and tells her that once the hot spring is built, she can drop by any time she wants and hang out whenever. Tears threatening to spill, she slips her hand into his, gripping it like she'll never let go. She leans in so close you can feel her breath on your skin, and whispers heartfelt, "Thank you," hit like a warm breath of gratitude. Our clueless hero blurts out, "What did you say?" And she instantly turns playful, teasing him for that bold, way too daring move he didn't even see coming. Then she sticks her tongue out and demands a real apology for every bit of trouble he caused, while this absolute unit gets completely flustered. As the blazing sun beats down on their brand new town, Victinia's just beams with that grin, even calling herself a useless god, but you can practically feel it. She's never been happier in ages. Hold up, time slips away, and bam, we drop into a dark, ominous space between dimensions. A gigantic, shadowy brute in terrifying armor clutches a Pictureu and Victinius, then growls the name of the new town. So tell me, who the heck is he and what does he want? Because we're getting punched with an epic cliffhanger. All right, strap in. Our main guy is just vibing in his brand new town when his night buddy, Zack, pulls up like he's ready to vanish for good. Zack bears it all, then turns the whole mission around because he's heading straight back to the capital. He's got the full report on the Stenzen mess, and he's sending back every soldier the king loaned him. Masaru, absolute menace, laughs and swears he's already carved a massive goddess statue as a parting gift for the king. But this absolute unit instantly clocks that his friend is looking totally crushed. Zack admits it like a promise. Sure, the soldiers adored Ventalia, but they're sweeping back in just about a month. For our hopeless hero, months is basically forever. His eyes flash as he fires off his next dozen DIY builds, from a temple to a full-blown hot spring, because this dude is a one-man construction crew. Zack leans in and tells him, "Don't sweat it, I've got Commander Lancelot, the big scary one." Turns out, right after that little duel, Lancelot leaned in and handed Zack a friendly warning, so he could keep his eyes locked on Masaru. So the other commander doesn't waste time, he cuts straight to the real question. You're spying on him. And honestly, can you blame them? He pulls out Masaru's wild resume, forging siege weapons, dropping bedrock from the sky. This isn't engineering, it's divine punishment. Even Zack's like, if Masaru wanted to, he could probably wipe out the whole country. But here's the real twist. Zack draws a hard line between people who take action and people who just wait, and he throws his trust straight to Masaru. Through the commander, though, pure business, no room for feelings. If that trust lands on the wrong person, he'll snap into action like a real knight and carry out his duty, and trust me, you'll get exactly how bad that gets. Later, when he drops that super casual threat, our boys start sweating bullets like crazy, until Zack steps in and makes it clear. He's saying it only because they're friends, just a quick heads up between bros. He fires off a warning to Masaru, "Don't mess this up while I'm gone." Then they lock in an epic manly handshake. Naturally, our main guy immediately spirals into overthinking how intense that handshake was. because of course he does. Right when Zack's crew is seconds from departing, this absolute giant barrels in and stops them cold, then pitches a shortcut. The real shortcut is slipping through the path under that massive sign that yells, "Monster nest ahead. Go in if you dare, because it's your neck on the line." And just like that, bam, this shady crew of hooded figures springs an ambush on them deep in the woods. They're trapped, no escape, nowhere to run. Before a single blade even comes up, a swarm of wind-cutting quails erupts from the sky and crashes into the ambushers, carving through the air with razor-sharp strikes. The lead hoodlum is totally lost. Like, these monsters didn't just show up, they came from some other region entirely. The birds have them completely trapped, scared stiff, spinning in confusion with nowhere to go. And right then, boom, our boy starts flexing and he lets out a casual little whistle like he's already won. The whole flock of deadly birds instantly goes quiet, then swoops straight over to him like obedient pets, while the hooded creeps completely lose it. "Yo, you can control the hairless ones." Masaru, dead serious, not a twitch in his face, just jabs a finger right at the warning sign like it's nothing, and then he hits me with that stare. "So what, you didn't see it?" Meanwhile, I'm running a whole monster breeding program here, and the nerve of that guy is honestly legendary. And once he clocks that they aren't bandits, he moves in like he belongs there. Back home, turns out the refugees from Stenzen, the city that got mysteriously vaporized by a pillar of light from the heavens, showed up there. Yeah, tall coincidence, right? They're broke, starving, and they can't help but chase a rumor about a brand new town. They're shaking in their boots, convinced the moment they're caught, punishment is coming for trespassing. But our hopeless hero just grins. Punished, sure, but hey, this is a free land, and everyone's gonna be thrilled you're here. He tells them to fall in behind him, promising he'll rip open the truth hiding behind those rumors. Then bam, the grand reveal hits. He whips his hand toward his masterpiece, Vintalia. The refugees' jaws dropped as soon as they saw it. This town didn't just feel rich, it looked like the royal capital. They're staring in disbelief at the spotless streets and the towering multi-story buildings. Turns out the rumors didn't even come close to the truth. Just then, someone calls out and demands to know who's running the whole show. Adelina whips her finger straight at Masaru. But then she snaps. Drags migrants into town without even asking me, and the town manager blows a gasket. Masaru tries to act unbothered, but Adelina is already crunching the numbers, spiraling over housing and how they'll even feed dozens of fresh arrivals. At the temple, he tries to shrug off the spotlight, saying, "I'm just here to build things. I live up on the hill in the temple." And yeah, that only throws the refugees into even more chaos. Like seriously, a guy living in a temple for shrine maidens. Our boy breaks into a minor panic because he suddenly can't figure out how to explain his straight-up connection to the goddesses. So he shrugs it off like it's nothing, like that's just what he's best at, and honestly, don't freak out about it. Just call me Masaru. Then he hurls another bombshell at Emeralda, the elf, telling her queen from Stenzen is here too and promising that nobody will ever go hungry. Adelina, the no-nonsense manager, decides they're throwing a welcome dinner, straight-up introductions, and everybody's in. But here's the catch: she calls the newcomers out and says, in no uncertain terms, that they're absolutely filthy. They sheepishly confess it's been around 10 whole days since their last bath. Yikes. No problem for our main man. He smirks, then offers to crack open his brand new hot spring way earlier than planned. He swears he was already one step away from heading to his final exam anyway. Cut straight to the exam room. It's just him, alone, soaking in the perfect Japanese onsen he finished building with his own hands. He's living his best life, soaking in the hot water, smiling as he admires his own handiwork. He launches into a wild monologue, claiming the town is growing so fast it's basically turning into its own nation. But before he can even blink, a voice slices into the moment, mocking him for craving privacy, because it's the goddess Victima. He glances over, and there she is, sunk deep in the hot spring, totally relaxed. His soul rips free the second he realizes he's not the first one in here, and she's like, "So, we can really talk like this, right? All right, let's jump right back into the chaos." He just finished a brand new top-tier hot spring, but before he can even breathe, a real goddess, Victinia's, storms in, and somehow she totally forgot her swimsuit. She's out there soaking like she owns the place, humming about recharging her magical power, while our guy tries desperately to melt into the water, fully submerged up to his eyeballs. He's trying to act unbothered, but inside his head, it's a squealing, panic-soaked scream. Yeah, that's exactly what the narrator calls a brutal encounter. An underreaction so wild it's basically the understatement of the century, my friend. And Victinia's just sprawls on a rock like she owns the place, totally unbothered that she's serving everyone a divine view. Look at this absolute unit trying to make sense of it all. He's thinking, oh well, she's a goddess. She probably doesn't feel shame like the rest of us mortals. Without missing a beat, she locks eyes with him and fires. You like what you see, don't you? And the moment she says it, the troll level goes nuclear. Our guy's soul practically tumbles right out of his body in raw, stammering terror. She erupts in a cackle, calls him weird for getting that flustered, and keeps flexing like it's a victory lap from her rock throne. Panicking to change the subject, he snaps at her that staying put is a terrible idea, because right nearby, a geyser is about to blow. He admits he built the thing himself just to heat the spring, but it's still shaky and not fully stable. And now he's panicking that the town's booming population might stumble into his little private paradise. Speaking of the population, it's a wild grab bag now. Gnomes, dwarves, leopies, and every other fantasy race you can think of. And in the middle of all that chaos, Victini shuts everything down, then points out the real reason everyone's rushing here: safety. In this total chaos, beastmen and every other race keep getting steamrolled. Invaders crush in, and their cultures get wiped off the map. When he finally realizes she's right, he knows this tiny safe haven can't stay hidden forever if they keep living cut off from the world. Then he drops the biggest bombshell of the day. If they want to survive, they've got to unify the whole region and carve out their own nation. Then Victinia's perks up instantly. Wait, so you're the king now? She calls it out right away. He's already doing everything, straight up running the place just like he used to run his home center job. That hits him like a punch to the soul. He jolts into a mini PTSD flashback, remembering how his old bosses mercilessly used and exploited him. Still, he'll admit it. He genuinely loves doing great work and building things from scratch, and he even laughs that maybe he'll finally get paid for all the trouble he's caused. To his total shock, the goddess breaks into a blinding smile and chirps, "Of course." Our main man is totally thrown off. No way, right? Usually she insists she can't hand him money or step in too deep. But once that's out of the way, she's totally ready to offer other rewards. She starts firing off every good thing he's ever done, helping Esla, then even building her a temple. Then she scoots in close, drops her voice to a whisper, and asks, "So tell me, what do you crave from ME?" Our boy's brain sparks and sputters. He tries to talk himself into the idea that she's a goddess, so there's no way she meant that, but panic is already roaring in his chest. He tries to bolt, but she clamps onto his arm and refuses to let him wriggle out of the awkward mess. And right on cue, like the universe hit replay, the geyser he warned her about blasted up beneath his feet. A brutal jet of scalding hot water blasts him skyward, and he screams his lungs out as he sails through the air. He gets body slammed to the ground, the back of his head getting slammed hard. Only his last-second protection magic barely saves him. He drops right onto Victinia's, and she bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Then he scrambles to get up, but she yanks his hand and pins him there, trapped in place. She tilts her chin up at him, utterly unshaken, and fires back. "Are you really telling me you want nothing from me?" And then, right then, she grabs his hand and steers it towards something insanely interesting. But before things spiral anymore, *slam. Adelina and the crew yank the bathhouse door wide open. They halt in their tracks, staring in disbelief at an unbelievably compromising sight. In the blink of an eye, Adelina's brain catches up. Then she goes nuclear, shrieks "pervert," and hammers a tidal wave of water magic straight into his face. Our hopeless hero gets blasted into the stratosphere, rocket style, and Victini calmly tells a worried Adelina it was all just a misunderstanding. Then we find a bruised, battered Masaru hard grinding through it, clearly stuck serving his sentence. Adelina scrambles to tell him every charge is cleared, but he's so mortified he can't even bring himself to listen. The talk snaps right back to that "let's build a nation" idea. Everyone crowds around the table, brainstorming like their lives depend on it, while the elves fully back the plan, convinced it's the surest road to peace and safety. Our main man calls out the obvious crack in their plan, like, none of them know the first thing about politics. Emeralda tells everyone she's been training under Adelina, and apparently Adelina brings real experience from her homeland. They start tossing around wild ideas about tourism, cracking the logistics, and even arguing over tax rates. Their big exports were monster meat, goat milk, and preserved food, nothing flashy, but it was absolutely a start and you could feel it building. Adelina dares Masaru to prove himself, slipping him the numbers and demanding he crunch their economic future. But he dodges the question like it's nothing, then slams home the real crisis. There's no time to waste, they've got to pick a king. The whole room goes dead silent, and then boom, everyone erupts in one wild, helpless cheer. Everyone instantly points to him, like the town is his to rule, and with that kind of start, he's the one who has to lead it. But this guy isn't hearing any of it. He flat out refuses to be king, insisting he's not ruler material, because every time he'd sit on the throne, he'd just bolt off on quests and leave everyone else to suffer. He's the pulse of this whole town, but no one can lock him down like a king on a throne. He deflects again, and straight away, the rabbit elder fires back and shuts him down. Then he lays out the perfect resume for their future leader, someone with iron will, a blazing sense of justice, and the strength to prove it. As he talks, everyone's gaze slowly drifts over the table, then snaps straight onto Adelina. She's totally blindsided, eyes darting everywhere like a deer in headlights as it finally clicks. She just got nominated. All right, crack open a cold one, because we're skipping ahead a whole week, and Masaru's gone from humble shopkeeper to full-blown politician overnight. He snatches a megaphone and blasts the call to basically everyone still breathing in the settlement, dragging them into the town square for a huge announcement. His crew's stuck in the back, staring in total confusion at this sudden power move. Then Masaru flashes a crooked grin and orders them to brace for a massive surprise. And talk about a shock. Our main guy strolls right up and tells the whole town he's unified every surrounding land and forged a nation. The crowd's jaws slam against the cobblestones. Adelina and the girls can barely get words out as they try to wrap their minds around how this man went from building a fence to founding a country in one breath. The whole place explodes into chaos, yet Masaru stays ice calm and barks at everyone to shut up, because he's about to lay out his master plan. See, this isn't some silly power trip. He lays the whole truth bare. Building a nation is about security. It's basically a 4D chess gambit. By pulling it off, they force their giant neighbor, Grutas, to officially recognize them. And once that formal alliance clicks, invasion becomes impossible, turning this place into the ultimate fortress for everyone who's already run for their lives here. It means they can handle whatever disasters hit next. No begging, no permission, no limits, and the girls finally clock it. This is pure genius political strategy. But it's not just defense, it's about getting paid big time. This absolute unit straight up says that by becoming a nation, they'll forge a trusted brand for their goods. In the middle of the crowd, one guy calls it out loud. If people truly believe their stuff is top tier, they can lock in stable prices and build a rock-solid economy. Masaru flips the ball straight into their hands, telling the workers' guild that their new home's reputation lives or dies by what they do. So yeah, no pressure, guys. The whole crowd is vibrating with energy, way too hyped for this brand new chapter. Then one guy shoots his hand up and blurts the million-dollar question, so who's really gonna be king? Everyone instantly whips their heads to Masaru, but our hopeless hero just glares like, seriously? That's the dumbest question I've ever heard. Without even blinking, he thrusts the megaphone straight at the totally stunned Adelina. Then he drops the final bomb. She's getting crowned Ventalia's first king, not queen. And he casually just yeets the entire weight of a whole nation onto her shoulders like it's nothing. And the whole crowd erupts, like absolutely loses it, because they're 100% behind her, screaming her name at the top of their lungs. Adelina is totally blindsided, demanding, why not me? But Masaru just shuts it down straight up truth bomb. Nobody here cares about her past because they trust her now. The townspeople instantly rally behind him, yelling, we love Masaru, but seriously, he's never here. That would make him a nightmare of a king. And honestly, it's one brutal, no-nonsense review. Adelina gets shoved onto the stage, and for one stunned second, she finally realizes she's royalty now. She admits she's not sure she's cut out to be a ruler, but she spins that doubt into something wildly epic, like a grand destiny speech, and suddenly the idea of getting a front-row seat to watch this nation rise feels seriously awesome. Then she drops her only rule, one she'll die on, and it's legendary. Make this place fun, and if I get bored, I'm out. The greatest monarch of all, boom. And now the real grind finally kicks off. Straight into the soul-crushing paperwork. Our main guy is already knee-deep in logistics, juggling budgets and foreign relations just to keep things from falling apart. He slaps the guild master with a mission, build the communication network. The instant Adelina gets crowned king, she snaps into action, flexes that new power and orders every guild leader to show up at the next meeting. Suddenly, a letter pops into the room out of thin air, bouncing in like it had a mind of its own, magical and ridiculously springy. It's a congratulatory card from that shady goddess herself, acting like she's the mastermind behind their success, until she flips the fine print. To make the official crowning legit, she has to show up in person. Then Masaru's soul rips out of his body in an instant, because the last thing he wants is a visit from God. All right, looks like the next road trip's locked in. Time to tear off for the Kingdom of Gretas and take care of some serious official business. Our boy is absolutely seething over that useless goddess, and she drops it on him at the very last second. And how are they getting there? He slams the pedal on the Masaru Special, his insanely over-engineered tricycle. The Elf Queen is already starting to look sick from remembering how brutal that ride gets. But Masaru snaps it off as those medieval roads, while his own chaos-heavy engineering takes zero blame. And that's how it all spirals into a classic Masaru info dump, Roman concrete, straight up explained. And on his last wild adventure, he stumbled onto a revolutionary new material that could change everything. He proudly blurts out his big find, it's rubber. The room goes deathly quiet, everyone's lost like, what are you even saying? And then he leans in and explains it, elasticity. By crafting tires for his tricycle, he'll make that ride glide smoother and blast faster than ever. The guild master's eyes light up instantly, already wondering what wild possibilities could be hiding in front of him. Masaru breaks it down. Rubber is everywhere in his world, from hair ties to erasers and beyond. The stakes are huge. This could flip everything on its head, so he wastes no time and orders the gardeners to plant those trees right now. With a jolt of pure energy, he rockets out of that meeting, shouting that he's sprinting straight to the carpentry workshop. His crew gets left eating dust, totally stunned, while he yells about work like it's an order from the universe, and then he just disappears. Masaru slips into the workshop with a smug grin, like he owns the place. All right, team, we finally got a ruler, so tell me, what are we building next? Meanwhile, the carpenters are freaking out, because they're convinced he's trying to make their little crew build a royal palace all on their own. Masaru just unfurls the blueprints for a gigantic, totally unhinged castle, and the panic in the room explodes into full-on overdrive. The lead carpenter spirals into panic. Way too swamped, it's impossible to pull off, and they're terrified they don't even know how to build something this complex. So you're asking the US to build something like a temple. They swear they're just common folk, not pros, but Masaru trolls them hard like, hey, you guys built the rest of the town, didn't you? Then he drags them into a wild idea from his world, DIEI. They paint a picture of a world packed with expert craftsmen, but Masaru smirks and says the whole point of DIY is that it gets built by total amateurs. Sometimes he breaks it down and says, do it yourself. Then you master the skills, grab the materials, and build the whole thing from the ground up. The slogan's dead simple. If I can pull it off, then you can too. He rips into them with an epic speech, preaching that this movement is all about taking ownership, exactly what their new town is desperate for. Building this castle is going to declare, loud and clear, that this town belongs to everyone. Masaru's gonna lose his town. It'll be everyone's tons. He drops the final challenge. Build the symbol of their town right for their queen, and I swear, doesn't DIY sound ridiculously cool? His speech lands like a critical hit. Carpenters are foaming with rage, totally fired up. We accept the job and will prove it to you or die trying. They shoved him to the job right away, barking orders to haul in every piece of material they'd need. And honestly, he's all in, ready to bust his butt to earn their new home. He clenches his fist, pumps it to the sky and roars, let's DIY. All right, buckle up, back into the chaos we go. In the classroom, Istasama's laying down straight-up Magic 1-1 knowledge. She's gotta get that magical power pumping and blast it straight from her own hand. Wait, did our girl just pull it off? Istasama is completely stunned. Wow, the very first person to pull it off. And she absolutely loses her mind, screaming at the top of her lungs, before her tiny body finally gives out and she faceplants from sheer exhaustion. Even lying there, she can only think one thing, building her strength so she can finally back Masaru when he needs it most. Yeah, she tried to pitch in on the construction job earlier, but Masaru, the responsible adult, stepped in and shut it down, saying it was way too dangerous. While the other kids swarm their magic teacher, begging to learn how to build houses, Istasama just stands there, stunned. Like, guys, I do fireballs, not foundations. From her side of the story, watching these guys slam together a whole fortress with their bare hands feels like pure magic. She's just staring at that progress like she can't breathe, utterly gobsmacked. Meanwhile, over at the construction site, Masaru is finally in his element. Foundations already locked in, and now it's time to drive those pillars up to the sky. The crew can't even wrap their heads around what they pulled off in just 2 weeks, and this absolute beast is already dubbing it a historic monument, then strutting around like his safety standards are untouchable. He even rolled in a custom-built crane on site, turning the whole scene from fort to full-on 5-star resort vibes. The local builders are basically taking notes right now. admitting they never could have dreamed up something this epic. They're still freaking out over his genius brainwave, floor heating fueled by the local hot springs. An entire building heated up with zero open flames, absolute next-level thinking, and now they're chasing fireproof everything. Our guy just dropped the ultimate fire code concept into this world, and suddenly everything started making sense. Well, at least in theory. Out of nowhere, a worker bursts into the planning room and bellows for Masaru at the top of his lungs. Bad news, there isn't a single stone left for the roads. The guy is freaking out, but our unsuspecting lead stays icy calm. Then he just sighs and goes, "Good grief, you should have told me sooner." Turns out running out of stone is a joke, because your item box is packed with a whole literal mountain of bedrock just sitting there, cold and waiting. But Masaru decides it's time to teach a lesson in civil engineering. He points out that stones on the road aren't random. They're there to spread a wagon's weight so it doesn't crush the ground. Then he just casually poofs a bag of diet into existence, and everyone freezes in total confusion. He slaps the label sandbag on it and flings it down with a brutal thud. The wolf man is totally thrown off. "Wait, you mean we're using this instead of stone? You're messing with me, right?" Right, our boy doesn't argue at all. He just tells him, "Watch." Then he lines up those dirt-filled sacks like he's about to make a point. Then he yanks out a huge tamper tool, roars at the top of his lungs, and slams it into them. The wolf man swings and whacks it into the ground, gooch-eyed and all. And when it hits, the ground turns into something as hard as solid rock. When the rock's mentioned, their minds get obliterated. Masaru jumps in to say it's cheap, easy, and they'll never run out. Then he adds it's packed with other uses, especially when disasters hit. But he wisely stops himself before the ugly details start. The wolf man's totally stunned, staring like, "How do you come up with this stuff so fast?" He admits they're always picking up some wild, ridiculous new techniques from this guy. Our hopeless hero just smirks like he's got a secret. The real gap between them, experience loud and clear. His huge secret, he's out there testing things non-stop, chasing what finally works. With a huge grin, he declares that it's all DIY, then says he only learned it back home by pure chance. Now that they've got the whole principle down, they can finally let their imagination run wild with it too. That totally kicks off a fresh round of brainstorming, like, what crazy new thing are they building next? Later, our main man is back at his desk, buried in fresh materials, and that same old creative spark is blazing in his eyes. He decides, fine, I'll teach the sandbag technique myself. Soon, the entire crew locks in as one, stuffing and stacking bags like a machine with a mission. Their teamwork was flawless, like they were perfectly synced from the start. Some time slips by, and Masaru finally rushes over to check how everything's coming along. The road is almost done, clean, solid, and shining, so the crew is ridiculously motivated that they don't even need him stepping in anymore. They rush in to thank him, and you can feel it. Morale's never been this high. Then he jabs a finger at one exact spot, making it crystal clear. He ordered this area cleared for one razor-sharp reason tied directly to his upcoming trip. Right on cue, the wolf man clocks it. He's already got his bags packed, and our guy is heading out today. The mission was simple. Hit the road to the royal capital and make sure Adelina got officially crowned as queen. And when they shout her title, future queen, she rolls in with her entourage glowing with pure regal power. She bursts in and immediately starts teasing Masaru for being late, playing the queen role so perfectly it feels like she's born for it. But this guy throws them a curveball. Right there, he reveals his newest masterpiece, the Masaru Special Model. That carriage looks insanely sleek, like it was built with future tech and pure swagger. He can't stop geeking out, raving about the upgraded suspension and those mean all-terrain tires. Adelina rolls her eyes like, yeah, we get it. Then Masaru leans in and reminds her, "You're about to meet the king, the god, so are you ready?" She scoffs like it's nothing, totally unbothered. Why would I even need to be ready for that? That sheer confidence hits like a punch. Our boy can't stop himself from being genuinely blown away. Next, Irina just grins, because she knows her lady's heart beats that way. Right before they bolt, Adelina snatches Masaru's arm, and the moment she does, she's instantly flustered out of her mind. "You told the others about it, right?" She demands it. And he just jabs his finger at that huge crowd packed in to see them off. Every kid and villager packs the crowd, roaring and cheering them on like it's the biggest moment of their lives. The whole town packs in to cheer them on, then basically won't let them leave until they've grabbed souvenirs. Masaru flings himself into the driver's seat and slams the door shut. "All right, we're gone." As the wagon lurches away, he yells back to the cheering town, because when we're back, Adelina will be queen. With one last goodbye ringing in their ears, they burst toward the capital, ready to shake the world and change everything. All right, hold on. Let's jump straight back into the chaos, because Zack finally rolls back into town looking sharp as ever and ready to jump into action. He crashes into Captain Fried, and she instantly tears into him for showing up late to the party. Freud swears that the legendary commander Lancelot basically snatched him for a training session, then grilled Masaru, question after question. But wait, Fried tells them the ground started pounding like a monster beast was ripping through the earth nearby. Next, Zack's mind snaps to it, and the second spores hit Fried's face, he can tell. He knows that monster for real. Fried bolts into a new topic fast, like he can't stand even a second more of that trauma. So Absolute Unit Zarcha strides straight into the king's chambers to deliver his report. Before he can even introduce himself, a voice roars, "Come in already!" And his jaw drops to the floor. This isn't a royal meeting at all, it's a full-on crab party. Masaru and his whole crew, even the king, are stuffing themselves with colossal crab legs like they're trying to outrun the end of the world. After the seafood feast, he finally grabs a seat and scrambles to catch up. Then Cade grins and goes, "So you heard that monster too, right? Wild how they beat you here." Masaru casually tells them, "Yeah, we told the king this is the goddess's favorite food, and he wanted to taste it." And Zack just freezes, stunned that this guy was basically bullshitting with royalty like it was nothing. Then the aide hits him with a second bombshell. Turns out the king has named Delina as the queen of Masaru's brand new nation. Adelina asks Zack if he's cool with it, and he brushes it off like, "Trust me, this is going to be interesting." Then he suddenly goes a little wistful, muttering that she's gonna be way harder to rim now. Bro's down bad, no question. Adelina totally panics, while our guy was only out here shooting his shot. Zack, still the consummate professional, snaps the conversation back on track and demands to know the official blessing for the new nation. But Masaru's crew just shrugs him off and tells him, "Don't stress, the king won't be nearly as shaken as you think." And let me tell you, no one prepared him for what came next. Flashback time, Masaru casually drops the founding a nation line, and the king's mind just completely fries. He hurls his fist onto the table, bam, and the shockwave of that sound rattles the whole hall. Everyone's acting like this is no big deal, because that's totally normal, right? Meanwhile, the king's already spiraling into a full-blown aneurysm. Back in the present, the meeting snaps into seriousness. Masaru steps up and says they've got to confirm a few things. It all starts with Stenzen getting utterly wiped off the map. The aid team confirms it. This city got erased by a massive blast, and there's apparently not a single survivor. Then he slams the interrogation lamp on our unsuspecting lead, and the questions hit like punches. "Masaru, how did you cook up an explosion that big, and how did you make sure there weren't any survivors?" Our boy's mind is screaming pure panic. There's no way he can just blurt, "A goddess handed me cheat codes," so he dodges the question like it's about to explode. Just when the tension spikes, the king finally steps in. Then he leans in and says, "It's fine. If you're staying true to me, you've got nothing to worry about." He's dead sure Masaru won't swallow that kind of power in his kingdom. Turns out Lancelot's been going around bragging about how insanely strong Masaru is, so the king had already been tipped off before anything even started. They flash over the whole, revive Lady Emeralda idea for a second, then slam the brakes, because that headache is for tomorrow. The elf clocks it instantly. This king is way more relaxed than the last time they met. And right then, the king flashes that wicked grin, because next up, we're diving into the founding of a nation. Again, the king hammers the question, how did all of this go down? Masaru, acting like he's clueless but fearless, grins and says, "Some random guy gave us advice, so we turned the whole town into a nation. What's the big deal?" The king leans in, eyes blazing, and whispers that you're trying to carve out a brand new nation inside the grotesque's own territory. And then Kyuma Saru's soul ripped out of his body, like he never even saw it coming, because this is the first time he's hearing about that detail. With lightning speed, this absolute unit scrambles to save his story, claiming tons of refugees flooded into the area. So it's on gratis to keep them safe and make sure they've got everything they need to survive. The king spots the checkmate before it even lands. "So you're saying the one who's supposed to stop them is?" Masaru sets the trap. "If you can't handle it, then hand it over to me." He's so smug he even throws up a peace sign, like he's doing everyone a favor just by being there. Then he leans in for the finishing move, whispers in the king's ear, and bears the hand that wiped out an entire city of golems, so don't even think about turning the beastmen back into slaves. Think before you talk. This threat isn't subtle. It's a neon sign screaming, "Don't mess with me." Zack's freaking out in the background, but Masaru shuts it down. This power play is exactly what has to happen. This is how he throws his life on the line to shield everyone in his new town. The king is left completely baffled, as this absolutely unhinged diplomatic play blows up right in front of him. After that brutal, stretched-out silence, he finally exhales, just a tired sigh, and I get it. And he straight up admits it. Having an allied nation right on their border is a total advantage for them. The real problem, he insists, has nothing to do with politics. He looks utterly broken, like every second hurts. Wait, why am I even starting to recognize this nation? He jabs a finger straight at our boy and barks. Prove it, Masaru. Show me you're worthy to find a whole new nation. The king snaps, I know Masaru isn't the ruler, but he's the pillar of everything, the reason any of this stands at all, so tell me, convince me you're truly worthy. The entire squad is left completely stunned, like their mouths forgot how to move. Masaru is absolutely wrecked. His mind's just static, roaring like it's about to explode. He was set to let Delina get tested, never him. He doesn't have some epic speech ready, and he can't just summon another monster on a whim. So what does he do next? His mind snaps back to his old life, back to that home center, and then it finally hits him. A wild idea, so crazy it just might save the day, he dives his hand into his pocket. This. He slams his fist on the table. This is my card. He flashes his guild card like it's the ultimate trump card in a winner-takes-all poker showdown. Boom. The whole room freezes into a deathly silence, and everyone just stares, utterly stunned and completely lost. Masaru's soaked in sweat, convinced, somehow, that he just pulled off the dumbest bluff of all and actually won. Then the king starts to chuckle, and it erupts into a wild, maniacal roar, because this right here, this is the answer I was hunting for. Masaru's totally baffled, because he wasn't even thinking, he was just winging it. But the king's thoughts spill the whole truth. This wasn't a test of Masaru's philosophy at all. Everything about it was a razor-thin, high-stakes political chess match, pure tension, no room for mistakes. To steal a quick peek at Masaru's guild card and uncover the hidden secret behind his power. The king erupts in a cackle, and it hits me. Maybe with this move, I'll finally find out if his secrets are true. Yeah, what an insanely shady, brilliant move. The king snatches the card right out of the pile. He stares at the stats for 1 second, then everything clicks. And his face totally collapses, smug grin vanished, replaced by raw, jaw-dropping shock. Sweat floods his forehead as he reads the numbers. This guy isn't just human, he's a full-on nightmare. His stats sit at 2 to 3 times what the kingdom's strongest generals can pull off, and yeah, he's so far beyond hero that it doesn't even feel like the same game. And the wild part is, his king and his disciples have never even heard of anything like that. Without missing a beat, the king straightens up, his face settling into pure regal calm. Very well. After seeing this, I'll say you're worthy of a nation. I swear I'll walk the road ahead with you. I'm your ally. Masaru S over the moon, but the king's already scheming. All right, rule 1. Don't let this guy become our ally, make him our enemy. He lets out a heavy sigh, admits he underestimated Masaru, and calls for his help. A knight bursts in, and the king barks, "You fool," then swings right into action. Get the decorations ready, we're throwing a ceremony. Just as the chaos crashes into its peak, a blinding light floods the room, and a calm, steady voice slices through the madness like it's nothing. You really don't have to make it such a big deal. But it's the goddess. She's dropped from the heavens, and soft feathers drift down all around her like a miracle. She flashes a playful wink and tells everyone, "It's all good," like it's no big deal at all. The king barely escaped a negotiation with a demigod disguised as a human, and now, right in his throne room, actual Tiaboyo goddesses are showing up, and his soul has fully checked out. All right, lock in. Tomorrow hits, and Greatas is on fire with energy as the whole city crowds the public square for a huge ceremony. Masaru's already grumbling. This whole big ceremony feels like a brutal school morning assembly to him, while King Action clings to tradition, demanding every last detail be done by the book to honor the goddess. The king strides up to the podium, his voice cracking through the whole crowd, because today, he announces, marks the birth of a brand new alliance. He lifts a golden goblet next to Adelina, the brand new queen, and vows to make it official right on the spot. He lets out a triumphant roar and officially declares Vintalia a real, legitimate nation. The crowd erupts in full chaos, papers blasting through the air like confetti, and you can feel it. This is one of those legendary moments you'll never forget. And even our main man, blown away, straight up admitting that was one hell of a speech. But the second his brain flips into panic mode, he starts sweating. because Victinius, chaos goddess through and through, could trip on the carpet or blurt out something totally unhinged and nuke the whole mood. Then right on cue, pure, blinding light crashes down from the heavens like a divine UFO. The goddesses storm in with a grand entrance, looking so regal it's downright unreal. Victinia leans over the mortals and smolders with approval, granting her official blessing so the founding of Ventalia can finally begin. She wasted no time and officially snapped at Elena, marking her debut as the first ruler of their brand new nation. Adelina humbly takes it, and the crowd explodes into cheers all over again. But wait, Victinia isn't finished yet. She jabs her finger straight at Zack, the Grida envoy, and drops a bombshell right in his lap. Then she grins and declares that he'll marry the new queen and back her as prince consort, because that's her command. Still, the whole world screeches to a stop. The king's jaw drops to the floor, and Zack and Adelina's brains totally short-circuit. Then the crowd, every single person in Greta's, erupts into one collective scream. Why not? Zack is totally unraveling. Wait me, brickmaker turned knight? Are you serious? He blurts, then begs the goddess, and she just stays calm, saying she got a message ordering her to do it. Then who the heck sent that message? We snap to Masaru, our man, flashing the smugest, troll-tastic thumbs-up you've ever seen. Because this absolute unit just played 4D chess and set up a political marriage purely for the memes. Absolute chaos erupts on the royal balcony. Everyone starts shouting at Masaru, demanding answers like their lives depend on it. This guy just shrugs it off, like it's no big deal, and I can tell Zack's got feelings for Adelina. So yeah, I decided to step in and help him out as a real friend. The king's face twists like he's about to drop dead. He's screaming that a decision this massive can't be made on a whim. But when they ask Adelina what she thinks, she stays insanely calm like this is no big deal at all. Seriously, what? Still, if this turns out to help things go smoother, I guess I'm totally fine with it. She whirls on a totally stunned Zack and grins. Yep, I like you too, Zack, but you're gonna have to train your body a lot. Then she leans in, flexes like it's a power move, and with a smug smirk she says, if this turns boring, we can always split. Oh, fuff. Masaru rushes in and tells Zack to man up. That's all the spark Zack needs. Fire floods his eyes as he makes his vow. Just wait, Adelina. I'll train so relentlessly you'll beg me to stay right by your side. And she erupts in a wicked cackle, totally thrilled by his fighting spirit. The king, looking like he aged 10 years in 5 minutes, slumps with a defeated sigh and accepts his fate. He finally unveils the nation's brand new power couple, Queen Adelina and her prince consort, Zaeltak. They drop to their knees in front of the roaring crowd. This kingdom was carved straight out of raw, ruthless chaos. As they seal the deal, the elf girl is still reeling, like her brain can't catch up to what just went down. But hold up, where the heck is Masaru? Our hopeless hero already bolted, slammed the door to his workshop, and straight up ditched the after-party. He knew if he stayed, the new couple would corner him all night, and he isn't about that. He's got leave me alone down to a science. He cranes his neck for a moment of peace through the window, then spots Victinius up on his roof, just chilling like he owns the place. He practically leaps out of his skin, and she instantly roasts him for talking to a god like they're best friends. God, he demands to know why she bailated on the party, and she shrugs it off, saying she just isn't into human celebrations. Masaru brings up that hot spring incident, trying to decode what she meant. Then she freezes instantly, blushing like crazy because she thinks he's finally clocking her feelings. Nope, this guy is about as dense as a diamond. His brain totally misses the point, and she's left fuming like, how does he not get it at all? She snaps the conversation away fast, steering it straight to the festival. Masaru admits he wasn't having any fun. He'd been dragged into helping some stranger with their food cart, and it all clicks late like a truck slamming into him. Hold on, was I just getting used? Victinia snaps at him like an idiot, but then admits it was a blast just watching him, and even suggests they throw huge festivals in Ventalia too. Suddenly, our boy snaps into action, already mapping out the plan, and most of all, stocking up on crabs. The two of them are flashing huge grins, buzzing with excitement for what's coming next. Just then, a slab bursts in and rats out her sister. Turns out Victinia's got so flustered over Masaru that she completely botched the original message about the hot spring. Two goddesses start bickering up a storm, and our main guy has absolutely no idea what's going on. He blurts out that he's gonna cook up the absolute best crabs EVAR for the founding celebration. He threatens the goddesses to show up, or else, and they jet off into the night like lightning. Isla points out that those two never seem to budge, no matter what. Then the goddesses snap into full seriousness. This is it. The real ceremony is about to begin. Courtney, Victinia's unleashes her power, and the magic gospel kicks off right on the spot. A huge, glowing orb erupts into existence, blasting a live feed of the lands of Ventalia into the sky so everyone can see, right now. It's a divine slideshow, pure god-tier PowerPoint. Victinia's flat-out declares that this brand-new nation now has the gods' full blessing and their complete cooperation. She sends a formal invitation to everyone, every race included, beckoning them to a huge celebration coming to Ventalia. "I'm begging you from the depths of my heart, please all of you show up, okay?" she declares. The whole crowd tilts their faces up, stunned as she vows, "We'll meet again." And then, boom, Inventalia hits like a headline, the ultimate flex for throwing your new country straight onto the world map. All right, our boy's back in the political hot seat, and this time it looks like everything's finally going his way. He and the king are cackling like old war buddies, and they're sealing a deal that locks in eternal cooperation. You've gotta love this, right? But nah, turns out not everyone's buying the happy vibe. Adelina's off to the side, staring like she just caught a whiff of something shady. Meanwhile, the king and our main man are locked in a wild 5D chess talk. One part goddess statues, one part brutal military shortages. The king finally snaps, calling out the evil plots lurking in the shadows, and orders them to drop the nonsense and get to work. The big question is trading, and the king shuts it down hard, saying it's way too soon to even start talking about it. And that's when our unsuspecting hero pulls out his mind-blowing, otherworldly knowledge, dropping bombshell after bombshell about some patent regime to rake in massive profits. Rebuilding a town isn't just about swinging a hammer, it's a full-on strategy game. The king's totally stunned, like a patent, what even is that? And our boy practically whips out a whiteboard and starts giving a full-on TED talk, breaking it down. A patent is a system that shields brand new inventions and techniques. It locks the creator in, with exclusive rights to rake in the profits for a limited time. He even drags out a flowchart and lays out how a slice of the profits funnels straight back to the inventor, and the king's brain instantly starts smoking. This absolute unit keeps going, saying that once a patent hits the public, it sparks a chain reaction. Other minds jump in, build even better ideas, and the whole civilization levels up through pure, unstoppable progress. The king is totally hooked. He grabs Masaru and demands, "So what crazy tech did you cook up this time?" Our hero's eyes light up with pure nostalgia as he talks about how he loves making things on a whim, musing about light bulbs and temperature-control devices like it's all just minor stuff. He paints a wild world where anion proves even a kid with a brilliant idea can win a patent and actually get paid for it. But the king clocks the political trap right away. He's terrified this whole system will just let Ventalia, his own country, drain the profits dry. Realizing he's negotiating with real royalty, our guy swings it right back into their court. "So tell me, what split do you two think is fair?" The king slams the first deal out of the room, 10 years on the contract, plus a nasty 25% cut for the inventor. Good enough to try, but nowhere near impressive. Then Adelina barges in with a counteroffer so unhinged our guy's world tilts. A 5th-year term, but just 15% profit, and his soul nearly leaves his body, screaming internally, "What? How are you even supposed to live off that?" Adelina lays out her ridiculously long game plan, like a sliding scale. She takes 10% for the first 5 years, then drops it even lower. So her logic is simple. She's not chasing a payday for a handful of inventors. She's pushing the tech until it spreads everywhere, gets dirt cheap, and lifts the whole kingdom. Right before the king can even wrap his head around it, our main guy snaps into action with his next big scheme. A study abroad program. He's pushing a whole new program. He wants to plant engineering guilds across the world, let people sign up, and send them to his hometown to train, like an exchange program that's all about building a brighter future. The king remembers our boy talking about using real human resources, and suddenly, everything starts to click into place. This guy breaks it down. Once the people from the grim, dusty Ventilia lay eyes on Grotta's spotless, high-tech city, they'll be so stunned it ignites a revolution of pure motivation. Adelina jumps in right beside him, and she confirms it. This quality of life gap is absolutely unreal. They don't even handle their trash properly over there. They basically tell the king, "Come see it with your own eyes," like straight up, "You think you're strong? Then face us." Our hero even throws out a past life flex, bragging about his hygiene management know-how and customer service experience. The king's totally on board with the idea of mastering magic and engineering, but there's a catch waiting in the shadows. He's been hearing non-stop buzz about Masaru's tech, and the Queen's been firing off glowing rave reviews about him. But he's still not about to hand over his secret sauce, unless he's got proof it won't wreck his economy. Our boy S grinning like he's already won. He's convinced he can charm the king and make him fall for it. Yeah, the king means business. This time he's laying down strict, no-nonsense requirements. Masaru's got just 1 week. He has to teach the local craftsmen a brand new technique and prove it with a real, tangible result. The king's expression turns to cold steel. This isn't just a test, it's the final exam. If he pulls this off, he'll hand over his full authority and back both of Masaru's wild, reckless schemes without holding back. The pressure is crushing. Every single eye is locked on Masaru. The king even steps up and offers to pay for the whole project himself. Fire it up, our hopeless hero puffs out his chest like he's daring the whole world to stop him. I'll do it, he bellows, jabbing at the sky like a real shounen hero, straight up clearing every last doubt the king has. Then bam, this tiny panel spills the funniest truth. He's dead broke because he blew every last coin on magic beasts, and his big dream is basically writing checks his wallet can't possibly cash. Cut to the craftsman's workshop. Tools clink, sparks flash, and the air practically crackles with purpose. Our boy spells out the plan, but the craftsmen eye it like a trap, because this deal reeks of too good to be true. Yeah, then one of them finally clocks him and gasps, "Wait, you're the guy who invented that wild water-absorbing wall." And just like that, his reputation comes sprinting ahead of him. The guild master throws his weight behind him, and just like that, he's got a driven crew lined up and ready to get to work. All right, hold up. Our main man doesn't just build something anymore. He decides he's going to teach them how to build houses. He went and demanded some empty land to kick off his project, and they drag him straight down into the slums. This place is a total disaster. Splintered wood everywhere, roofs caved in, and the whole place looks like it got wrecked for real. This is the place where people who got fired and broke down eventually end up. But when they spot ruin, our hero sees opportunity. This is his moment to make his case. Right as he's about to take control, a voice cuts through the chaos. "I object." Suddenly, a tiny kid pops out of nowhere and slams the brakes on them. He plants his feet and snaps. "We don't need help from strangers. This is O'Rourke Town. We'll renew the slum ourselves." He glares up at Masaru, cheeks burning with anger. Not a kid. Then bam! The little supporter hero you've been backing crashes onto the scene with a loud, chaotic grand entrance. All right, hold up, because Masaru lands in the grimiest part of town. The kind of forgotten back alley nightmare your fantasy would warn you about. He's about to meet a kid named Ruruyu, all sass and zero chill. But right when introductions are on the verge of happening, some random craftsman lunges in, grabs him, and slams a hand over his mouth. The guy starts barking at Ryoryu, telling him to shut his trap. Then bam, the twist hits. This kid is the real head honcho of the Craftsman Guild. Turns out he isn't some kid with a weirdly deep voice at all. He's a tiny, tiny grown man, and he tells us Ryoryu are dwarfs. A legendary race of master crafters whose skills are so absurdly op they make grown men look like amateurs. Turns out our main man just showed up on the king's direct command to rip these slums apart and rebuild them from the ground up. Ryoryu, finally free from his overprotective colleague's grip, can't help but get instantly hooked. He barrels straight into it and grills this absolute unit for his grand plan to save this disaster zone. Masaru throws down his totally not obvious genius plan. First we clear the land, then we slap up brand new houses. All the other craftsmen just gawk at him, totally unmoved, like their faces are shouting, "Yeah, okay, groundbreaking." And why didn't a week of that fix everything? If it really worked that easily, they wouldn't still be stuck living in this dump. Masaru catches himself sounding like a textbook and snaps into action. He admits he's dying of curiosity about Ryoryu, but first they've got to crush the whole slum problem. He launches into a full-on lecture about what slums do to society. Discrimination, public health, the whole harsh reality, like he's delivering a TED talk to their faces. Like wherever you are, just stop talking. Can you finally get to the point? So our hero lays out the whole vision. New houses, new jobs, upgraded infrastructure, the full package. But then, boom, he drops the bomb. This whole thing is just textbook theory because he's never actually tried any of it in real life. And then he spells it out. Decking the place out with shiny new houses is a trap. Just a neat little excuse to boot the current residents and polish the area's image, wiping out their community while calling it help. If they wanted this done right, they'd have to pull in government finance agencies, something way beyond what they're qualified to touch. That revelation straight up shatters Ryu's whole worldview. He spent his life believing that crafting saves people, but now he realizes it can also become a weapon for gentrification. and the shock hits so hard his soul feels like it just slips out of his body. That poor guy is absolutely rattled. He just bolts off in a blink, not a single word left behind. Masaru realizes he just tossed an emotional nuke, so he shuts it down, tells everyone to cool off, and orders them to meet at the guild tomorrow to brainstorm. This proactive guy doesn't sit around. He marches straight into the slums himself to investigate firsthand. Later, he's lost in thought on a rooftop, staring at the city below. Then a steady, rhythmic banging hits his ears. This isn't random noise. It's the sharp, unmistakable sound of a master craftsman forging his craft. He chases the noise until he finds a dented, beat-up old factory, then leans in for a quick peek. This place is a treasure trove of absurdly intricate metalwork, like every single detail was crafted to blow your mind. He snatches a chisel, and his appraisal skill explodes into action. Because every piece in here is top-tier, fit for royalty, made with a level of craftsmanship that's straight-up unreal. Wondering what unhinged genius is locked in here, he shouts, calling out loud. And who suddenly shoots out from behind that workbench? Ryoryu herself. Ryoryu is still fuming over that earlier conversation. But Masaru is totally hooked on his craft, leaning in like, "How did you build patterns this complex?" Ryoryu just shrugs like it's nothing, grinning as he says it's all hand-carved, then casually flexes that he memorized the basics and put in practice. You know, like you're supposed to. Masaru leans in and lays out his secret methods, step by step, flashing off his latest work on the signs like he wanted everyone to stare. Ryoryu starts firing question after question, and the suspicion just skyrockets. Then he throws himself a pity party, dropping his dead master's name just to bait Masaru and watch what he'll do next. But our boy won't bite. He just shrugs and says it's totally natural to wonder who taught him those insane, epic skills. Ryoryu finally breaks down and admits the truth. His master was his own father. Later, his family were famous carvers, until a beast ripped through them, and he was the only one left breathing. Now he carves just to survive day to day. He tells them his father never once vanished. He was right there every time he carved his work into shape. And that connection is what pulled his soul back from the edge after the tragedy. That's why his whole heart goes into the work, because it means everything to him. And that's why Masaru's words hit him like a truck. But how could something meant to save souls, like building a home, ever turn into a weapon against people? Masaru snaps his point into place. This isn't about the crafting itself, it's all about the situation around it. If those nobles swoop in and buy up the land, they haul everyone out of their homes on the spot. Because when people roll up their sleeves and fix up their own homes, it sparks real hope, and that grit carries them forward. Masaru's eyes burn with fresh determination, as he swears he'll deliver a project that leaves everyone satisfied. Ryo still isn't buying it. He snaps that there's no way he can trust him that fast. So Masaru leans in and drops an offer. "Come to the guild tomorrow. I'll show you what I can really do." Then boom, the ultimate flex hits as he unveils a perfectly finished, wildly detailed metal masterpiece. Ryoryu froze in shock. He was carving T's with one hand while he kept the conversation rolling. His brain literally short-circuits. This casual, effortless mastery is too much to handle. Next morning, the meeting kicks off again. Masaru slams into the real core issues: housing, jobs, and safety, and he lays it all bare. The craftsmen nod along with his assessment, then admit they're totally stumped on how to even create jobs. Right then, Ryoryu saunters in like a boss, fashionably late and stealing the whole scene. He straight up declares he's not here to help at all. He's just there to verify something. Masaru flashes this huge grin and without missing a beat says, "All right, let's keep this meeting going." But you can spot it straight in Ruryu's eyes. He's in. He's about to unleash his god-tier skills and rip the slums out of danger. All right, buckle up. We're diving straight back into the chaos. While Masaru's out here flipping the world one industry at a time, his influence is spreading like wildfire, and the local construction crew can't stop freaking out over his brand new joint techniques. One of the builders just can't stop staring at those plain-looking joints, because they somehow lock the whole structure into absurd, earthquake-beating strength, like straight-up next-level protection magic from our main man's world. Right then, Ryoryu bursts in, and the craftsman blurts out that Masaru already took off. He had to rush to teach his methods to the other workshops, like, immediately. Even as the revolution refuses to wait, the guild master is utterly stunned by how solid Masaru's construction designs are. Then he blurts out, "Ryoryu, tell me that absolute beast actually got his proposal in front of the king." What? Ryoryu flashed a triumphant grin as he snapped out a royal scroll, and the moment he delivered it, the king already stamped it with a full green light. clearing every single one of Masaru's wild new safety and labor reforms. The builder leans in and demands to know where our hero is heading next. Ryorio's eyes snap wide for a split second, then she blurts, "Oh, it's probably the glass factory." And just like that, she's gone. Ryoro rockets through the streets, panic-fueled and wide-eyed, screaming, what kind of insane technique is he about to teach at the glass factory? She knows the current method is just blowing glass into a bubble, then spinning it until it turns into a disc. And her mind instantly snaps to the legendary etchik glass, an ultra-rare technique, tightly guarded by the dwarves, shrouded in mystery and known to almost nobody. Yeah, for centuries nobody's managed to copy that dwarf sheet glass, because they craft it with some sketchy ghost stone, and that's the only reason it works. Then it hits her, Masaru's wild, ridiculous skills, especially that metal carving trick that straight up snapped the guild leader's soul right out of his body. Once she realizes what this guy can do, she spots him and starts sprinting after him. She barges into the workshop and finds the whole room packed with stunned, totally confused craftsmen. Everyone's just frozen, staring in awe at this enormous glowing molten bar of glass dripping off the blowpipe. Ryorio's jaw hits the floor, because what in the world is Masaru doing? He's casually gripping this giant, massive glass monster like it's nothing, wearing a cool, effortless smile. The craftsmen don't trust a word, at least not yet. Masaru leans in, orders Ryoryu to keep his eyes locked on every move, and warns them that once this process kicks off, there's no turning back. The workers keep muttering like, "Are you seriously saying that thing is going to turn into a sheet?" And the disbelief hanging in this room is so heavy you could slice it clean in half. Our boy tells her, sure, this glass blowing's working, but her glass is a pricey dwarven import, so yeah, I can't help but wonder. So he decided to hand them a far easier, lightning-fast way to do it. But this hits Ryu way too hard, he's practically trembling with shock. A giant sail on sheet glass? Seriously, what are the odds? Masaru leans in and barks at everyone to pay attention, like he's practiced it a dozen times. And it works, because right after, he snips a hole right through the end of the molten glass bubble. Then he snaps into full chaos and swings that giant cylinder like a pendulum, yanking it out longer with every savage arc. As soon as the shape clicks into place, he leans in and declares, "This is the cylinder method." Then he grabs a tool and cuts a sharp line straight down the inside of the glass tube. Ryoryu is completely lost, but our main man doesn't even blink. He whips the scored cylinder straight into a special flattening furnace like it's nothing. The moment that heat blasts in, the glass starts melting and curling apart along the exact line he cut. The method starts to click, and that brutally simple trick has Ryoryu so speechless he might as well be frozen in place. And finally, this absolute unit snatches a rectangular stone off a stick like it's nothing. He leans in and presses the softened glass down, gliding over it until every bump disappears and it turns into a flawless, perfect sheet. With a proud grin, he yanks it from the furnace and barks, "It's done." Then boom, a massive, flawless sheet of glass appears out of nowhere, crafted in mere minutes. The whole workshop explodes with noise. Craftsmen snap into a full frenzy, screaming that it's incredible, because everyone knows this is a day they'll never forget. Masaru, the king of trolling, smirks and says, "Honestly, I just wanted to act a little cocky and mess with you. What matters is whether you can pull it off." And there, Ryoryu just stands there, eyes wide and heart racing, completely starstruck, wondering if she could ever learn it too. Masaru shoots her a steady look that basically screams, "Yeah, hell yes, you've got this." Right when she's about to volunteer, the workshop owner cuts in immediately, firing off a demand that he gets taught first. Right away, chaos erupts. Every single craftsman starts trying to muscle into line, and Masaru just sighs, telling them to cut it out and play nice. After a killer day of industrial revolution, our boy and Ryu climb up onto the rooftop and stare out over the whole city. They stare down at the crew as they tear into the site below. Kicks off installing brand new, locally made windows into the frame. A brutal grind that our unstoppable duo somehow conquers every single time. At last, the big day finally crashes in. Boom. Because the king himself rides up in his royal carriage to scoop the guild master for the grand inspection. The guild master's panicking sweat won't quit, but he quickly tells the king one thing. Masaru didn't just hit the mark, he annihilated it completely. Ruryu's looking sharp, and when her master says she nailed it perfectly, this time there's finally nothing for her to worry about. The carriage screeches up to the site and the door flies open. There's Masaru casually leaning out as he yells, "Hey, I brought the king." He tosses the king a super chill yo, and the monarch's face instantly says, "Oh no, really?" Then he leans in like, "Seriously, can you give me 5 seconds of actual seriousness?" Masaru shrugs off the disciple, brushes the comment aside, and gets to the point, telling the king to drop the chatter and just look at what the craftsman has actually made. The king narrows his eyes, looking totally unconvinced, and braces himself like he expects the worst to hit any second. He tells them, this is what happens after just 1 week of teaching his new techniques to the local workers. And the second the king locks eyes on the finished masterpiece, his royal mask instantly cracks, his composure flies apart, his breath quits, and he explodes into a roar. What the hell is this? All right, let's jump into this glorious mess. King Action storms into the slums thinking he'll find pure dirt and misery, but his royal jaw drops when the ground under his feet is a freshly paved street. Masaru's standing there glowing like a live wire, total, I told you so, energy blasting off him. And then he casually asks the king what he thinks. The king's left speechless, because this place, it used to be a total certified dump. And now it's gone through the most ridiculous glow-up. An absolute before and after that would make any home renovation show break down in happy tears. Our main man strides into the grand tour and points out his first game-changing innovation. Huge sheet glass windows everywhere. In a world where window means a literal hole in the wall, this is next-level tech. Then the king's jaw drops when he realizes you can actually peek at a shop's wares before you even step inside. Mind-blowing, right? He shows off how even weapons and bread sit in perfect, tidy lines, everything lined up so clearly everyone can spot it at a glance. This absolute unit isn't just an architect, he's a full-on city planner. Masaru makes it crystal clear. Phase 1 is just warming up, because he's about to hire even more people straight from the slums to build new houses and blow up the shopping district with expansion. The king strides up to the fresh construction, and it's already so cleaner, so sharper, it puts half his capital to shame. But wait, Masaru drops his modern sanitation know-how like it's a power move, unveiling a fresh drainage ditch and a public well. And just like that, he shuts down the disgusting days of dumping sewage right into the street. And just when hope feels dead, our hopeless hero fires off some 21st century truth at the medieval king. Clean water management is the one thing that keeps a city alive and healthy. King Action is straight up spiraling as the system melts down around him, staring at the renovated area like it's about to rewrite the entire kingdom. Because the man just absorbed more about urban development in 20 minutes than his ancestors managed in centuries. He leans in and asks the local craftsmen if they've finally picked up these epic new skills. Then the guild leader straight up confirms it. Yeah, they're closing in, but our boys' level is straight up outrageous. Masaru, still acting like the ultimate project manager, basically tells them to copy-paste that design across the entire kingdom. The king is absolutely thrilled, shouting that it's brilliant, and he's already plotting patents and study abroad programs to spread that knowledge everywhere. He grabs the moment and shuts everyone down. And then he drops the big question. Wait, so you're telling me you just supercharged our kingdom's growth by over 100 years, all by yourself? His crew instantly starts panicking, scrambling to get him to just nod, grin, and move on. Man, this dude's got zero chill. The king tries to talk his way out of it, convinced Masaru did this either for fame or to stress-test nation-building plans. Masaru slams him with the most unhinged, chaotic excuse ever. Yeah, manufacturing's my hobby. The king's brain just fully blue-screened. So you're telling me you built all this because you got carried away. And that's when it all breaks. The king snaps, cackling like a maniac, and roars that Masaru is the biggest, most brilliant idiot he's ever laid eyes on. Once the laughter fades, the vibe flips. Anne's voice softens as she asks, a little worried whether Masaru is leaving soon. He leans in and reassures her. He's not going anywhere yet. He'll stick around to supervise a little longer. The king, listen to me, I've got one crucial piece of advice for you. Told him to slow down, because one wrong move could spell disaster. When the slums suddenly turn into prime real estate, every shady noble scrambles to grab a slice before anyone else does. But that's not the real danger. The king leans in with a grim voice, and then it hits. It's the demon beast. Masaru's blood turns to ice when the memory hits. Back when he first arrived, that terrifying bear-horse monster still haunts him. The king's jaw drops. He can't believe his own eyes because he's just spotted one, proving they're shockingly rare. Right there, he breaks it down. Demon beasts are what the world makes when rotten, negative emotions corrupt the magic that's supposed to stay pure. Lately, sightings have been popping up everywhere, especially since Masaru just ran into 2 of them and that golem attack. That's a catastrophic omen screaming that something is coming. The king's face tightens with fury as he snaps that this situation is wildly, painfully abnormal. And Masaru suddenly realizes he's standing right in the center of a disaster, that's about to explode. Uh-oh, this problem is spreading fast, and we're running out of time. And you've got no clue where it'll strike next. Meanwhile, in some totally different forest, a pack of miserable knights is getting absolutely wrecked. Right there, Satan's personal reindeer are slaughtering them. This is demon deer, watch out because it's about to go feral. And it's way outside the borders of its usual hunting grounds. The beast hurls a wild lightning magic blast, and soldiers get launched flying like bowling pins in a split second. They're screaming that it's way too powerful, way too high above their heads to handle. Right as two demonic deer gear up to finish the job. A golden-haired god drops out of the sky, Commander Lancelot, and you can practically feel his disappointment as he sizes up the squad's performance. He snaps at them to shape up, reminding them that he's the only one here who can actually stand up and fight this thing. He sees the recent monster outbreak as a perfect training shot, terrifying, sure, but he's using it anyway. His knights start with him chatting nonstop, straight up telling everyone how Lancelot has turned into an absolute unit ever since that duel with Masaru. Then the knight's first shocking drop hits. Someone blurts out if the commander has told the squad about the wedding yet, and the room goes tense. Before Lancelot can even wrap his head around it, the knight snaps it out. "It's your Nissy, Lady Adelina. She's getting married." As the words die out in the air, a demon deer spots its opening and bolts forward like a living nightmare. Lancelot doesn't even blink. He whips his sword and shield through the air in one brutal, furious swipe, and everything just gets obliterated. The news finally hits, and his face flips into full-blown, overprotective Uncle Rage. "This marriage is not happening, and you will not allow it," he roars. The commander snaps completely, shouting at full volume, "Who's the groom?" while his squad scrambles to calm the rampaging demigod. Lancelot just got activated, and I'm telling you, someone is about to get absolutely wrecked. 2 weeks later, he drags himself back into town. No shining hero this time, just a guy who crawled out of a total disaster of a road trip. The chief spots them first and roars across the whole farm, screaming that Masaru and his crew have finally come back. The welcome wagon rolls up in full force as their carriage hits the central street, and cheers erupt from every side. Eula is practically bouncing off the walls, absolutely buzzing as she steps toward founding a brand new nation. Yeah, the hype is through the roof. But while everyone's throwing a victory party, our main man has vanished. Until boom, there he is, crouched behind the carriage wheel like he's trying to dodge the cops. The girls are totally stunned, whispering that the trip must have fried his brain. And honestly, they're right, because he looks absolutely terrified of his wild little sister, snapping in pure panic and rage like he can't stop judging her while his soul flat out left his body. Speaking of the welcoming committee, yeah, a couple of the key members are completely missing. Because that little sister and that first disciple are already in a freezing, bitter war, battling over who's gonna get the honor of looking after Masaru. This wild showdown explodes on the spot. Everyone's locked into a quiz battle to crown the real, no doubt Masaru expert. And there's our hopeless hero, just standing there blushing in the background, fully clocking that this affection is straight up twisted. And yeah, this guy is absolutely loving every second of the chaos. Inside, it's go time. Business is on the table. The chief rallies everyone for a meeting to lay out the foundation ceremony plans. But right before they can even begin, the king and queen hit them with a total bombshell. They're insisting on getting married the exact same day. This absolute unit just freezes, mouth agape like he can't believe his eyes. His thoughts are blasting. "Are you kidding me? While I was out there grinding my butt off, the two of you were plotting a wedding." The whole plan is a wild, 3-day festival roller coaster. Day 1 kicks off with a meet-and-greet party, and Day 2 ignites at the official nation founding ceremony. And Day 3 explodes into the grand finale, the royal wedding itself, and let me tell you, that schedule is downright unhinged. Right away, the chief is already freaking out about being short-handed, but Masaru doesn't even blink. He flexes, then promises he'll personally set up the AOL materials and resources. He's diving straight into the toughest prep work because his skills aren't just good, they're built different. Then the king swoops in with a special request. He's demanding some royal bling, big and shining. Not some random trinket. This one's a one-of-a-kind prize, a scepter with real power. So what does our boy do? He taps into his inner nerd and hurls the legendary 3 sacred treasures from his world's mythology like they're straight out of a fantasy showdown. A legendary sword, a cracked mirror, and a blazing jewel. 3 epic symbols of power meant to be handed down for generations, and the royals absolutely adore it. With adrenaline roaring in his chest, Masaru fires back and declares that forging these sacred treasures is now his #1 priority. And just like that, he's out of here. He literally yeets himself through the door to start prepping, leaving everyone else eating dust behind him. The chief just smirks and says Masaru's unstoppable, chaotic energy is the same power that forged their entire nation. And then he straight up tells the other elders, start brainstorming how to repay Masaru. Like, you mean doing literally everything. Now he's sprinting through streets he personally built, and the townspeople are cheering him like the hero he is. But his mind's already in overdrive, racing to forge divine artifacts. He can't stop replaying the king's ominous warning about the demon beast, and now he's figured out he has to level up in secret. First stop right at the partition. He's cracking it open and handling some behind-the-scenes work. His design ideas are pure genius. This sword won't scream power. It'll stand for protection for every powerless soul he's fought to save. That mirror will become a masterpiece, shining back the calm future they fought tooth and nail to build. And then at last the jewel. He imagines a masterpiece so bright it feels like a star, an offering so perfect for the goddesses who brought him here. That vision is absolutely legendary. Now all we have to do is survive the execution, because that nightmare is officially tomorrow's problem. He steals a rare breath, leaning over the balcony as he stares across the massive city he built from the ground up. Wait, it's surreal, like reality slipped for a second. Back on Earth, he never would have dared imagine this. He steals his resolve and promises himself he'll craft the goddess a gift, because gratitude demands it. Then the brutal weight of his never-ending to-do list slams into him like a wrecking ball. Our hero snaps into full-blown panic, clutches his head, and screams for help, because this workload is about to torment him for real. All he can think about is one wild dream. If only he could use magic to clone himself or pull some impossible double out of thin air. Out of nowhere, a calm voice slices the silence. Then I'll help you. Masaru freezes on the spot, forcing himself to blame it on exhaustion. Then bam, he spots it, and a stack of sheets starts crawling across the floor all by itself. From somewhere deep below, he crawls up. Only this time, everything feels wrong. Pitch black eyes, a sinister grin, and he introduces himself as Masaru. Our boy's soul totally shatters into a million pieces, and out of nowhere, Masaru again. All right, buckle up. Masaru just got slammed into the worst kind of chaos. He's staring straight at himself, and this creepy, evil, smug twin pops in out of nowhere. First, this shady doppelganger leans in and warns him that the world is a minefield, then admits he has no real role to copy, whatever that's supposed to mean. Our main man's brain is firing on all cylinders. He clocks it instantly. This isn't some long-lost brother at all, it's a fake. Probably a mirror demon or some other cursed weirdo. Then the clone blurts out his mission. He's here to copy Masaru's labor power right from the source. Like, bro, you could have just asked for an internship. Yeah, the moment he realizes it's a copycat, this absolute unit cracks his knuckles and slams in a quick diagnostic test. So how does he test a potentially lethal magical clone? He instantly sidesteps the whole topic and derails the conversation into an architectural showdown. He starts rambling about furniture contests and building plans, and the clone just stands there, totally baffled. His face practically shouts, "I came for a fight, not an episode of Grand Designs." The bickering erupts on the spot, like these two have been roommates forever. The clone's patience keeps snapping, and Masaru just keeps poking him, claiming he's an otaku who works 8 days a week. And just like that, the clone fully snaps. Playtime. Done. He whips out a wicked dark sword, screams that his lord has ordered Masaru's execution, and goes straight for it. Our hero's soul rips out of his body like it can't stay 1 second longer. He instantly feels that ominous magical aura hit like a warning in his bones. It's the same unholy power that turned stone statues into monsters, and it's tied to the dark elves themselves, and this clone? Yeah, it's one of them. The fake blurts it out. His master wants revenge for every one of his fallen comrades, and this is the first move. Then he makes it crystal clear. Masaru has to die right here, right now. Right after that, the clone hurls the whole workbench straight into our boy's face. Said Masaru barely even gets a moment to register how brutally strong this copy is. The clone surges ahead, sword whistling through the air as it swings for the kill. Masaru whispered a creepy goodbye, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Yeah, sure, he's still no slouch. He whips his blade up to parry that strike, and the clone goes wide-eyed at the shock. The fake lunges for a low, sneaky hit from behind, but Masaru is too fast to catch. Like the clone lunges in and snatches him by the chest. But our hero isn't about to let his evil twin bulldoze him. Then he unleashes a snap of strengthening magic, muscles flexing like power just surged through him. Then he shuts it down and boom, pulls yet another rabbit out of his hat. He throws down healing magic, and the clone's brain just face-splints, short-circuiting on the spot. You can literally see the loading icon spinning in his eyes. The clone shrieks it's cheating, then lunges to copy Masaru's skill. Bragging that sure, Masaru's got a garbage noble brain, but it has raw magic power that'll crush him. To prove it, he snatches Masaru's arm and forges a direct connection. Then he grins and tells him his power is tied straight to his master. Then he rips loose a laughably massive surge of dark energy and blasts our hero through the air like a cannonball. This isn't some harmless blast. This corrupting power is sinking straight into the city's water supply. Realizing that this shady magic could poison the whole world, Masar snaps. He's ending it right now. So he dives into his ultimate inventory skill and rips out a real, literal meteor. A chunk of rock suddenly tears out of the sky, poised to smash everything in its path. The clone just cackles, stone-cold unimpressed, then sneers that Masaru's flashy and stupid for trying to slam into him, along with the temple. He even turns all emo and blurts that he's depressed, because somehow being a copy of such an idiot is messing him up. But Masaru doesn't even hear the villain's speech, he just lets the rock fall. As the giant boulder crashes down, a wild thought slams into his head. Wait a second. His skills came straight from the goddess's gacha machine. So tell me, how in the world is this clone copying them? Before he can crack that puzzle, the clone goes full psycho. He starts blasting reinforcement magic across the entire building, turning the temple into one giant weapon. With a horrifying grin, the clone swears that this time, this is the end of his life. And he swipes one last farewell into the air. Reinforced beams from the temple burst forward like gigantic spears, striking out in an instant. And one lands a perfect direct hit wham, blasting Masaru clean off the platform. The clone stares at the massive explosion roaring in the distance, waving like he just snatched the championship. He stares at the wreckage, smirking like he finally wiped the original off the map, then his eyes snap wide. No way, what? What? While everyone else cowers in rubble, our main man stands there totally unshaken, cradling a ridiculously huge, handcrafted cannon like it's nothing. Masaru shrugs it off and brushes himself clean. You really tossed me, huh? You've blown me way past my limit, fake. That clone is straight up losing it. He's screaming, Gavo are you? Utter shock hits both of them at the exact same time, and you can see it blazing on their faces. And just when things couldn't get any more out of control, a whole squad of knights storms in, headed straight by the king himself, who's been hunting Masaru. The king just stared in shock at Tumosaurus, and the ruined city lying broken beneath it. A slow, amused grin creeps across his face. The clone stares at the fresh arrivals, and you can practically see the wheels spinning in his mind. An entire king, a whole kingdom to bend and toy with, and this? Yeah, this is going to be fun. If so, even worse. All right, buckle up, we're starting this show. Our boy and his crew are just minding their business when bam, a boss fight drops out of nowhere, and it's Lancelot, the human wrecking ball, grinning like he's about to cause absolute chaos. Lancelot's sidekick blurts that a clone of our main man literally just spawned in their house. And yeah, it's happening like it's nothing, just another totally normal Tuesday. They claim this clone is basically Masaru in full power. Lancelot, still acting like the humble underdog, just shrugs and says, sure, he's at the top of the food chain, but compared to me, he's just a small fry. This unit's confidence is off the charts, and everyone's totally stunned. Lancelot snaps that R is way stronger now, and his skills haven't just improved. They've been completely remade. He's basically tracking that power-up with the focus of a bloodhound, sniffing out every last chance. Lancelot offers a friendly duel to celebrate, but our boy has a way better plan, because this insanely powerful pest does not get to walk away unhandled. Right out of nowhere, our unsuspecting lead flips the whole script. 1 second Lancelot is mouthing off. The next he's strapped to a massive wooden pole, and his mind is scrambling to catch up with what just hit him. Masaru snatches him up and cackles, grinning like, this is it, time to test the wild ideas I've been scribbling in my comic books. And the idea is straight up unhinged. This guy cooked up a giant medieval ballista just to blast Lancelot straight into being a human missile. Lancelot's panic hits like thunder the moment he realizes he's been strapped to the projectile. With a maniacal grin, Masaru lets him soar, then screams, have a nice trip, as Lancelot gets yeeted clear across the entire continent. He rockets through the sky, soaring over the city like he owns it. And into the countryside, a gorgeous streak of total chaos unfurls. Masaru stands there, soaking it all in, grinning like a proud parent staring at his perfect handiwork. Then bam, clarity slams into him like a freight train. He's a person, and I wasn't out to kill my only lead. That app totally blanks out the fact that he just launched a man, not some monster, into the stratosphere. Too late, Lancelot smashes onto land like a meteor, blasting up a massive dust cloud that swallows the sky. While the Masaru clone, yeah, we'll call him Fakaru, throws his head back and cackles, he's convinced he's finally broken free of his creator, and the timing couldn't be more perfect. Lancelot dusts himself off right beside him, totally unbothered by his wild cross-country dash. Meanwhile, Fakaru just scoffs like, "You're boring." Lancelot's face fell. He wanted a real, no-holds-barred showdown, not some pathetic copycat knockoff. Fakaru decides to show off. He explodes Masaru's overwhelming magic power and brags that it's even beyond the G-class. But Lancelot just smirks. Then he casually reveals that his reinforcement magic can double the output, and his ultimate skill would crank it all the way up to 30, basically turning him into a full-on one-man army. Me fake Roo snarls at him, then dares him. "So what are you gonna do about it?" Big mistake, Lancelot just disappears, then comes back in a flash with his blade pinned to the clone's throat, and he whispers, "I can see you." Before fake Roe even gets the chance to blink, Lancelot rockets out a full-on barrage of slashes. The clone's frozen in total disbelief, screaming at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is this?" He claws to fight back, snarling, "Fuck this," as their blades slam together in a wild, chaotic storm of steel. They clash blades in a hair-trigger standoff, like one wrong move could ignite everything. Lancelot just smashes through the stalemate, driving a brutal kick straight into the chest and breaking it wide open. Next up is the finisher. Lancelot slams his sword down in a thunderous overhead strike, smashing the earth and fully obliterating Fakaru's arm. Heck, this clone just stares at the glowing orb, stunned out of his mind because it's nothing like Masaru's memories. Lancelot nonchalantly breaks it down. There's a duel, and then there's a real battle, and he's basically telling you, never ever let your opponent land the first move. He snaps into motion, and then boom, he drops the bombshell. His new skill puts him 2 steps ahead, like he's already reading the next move. He leans over the dying clone and hammers in the truth. Most people juggle 2 or 3 skills. If you've got more, it means your talent is incomplete. But for a real master like him, his 3 separate sword skills vanished the moment he hit level 10. They collided, then transformed, evolving into something far more dangerous. And then it snapped into something way more terrifying, Master Swordsman. And that's only the appetizer. Trust me, the real chaos is coming. Lancelot admits he already mastered that skill before he ever met Masaru. And ever since, he's been grinding non-stop, leveling up like crazy. He starts rattling off an absurd pile of killer moves he's collected over the years. Beast killer, demon killer, and everything in between. This kind of power isn't something you earn from sparring, it's forged in blood. He announces his next evolution. His next transformation will only ignite the moment he's pushed to true desperation. Fakaru realizes he's about to be erased from existence, and in pure panic his soul rips out of his body. Then he slams a massive castle wall into place. He frantically shoves magic into it, yelling more, as Lancelot's attack charges to the breaking point. It's pointless, one strike, and the attack turns that wall to vapor like it was made of paper. Like a last, bitter souvenir, Lancelot finally spits out the name of the skill that just sealed his fate, **arbitrator**. And just like that, the copy vanished. Lancelot just let out a breath, because yeah, that was brutal. Seriously, not easy is the biggest understatement I've ever heard, my dude. And just like that, Masaru's back, laughing his head off, and he leans in like, "So, how'd it go?" Finally, Lancelot just jabs a finger at the Grand Canyon he carved into the land with one wild swing. Then he hits you with a deadpan. "You're a battle freak, you know that." The thought that Lancelot could have done that to the whole city slams into Masaru like a gut punch. Hard, Lancelot slams him with questions about that change skill, but our boy feigns ignorance. So Lancelot grabs the clone's remains and starts appraising them himself. He reaches out and taps the glowing orb. Then the screen flashes, bam, revealing a golem carved by a demon programmed to stick right beside Masaru. Right when they're still trying to digest this sketchy new development, a giant portal rips open overhead like the sky. It's been split in 2. A shadow drops down from above, and the second our hopeless hero locks eyes with her, he knows exactly who she is, Stenzen's attacker, the boss. A goddess descends from the skies, declaring with thunderous certainty that the world is in serious peril. Our girl can only stare up, wide-eyed and stunned, as this totally absurd new threat bursts onto the scene like she owns the place. All right, buckle up. Masaru gets dragged into a secret late-night meeting at the Ventalia Temple, face-to-face with the goddess Victinias. The tension's razor-thin, and she wastes no time. She leans in and demands, point-blank, that the unsuspecting one explain how the world is about to get obliterated. Before the world-ending explanation hits, we get a fast flashback of some brutal A-trolling. Some random guy straight up admits he leaked Adelina's marriage partner info, and it sends Zack into full-on rage. His excuse, fate bro, that guy's a straight-up maniac. Now things get real. Victinia snaps into serious mode, tells our main guy this entire disaster is built from her long-term plans and lays it out. Time to talk strategy. Turns out the King of Greatas was the first one to put the pieces together. Those rampaging monsters, that demon bear, they're not the real threat at all. They're just the fallout, signs that negative energy is surging through the world and poisoning everything. Old Victini takes the stage and lays it all out. Right in front of them is an existence fueled by pure bad energy, a mindless force of nature that's locked in on total destruction. An enemy, yeah, we've all seen her type 100 times before. Then bam, she drops the bombshell. She's the Demon King, the source of all evil. This absolute unit just snapped awake from his nap, and now he's ready to throw the whole party. Even the gods have stepped in and admitted it. This shady guy's arrival has completely flipped the whole game. Masaru can't believe what he's hearing, and you can see it hit him in real time. He blurts, "Demon King," as his brain's gears grind to a shaky, stunned stop. His brain instantly flips into full gamer mode. Oh no, we're toast. This is a world conquest scheme, not a compromise. There's no way we can just hand him half the world, right? Yeah, but Victinia's is law. This is way worse. For the gods, a demon king isn't some easy conquest. It's the death knell for civilization. Game over, no backups. So Masaru fires off the million-dollar question. If this guy is that terrifying, why don't the gods just snap their fingers and erase him from existence? She tells them the Demon King's arrival isn't an invasion. It's a full-on natural disaster, like a hurricane brewed from pure, roaring rage. It's a living disaster forged from the world's darkest negativity. And once it's fully grown, it turns into real, unstoppable danger. Suddenly, a light bulb pops in Masaru's head. Wait, there's something that can take down a Demon King, and then it hits him. He just basically nominated himself. Victinia just deadpans, "Are you seriously daydreaming?" Then she obliterates his shonen fantasy by spelling it out. There's no such thing as a hero. This world keeps running fine with his production skills, and that's why he's the catalyst. And here's the unhinged twist. This Demon King doesn't care about world domination at all. He's obsessed with Masaru. Of course, his first instinct is to bolt, so do I just ditch him and run? But it's not that simple. These demon keys flip the whole thing into a nightmare, calling Masaru's push for civilization a threat they want erased forever. So this guy instantly fires up a backup plan for Get a Hero. Build a super squad of absurdly overpowered monsters like Lancelot and go hunt demons. But once Victinia's massive size exposes the deadly hole in his plan, they're stuck. They can't fight the boss if they don't even know what dungeon he's hiding in. Then it hits our hopeless hero like a lightning strike. The Demon King is so terrifying he can forge a fake Masaru, using his own body as the blueprint. But the enemy's identity is a total blank. No one can find him, no trail to follow. With stakes this brutal, Victinia's makes it crystal clear. Their partnership has never mattered more. She snaps that Ventalia is the perfect target right now, and the tension in the air gets way too thick. So Masaru whips around, straight up asks her if she's pumped for the upcoming founding ceremony. She admits it. She's honestly counting down because she's really, truly looking forward to it. As they stride on, he leans in close, tries to calm her down, and swears the ceremony will happen, and the whole town will be protected. He knows the job he's been handed is the brutalest of them all, but he's still stepping up, ready to do whatever it takes to bring down the Demon King. That wild burst of confidence is so out of character that Victinius's faith crashes hard. And in the middle of all this chaos, Masaru snatches up her cheeks, grumbling that her divine messenger powers have stopped working properly. She tells him to act like a full-on god, but slips in the truth under her breath. His goofy antics are somehow calming her down. That's when he drops the message she missed, straight from her job quest. It's a delivery mission to a place so remote that even her gospel of God can't reach it. Masaru snaps it out right away. This is a divine errand quest, and he's not impressed at all, grumbling that he wants no part in protecting some random city. Then a sly grin cracks across his face, and he thinks the mysteriously hidden city might be exactly what the ceremony needs, maybe the perfect dress for the right goddess. Yes, Victinia's is instantly with him, swearing he'll make it right and offering a fair reward for all the trouble. She slides him a gorgeous magic stone, glowing softly with raw, ambient power as if it's about to explode. She demands he bless the jewel, then pours her divine energy into it right there in front of him. That sight of the stone hits him hard, like it's summoning thoughts of that adorable little goddess. So he turns to Victinia's and asks if she's into girly stuff. When it comes to pretty things, she gets flustered and admits, straight up, that everyone's drawn to them. Like chunky rings or dazzling necklaces. That's when it hits him, bam. It finally clicks, this is his shot. Tell me what you want, he demands, like he'll break the moment if he has to. He decides he has to hunt down the perfect reward on his own, then spins it as an S request to her. With that, he declares he's going to check on Zack and storms off, leaving the goddess utterly dumbfounded in his wake. And Victinia's is left totally flustered, cheeks burning as her thoughts race, because he just asked me what I wanted, right? She's completely rattled by this sudden turn of events. And yeah, he couldn't hide how excited he felt, scared to guess what kind of insane gift he's plotting. Right when she's drowning in her own thoughts, Masaru suddenly reappears, jumping out of nowhere and scaring the living daylights out of her. Wait, you're still here? He blurts, then we find out our main guy accepted the quest, and yeah, he actually knew exactly where to go. Classic, then he flexes those absurdly cracked skills and pulls up a map of the whole country, with the destination stamped in bright, crystal-clear clarity. The target spot is pure chaos, a thriving city buried deep underground, sealed inside a massive lake where the tide of magic is totally shut off. I'm Thread City. Brilliant, now buckle up. We're diving back into the chaos. Because a few days later, Zack gets absolutely smashed by the world's most brutal personal trainer, Captain Eldam. This guy is raging about warrior bodies while Zack just crumples into a puddle of misery, barely able to move. So tell me, how is this not just bullying? Of course that fan club's peeking from the sidelines, and Adelina's freaking out, begging everyone to go easy on him because she likes him exactly the way he is. All right. But Eldam's totally unhinged. He's basically calling his training twisted respect, saying the more he likes you, the more pain he'll hit you with, and honestly, that's a choice. Right then, Masaru strolls in like he owns the moment, totally clueless, yet grinning because he's just glad his crew's finally getting along. The girls instantly get flustered. Tifa's still trying to wrap her head around Eldam's twisted logic, because she can't figure out why Zack's getting special treatment. And in this gorgeous burst of solidarity, Liliana and Tifa finally clock it. They're both here to serve their master, not one-up each other, and the rivalry just melts into pure mutual simping power. Eldam finally admits he's heard about Demon Beast trouble, but that's not why he's here at all. Now this absolute unit is straight up itching for a rematch. He's gunning to throw down with Masaru again, and he's not gonna let this chance slip. But wait, where'd our guy go? Turns out our unsuspecting hero got a mission straight from a god, and he bolted for the mountains. And of course he didn't roll out alone. He brought the best guide in the business, the always capable Elena. Cut to the duo deep in the wilderness, staring down a secret path they just uncovered. They're kicking off a brand new adventure, charging into an underground passage that yawns like a secret trap. Image, Masaru stands there, stunned. He realizes there's no way he could have stumbled on this place alone. Elena smirks and practically taunts him. This entrance is almost invisible, and without her, he'd be completely finished. So you've been here before? The guy shoots back. Elena tells him the Dark Elves keep diplomatic ties with the underground, and that part of her job, yeah, for real, is babysitting Masaru and making sure he doesn't go and wreck everything with some dumb move. They step inside, and suddenly the cavern bursts open into a massive, sprawling underground world. It's pure epic energy. Elena swings her staff and lights the path forward. Our hopeless hero instantly breaks into goosebumps. Thankfully, Elena told him to wear something light instead of that clunky armor. She lays out the official mission, part diplomacy, part tailoring, and a mad dash to grab Silk on the spot. But Masaru's brain has officially clocked out. Then he spots a glowing mushroom, and his ADHD goes into full-on overdrive. He pops a flash mushroom and loses it, shouting about how it reacts to magic stones, totally geeking out. In seconds, he whips up a freaking awesome magic lantern. Elena stares in front of him, actually impressed for once. This guy gets instantly snagged by some new shiny distraction, and Elena has to yank him back. No words, just hands, so they don't miss the mission. He rips into it, arguing that the whole thrill of an adventure is the detours and the exploring. He even leans in and asks Elena if she ever just kicks back, breathes, and actually enjoys the view during a mission. She panics and blurts out, yeah, maybe once or twice, but then she shakes her head and insists this time is totally different. She fires back, trying to seize control again, urging him to explore. just not so recklessly. Naturally, he immediately spots a weird flying mana fish sealed inside a crystal, frees it, and adds it to his collection. Then he wanders off and pokes something that's absolutely not a mushroom. It's elastic, and you can feel trouble coming. Elena's danger sense screams at full volume, "Don't touch it." She yells, and the camera whips around to show they've smashed right into a giant spider web. Then they drop down. An army of giant, multi-eyed spiders crashes from the ceiling, and Masaru's soul instantly flees the scene. He panics hard and kicks one of the spiders flying away. A Hiji speeder against the rules. He shrieks, totally snapping because he absolutely can't stand spiders. Elena, please, he begs, because the creatures suddenly start pulsing with dark magic, and you can feel it turning the air dangerous. But our trusty guide makes one deadly blunder and gets yanked and trapped in the webbing. Those sticky threads cinch down hard, yanking her outfit until it's under serious strain. So what is Masaru thinking in this life-or-death instant? His brain just blows a fuse, and it's screaming like a chorus of panicked perverts, all because Elena's wardrobe has totally gone haywire. He jolts back for a split second, but he's still too busy raging about his arachnophobia to be any help at all. As more spiders creep in, closing the trap around him, a streak of steel suddenly slashes through the web, and it snaps Lena free. A mysterious samurai suddenly shows up, and that dude gets right in their face, demanding to know if they're safe. The hero yells at them to run, but Masaru, who's losing it over a national disaster, storms because this guy just wrecked their priceless moment. Then our boy roasts the newcomer on the spot, smirking as he points out that the sword didn't slice the web at all. It only tangled up in it. The samurai's face locks into raw shock when he finally realizes he's trapped. Before he even has time to process the failure, the web snaps shut, and he rockets upward, getting flung straight into the ceiling. Masaru and Elena just stare as he walks off, while she's standing there deadpan like nothing's happening. Yeah, same. The savior's already caught in it, gift-wrapped and screaming at the top of his lungs, begging someone to save him. Our duo just stares at each other, stunned, like the universe is leaning in and daring them. So, are you here to help or are you here to get helped? All right, brace yourself, because our boy just runs straight into a living nightmare. A dude wrapped up tight in spider silk, yelling for his life like the end is already here. That poor guy is having the absolute worst day ever, practically begging for help and promising he'll do anything, anything. And our main man's ready to throw fists until he realizes the real catch. They've got no hero weapons. Then Elena smirks and goes, "Here, take this." Without a single pause, she casually summons a surfboard-sized sword straight out of thin air. The webbed guy's brain totally faceplints. Then it clicks. That's an item box, that's a skill, and that blade. Yeah, he built it himself. A practice sword he never even got to swing, so congrats, today's the perfect day for a field test. Next thing you know, it's a full-blown war against these eight-legged freaks. Elena darts through the chaos like a blur, pure destruction in motion. While this absolute unit can barely keep pace and his soul is basically yelling, "I can't do this anymore." But somehow, pure miracle, they make it through, and when they finally catch their breath, the cave floor's just covered in dead, defeated arachnids. The blacksmith's gasping for breath, and he practically spits out that he absolutely, violently hates spiders. Meanwhile, Masaru studies his brand new weapon. It's weird as hell, like it doesn't slice so much as yanks, but whatever the heck it's doing, it still gets the job done. Lena tells him this is a special perk from his Forest Watcher skill. Just grind a few more levels in swordsmanship and appraisal, and unlock the full shape-shifting power of its true form. Right before they even touch the skill trees, they spot the bandit they caught, face down and fully knocked out. Right in the middle of a monster cave, priorities totally out of control. So they slam the brakes, take a breather, and scramble to figure out what to do with him. Masaru is still reeling, because his skills just evolved like nothing he's ever seen. While our blacksmith friend is still gagged and stuck, wrestling with his own doubts, a mouth-watering scent suddenly blows through the cave. Every single head whips around at once. Wait, is that food I smell? Oh no, this isn't just food. Our boy just cooked up gourmet peasies right in the middle of a dungeon, flexing like an absolute unit with goat cheese and seafood. The blacksmith is completely stunned. He says he was just hammering away, nodded off, and when he woke up, a bandit was trying to throw 6 spiders at him. Masaru goes, "Whoa, wait, I saved you twice, my friend." Then he explains the bandit tried to rob Dem first, and that's exactly what set those spiders off in the first place. That's when the blacksmith drops a bombshell. If the spiders showed up early, then yeah, I owe you an apology. Wait, spiders that are friendly. Right when the bandit finally wakes up at the worst possible second, he demands more cheese and gets shut down hard. Elena confirms it, those spiders aren't enemies at all. They're allies of everyone living in the underground city. Fuda the blacksmith, Haley's Masaru, has to be an insect tamer honed by everything his clan taught him. The gears in our hero's head started to grind, and the next move was already locking into place. Fuda steps forward and proudly declares, "I'm from an insect tamer clan, living deep underground alongside spiders and moth demons." And just like that, it all clicks for Masaru. Those special silk threads he's been hearing about, they come straight from these insects. Our unsuspecting hero immediately freaks out, convinced he just wiped out a whole swarm of friendly neighborhood spiders. But Fuda just waves it off. Turns out those spiders had snapped and gone rogue, attacking people, so he was already ready to handle them. No harm, no foul. He even drops a heartfelt tribute to his fallen ally. Fuda can't shake the feeling. The Demon King's power is leaking out, and now the local wildlife is going wild. After the introductions finally clicked, Masaru spilled the whole plan, an epic quest, and revealed he was their messenger sent to forge ties with the underground. Fuda is totally stunned. This messenger is for a brand new nation, and he can't believe what he's hearing. He thinks it's got to be a joke. Then Masaru hurls the other shoe aside, because the order came straight from Victinias, the goddess of creation, and Fuda totally snaps, cackling like he's losing his mind. But he shrugs it off as hopeless, dead sure that down in the underground, nobody would ever buy a story that wild. But the second Masaru says they're going, Fuda's mood flips instantly. He practically jumps in, volunteering as their guide and insisting it's the least he can do. You can count on this guy for everything, absolute rock solid. He flashes a confident thumbs up, ready to take the quest for his whole clan. As they stroll, Fuda Chickly leans in and asks if Masaru and Elena are on good terms, reminding him that demons and humans have a long, tangled past. Our hopeless hero gets totally flustered and stammers, blurting that dark elves are gorgeous as he steals a quick glance at Elena. Elena's got Fuda nodding hard, praising how freakishly well-built she is, right when Masaru's communication tablet suddenly pings. A message from the goddess herself suddenly lights up. "So, do you like dark elves?" Masaru's soul rips out of his body in pure, gut-churning terror, while the others stand there baffled. Fuda just throws out a wild guess that he's texting his lover. But before you get it twisted, he has to spell it out. He isn't talking to who you think, he's talking to the goddess Victinias. Fuda freezes in shock, realizing the joke wasn't a joke at all, it was the stone-cold truth. Truth hits Masaru, but before he can even breathe, that petty goddess drops another message. And hey, she can keep talking because I don't think I'm losing when it comes to being pretty. Even Fuda has to admit it. The goddess on that screen is an absolute smoke show. And that's when it hits. Masaru snaps, storms at his tablet, and yells for that useless goddess to shut up, because he's trying to finish his HR request. He snaps at her to go keep tabs on the Demon King case, instead of wasting time trolling him. After they finally got a deity to hear them, the crew keeps rolling. Then Fuda slams out, "We're here." And then, what a moment to witness. Out of all the places, this one hits like a punch. Before them sprawls an insane city inside a colossal cavern, packed with stunning Japanese-style architecture. The view is so unreal it basically steals your breath. Welcome to the underground city, where the shadows breathe and the danger never sleeps. All right, buckle up. High above on a god plane, Ira's losing it as she stares at our boy on her divine monitor, shrieking, "What kind of working is this?" All the other goddesses are just hanging around, trying to steady her, but Ira turns bright red in a second, sputtering that it's not that she doesn't trust him, even while her face screams it anyway, blazing red like a stop sign. Then she tries to play it cool, leaning in with a wink and whispering, "Come on, good girl, air is the one. You get what I mean, right?" "Yep, we totally get it. You're jealous as hell." The other goddesses instantly start whisper gossiping that our guy is getting way too friendly with Elena, and Ira's jealousy hits so hard it practically stamps, pissed off, across her chest. But right when the tea party starts to roll on, it gets yanked to a halt when a brand new, way more terrifying goddess, Hera, arrives, declares that Zeus and she are here because the world is in serious trouble. She wastes no time, straight up telling Masaru she has to talk about the Onion King, then hands him a quick pass on his work so far, but makes it crystal clear he needs to level up, deliver better results, and do it ASAP like no pressure, my dude. Meanwhile, back on Earth, our unsuspecting hero and his crew finally crash into their destination, Kakerha, the underground city hidden beneath the ground. This place hits different, like a hidden, ancient Japanese city got dropped in the middle of nowhere. Masaru's soul slips out of his body, swimming in pure bliss, because the place feels so perfectly in tune that it hits him like, "I'm home." and he can't hold back the overwhelming joy. Back at home, their guide, Fuda, grills him about the culture, and Masaru blurts that it all feels a lot like Japan. Fuda tells everyone the city is a total cultural remix, born from immigrants from the Western continent who blended their styles together until it all became one unstoppable mashup. But our boy, the practical craftsman, instantly clocks the problem. Wait, there's an underground lake, so why on earth are these houses built out of wood? He argues the humidity is the real villain, soaking that wood until it molds, rots, and disappears into oblivion. Fuda just shrugs it off with a laugh and says, "We're not craftsmen, so why should we even care about logic?" He tells them it's not about practicality at all. This is about clinging to the warmth of the earth they abandoned. And yeah, it's all about that feeling, man. He swears they share the same blood as the Dark Elves, like some wild link to nature they pull straight from the trees. That whole philosophy is what makes the city feel like it's alive, like it's breathing with every heartbeat. Masaru can't deny it, this is seriously stylish. This absolute unit suddenly clicks into clarity, seeing that convenience is woven into everything. He's about to toss the quest aside for a while, go full tourist, and dive into the city to see everything it has to offer. But Fuda cuts him off on the spot, reminding him they're still locked in on the mission. Step 1, report to the higher-ups that they absolutely wiped out those spiders. Fuda finally spills it. Yeah, that whole spider incident is being swept under the rug, so now they can kick back, relax, and fully enjoy the city. Then he immediately tries to steer them away from that spot, claiming there's nothing worth seeing up ahead. Yeah, it's way too shady. And that's exactly why our heroes can't wait to storm right in there even harder. Suddenly those guards rushed in, and the moment they saw him, they cheered, thanking him for crushing it across the district. They crowd around him and thank him for turning the whole area safe again. They even offer to throw him a party later, but Fuda shoots back politely. No, thank you. And while he's busy staring off, Masaru and the girls rocket straight past the guards, right under his nose, while Fuda's face turns to pure panic as he blasts, "Stop!" at them. He snaps back into view, totally stunned, and blurts, "What the heck are you guys doing?" Our boy doesn't even blink. He declares he's a messenger and demands to meet the important person Fuda reports to. Fuda just freezes in disbelief because it hits him. This guy wasn't messing around at all. He'd been dead serious the whole time. Right then, a voice slices through the chaos, screaming so loud it shakes the whole place. A woman suddenly shows up outside the patriarchal conference tower, slamming her fist down and demanding to know what the chaos is all about. She tears Fuda apart with a full dressing down, and all he can do is apologize for causing trouble. Fuda fires off the truth fast. Masaru, the guy over there, is the one who yanked him out of that demon spider. The chief, because of course the scariest woman in the room is the one in charge, doesn't buy it at all, since she's heard rumors that he skulks after food or hangs around wherever meals are. Elena steps up and demands the truth, then drops the bomb that he's no ordinary messenger, but one sent straight from God. God, the chief, is processing this like a puzzle. He just saved her subordinate with a rare spatial storage skill. But that messenger from God stuff sounds like total nonsense. She admits the tales have a shred of truth, but the rest is pure nonsense, and she makes it sound completely ridiculous. When he realizes eviction is seconds away, our hero goes for broke, screams that he's about to drop the ultimate flex, and promises undeniable proof. He hikes himself up onto the roof, then yanks out a massive pot and starts cooking like it's about to blow everyone's minds. Everyone's stunned as he dubs it an advanced ritual art, and then warns them, "Mess up even a little and it'll kill you." After a few nail-biting seconds, he erupts with pot time, and in the steaming water, a giant crab suddenly crawls into existence. But wait, right as the steam rises, a black portal tears open above the pot. A curtain of light rips open. Then, straight from that glowing pillar, the goddess Era descends herself. No, she didn't come to deliver a holy message. She came for the giant crab. Without a blink, she snatches a leg, shouts "Itadakamasu," and digs in like she owns the place, leaving those stunned mortals staring at her in disbelief. The chief's jaw drops to the floor. She's staring at the exact moment from the god's inauguration ceremony. This isn't some fake cosplay goddess. She's the real deal, and right now she's acting like a starving tourist, because you can't deny the divinity. The chief finally whirls back to Masaru, fully certain he's the real deal. Then she smiles politely and tells him to get out, because they're slammed dealing with a full-blown berserk insect infestation. Turns out those psycho spiders that attacked Fuda were only the warm-up. Now the entire underground cave is crawling with them, non-stop. This is a monster of a crisis, one that could take weeks to finally bring under control. Hearing that, our main man spots his opening. Then he charges in, casually unleashing his power to wipe out every last berserk insect for them. He figures this is the fastest way to score big impression points with the locals. The guards snap with offense right away, convinced this guy is spitting in the face of every sacrifice they've bled for. But the chief and Fuda, they're way more pragmatic, watching him take on 6 spiders like it was nothing. Fuda sizes himself up and figures his power matches the 5th seat among their elite warriors. The chief bursts out that this boy's arrival has to be a gift from the heavens. Back in that background era, the real heavenly gift keeps pushing her to demand even more sesame crab sauce. With everything finally locked in, Masaru steps up, grabs command of Fuda's unit, and leads the brutal charge straight at the bugs. The chief slams down the mission and hands them their main objective. They're being pulled into a dangerous mission: track down and capture a rare giant, electrically charged silkworm moth. All right, let's kick this off. Masaru just slipped into a brand new underground city, and before he can even breathe, he's getting yanked into a full-blown, high-stakes corporate showdown instead of some friendly welcome. And what's that huge red mark on his face? Did a god smack him? Yeah, a friendly love tap from a crab. After a brutal briefing on the tower's political mess, our main man sprints up to the top floor for a clan leaders' council. Turns out this whole city, in the claws of not one but 2 rival clans, Fuga and Ega, and they hate each other with a fiery passion. Ega, speaking of guts, the Ega clan's grumpy old boss, Yuka, is already glaring at them from the top of the stairs with pure attitude, and it's obvious she's got 0 patience for mourning. She starts grilling them about why they're so late, but the more she talks, the more her worries turn into pure passive-aggressive complaint. Masaru never reads the room. He instantly trolls her, plays dumb like, "Wait, you're dragging a surface dweller into our secret operation." And you can practically see the sarcasm dripping off every word. Ukka's face flips from annoyed to straight-up storm mode. She blasts him for being a reckless chairman, snaps that his brain must be off, and roars about information security. Fuda tries to smooth things over, but Oka is still burning with fury after Masaru dragged his dark elf buddies into the mix, while her own goon lurches along in the back like it's just another school trip, loudly confirming what everyone already knows. Those 2 clans absolutely loathe each other. What a total shock. All right, here's the deal. The Fuga clan cranks out giant creepy spiders, while the Ego clan nurtures majestic silkworm moths. So they don't tear each other apart over who controls the markets. They split the power. Chairman gets elected from alternating clans, like the most chaotic homeowners association in the entire world. And our guy just shrugs, like, of course, he's still thinking about how he used to go at it with his old boss back in Japan, day after day. Some truths are just universal, I guess. He flashes back to his old manager, a stubborn old geezer who once handed him the most ridiculous assignment imaginable. This dude straight up told Masaru to trek door to door in the middle of nowhere and ask strangers what they wanted stocked. Our hero nearly lost his soul just from how ridiculous that was. But it turned into a total genius roundabout plan that forced him to build real connections with the locals. Straight up social engineering brilliance. Suddenly we're yanked right back into the present crisis. Fuda drops the bomb. 3 days ago, the silkworm facility got overrun by wild bugs. A kaiju-sized moth slipped free, and they've been battling it non-stop ever since. But the biggest, baddest one still hasn't been caught. Yuka instantly starts accusing everyone, barking for a smarter plan, and Fuda snaps back, saying she's got a brand new witness report. And the report gets wild. The caretaker spots some black, shadowy sludge gulp down a bug, then a hand suddenly bursts out of it. We get a front row seat to pure nightmare fuel chaos as a sketchy figure bolts straight out of there. Yuka's like, "Wait, what kind of curse is this?" But it's not a curse at all. The bug just snapped and went totally berserk. The second it clicks, Masaru's evil clone, everything screams his style. Fuda wastes no time, and you guys are down fighters, so he shoots back that he'll handle it himself, and the view is kinda rough. Down below, a makeshift hospital sprawls across the floor, packed with battered, broken warriors who look like they've fought their way through hell. They finally cornered the giant silk moth, but the price was brutal. 40% of their entire fighting force got wiped out, including their absolute top-tier heavy hitters. Right now, the chairman finally admits it. Capturing the beast pushed them to the very edge of what they could do. If that monster slips its cage, the whole city goes up in flames. Yuka snaps, saying this moth is different, and they've got to go all in. Yeah, but our main man clocked it instantly. This old lady is terrified to lose face, because in the afterlife her own ancestors are gonna roast her alive. The poor warriors who got wrecked were around level 20 to 30, and they basically threw themselves at her while our guy stood there and watched her tear through them. Right in front of the fuming clan leader, this absolute unit strolls up, slaps a hand on her shoulder like she's a kid, and says, "Don't sweat it, I can probably build it myself." Oka's brain freezes solid, you outsider. She can't even wrap her mind around the audacity. Masaru is out here treating a city-ending monster like it's no big deal, and even slinging comparisons to his nemesis, Lancelot. Hold up, did he just say Lancelot? The second that name hits, the heavily bandaged warrior at the top of the stairs goes completely still. Everyone whips around, Masaru's face twists in confusion. Wait, who is this guy? The bandaged man wipes his breath and tells you his name. Zunji, first seat of the warrior command, the real top dog. Zanji even claims he can still fight, despite looking like a walking mummy, because the moth rectum uses channels lightning magic. Yuka snaps at him to stand up straight, roaring that he's the pride of the Iga clan. Zanji doesn't waste time. He punches her with a brutal question about his fight with Lancelot, and admits it was a no-rules brawl, yet Lancelot still let him win. Masaru stunned, "You won." Uksenji and Zanji burst into laughter, and Zanji's nearly cracking his ribs as he laughs. Masaru snaps at him to chill out, but Zanji drops the bomb. He's got a healing skill, and to make it worse, he knows Lancelot inside and out. Honestly, for 10 straight years he's battled Lancelot in the tournament every single time, and he's walked away defeated, not once, but every time. And yeah, he respects that guy so hard, he knows it's true. He's only a soldier next to a real hero. Then he locks eyes with Masaru and hammers out the million-dollar question. Will you protect this city for us? Yuka freezes, stunned speechless. Zanji then hits the old lady with a deep, philosophical gut punch, demanding to know what matters more, dusty old history or the people alive and breathing today. She snaps, calling him a fool, but you can practically see her thoughts whirring, like she's been checked. Masaru just smirks, and for a second it feels like that stubborn old bat finally has a heart. But that sweet, gut-wrenching moment gets smashed to pieces when a messenger bursts in, yelling that the monster is finally breaking free, crackling with black lightning, stronger than ever. The rumor erupts in panic, right as the seal is seconds away from shattering. Water, without missing a beat, Dunleash unleashes a thunderous silence and steps straight into control. She snaps out orders, evacuate the citizens, round up the remaining soldiers, and then whips around to Masaru, dumping the whole crisis in his hands, while our hero just flashes a cool, confident nod. Then he whips out that signature on Hinge Grand, straight up flexing, and goes like, "Bet I could beat Lancelot now." That confidence hits like a spark. Yuka's left staring in pure confusion, while Sarah immediately starts whipping up potions, and just like that, the plan kicks into full motion. Masaru doesn't care how wild the scheme gets, as long as it's a plan. He shoves the air with a fist pump, drops his iconic line, and yells, "Time to wake up, then hit the shops. Let's do this." All right, buckle up. Our boy and his crew are staring down a gigantic sealed cave, and the locals spill the reason. They shoved silkmoth spiders inside and sealed the rock tight like a tomb. But now they've already hacked out a snug little man-sized opening, and they're all leaning in like, "All right, Masaru-sama, your move. Go grab it." And our guy, he can't help it. He's hesitating like he knows exactly how dangerous this is. The second he peeks inside, this place hits him with absolute nightmare fuel. A colossal moth monster roars to life and radiates raw, unfiltered druid energy. And our poor unsuspecting hero is totally wrecked. He thought he'd face some nasty spiders, not Godzilla's furious, Friffikusen-level nightmare. One of his buddies slaps him on the back like, "Come on, for a god's hero, this is just another Tuesday, right?" Yeah, no, they're about to learn how wrong that is. Panicking as he realizes he's about to get yeeted straight into the afterlife, this guy slams the brakes and yells, "E-time out! Strategy time!" He's trapped in a T, and the next thing he knows, he's about to become practice ammo for whatever that thing is, only for the truth to hit hard. It's an immortal silkworm, an unholy insect that's been sleeping in this cave for hundreds of years. He blurts out the big question right away. Immortal doesn't mean you can't die, right? And thank goodness, it's even better than that. Immortals just have a ridiculously long lifespan. All right, the crisis barely survives. Since I'm the only one with a functioning brain cell, I'm begging for a map right now. And guess what? This whole cave system used to be a colossal silk moth nursery. A web of gigantic, connected chambers stretching on and on. A light bulb snaps on in our hero's mind, and suddenly he remembers that deadly dust explosion trick. Then he cooks up a wild, chaos-soaked plan. The plan is simple and completely unhinged. blast a huge explosion, then slam air magic and a barrier around it to stop the whole cave from collapsing, like boxing a thunderstorm in midair. It's ultra-tech, insanely risky, and he can't pull it off alone. The locals, they're fully in, no questions, no hesitation. If this means saving their city, they'll do whatever this guy orders. Our main man is absolutely fired up. He knows this dust explosion is their biggest shot, and he needs every single person in the building to make it happen. The whole plan rockets up to the top brass, and just as things are heating up, a messenger barges into the city council meeting to tell Chairwoman Foucault that Masaru's preparations are officially a go. All right, the moment to capture that silk moth is about to kick off, right now. She checks in with the other clan heads, and every single one of them nods like they're reading from the same script. Yeah, almost everyone. Lord Futhu, this grumpy old geezer, snarls about trusting some outsider, but in the end he cracks and agrees, because that's just how the Ega clan does things. With everyone on the same page, they bang out an evacuation warning to the whole city. Back at the cave, it's go time. Masaru and his crew are raring to plunge straight into the beast's own lair. And then boom, the operation ignites. The whole team locks eyes with the giant silt moth while its creepy spider guards swarm in, crawling like a nightmare around them. Elf warrior Alina and ninja Fuda brace for the incoming impact, ready to collide. And our boy storms forward, eyes blazing with unshakable determination. The silk moth instantly drops a huge egg sac straight from its abdomen. But our hero only smirks, exactly like he planned it, and I'm counting on every single one of you. The sac rips wide open, and out pours a roaring wave of skittering spiders. The frontline troops immediately dash into position, slamming into a tight, impenetrable line, because we're not letting them through. Without even blinking, Elena and her squad burst into action, mowing through enemies like a deadly storm. They hacked through the spider horde, slicing every path with razor-sharp precision and holding the line like it was carved in stone. Elena plants herself like an unbreakable wall, and her blade flashes non-stop as she shields the main team. She lays out the plan, and they'll stall the spiders while Masaru and his troops drive deeper into the swarm. So yeah, our intel says the big moth is zeroing in on him, which means if he moves, it'll track him right away. So yeah, this absolute unit is gonna be the bait. Suddenly, the giant silk moth roars to life, whipping up 4 terrifying orbs of dark energy. But the frontline soldiers don't flinch. They shout their faith in Masaru-sama and hammer strange devices into the ground. A monster blasts a brutal lightning storm, and every bolt yanks itself straight toward the devices lying, buoy-de date. The soldiers are bursting with joy. This dude actually invented lightning rods. Yeah, the prototype is dangerous as hell, but it works flawlessly. Our hero stares at the chaos he made, grinning like he's already won. The only catch, those rods guzzle mana like a wildfire, so the whole crew has to scramble to swap them out after every single blast. Next, they move like a well-oiled machine, snapping in fresh rods the second the old ones are spent, right before the next attack crashes in. Meanwhile, a different unit channels earth magic and slams the ground back together, fixing the damage for everyone. And everyone's sealed up in those wormhide-insulated suits. Meanwhile, our guy can't stop spiraling, convinced his own production skills are totally busted. You feel it too. He finally stumbles into the main cavern, and the sheer size of that silk moth hits like a punch to the chest. Now the move is clear, lure it even deeper. But how in the world are they even supposed to move a monster that huge? At the entrance, the soldiers are losing it, full-on panic spreading like wildfire, because Oro just wandered off during the strategy meeting right after he said, "All right, we're good to go." Now nobody knows if he's a genius or a total idiot. The silk moth realizes its lightning is getting mocked, so it flips the script, charging in and headbutting those lightning rods straight into oblivion. It just barrels in and keeps smashing its face into the equipment. Then it gets even crazier. This giant moth whips around and starts pounding their silk moths right inside the cave. Those soldiers are totally stunned, like they can't even process what they're seeing. Why would you strike your own kind? They shriek right before the monster snaps its focus to the entrance. It slams the boulder that seals the cave, shattering through like it's desperate to escape. But right when it's about to slip free, a massive stone hand bursts up from the ground and clamps down on it like a trap. It's a freaking behemoth. The construct grits its teeth and wrestles the beast, pinning it down with sheer, crushing strength. As soon as the soldiers lay eyes on it, they know it's real magic. There's only one person on the planet who could pull off something this epic. Seat Zanji. That guy saunters in with the same smug grin, and he cackles like, "So Masaru, yeah, the outsider, really knows exactly how to push people around." Turns out Zanji got critically wounded, but our boy snapped him back to life with a healing spell, yanking him awake no matter what. Zanji tells him that Masaru basically dragged him back to life, screamed, "Get to work," and shoved him straight into the fight, betting they'd need heavy firepower to drive the silk moth back into the cave. With a thunderous roar, Zanji unleashes his magic and yanks the stone giant into action, smashing the monster around like it's nothing. He hammers it deeper and deeper into the cavern system. He won't call it more than that. He admits this is the best he's got, and right now he's only buying time. He studies another silk moth and whispers, "Now you take it from here, your job is to lead the rest." Then he unleashes a thunderous roar. "This is it, your big moment, Fuda." The camera whips to Fuda as he yanks his sword free, his face set in unshakable, battle-ready resolve. He's staring down the moment, ready to launch himself into battle. From a safe distance, Masaru grins like he's in on the whole thing, because this is exactly what he planned. "All right, Fuda, show us what you've got." All right, the crew's staring straight into this cavern's mouth. And then bam, they spot a kaiju-sized silkworm moth, getting dragged into a wild chase by one lone guy with a blazing, glowing lure. Turns out it was all some outsider's wild, ridiculous scheme, and before the dust could settle, the rest of the squad was spiraling into a full-on panic over the whole strategy. One of them blurts out, panicked, that they've never even watched this Fuda guy fight. But Masaru had already vouched for him, calling him a special case, and in this world that's basically code for completely unhinged. Cut to the planning session. Our boy is in a medical room, stitching up Fuda with his own sketchy healing magic. Fuda's revving up, but Masaru needs more firepower, so he drags this absolute unit in and demands an introduction to other heavy hitters. Fuda, dripping peak protagonist energy, just scoffs and claims he'll handle it solo. Masaru has to spell it out for him. They're going to lure the giant moth into a huge cavern, trigger a catastrophic dust explosion, and for that, they need a guide. A ridiculously fast one. He's even got a special lure lamp, gifted by some breeder, and he's basically pleading for Fuda to step up and become the bait. The peanut gallery is straight up losing it, and Fuda, one of their elite, the fifth seat, is right in the middle of the chaos because earlier they watched him get absolutely demolished by that spider monster. Masaru just smirks and says Fuda's been holding back because this dude's got the ultimate anime weakness. He's a mess when it comes to emotions and women. Pathetic, yet somehow perfectly messed up. Back in the present, the elf and her crew stare at the chaos unfolding because it hits them hard. Fuda never once pulled out his signature skill. That's why he always gets sent on solo missions. His power is pure chaos, and it breaks the rules on its own. And the name of that skill, Speed Sustain. And then Fuda slams the switch, 0 to 1,000, turning into a literal human missile and blasting a trench straight through the ground. Look, this skill eats mana, not stamina, which is exactly why it's perfect for an absolutely insane long-distance kite mission like this. After some brutal training, he leveled up so hard he doesn't even need to hit the gas anymore. He's already locked in at top speed. He slips past that massive moth like it's nothing, pure blur and pure nerve, luring it deeper and deeper into the trap. They describe his skill as lightning fast, and honestly, that barely scratches the surface. He's a blazing comet, and in his grip, pure death on a blade. He tears through the last corridor and slips into the kill zone. This is it, the operation's final phase. Easy plan, lure the moth in, then slam the whole cave down to crush it. At the other end, Masaru is just standing there, grinning as he admits. Yeah, he only half expected Fuda to pull it off for real. And right when you think it's over, here comes the giant, furious bug right on his heels. Masaru's eyes go ice cold. No mercy this time, not like he did with that spider. Fuda clenched his teeth, eyes blazing like fire. So brace yourselves, because I'm taking all of you, and your wings won't save a single soul. He digs in his heels, sets himself for a swing that's so out of reach it feels impossible he'll even land it. And Masaru's crew just stares, completely thrown off. What the hell is he even doing? But our main man gets it. Fuda is tearing down the line at the absolute limit of his speed. And then he drove his power straight into the swing of his blade. The silkworm moth disappears in a wild storm of slashes. It's a forbidden sword art, so secret it compresses 1,000 blazing slashes into one single heartbeat. Nothing on earth can dodge its grasp. He calls it the 9D, then the fold snaps back. And the monster is completely shredded. Slashes flash like a storm, tearing its wings into confetti in an instant. Fuda drops to one knee, wheezing hard, because that move drained him completely, and he only managed to chop off one wing clean. Still, it's enough. The rest is on you, he gasps. And that's Masaru's cue, boom, right on point. He snaps his hands out and blasts air magic, sealing every last mote of dust into a glowing membrane around the grounded moth. Then he fires off a spark of ignition magic and screams, "Take this!" The whole cavern erupts. First, the dust cloud flashes into flame. Then the chain reaction slams into action. It detonated into a full-blown catastrophe. Massive, unstoppable, and absolutely devastating. The blast is way bigger than our hero ever expected, and it's guzzling his mana non-stop, like a faucet that won't stop leaking. He just can't keep it up. His mana hits empty, and he crumples to the ground. A violent shockwave tears through the cave, blasting everything with a roaring wave of heat and raw force. Masaru's getting absolutely demolished. His throat feels like it's on fire, and the heat makes his eyes sting and water. Fuda stared, realizing they'd been dead meat without this wild plan. Masaru was their only shot. Looks like the city just got saved, probably. But right now the real question isn't the aftermath, it's whether his underwear made it through that blast, because that's a true man of priorities. Right when they're shouting his name as a hero, a voice slices through the smoke. "Hey, you're alive. What's up, Fuda?" It's our boy, casually waving from the middle of the inferno, and right behind him, Silkworm Moth is still absolutely alive. Let's snatch something delicious the moment we roll back into town. Masaru whips around and sees the monster on his tail, because this is the kind of moment that etches a priceless, legendary into history. The entire crew's jaws dropped so hard you could hear it. No way, no freaking way. Today, that moth isn't just alive. It's freaking pulsing while those eerie black energy orbs swarm all around it. Our main man finally clocks it. This moth's been cheating with air manipulation magic the whole time, and that's why it could fly even with those busted wings. The monster lunges again. Round 2 is about to explode. But right there it stalls, because Masaru isn't the only one running on fumes. He grins anyway, and the moth taps out of mana too, so yeah, looks like we're tied, he says. So yeah, this guy decides the smartest move is to barrel in there and smash it with his fist. He squares up, fists tight, lining up a right hook to end this for good. But the moth just strolls right by him, flat out snubbing our doomed hero, while its little eyes lock onto the exit. If that thing slips out, then everything they busted their asses for is gone, wiped out for nothing. Fuda's wrecked so hard he can barely move, and Masaru's totally drained, no big spells left in him. All that's running now is his spatial inventory, a magical fanny pack of holding. He frantically rips through everything, clawing out any scrap that might actually save the day. He yanks a whole pile of scrap out of the last dungeon, leftover swords, a shield, a busted cart, and then he finally spots it. A tricycle axle jammed right into the moth's wing, forged from demonkin metal. A slow, unhinged grin crawls across Masaru's face, and suddenly he's remembering that moth's electric shock attacks, and the metallic tools strapped to its body. He bursts into cackles, screams at the monster, "Don't tell me." And then the Demon King skips a mysterious class like it's no big deal. Without even flinching, our guy hurls the metal axle straight at the silkworm moth. "So that's the silkworm, Moth-chan? Yep, now finish it." "All right, buckle up." Masaru's silkworm trap got pinned, but he's not done. He's smiling like a maniac because his crazy plan actually hit. And if that monster wasn't armed with electric magic, it would have been game over for him. But Fuda is totally stunned. Like, what on earth is our main guy gonna do now that the bug's just stuck there? Look, and before the unsuspecting leads even realize it, the moment twists into pure terror as he bellows, "Wait, hold on." His whole crew just stands there, totally baffled, like their brains short-circuited. What even is that face? It's not helping you at all, my dude. And just like that, the silkworm tied down starts convulsing, screams a nightmare groan, and dark energy violently detonates from its body. So it still has that much power left? Masaru knows it. This is his only shot, the one he can't afford to miss. With a savage roar, the beast tears itself loose from the iron spikes, and he rockets forward with absurd speed. Food drops when that jaw hits the floor, and that thing is just as fast as he is. The monster's on his heels, and in the blink of an eye, it's over him. But this absolute unit just smirks like, "Yep," and you can tell it's exactly what he's been waiting to pull off. Now it's do or die. Masaru roars and launches his final, world-shaking attack. He twists back and slams down his enhancement magic, trapping the bug inside a blazing sphere of power. That silkworm's sitting there like, "Really, bro?" A tiny bubble. But while everyone else panicked, our hero was playing 5D chess, yet he never bothered to boost the electricity. He cranked up the magnetic field with pure intent. Then our boy casually drops a science bomb on everyone, explaining how electricity racing through coiled wires builds a magnetic field. Electricity roared through the monster's iron-laced body, snapping it into a gigantic, living electromagnet. And because magic here is basically pure willpower, all he had to do was grasp the core idea. Then he could crank that magnet up to an absolutely insane level. With a final, world-shaking declaration, he screams *ATENDS* right there, loud enough to shake the sky. Suddenly, every iron weapon buried in the cavern snaps to attention, forming a relentless swarm and blasting back toward the silkworm like a pack of furious hornets. But that's just the warm-up. This guy yanks every last bit of iron right out of the cave walls. The whole cavern starts to quake and collapse as literal tons of rock tear loose from the ceiling, all crashing down at once on the monster. Here, Masaru suddenly gets deep, saying he's just a modern guy, standing on giant's shoulders. Then he snaps into a killer pose and shoves the silkworm one last message for its boss. Send my regards to the demon lord and tell him I'm coming, standing tall. And just like that, he obliterates it. Boom! A literal mountain of stone and iron comes crashing down right on top of the silkworm, smashing it flat as thousands of tons of pressure bore down. Even the debris gathers into a giant stone fist for one final, earth-shaking punch. The rest of the team is flipping out, yelling for Masaru like their lives depend on it. They just stared at Rubble's tomb, still reeling from the fact that their friends had been right there a moment ago. They're about to all drop dead from a heart attack. Then right as they try to push through, they suddenly hear voices bursting from deep inside the pile. And out of the chaos steps our boy himself, dragging Fuda like a sack of groceries, while Fuda fumes. I told you I'm fine, you could have held me way more gently. At last, the whole squad explodes into cheers, because that chaotic duo is still alive. The whole place gangs up on them. Everyone's so relieved to see Masaru's alive, even though he looks like he's 1 second away from blacking out. The elf queen snaps the truth into place. Using enhancement magic twice, shoved him way beyond what his body could handle. And that's Fuda's signal to start snitching. He storms to everyone and spills how Masaru just stood there while the cave crumbled and collapsed. And just as Fuda burst in to save him, our hero had the audacity to sneer. You're too slow, come save me faster. Then he brushed himself off like nothing happened, grinned, and said, Look, everything went exactly according to plan. Man, the second they meet, they start snapping at each other like a couple that's been married for years. Masaru drops the jokes for a second, gets dead serious, and thanks the whole team, saying straight up that none of this could have happened without them. And just like that, the old-timers finally exhaled, pure relief washing over them. Our main guy straight up admits he's no Lancelot. He's the brains behind the tools, whipping up gear for other heroes to fight with. And that's his fatal weakness. But the elf queen cuts him off on the spot. She tells him, your weakness is your greatest strength, because it lets him pass power to everyone else. And that's exactly how their mind-blowing multi-species city was forged. He totally loses his cool at that super-forward compliment. Just like that, the battle is over, and they're sprinting toward home, pumped and proud, wearing hero like its armor. But wait, Masaru can still feel a tiny heartbeat of magic in that silkworm. It's alive. So he can't just walk away. He yanks out his divine map with a smug little grunt. All right, gods, prepare to get trolled. It cuts straight to the divine realm, where the gods are stuck in a painfully dull meeting. Victini is getting spammed by Masaru's non-stop notifications, and it's driving him crazy. She's seconds from snapping when she finally reads the message. Then the underground disaster is solved, and she's left completely stunned. Then another message flashes, sync the inventory. Annoyed as hell, she hits accept just to make him stop. A monstrous, mangled heap of rock and iron, along with a half-dead monster, gets yanked out of nowhere and teleported straight into the divine meeting chamber, smashing their conference table to dust. Victinia's is spiraling into a full-on panic fit, while the goddess beside her is cracking up so hard she's practically dying laughing. But this chaos pulls in a new player. Some shady god steps forward with a smug grin that screams trouble. He realizes the Demon King personally twisted this creature, and that detail could be the exact breakthrough he's been waiting for to finally crack the truth behind this new, unidentified Demon King, who dares to stare down the gods and challenge them head-on. All right, we're diving straight back into the chaos. Up in the heavens, the gods are crunching numbers like it's life or death, and a goddess just finished siphoning some rare magical energy out of a monster. And the results, they're wild. She marches the findings straight to the one and only big boss, Zeus, who's completely unfazed. Like, yeah, I figured it out from miles away. Turns out the whole mess traces back to Austra's shady chief deity, and Zeus has been plotting his move this entire time. The goddess won't be left behind. She snaps upright, declares she's got her own countermeasures ready and waiting. First, make sure Masaru's on the to-do list, because she's sure her defensive barriers can take whatever the Demon King throws at them. For now, she decides to let everyone soak it in. Let the crowd throw their victory party and enjoy every second of this win. And oh man, are they throwing a celebration. The whole city is partying hard, soaking up this brand new piece like it's sunlight. Kids are playing, and the crowd is going wild with cheers. And the whole place is buzzing with good vibes. Because you know what, after all that chaos, this party is exactly what they deserve. 3 days later, boom, the party's done, and we're left staring at the underground city where Masaru Village, the one with the dark elves, has suddenly hit major trouble. We're introduced to this new guy, Fuda, and he's out for our main man, because Masaru's legends are blasting across town and he's hunting them down, which only makes his desperation burn hotter as he hunts for that guy. He's tearing through all the usual hiding places, but our hero is nowhere, and it's freaking everyone out. Fuda finally tracks down Masaru's crew, only to find them sprawled under a blanket-covered table instead of holding some serious war council. They lead him straight to the pinnacle of human genius, the kotatsu, this magical heated table made for pure lounging, and Fuda can't decide if he's stunned or totally hooked. Everyone's freaking out over Masaru's ridiculous skills, but Fuda's eyes are locked on the kotatsu's design. He yanks the blanket up, and his eyes snap wide open. He realizes the fabric was engineered to be thin just enough, no more, no less. And then, like clockwork, Masaru-sama immediately bursts into a cackling fit. They're mortified while he cackles and tickles them back for being shameless perverts. Then, after all the chaos settles, he snaps again. Where'd our boy go? Turns out our main man let it slip that they're about to lock in the trade deal at the council tower. So FOOTA rockets over there the instant it's possible. He bursts in, and there's Masaru, totally calm, hanging out with the town's leaders. Fuda huffed an apology for barging in, then snapped that he'd been ordered to drag Masaru to the warrior corpse. The elder flat-out tells them the big deal is already locked in, so they might as well sit back and wait. But our boy just drops an absolute bombshell. This isn't some small deal at all. He casually announces that it's the founding of a nation. Fuda's soul rips out of his body, like he completely snaps, and Guawe AI screams, "You keep Such. Did you keep this important secret matter to yourself?" But the dark elf spits out the truth. The elders signed off on the new nation to pay back their debt to Masaru. Turns out that trade deal is their very first move in foreign policy, building ties with Winteria, and they're pushing to buy silk thread for a festival. But here's the snag. The local artisans are booked out solid for the next 2 years. Our hero, the ultimate problem solver, throws out a compromise. If they can't ship the finished fabric yet, they'll at least drop off the thread for now. Then he drops the truth about his past life, as a jack-of-all-trades handyman. So yeah, he definitely knows his way around getting things built and working. He's ready to help on one condition. He demands a tour of their silk factory first. He pitches it like the perfect investment, and they snap to it right away, smooth and easy. They charge down into the underground fabric factory. Masaru's jaw drops when he realizes they've got looms. He genuinely thought every single thing was stitched by hand. He keeps his eyes locked on one of the workers, watching every move through a super simple setup. It's all manual, one step at a time, no shortcuts. Fuda tells him this is way trickier than it looks, and boom, our boy is genuinely blown away. Fuda then drops the bombshell that he's more than a warrior. He's also a full-on craftsman, a true jack-of-all-trades. Our main man smirks. This isn't some useless samurai. It turns out he's actually got skill, and he's gonna matter. He might even end up as Lancelot's sparring partner. With those looms in hand, our boy finally clicks. These things can shove work forward at lightning speed. He flashes a wicked grin and says, "All right, let's crush the production capacity problem first. What if we more than double it?" Then this absolute beast just snaps summoning a massive, tangled wooden machine out of thin air like it's nothing. Everyone just freezes, staring in stunned silence at the giant wooden box that suddenly drops into the world. Their minds are shattered for good. Masaru casually blurts it out. "Oh, this is my manual loom that automates the weaving process. It's the one from my memories, watch closely." He rockets onto the machine and slams into the pedals, starting the whole thing up. The loom roars to life and starts churning out fabric at an insane speed, while he doesn't even lift a finger to the thread. He breaks it down. Those foot pedals yank the warp threads up and down, and just moments ago, they were wrestling those threads by hand. Then he drops the real game changer, this tiny piece of wood called a flying shuttle. This bad boy automatically flicks the weft thread across like a trigger. No effort, just action. He lays it out step by step. Simple, repeatable, and insanely faster than their old way. Futa's left totally speechless, because you're a once-in-a-generation inventor, yet our boy just shrugs it off and says he's only passing along the knowledge people need. He stares at the shocked faces of the chairwoman and Futa, and he knows the exact thought hammering in their heads. With a smug, confident grin, this guy declares, "Your Masaru-sama's class isn't done yet." He rises to his feet, ready to unleash another jaw-dropper. Right now he's pushing the timeline forward, straight into the future, past the Industrial Revolution. All right, buckle up, let's jump straight back into the chaos. This time our boy S been cooking up a plan so wild it's about to flip the whole game forever. He isn't just weaving silk, he's weaving the future itself, and he kicks off the Industrial Revolution all by himself. 3 days later, boom, time jumps ahead. Our main man stands in front of his magnum opus, grinning like a total lunatic who just invented sliced bread, and he's harnessed the power of a river to crank out hydropower. Yeah, this absolute unit basically dug out an underground factory from scratch, planning to crank his brand new automated machines using nothing but pure, untamed force of nature. Here, the locals huddle together, utterly stunned and lost for words. And when the machines finally kick on, their jaws drop so hard it's unreal, while the looms start weaving cloth all on their own. They're scratching their heads like, what kind of sorcery is this? While our boy shrugs and explains the basics like it's nothing, he rigs a water wheel in the river, it spins an axle, that axle drives the gears grab a belt, and boom, the whole contraption starts running. It's the medieval era with automation, straight up baby. And yeah, he admits it was brutal because he built the whole thing from nothing but pure theory. But the locals are totally stunned, because they've always seen automation as backbreaking labor, and now this man is using that massive brain to make a whole river do the work for him. So someone's like, why didn't you just use magic stones that plug straight into the power source in this world? Our hero snaps into a serious tone, explaining that magic stones are a limited treasure, basically this world's version of fossil fuels. He refuses to bet their future on a king with a conscience who's just gonna run out. Like, you gotta love seeing that. He whips around on the spot, firing a question at Foucault. How's this new mass production system really performing? Her mom, the chairwoman, is practically buzzing with excitement. She can't stop talking about how they finally get to clear every back order with time left over. Honestly, the surplus is so gigantic, they can start shipping it out across the whole continent. She's totally blown away by his inventions, calling them downright magnificent. Our boy and Pretty just drink up all the praise like it's music. The chairwoman is overflowing with gratitude. She's basically saying that exporting their goods still won't even come close to repaying the favor. She offers to help with anything he needs, like his wedding. Then our poor, hopeless hero's soul shoots right out of his body, and he starts flailing and stammering, screaming that there's *no on his radar. He glances straight at Platyfish while he says it, and Platyfish just smiles back like she already knew. Honestly, this guy hides nothing. It's painful to watch. He's all flustered, scrambling to claim it's just a species difference and a matter of perspective. Yeah, sure, we totally buy it. He whips the conversation away at light speed and drops a wild new business idea. He's found a special underground liquid in the city that can patch cracks in wood. It's spider silk turned into a super strong base that hardens like epoxy resin, built for construction. And yeah, that man's mind never ever shuts off. And that fearless, inventive spark spreads like wildfire. One of the kids locks onto those spinning gears and suddenly sees the whole untapped potential. He starts brainstorming wild new uses, crushing stuff, moving rods. Because our boy isn't just building machines, he's lighting a spark in a whole new generation of engineers. He yanks Foucault aside and hisses a jaw-dropping, top-secret idea only he could think up. Yeah, whatever it is, she's locked in, like she's genuinely fascinated and can't stop staring. 2 days later, the moment of truth hits, time to bolt out the door. The crew is tearing up as they bid farewell to the people of the underground city, heartwarming as hell. They vowed they'd throw them a real thank you ceremony later. Here, Platy is grinning so hard she could breathe again, finally relieved that her home is safe. And yeah, it's all because of our main man. But wait, Futa, the samurai, suddenly clocks that everyone's waving at him too, and his brain just seizes up. Hold on, why are they all staring and sending him off? Our boy just smirks, and boom, it clicks. This isn't random. It's all tied to the trade deal and engineer exchange program, and Futa is the one picked to go study abroad in Beaskin City. Futa shoots an immediate objection, but Masaru just grins and trolls him, calling him a true rival, and then drops the line that it's pure nightmare fuel for him. Absolute savage. The others swarm in, cracking jokes about how he's been flooding the tea house lately just to catch sight of Kasen. Amid all the chaos, Fuda jabs his finger at the chairwoman and demands, "Who are you?" And turns out she's Fuko's mother. Fuda's completely stunned. She looks way too young to be real, and then she drops the bombshell. She's 39. He snaps and screams that they're both age fraudsters, and she instantly roasts him back over that beard like it's the main event. This whole crew is completely unhinged. Then Masaru casually blurts out. On his status screen, he's 36, Pleiades 23 in human years, and Lancelot clocks in at 30. And just like that, everyone's ages are wildly all over the map. But the jokes get cut off cold when shocking news hits. Dark elves in Stenzen have been wiped out completely. The city has turned into a magnet for peerless beauties, each one begging for help like the world is on fire. Without missing a beat, Fuda's warrior spirit erupts, because as a man and a fighter, helping them is his duty. Our boy just lets out a heavy sigh and calls him a pervy turtle hermit, because the bait was way too easy to fall for. With a brand new, stupidly simple reason fueling them, the crew blasts off toward the next world, Venturelia. "Let's go." Foucault's mom watches them peel away, her proud smile blazing like it's the best day of her life. She knows her son's a little too simpy, but she's not about to panic. Jade is convinced gifted people like Masaru can't be trapped in one spot. They've got to hit the real world and throw themselves into brutal challenges that keep their skills razor-sharp. Staying underground would have only lulled him into complacency. She can feel it. Every step of this journey is pushing her toward something better. And honestly, she can't wait for the chaos to blow up. 2 days later, they hit Venturelia, right where everything's about to go down. The city sprawls huge and roars with life. Streets packed, lights blazing, and everyone rushing like something big is always about to happen. Nothing beats being back on home turf, baby. The welcome wagon is already fired up and waiting, while the bunny girls and the rest of his guildmates are screaming for joy as he comes back. It's welcome, but just as our hero nears his mansion, something feels off. There's a stranger on the balcony, calmly pouring tea like they own the place. His brain just flatlines, and the kids instantly clock how wildly creepy he's acting. He's locked in that stare, because it isn't just his teacher Isla who showed up. Victinius, the Delph Queen, is right there too. His mind feels like a disgusting loop of gooey eyes, over and over again. Victinius calmly sips his tea, looks him dead in the eyes, then drops the wildest bombshell imaginable. I've decided I'm staying in this city for now, and our hero's face is a flawless mask of raw, unfiltered terror, because his home has been invaded for real. A whole week rockets by, and we kick things off on a calm, beautiful morning at the Venturelia Temple. But inside, it's pure chaos. May is on a top-secret mission, tearing through a place that's definitely not her room. Right in the middle of the silence, a voice snaps. "Me, it's Ryoryu." And when she turns, she's clearly not thrilled to see those things crawling around the master's quarters. May tries to play it cool and says she crashed here last night, but Ryoryu shuts it down. She reminds her that Big Bro told her she could visit, not that she could trash his room like a raccoon. She finally cracks and admits it. She's hunting a legendary tome called Advanced Shipbuilding Techniques *. Turns out she's itching to flex at the upcoming festival boat race, and she wants our boys' otherworldly know-how to make it happen. So she sweet-talks Ryoryu with a deal. Premium sheep's milk straight from the hot springs, the kind you literally can't say no to. While they're hunting around, they suddenly trip over something far cooler than some dusty old book, an outrageously ornate box that screams. A ring is inside. They start gossiping right away, because there's no way our guy's rocking something this fancy, so who's the lucky lady behind it? Ryoryu shuts down the whole, it's some ceremony, theory, and points to the custom design. Because, my friends, this isn't just decoration, it's a tribute meant for a god. That's when May's mind snaps into full-blown, unhinged genius. She proudly announces that if she becomes a god, she'll rake in all the sweet offerings from our boy, Ryoryu, and Ryoryu just freezes and stares at her like, "Dummy." Because what else do you say to that? Their wild scheming gets ripped apart when the door slams open. K.R.A.K. Masaru storms in completely seething and roars, "Aura, where es Victinius? You swiped the crab hotpot I had prepped, my whole plan. You girls are busted." May starts rambling about how hunger fades fast, while Victoria just cackles like crazy, thrilled by all the chaos in this place. Victinius is convinced that this wild, energetic vibe is a major good omen. Ryoryu pounces on that idea, saying this energy can only mean one thing. The city is charging ahead, growing stronger by the day. And yeah, she's dead on. The story snaps to the streets of Venturalia, jammed wall-to-wall with people, buzzing like the whole city just woke up. Blacksmiths are hammering glowing steel. The elves are relaxing and laughing, and the entire city is roaring with non-stop energy. This place is bursting at the seams with life, like pure energy is spilling out everywhere. The markets are booming, merchants are trading like crazy, and even this dude's just posted up with a massive fluffy ram like it owns the place. Then we spot Masaru at the west gate, just soaking up the whole scene with a huge grin. He's loving every second of this vibe. But you don't get to breathe. This absolute unit just got stamped as the city's official tour guide for a whole crew of visiting VIPs. A whole week has blown by since the grand return from the underground, and the founding ceremony prep is in overdrive. Builders everywhere, lights blazing, non-stop construction. Masaru's buried under work, but he admits the city's passion is contagious. Still, there's one thing he can't make sense of at all. He whips his gaze over, and there it is. Victini is being treated like a living miracle, with the common folk practically worshipping it. She carries herself like royalty, radiating pure regal energy. And our hero can only sweat, staring in disbelief as she's still got the whole crowd under her spell, despite the fact she literally stole his dinner. Right there, she just materializes, waves at the visitors, and then absolutely launches her carriage out of the place like a bat out of hell. And here he is back on tour duty, giving the grand tour to some unbelievably snooty dignitaries, eyeing every tiny detail, trying to figure out whether Venturalia is truly a divine city. First stop, dive straight into the public baths. When they finally spot those massive, magnificent hot springs, their mouths literally drop, because this is development on a whole other level. Next comes the guest manor, an architectural style so stunningly elegant that every guest starts doubting everything they ever thought good design was. But here's the real kicker. One of the dignitaries hops on a flushing toilet and totally snaps, watching a porcelain god do its thing so hard his soul feels like it's leaving his body because he needs that tech back home like yesterday. But our main man isn't finished flexing. He marches them into a massive, covered shopping street beneath a jaw-dropping glass ceiling. He orders them to kick back and soak in the revolutionary shopping arcade like it's the hottest new battleground. And the VIPs are left stunned, scratching their heads like, how did we even pull off building something this massive out of glass? And then our boy reveals his masterpiece. Yeah, a table that looks like a whole swirling galaxy is trapped right inside it. He tells you it's a river table, sealed with a special resin pulled from the threads of magical underground spiders. You just pour the liquid into the wooden gaps, toss in a few fancy ornaments, and boom, one custom, high-end furniture piece that practically yells, "Yeah, I'm rich." And then bam, the grand finale hits. This guy unveils his ultimate prize, a divine doll of Victinius herself. Everyone's instantly hooked, until this shady mustached guy slides in clothes and fires the one question that matters most. What's hiding under the doll's clothes? Masaru doesn't miss a beat. He leans in, whispers that for special customers he'll set up a private session where he personally helps dress the undergarments for a cheeky reveal. And honestly, this guy is a marketing genius and an absolute menace. The rest of the crew storms in to rip into him, but he just shrugs it off. Yeah, there's demand. The mustache-clad dignitary goes utterly speechless, because he's staring straight at the moment a brand new, totally unhinged civilization is being born. When the tour wraps up, Masaru's playful smile vanishes in an instant. That night out on the city's edge, the air turns grim and heavy. Right as Victinia steps in, he confirms her divine lineage got approved for one specific, soul-crushing reason. For the past week, they didn't just build a city, they quietly forged an arcane rail gun in secret. And the one they finally tracked down in the buried depths of the underground. The truth behind it, the name they couldn't escape, the demon king they swore was real. But Victinius snaps back with chilling authority. This isn't a demon king because the sky itself seems to split open. She points out their real enemy, the fallen god. The time is now. Every weapon is locked in, aimed, and ready, and the real fight is about to explode. All right, buckle up for divine drama and chaotic smackdowns. Right off the bat, Goddess Winteria gets hit with a mind-blowing realization. The demon lord they're about to clash with is actually the same god from another world. Flashback to 2 weeks ago when the gods kicked off a quick conference call, and guess who ran the whole thing? Zeus. Big man, total calm, unbothered by the fact that the end of the world is looming. Zeus basically drops the hammer. If this brand new demon king is a fallen god from some other dimension, then screw the rules, because he's stepping in personally. Right away, another goddess calls him out like, "Dude, that's reckless." The other gods are already bitter because he keeps messing with the mortals, but even she has to admit it. When the threat is god level, you answer in god level fire. But here's the celestial red tape. She tells Zeus he's not allowed anywhere near the final showdown with the Demon King. Zeus still makes them follow the rules, at least a little, then pulls a classic manager move, points, and hands the reins to Victini, the divine god of Alstatia. You're up. Yeah, you can handle this. And Victini snaps to attention like a laser with a crisp. Yes. We snap back to the present, and Masaru gets hit with the heavenly debrief. Totally stunned, they actually called a whole meeting after the silkworm moth chaos. Then Tyria drops this casually like it's nothing. Zeus is insanely reliable, right up until it's women. Timeless classic. Logic steps in and lays out the divine, don't interfere rule. Those gods aren't allowed to finish the job because this world's mess has to be fixed by the people living in it. Basically, she's trapped in a support role. She can sling buffs and slap up a barrier around an entire town, but that's the whole extent of what she can do. Our main man is panicking for good reason. How is he even supposed to scrap with a lateral god when he's just mortal? Then Tyria fires back. She's basically a regular Sin too, because her power rides through him as her apostle. Finally, she pushes him to look at his build card. And man, what a card this is. It snaps up on screen, revealing his role as an apostle, and his stats are absolutely, ridiculously broken. Masaru's reaction is pure gold, along with the goddess literally funding him. Both of them gasp that big EEV at the exact same time. And yeah, nobody, even the gods, saw a human body stacking stats this insane coming. When Tyria's confused, his skills explode upward and his mana nearly hits the cap. Then it clicks. His reincarnated body was a custom job Lord Zeus himself cooked up, and that's why he's got straight-up cheat codes. He gets way too cocky, thinking his wild mana recovery and stacked magic arsenal will make this a total cakewalk, until Tyria snaps him back to reality, because sorry pal, it's not that simple, we need more bodies. Right on cue, speak of the devil, and boom, a wild Lancelot bursts in. You know that Sean people, right? He stares like he was made for this moment. Our boy freezes when he spots the legendary hero. Then Tyria just grins, because she's the one who called him, and the ultimate backup is finally here. They swap theories about this world, and how there's no official hero standing watch anywhere. But if they were up against any normal demon king, Lancelot would be the one they picked. No doubts, no hesitation. Masaru asks for his help, and this absolute unit is practically shaking with excitement. So when he says, all right, it's clear this is about to turn into a killer fun fight. We get this quick flash of the King of Greatas basically barking at Lancelot, go help a god, show them our glory. And right away, you can tell this kingdom is packed with battle junkies. Lancelot is already locked in strategy mode, barking out plans to plug every gap in their defenses. Masaru cracks jokes about Lancelot guarding him, and the mighty hero bursts into a big, hearty laugh. But then his whole attitude flips to dead serious. This isn't some throwaway fight for kicks. This is his first real clash as a true warrior, finally fighting to protect something that actually matters. He locks eyes with our hero and declares this is the only moment he'll ever risk everything, for the people, and it's all because of them. That's when the truth hits. The guy has finally found his purpose. Once the team's locked in and Tyria makes it official, the Demon King is about to unleash his attack on the most advanced cities, within a month. So yeah, time is running out fast. The plan's locked in. Lancelot is taking point as the frontline tank, and Masaru is slipping in as the decoy while blasting in as support striker. All right, it's go time. Let's take this win. For the world's future, you've got the reincarnated kid from a home improvement store. The great hero's got you, and you've even got a literal goddess in your corner. So tell me, what could possibly go wrong? Later, right at the main gate, our unsuspecting hero just can't shake the feeling that he's completely out of place, because he's standing there with the living legend, Lancelot. But they're scrambling to crack what the Demon King is really up to. When Tyria calls it shady, you know Demon Kings usually feast on pure negative emotions. But this one is striking a world it's somehow tied to, and the reason behind it is still a complete blank. Tyria rockets off to chase more divine research, and the boys are stuck handling the recruitment themselves. Our main guy needs to start stacking fighters for the front line, like right now. He pushes for pulling in some old-school adventurers so they don't have to strip the city's main defenses. Honestly, that's a damn smart play. Lancelot rattled off exactly who he knew, then name-dropped a few czars from the underground district and even tossed in one of his own subordinates. Right before they can even think about moving, a massive commotion erupts at the front gate. a bunch of absolutely unhinged lunatics are battering their way in, screaming that divine judgment is coming. Their leader, smug as ever, rocking a ridiculous hat, stands up and proudly introduces their envoys from the kingdom of Stat. And tell me who's keeping them from charging in? Czar. Yep, he's the exact guy they were seconds away from recruiting, and when a wild sword comes flying, Czar steps in and blocks it hard. Lancelot instantly spots the sloppy technique. Yep, it's a whole nation of thugs, living for plunder, all while their shady king lets them run wild. Czar snaps at them to get out of here, but they ignore him completely. The leader cackles and howls about divine punishment as he barrels straight at Czar. This guy's clearly running on a whole other level of crazy. Czar snaps his parry in time, but the force keeps shoving him back inch by inch. The thug muscles the upper hand, yanks Czar's weapon away. Right there, Czar's finished. Just as the final strike is about to land, a brand new fighter bursts in and slams the attack aside. This rookie doesn't even touch a weapon. He just kicks the guy's sword clean out of his hands like it's nothing. Then he caps it off with the ultimate finishing move, smashes a crate of fruit straight into the guy's face. Masaru is losing his mind, and of all times, too, perfect timing. That's the skilled warrior we were talking about. The hero tonight is Fuda, an absolute powerhouse fresh off the underground, who's already snapping that the surface is way too dangerous. He just rolled in, and somehow he's already throwing hands in the middle of a brawl. Lancelot is absolutely blown away. He tells Masaru, "You really found another wild one, huh?" As the praise hits, Fuda completely panics, then awkwardly flings Czar's sword back to him like it burned. And Lancelot, what an absolute unit, snatches the sword out of midair without even a glance. Oops. Oops, this vibe flips instantly. Futhery isn't alone anymore. The real threat is standing right beside him. Lancelot smirks, leans in and tells him, "You're good," clearly impressed, especially by how fast he can devour food. He eyes the new kid up and down, and for a Zennoji minion he can't help thinking, damn, this one's actually interesting. As soon as food nearly drops out of his body, he stares in disbelief and blurts, "What the heck is this? Muscle-packed sword fossil." Power levels are way off the scale, and the real brawl hasn't even started. Yeah, let's jump right back into the chaos. Masaru's trying to play peacekeeper, but Czar's, the local musclehead, isn't having any of it. Right away, they're pinning the blame on Masaru for panicking in the middle of the fight, while Czar's is flexing like he took the whole thing single-handedly. To be fair, this absolute beast apparently wiped out an entire squad of level 30 fighters. No sword, no mercy, just pure domination. Czar's tries to rattle our main man, but Masaru, always the practical one, shoots back. "Hey, shouldn't we be dealing with the city-wide threat right now?" Now the blonde strategist nods and calls these intruders sketchy, because they're dodging the top-tier fighters like they're hiding something, and everyone knows that means trouble. A Czar solution, huh? Then I'll warm up first, charge over there, and flat everything before the real fight even starts. Yep, simple, direct, and honestly, pure cultured genius. While they patrol the castle walls, our boys rack their brains over Czar's, like they've got a twisted little philosophy for solving problems. Crush them, he thinks. Simple, brutal, effective, and yeah, it might be the perfect way to deal with whatever problems come next. Speaking of crushing things, Czar's has a prisoner right there, and instead of just talking, he's demanding right through the conversation to know where their base is. When the guy won't say a word, Czar's calmly obliterates the stone floor with a shot just an inch from his face. Pure terror rips the dude's soul out of his body, and the moment it happens, he starts chirping songs like a damn canary, while the other party members just stare, thinking, "Wait, so who's actually the villain here?" With the intel locked in, Czar's cracks a grin and declares he's heading out to cause chaos, and he'll be back in just a few days. Easy, right? But hold up. Before anyone can blink, he snatches Masaru and starts hauling him away, shouting that this is the perfect opening for our unsuspecting hero to finally prove just how strong he really is. Right then, the big guy drops some jaw-dropping wisdom. He tells you, before a fight even starts, you better do everything you possibly can ahead of time. Leave nothing undone, and don't let a single regret sit there unspoken. Yeah, you may not be a warrior, but that's the rule you live by. Masaru gets shoved back by another knight, still reeling because that muscle-headed brute just smacked him with a brutal life lesson. And it slams into him like a truck. Finally, it all clicks and he gets it. On the battlefield, death is always pounding at the door, so you'd better get your business done before it kicks in. Since he dropped into this world, this absolute unit has clobbered everything from marching statues to demon bears. And every time, his reincarnation perks slam the door on death. But now, staring down the Demon King with my own eyes, it hits different. So what's he going to regret, really? He stares at the city he's building and at the rabbit folk he swore he'd help. His thoughts spiral toward Queen Victoria's. And right then our main guy locks in. He knows exactly what he has to do. Forget training for battle. He's launching a giant citywide construction spree, and yeah, priorities people. A few days later, Ryorio gets dragged into a mysterious summons for a meeting nobody can explain. She hooks up with Mei, and Mei confirms it was Masaru himself who made that urgent call. Yuryu is already throwing a frustrated sigh, because the second her master shows up, she knows the chaos is about to go completely off the rails. They finally reach the plot of land Masaru demanded. Yuryu's punches slam to the ground, and the impact shakes this massive construction site like it's alive. We're talking steel-framed warehouses, the whole industrial setup. This isn't some tiny job, it's basically an industrial revolution. They spot Masaru in a makeshift office, rocking shady sunglasses and slouching like a full-on Bond villain. Then he hits them with the very first words. "Minus points. You're supposed to bow and say, 'Excuse me,' before you come in." Ryoryu is totally stunned, as this man keeps up his unhinged CEO routine, slapping imaginary points off her score just because she won't chat about the weather. Then he jumps straight into a no-jokes, full-blown interview with the 13-year-old girl. He leans in and asks her how she's liking the city now that her on-site training is finally done. Ryu decides to play along, and then drops a real, heartfelt answer, saying the city shines like hope and even shows how the slums can be fixed. Everyone's got their own job skills, and most of them cling to a steady, safe life. She's got food on the table, a roof over her head, and real safety. She doesn't have a single complaint. It's been fun and she's made real friends, but deep down she can feel something crucial is still missing. Masaru leans in with a sinister grin and fires off the million-dollar question. Tell me, isn't something missing? He knows it all too well. The fire to create, the craving to set up your own workshop with every tool within reach and your hands ready to go. We need you at the workshop, right there with us. Stop, those words hit her like lightning, lighting up a burning need to build exactly what she wants, the moment she wants it. But she finally confesses she hasn't been able to create freely in ages. And in that moment, tears spill down her face as she finally understands. This is what real love means, pouring your heart into the things you create. Bam, Masaru yanks the sunglasses off at the perfect moment, like the universe just clapped. Perfect, he declares it loud. That's why I pulled you in. You want a workshop, then I'll hand you one. He swings his hand toward the window, pointing at the colossal beast going up outside, an enormous logistics terminal. And part of that space is yours. Yeah, all yours, Ryoryu. To you, our hopeless hero is straight up bawling with joy, shouting that a new kid manager is finally born. He lunges straight into Ruryu's face, grinning like a maniac, shouting that her ultimate wish is about to happen, while her face freezes in pure, unfiltered shock. Masaru hits Ryoryu with a total curveball. He offers her a management position, and she's left totally stunned. Me, a manager. He snaps right away that this isn't some cheap rinky-dink workshop stunt. No, he's aiming way higher, like massively higher. This absolute unit finally drops his master plan. Boom. A massive tradeway, the region's beating central hub where every import and export funnels through. We're talking about a logistics giant that'll stock specialty shops with everything folks need for their everyday lives. They've got everything under the sun, furniture, wagon parts, tools, you name it, and they'll pull it out of the back room. Ryoryu connects the clues, and suddenly realizes this whole setup reeks of her master's old workplace. And Masaru, grinning like a walking storm, confirms it's pure chaotic genius, because he's about to build the ultimate Isekai Home Depot. Ryoryu just freezes and stares up at the sky, his mind blown by the insane scale of this ridiculous project. Her mind got blown to pieces. She's absolutely stunned, amazed, master. There's nothing even close to this anywhere around here. She gets choked up, overwhelmed in the best way, because he trusts her with a responsibility this massive. But our main man instantly cuts that off with the coldest line ever. Nope, I don't trust you. Right in the feels before Ryoryu can spiral into a full-on crisis. He snaps in. No, don't get it twisted. This trust isn't already locked in. It's something you'll keep building from here on out. He lays out the deal. If she takes the home center job, she'll master the whole town's supply and demand game, inside and out. This whole experience hands her an A for what people need, and the center itself turns into her very own upgraded workshop. Honestly, it's a sweet deal. The light bulb finally flickers to life in Ruryu's head, and suddenly it hits him. This isn't just a job, it's a trial. A real shot to step into his shoes and forge yourself into an even greater craftsman. Fire it up, she snaps the weapon right back at him, daring him to try. She snatches the contract without a second thought, blurts, "I'll do it," and slams her signature on the dotted line, like there's no way she even glanced at the fine print. Flash forward to the next day. Ryuryu strides into the royal palace and flexes her new manager title like she owns the place. She's parading around Queen Adelina and the whole crew, bragging like she's finally one of the city's big shots, pure smugness practically pouring off her. Meanwhile, Adelina studies Masaru's plans, and the speed of his momentum leaves her genuinely stunned. Then her gaze slides straight to Ruru's employment contract. She deadpans, "Ria, what in the world is this?" The queen locks eyes with her and drops the devastating truth. "You got played by Masaru, and Prioryu's entire world collapses in that single instant." Adelina hits Riorio with the million-dollar question. "Did you really read that document before you signed?" And Riorio confesses she basically just skimmed it. Yeah, rookie move. Take it, this contract reeks of pure evil. It traps her into running the trade center full-time, and then dumps a mountain of random chores on her, so she has absolutely zero breathing room left for her own projects. She's basically trapped there for the whole contract, and she keeps frantically checking, again and again. And there it is, bold as a punchline, mocking her to the core, 5 whole years. The whole courtroom turns on her and roasts her mercilessly, dragging up that exact gap she was bragging about just moments ago. And yeah, the trolling is straight-up legendary. Sorry, when Riorio is seconds from a total system meltdown, the queen can't stand it. She steps in and promises to hunt down people who can help. They'll even track down a few craftsmen and some dark elves, just to get more hands and finally ease the pressure. But it's already too late. Riorio is spiraling into a full-blown meltdown, shrieking that her master's a total weirdo who will never get a girlfriend because he pulls stunts like this. She rockets out of the room, and the whole place freezes in stunned, breathless silence. Adelina shakes her head and admits that shady move was on a whole new level, way beyond anything Masaru usually pulls. Yeah, and right then Lancelot spots a tiny note slipped inside the report, sent by our boy himself, and it only says one thing: "Help Ryuryu out for me." Suddenly everything clicks. Masaru's pushiness isn't cruelty at all, it's his twisted way of proving he cares. He's not just messing with her. He's shaping her training, pushing Ryu to learn, grow, and prove herself to become his next successor. Soon, their talk turns to a fresh report about the Demon King, and Masaru acts like he's running out of time. Something about it feels dangerously ominous. We get a fast flashback to this guy acting way too chill about everything, telling them, "Don't sweat it, even if a Demon King or some other monster crashes the scene." Most of the knights are already sold on it, but Delina, she's not buying a single word. And yeah, she calls it out like it's nothing. Masaru, the guy who reports everything, goes out of his way to tell her, "Don't worry," and that's the most terrifying sign imaginable. So Lancelot, always the hero, steps in and takes care of it just to calm her nerves. And he leans in, tells her not to worry, and swears he'll erase every fear she's holding onto. That banner, it's top tier, but the real mission's already locked in. So yeah, Lancelot is gearing up to link with Sid and the coastal knights to dive into this investigation. They're basically admitting our hopeless hero is just as reckless as his dad, Statute. People swear he's headed for the greatest place, but honestly, does anyone know where he's really going? Adelina flashes a smirk and says she wouldn't be shocked if he already wiped out the whole thing alone, because that's exactly what kind of monster he is. And just like that, speak of the devil, cut, the greatest region, where a handful of poor soldiers are staring straight at a one-man apocalypse. Lancelot's father, Stathit, is mowing down a whole horde of monsters by himself. This dude is an absolute monster. He crashes into the battlefield and leaves nothing but a brutal wasteland of carnage behind. Everything left behind is total devastation. Every last enemy soldier got wiped out, flattened like they never stood a chance. Without even breaking a sweat, he turns to his subordinate and casually fires off. "So you think so too, right?" Yeah, the poor guy's breaking at the seams, stammering. Say that Stat isn't a man, he's a monster. And the second he starts talking, it's like the whole place snaps. Everyone erupts into a non-stop, totally unhinged battle cry. A family. All right, let's jump straight into the aftermath of that brutal beatdown. Lancelot, the certified gigachat of this series, is right there supervising the cleanup crew. Futa's still reeling from what he just saw, staring at the chaos like, "I never thought Zanj-sama's rival would be this unhinged." Turns out our main guy wiped out an entire enemy base almost single-handedly. So how'd he pull it off? With this laid-back trick called the Slash of Freedom. One strike didn't just crack the gate. It blasted away half the fortress in a single, violent blow. Lancelot smirks like it's nothing, while his subordinate stands there totally lost, mumbling that he's never seen anything like it. Then Lancelot just clicks his tongue like, "Tell me something I don't know." "I swear there were way more of them than I thought, and I missed the whole thing. Bro, you missed it. You leveled the block." They start cracking the fight apart, and somehow it turns out two top-level officers charged straight at Fuda, a measly level 40, which is basically a death wish. And yet the unsuspecting lead, the boy, just swatted them aside with his wild, bizarre skills. But hold up, this party's nowhere near done. A survivor snarls and hauls himself back to his feet, looking downright feral. He glares at Lancelot, growling, "So you're the one with that giant sword, aren't you, Lancelot?" And yeah, the rumors about this absolute unit have totally spread. Lancelot just flashes that smug grin, and Fuda's soul almost tumbles out of his body. Now what, because someone's still standing? The survivor flexes and some wild aura ripples over him. Lancelot hears this guy might be around level 60, and instead of backing down, he just cackles, "Oh, Brainold, I love your spirit." Then, without a single hesitation, he orders Fuda, "Finish him for us," like it's the most insane decision ever. Fuda's face is pure, unfiltered panic. Go Wadja. You can almost hear his soul in full-blown scream mode. As he climbs, Lancelot crosses his arms like he's about to watch a pay-per-view showdown. Yeah, that survivor's got real bite, and even from here I can tell he's probably already hit level 70. So come on, Fuda, let's see how you handle him. "No pressure, my dude." The wild man smirks, snaps off a skill, and shifts out of his desperate stance in a heartbeat. He slams forward with a feral roar, tiger fan crusher blazing. The attack turns into a violent whirlwind, slashes exploding at Fuda like a storm that won't stop. Fuda manages to raise his sword in time, and the hit that lands on him is straight-up absurd. That shockwave tears a fresh gash across the land. Lancelot just watches with a bored. Nothing to see here, stare, like this kind of chaos is business as usual. He mutters to himself like, "Yeah, never mind," because it clearly hit harder than he can admit. What a crazy understatement, dude. But wait, S not backing down, and the two of them are stuck in a brutal, teeth-clenched clash of steel. The instant their blows hit, the ground beneath them explodes and shatters like glass. The wild man is totally rattled. No way. This puny weakling can barely survive my first strike, so how the hell is he still matching me? Fuda is draining every last spark of strength, but his body's hitting the wall. Then that wild man spots the opening and lunges in for the kill. Gotcha. Right when his claws are about to land, Launce suddenly slams in out of nowhere. Then Blee shoots off a one-hand attack like it's nothing. The survivor freezes in shock. Wait, my claws didn't even touch him. Lancelot just breaks into a laugh, grinning like, "You're the most fun I've had since Masaru Fuda." Then he drops a casual knowledge bomb. He's figured out the guy can turn sword speed into straight-up movement speed. And when Lancelot blocks and deflects, he can match that pace, or even steal it for Yuan. The survivor can only choke out sputters, trying to wrap his head around how insanely broken this guy is. Lancelot's finished talking, and I'm done with you. He doesn't even say a word. He casually lashes out with that massive sword. The attack rips the earth open, carving yet another massive canyon. Pure power so over the top it's almost funny. Masaru, the survivor, crumples to the ground and gasps that his mediator skill can only last for about 5 minutes. Yeah, Fuda just locks up, staring in raw awe. That's how incredible he is. Lancelot just stands there like a walking legend, then grins and goes, "All right, let's blast through this cleanup fast and get back to training Fuda." Fuda's completely lost. The way you said it makes it sound like I'm coming with you. Lancelot only grins. "Of course you are. I just said so, did I?" This guy never hears no. Later, he tells them straight up, training together will level both of them fast, and then drops the real bomb. He's got a promise locked in with the dark elf girls at the tea house. Priorities, folks. Fuda fires the question, "Is this really all for prepping you against the Demon King?" And Lancelot's jokes instantly die as he gets dead serious, saying that if they fall to the Demon King, then they can toss that womanizer aside for good. Then he drops the real bomb. Masaru is training too. Lancelot can't stop thinking about our main man's playbook. While everyone else is grinding levels, Masaru is out there training townspeople to become craftsmen and plugging away at production like it's his secret training arc, and yeah, it's totally bizarre, but it somehow makes him stronger. And then, like the calm after the storm, Lancelot smiles and flat-out admits it. Mama Masaru is genuinely one of the rarest, truly good people. She really is. Cut to Lancelot's soul-shaking moment. Meanwhile, our poor, hopeless hero is stuck in his office with his head in his hands, drowning in regret over every single life choice. because he's getting buried alive under a mountain of paperwork. A little girl jabs an employment contract right into his face and snaps, "Sign it, do it, okay." All right, every single squad member is here to clown him, and it's full-on karma, Masaru, divine punishment. Turns out our boy hired Ryoryu and then played her. Now, boom, the tables have completely flipped. And Ryoryu is on her knees, begging him to help her make the home center work. She's even trying to pull it together as the manager. The ex-goddess cuts in, and the whole town already knows. She shows up with 0 allies and launches a full intervention. She threatens to start spreading rumors unless he caves, and it's nothing but straight-up blackmail. But the worst part, just thinking about having to work at a home center makes my stomach drop. But it smashes him with gut-wrenching flashbacks. His old life, chained to non-stop 24/7 grind in some nightmare black company out in the countryside, where they psychologically torture him until he breaks. Ryoryu breaks down into tears, whispering, "I'm scary," and the peer pressure finally crushes him. With defeat grinding his spirit into dust, our boy grabs the quill and signs the contract. Ryoryu goes wild like, "Yeah, we got him." And yeah, he's been totally played. One of the girls even snaps, "Masaru, you really make the worst choices." And honestly, she's not wrong. In just 1 week, the home center's test opening is finally about to happen. That ex-goddess rolls up and demands a tour, and our main man says yes on the spot, because the whole place is almost done. And honestly, it's downright magnificent, like some modern home center got dropped straight into this fantasy world. She's staring in pure awe at tools and items she's never even dreamed of seeing. Our guy proudly boasts that they've got food, clothes, and a roof covered, plus every DIY supply you could dream of. He explains that in his world, home centers usually pop up from the wreckage of housing booms. Stuff the housing industry couldn't unload gets bundled, sold off to stores, and reshuffled for profit. They're out here hawking the things folks actually can't live without. Then this absolute unit hits you with some serious wisdom. He claims nothing is ever truly unnecessary. Stories get remade, no matter the old purpose. Reborn as something brand new, and somewhere out there, someone will always need them. That's why Histor exists. He finally stands there looking cool for once, then drops the line like it's the truth. So that's how it is. The ex-goddess is blown away, because the home center manager is dropping real philosophical truths, and she can't help but learn them. He shrugs it off like, "I don't mind at all." And she calls him out like, "Wait, weren't you about to say something praising me?" She's totally fishing for compliments, then gets all shy like she can't handle it. She leans in close, and for a second it's weirdly sweet. But he shrugs it off like always, saying it's probably smarter to say that right when he hands over what he's making. As our hero gears up for his big grand opening, Lancelot and Fuda sharpen their swords and brace for war. Everyone is gearing up for the final battle in their own way, no regrets, no hesitation, and the stage is locked in for something so epic it'll shake the world. A week after all that chaos, the wait is finally over. Jio time is here. Ruryu-chan, our pint-sized powerhouse manager, slams open the doors for the grand opening of the shop Masaru has been pouring his heart into. The crowd's going wild, and our guy's stuck in the back, standing there like a proud parent with a stress headache, while locals buzz non-stop, trying to decode what this huge new building is supposed to be, even though they remember the construction. Yeah, the name is still a total mouthful. In his native tongue, our main man's home center is basically called Isekai Kia, and it's about to flip everyone's life upside down. The line already coils around the whole building, and those wagons are lined up like it's Black Friday, just pure chaos on a schedule. The doors swing open and the crowd surges in, instantly staring like their brains just got rewired. Because these aren't ordinary goods, they're seeds from the great nations, rare flowers, and an insane mountain of stuff they've never even imagined. So yeah, people keep getting swallowed by the massive size of it all, staring wide-eyed at those smoked monster meat chunks, the weird mystery liquids, and rolls of silk that used to be hunted only in the deep underground. It's packed with crafting materials, and the locals are straight up going wild, dreaming up 1,000 ways to use them. Some people are staring at the tools, but they're panicking that they're way too huge for what they're trying to build. Ryoryu, the G08 manager, swoops in like a savior, dropping the real solution. They've got a workshop that can cut your materials down to the millimeter. But you can even fire up the tools right there and test them on the spot. And for the big stuff, don't sweat it. The home center rolls out a dedicated delivery wagon because this isn't just a store anymore. It's a full-on crafting revolution. Our boy Masaru is grinning like he just won the world, convinced he's built a self-sustaining paradise. This place isn't just a shop, it's the beating heart of the whole community. But just as he thinks the celebration is finally over, the whole crowd swarms him with questions. How do I use this? What's it even for? Where do I get that thing that plugs it in? The pride vanishes in an instant, and panic crashes down like a wave. Our poor hero is losing it inside, because he just realized he's officially the only customer service rep for his own creation. Luckily, Hera and the Queen step in just in time, cutting through the crowd and saving him. Later at the temple, they unveil their brand new project, because Tyria's 3 sacred treasures are finally finished. It's a breathtaking blend of Japanese culture and this fantasy world, where a sword stands for peace, a mirror fights for harmony, and a jewel holds the power of the entire world. The Queen keeps thanking him again and again, stacking up every absurd thing he's ever done for them, teaching magic classes, and even helping build the whole town from the ground up. This absolute unit lives without regrets, okay, almost none. Ira, the ultimate wingwoman, decides this is the perfect moment to stir up trouble, and she casually drops the accessory Masaru's been secretly crafting late at night. Our main man instantly short-circuits, trying to deny he's building it for the Queen. Bro, you're not fooling a single soul. Ira cackles and points it out like it's obvious. Anyone with eyes can see the sparks shooting off, even before they ever hit the hot spring trip. Masaru tries to talk his way out of it with cold logic, tossing out the whole mortal loves a goddess dilemma and insisting their values just don't match. But Era just grins and flaunts her wisdom, pointing out that his feelings spill across his face every time he's anywhere near the Queen. She leans in and tells him, "It's okay, go on, be selfish for once." And you can literally see the cogs spinning behind his eyes. But yeah, somehow he got reincarnated as the prize in a god-level bet, and let's be real, a little selfishness is absolutely on the table. Fueled by pure determination, he rockets off to track down the Victinias. He storms into her chambers, desperate to spill his heart, then freezes when he sees the goddess absolutely wrecking a giant crab hot pot. All that romantic tension he fought to build over 5 long minutes got wiped out instantly. Poof, gone, vanished, erased. And right when our hero locks eyes, his soul drops out of him as he gapes at this useless goddess, stuffing her face like it's her job. They start bickering on the spot like an old married couple, and Masaru pushes his way in, demanding some of that crab he helped prep. After the crabtastrophe, they finally steal a quiet moment on the balcony, and honestly, the mood's at least way better now. Victinius fires off teasing jabs, grinning as she complains that his sudden entrances always scare her half to death. Masaru tries to recall what his big speech was supposed to be, but one dumb crab incident blows up his whole train of thought. He snaps his focus to business and flat out brings up the Demon King's looming subjugation. Victini boldly offers him literally anything he wants. Like, the universe just said, name it and it's yours. As soon as he hears it, our boy's gamer instincts kick in on pure instinct. He's heard this line before, and every time it ends with a shocking final boss fight. This whole mess is screaming, solo raid battle, and he's totally freaking about it. Victinius has to clear the air and say, "No, I'm not here to take over the world, okay." He shakes his head hard, like he's trying to shut down that whole trip. A trip has Victinius totally thrown off. Just a trip, and it's already messing with its head. But then he drops the truth. He can take off on a solo trip anytime he wants. "I'm dying to take a trip with you, Victinius. Come on, let's go." Boom, he drops the bomb and flashes a reward he could never get tired of. That would be pretty damn good. The goddess is utterly speechless, and a fierce blush starts creeping up her cheeks. Speechless. Seeing her face, Masaru freaks out on the spot and scrambles to undo everything. But Victinius jerks back into reality, fires off a sharp call-out, mocking him for actually having the nerve to ask a goddess out, then immediately trying to ditch. Right before he can apologize again, she slashes the moment with a blush and a fierce, determined stare. Yeah, we're definitely going. They steal a quiet, beautiful moment on the balcony, and that stiff, awkward tension finally melts away into something real. Masaru rides that surge of confidence, swings his attention to her, and finally gears up to blurt out what's been on his mind. He parts his lips to speak, and right at that exact moment. And then, like the world can't take it anymore, the sky rips in half. A blinding pillar of light blasts out of the ground, and then, bam, a massive magical power signature erupts right after it, shaking the city's very foundations like it's nothing. Everyone guards at the Queen's side and regular folks in the streets alike stares up in absolute terror. Against a sky ripped open into ruins, a silhouette stands there, so terrifying that everyone they know fears them. The Demon King just ripped into reality, right on their doorstep. Talk about unhinged, chaotic, and absolutely terrible timing. like everything exploded right when it shouldn't have. All right, buckle up, because up in the divine realm, things are getting seriously spicy. Hera and a gold-eared god are locked in, watching the world's biggest pay-per-view, and the main event is finally on his way. The Demon King is closing in, and they're freaking out because their whole plan, every last move, lives or dies on the heroes getting this right. All right, the big guy nods and tells them, give it everything you've got. No pressure, yeah, but somehow the whole fate of the world is dangling right on your shoulders. Okay, thanks, bye. On the ground, the vibe isn't let's watch. It's we're all gonna die, and everyone feels it. The human army has planted a forward base, glaring at that insane crack that split the sky wide open. Right now, nothing's happening, and that silence is way scarier. Commander Lancelot is fighting to keep his troops sharp, steady, and on full alert. Right on cue, who comes barreling in at the last possible second. Masaru, huffing and apologizing for being just a bit late to the literal apocalypse. The general's grin said it all, thank goodness you finally showed up. Then he pointed out the Demon King's side hasn't made a move yet. And yeah, that's way too weird. And yeah, according to his numbers, that big bad never should have shattered the dimensional barrier for at least another week or two. Victinia's instantly squints like something's off. Did someone help the Demon King, or is there more to it than that? Lancelot can't take it and starts poking the cosmic bear, and the guy only smirks, giving nothing away. Totally classic Lancelot. But then right under that crack in the sky, our main man spots something moving, and it happens in an instant. The whole scene erupts in non-stop motion. Movement everywhere non-stop like the world can't sit still. With enhanced vision, they spot two straight-up monstrous magic beasts, and they're just casually chilling there. But it's not just two. Down there is a whole freaking zoo, and this absolute unit is totally stunned, yelling that there are just way too many. Victinia snaps the puzzle into place. Ever since the Demon King's power started seeping into this world, rare, ruthless magic beasts have been multiplying at breakneck speed. These weren't random monsters at all. Someone lured them here on purpose, like they were picked off a plan, and Masaru finally clicks. This isn't an army, it's a trap waiting to snap. And just like that, everything spirals into pure horror. Those beasts start melting right before your eyes, their bodies twisting together until they're nothing but a filthy black sludge. It's a wild, twisting storm of flesh and pure, crushing despair. Victinia's gets hit with pure dread, because their true job isn't battling at all. They're built to fire off their coordinates to another dimension and become the bridge that makes it all happen. These creatures aren't allies or minions at all. People hand them over as sacrifices. A grotesque pillar of fused beasts claws up toward the sky. Then, right from THE Chinese letter in it, a figure drops down into the world. The armor gleams, the power crashes through everything, and the whole vibe screams pure, unfiltered, end-of-the-world chaos. The Demon King just showed up, right here, right now. He drops onto the fleshy platform, and not once does he look back at the mortals. The soldiers on the wall totally lose their minds. This isn't just another enemy. It's the Demon King, the king of beasts, the one who tears civilization apart. Panic hits the second it starts. Guys are yelling to run, yelling that there's no way they can win this fight. But right in the middle of all this chaos, our hopeless hero is weirdly calm, like, thank goodness, that might actually be manageable. Everyone just gapes at him, like their brains instantly short-circuit. Because seriously, what part of civilization-destroying chaos is even manageable? Lancelot gets it instantly. He cackles, snaps to it, and grins because yep, our boy's right. The Demon King is humanoid, and after all that big talk, he finally picked a form they can actually go toe-to-toe with. Victinia's nods in agreement. Yeah, his power is unreal, but they didn't show up unready. They came for this exact moment. Morale snaps back from the brink. Lancelot roars, and the assault starts right now. He'll spearhead the first charge, while Masaru and his crew stay back at the base to crush any underlings that come crawling out. With renewed hope blazing in their chests, the soldiers hoisted their swords high and screamed their battle cry at the top of their lungs. The moment it starts, the whole base erupts. Cannons swivel into position and troops rush to their battle posts. As the chaos rips wide open, our main man swings to Victinius and cracks that he's half terrified, half buzzing with excitement. So what's got everyone buzzing? And after this brawl, I'm heading out on a trip with a certain goddess. He blurts it out with a ridiculous, giant grin that screams pure cheese. Victinius' soul nearly slips out of her body. Yeah, that's not a death flag, that's a full-on death parade forming. Then she blushes and admits she's kinda excited too, and tells him to hurry up and win. Yep, again, you totally nailed it. Victinia then drops a rapid-fire lore bomb. A Demon King isn't just some random villain. It's often a former god, twisted and drowned in a flood of negative energy. And that's when it flips from purpose to a totally unhinged hunger, destroy everything in sight. What kind of power would twist a god's soul so badly that they'd crawl into another world and start meddling? It's a question that haunts even her, because she's never seen a god go rogue like this before. This isn't a war at all. It's a calamity tearing everything apart, and there's zero space for diplomacy. Once the briefing's done, everybody scrambles to get ready. And I'm already locked in on my end too, says our boy, totally fired up. Then Lancelot and him snap into a runner's stance and launch the first hit, charging forward together. Lancelot practically buzzes with pure excitement. Where do you think you're heading? Then Masaru barks a command to his team, and everyone snaps into action, ready to charge out. As they charge, Mika, the next goddess, kicks in fast, flexing her divine power, and huge magic circles blaze across the sky. A seal-type barrier snaps into place, swallowing the battlefield whole and trapping everything inside a giant, unbreakable cage. The plan is to pin the Demon King down, so he can't just vanish with teleportation. With the cage locked in place, our guy screams at Lancelot, "Rip him apart." Lancelot doesn't need a pep talk. He's already got a feral grin on his face as he charges straight at the Demon King. The plan is simple, brutal, and pure chaos. He's going down in a massive preemptive strike before he even gets a chance to react. All right, buckle up. This battle erupts with a massive magical explosion that tears straight through the landscape. Masaru and the absolute unit Lancelot just stand there staring at what they made, Lancelot grinning like he conquered the world because that first hit, a certified banger. Look, this wild frontal assault isn't the real fight at all. It's just over-the-top bait meant to pull everyone's attention. While these two keep the Demon King locked down, the rest of the squad circles wide to slam the enemy base from the sides. And our main guy? He's already planning the next move, totally stunned by the raw power he's seeing. Like, dude, when this is over, I'm begging for magic tips. What? Before he can even finish that thought, the sky splits open and starts cracking like glass. That distraction hit harder than they meant to, because now the final boss was laser-focused on them. Lancelot braces as the pressure wave crashes into him, slamming the force straight into his bones. Then from the wreckage of the shattered void, the Demon King himself rips through, eyes wide like he just woke up the wrong side of the abyss. And Lancelot, oh, he's hating every second of it. A totally unhinged grin spreads across his face as he erupts into cackling laughter like, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see. This dude is a full-on certified battle maniac. He hoists a ridiculously huge sword like it's nothing and practically yells, "If you're the real Demon King, then come on, show me everything you've got." Without even a breath to spare, Lancelot rockets forward and tears loose a raging storm of steel. He's a total cyclone of destruction, swinging and hacking with such brutal force it could flatten a mountain. And the Demon King just stands there, taking every single hit like it's nothing, like those blows are just a harmless summer breeze. That armor won't even get nicked, nothing can touch it. Lancelot snaps to the truth, raw speed won't save him, so he grunts, "Fine, new plan, I'll tear it clean off," and he starts with your arm. He crams every ounce of his ridiculous strength into one savage, perfectly aimed punch. But the impact just fizzles out. Lancelot's eyes snap wide as disbelief hits him hard. This defense is tougher than Masaru's magic shields. For the first time, the Demon King finally speaks, its voice rumbling through the air as it growls out the names of its main targets. Masaru, Winteria. Suddenly, it erupts with a shockwave of pure negative energy, blasting the ground apart like it's nothing. The creature moves like a soulless puppet, laser-focused on one goal and nothing else. And Lancelot's totally cool with it, heh. But seeing him smirk, perfect, now I'm going all out. He digs in his feet, and his ore absolutely detonates. A searing pillar of holy light blasts out of him, so blinding the squad in the fortress can barely trust what they're seeing. That's when one of them blurts out the brutal truth. During his harshest training, Lancelot was still smothering his real power, and now he's finally got every limiter off, screaming F. Even the Demon King seems to notice. He declares that Lancelot's power has outgrown its original purpose. Lancelot lifts his blazing sword to the sky, crashes it down in a cataclysmic slash, and roars that this next strike will finally land on the Demon King. The attack unleashes a colossal blade of pure energy that smashes through everything in its way without mercy. He swallowed the Demon King whole in a blinding, flash-everything burst of light. A watched with a cocky grin, like he already knew what was coming. But his victory lasts about a heartbeat. Once the light dies down, the Demon King's helmet cracks open, peeling back like a curse to reveal a face of pure nightmare fuel, a writhing storm of countless eyes and screaming mouths. The whole squad snaps all at once, jaw dropped, heart racing, pure terror taking over. The creature kicks off another chant, and all those twisted mouths start screaming the names of its enemies like a curse. Right before its main hand melts into a horrifying, fleshy nightmare of a limb. Then it unleashes a reality-bending shriek that blasts shockwaves through everything. But Lancelot just shrugs it off. He says the attack barely mattered, completely unbothered, even as that foul horror stares him down. Our hero is losing it, yelling, "Can a god really get that twisted?" While Lancelot is already charging forward, no time to waste, we slam in fast just like we planned. They slam forward, and the Demon King snaps back with a massive, sweeping energy slash that cuts the air in one furious arc. Tyria zips in, flash, then snaps her blades up from nowhere and parries the attack like it never even had a chance, giving Lancelot the opening to unleash a brutal counterattack. The Demon King detonates in one brutal, massive explosion, blasting them back like a shockwave, keeping our heroes on edge, always ready for the next hit. Then it gets even weirder. When the Demon King unleashes these bizarre, whip-like limbs, each one curling into a snapping, fanged maw. They crash into the forest and unleash even more chaos everywhere. The Demon King locks his gaze on them, and Lancelot grins while he looks past the enemy standing right in front of you. You're nothing but a beast. Fool. But it was a trap. The Demon King didn't get distracted at all. It was luring them in. Then, out of nowhere, a gigantic chunk of the cliff gets launched from off-screen, slams into the Demon King, and sends it blasting through the air. Winteria nailed the shot perfectly, and Masaru, right from his brand-new command post, confirms the hit. The camera swings over, and suddenly you realize, this isn't just any post, because that guy is manning a brutally massive magic railgun. He's freaking out, going on and on about how designing that monster literally gave him a headache, and then hits us with a full-blown science lesson, explaining magnetic fields and supersonic rounds like it's straight out of a lab. He flashes a manic grin and swears this is the perfect mashup of science and magic, then shouts, "Now fly, Demon King." He slams both hands down and erupts in a furious scream, unleashing a full-on barrage. As the launch starts, the railgun blasts a storm of hypersonic rounds, and they tear across the battlefield like lightning. He surged forward, barreled into the Demon King, and slammed him with brutal, gay-mending force. Masaru bursts into wild, giddy cackles. Direct hit. It's actually working. Turns out those weren't just slugs at all. Each one was a custom-made mana grenade, built to detonate on impact, and now the Demon King is fully pinned down. This is it, the moment they've been waiting for. Masaru screams at his frontline fighter, Lancelot. The execution's yours. Lancelot surges with energy for the final strike, barking at Masaru to get out of the blast zone before it erupts. He erupts with yet another jaw-dropping slash. But in the very last heartbeat, the Demon King's arm twists into an enormous, rock-hard shield and slams the attack aside. Then our unsuspecting hero is left staring in pure disbelief like, "Whoa, no way, that was way too close." He can't believe the Demon King slipped out of that. Now the chance is gone for good. The monster cackles as it rockets into the sky, and pure malice practically drips off it in thick, living waves. With the front lines shattered, the declaration hits like a blade, cold and final. By our master's order, we start the annihilation of Winteria. All right, let's jump right back into the madness. Masaru is staring straight at himself, and the grin on this version says, "I'm fixing to blow up your whole career." The fake ditches the autographs and bolts straight for the city, and the second Lancelot clocks it, he realizes they've been royally played. Lancelot doesn't waste a second. He snatches our guy, and I'm launching you into my flying slash to hunt him down. Masaru's brain just seizes up. "Wait, hey, you stupid musclehead, are you seriously about to throw me?" Me, Lancelot just smirks and swears it's payback for that arrow stunt earlier. No debate, no pause, we're going straight to liftoff. With that, this absolute unit hurls our hero through the forest like a screaming, flailing javelin. Masaru finally hits the mark, grumbling like he's gonna smash Lancelot later. But it worked, and the dead act is locked down tight. That's what he thinks. Then the clone whips around in a flash and blocks his attack with some wild, bizarre weapon. That speed is insane. Our poor hero is totally lost, staring in disbelief like, how the hell did he just teleport right in front of me? He's here, but the fake's not looking for a brawl. He slams his palm down, and a monstrous, unholy barrier erupts from the ground, locking the city gate shut. Then the barrier throbs and blasts out a shockwave. Masaru gets launched like a rocket, and yeah, this guy's straight up trolling them, blocking every single attempt to catch up. His tiny shadow familiar is totally losing it, blurting out non-stop like, "My master is seriously the coolest." The unhinged clone wastes zero time, and smashes straight through this ridiculous barrier like it's nothing. Then he flexes hard, grinning as he vows to shatter it into pieces. He charges up a kick that looks so deadly it could level a whole mountain, and smashes an epic impact straight into the shimmering wall. Nothing, no scratch, no smudge, not a single mark. The fake's jaw drops to the floor, and wow, this thing's been supercharged with Demon King magic. Like, he pieces it all together, and realizes this isn't some simple barrier at all. It's basically the god's own trial. A giant, glowing, come-at-me, berserk badge that dares you into a full-on frontal assault. A quick flash hits us, Goddess grinning like she just won, way too pleased with herself. And the fake freaks out, yelling he'll smash the crab-obsessed dumb goddess for that goofy face. All right, plan B it is. Then the clone blurts out the truth. Because he's just Masaru's copy, he can't pull a railgun out of thin air. But the Demon King's power is in his pocket now, so he can tap into some seriously sketchy storage vortexes. He doesn't even flinch, he cackles, then unleashes a whole parade of walking statues. Portals explode open, and a whole zoo's worth of stone rhinos and wild beasts stampede out, ready to start the mayhem. The decoy points straight at the city gate, then barks the command, crush them right into their faces. This isn't a fight, this is a death march, and everyone's marching straight toward the end. The stone army surges ahead like a runaway avalanche, crashing forward with unstoppable destruction. The clone is having the blast of his life, cackling like a lunatic while his army smashes straight through the outer defenses. The gate got obliterated. Victory is his, and he throws his arms wide, basking like the world just surrendered to him. Only to see a perfectly formed phalanx, shields locked tight, spears leveled like an unstoppable wall of soldiers. Chiyuach. That fake victory grin snaps into total shock when a brutal volley of spears rockets straight into his army. On the wall, the goddess grins and shouts her absolute defense formation like it's untouchable. She's pumping up her troops with a thunderous chant of glory, unleashing a top-tier support spell that feels like pure power. She totally roasts him, straight to his face. Like, does he seriously think a few walking rocks can stand up to her soldiers? The clone finally gets it. Her chant was a war cry, and it supercharged every soldier to level 50. They're standing their ground like absolute legends, refusing to budge for a second. And it only gets worse. Lancelot's personal guards are storming the front lines, all sitting in the level 60s, and these aren't just any fighters. They're hero-class skirmishers barely keeping the front gate from breaking. But that fake panic snaps right back into his wild, unhinged grin. If you want to play dirty like that, he snarls. Then I'm not holding back either. The soldiers hunker down for the next wave, while their commander screams, "No fear, nothing's getting through." Oh, you sweet summer child. He's cracking open those portals again. And this time it's not stone rhinos anymore, it's real dragons and demons spilling through. The battlefield erupts into pure chaos the moment the upgraded monster army crashes into cannons, smashing headfirst into hero-level knights. The fake watch keeps ringing, beautiful chaos, pure joy blasting across his face as he grins, blurting, "I told you, goddess, no holding back." With a final, terrifying grin he snaps, the title Fakey isn't just for show. All right, picture full-scale battlefield madness. Giant stone dragon tearing everything up while Hulk and Buddy try to grind the fortress to rubble. And yeah, things look brutally grim. And yeah, the soldiers are spiraling into a full-blown panic. Because these goblins aren't normal at all. They're legendary monsters, and the elf archer nails it. If that dragon so much as coughs up fire, they're all getting turned into extra crispy. But Vina, goddess with zero chill, snaps that whole whining session right down, straight up climbing on the mic like, "Seriously, you're acting crazy. They're just big, ugly chunks of rock. Deal with it." Right behind her, one of the elf commanders grits his teeth and flexes, then slams his power down, conjuring a massive, blazing magic circle in the air. And then, boom, the whole army gets a massive, system-wide upgrade, and the soldiers are vibrating with it, acting like they could punch a hole through the sky, even if it's still not quite Lancelot-level power. Everyone's juiced up and ready to clash, and the commander barks the one order that decides it all: intercept them. The front line crashes straight into the golems, and these freshly enchanted soldiers start tearing the stone giants apart, smashing them like cheap pottery. Meanwhile, the archers raise their bows and line up their shots, ready to give that dragon a whole new set of piercings. Phalanx soldiers, backed by these absolutely furious rhinos, clamp down and hold the line like nothing can break them, until the catch hits. This power-up guzzles their energy faster than a phone at 1%, so they've gotta finish this fast. They're feeling overconfident, thinking this fight's basically won, until somebody yells the two words you never want to hear, and suddenly it all goes sideways. Watch out. A thunderous bolt of divine lightning lances the sky straight for them. Then it slams into an invisible barrier and fizzles out without harming a soul. Vina's smile vanishes, and her expression turns stone-cold serious. She's sure this isn't just some random moving statue. And she's right. Right then, the real attacker crawls into view. A freaky deer chimera monster, totally a fake-out. This ridiculous beast is now towering over their defenses, and it's grinning like it just won something huge. And yeah, when it hit, it pulled in friends too. Vanna straight up calls it a chimera, a greatest hits mixtape of all the worst monsters they've ever stomped, smart enough to not buy their lightning shield trick. The enemy's plan reeked of shady tricks, but Vina only smirked. Sure, they thought they'd outsmart her, yet she's loaded with countermeasures for days. She snaps into action and rallies her archers to take aim. Because this chimera idiot just turned itself into the world's biggest, easiest target by planting its body right on top of the wall. Vena hooks up with her elf commander, and together they start charging an absolutely unhinged mimic spell, the Bow of Heracles. With a final defiant roar, take this, they let the divine arrow rip, and the moment it's released, it lands with surgical precision. And the blast hits like a wrecking ball, so violent it whips the chimera into a full retreat and blasts the archers clean off their feet. The monster gets erased from reality in one glorious flash of light. The soldiers erupt in cheers, screaming for their goddess after that legendary one-shot kill. Vena is cackling like a lunatic, straight up trolling the Demon King, talking trash like, "So this is what you get for making a cheap knockoff." And trust me, I saw the real deal when I sneaked into Zeus's vault. This goddess is pure chaos with a smile. Her troops are eating this up. This blunt, charming, slightly unhinged goddess has turned morale into full-blown fire. But the celebration gets smashed to pieces when the ground suddenly starts to quake hard. The chimera's dead body starts twitching and Vena snaps. She's done with this nonsense for real. "Didn't you hear me? I said I hate it." She shrieks in pure irritation because that dumb enemy got way too close. And then bam, the whole corpse detonates and bursts apart in an instant. Then boom, a disgusting tidal wave of giant spiders crashes down, swarming the terrified soldiers in seconds. It was a Trojan horse, just a chimera meat piñata packed with nightmare fuel, and now the spiders are inside the base. One of the soldiers with the eye patch spots the creatures and immediately knows what they are. They're not statues anymore, they're moving ones. Vena finally sees the trap for what it really is. The chimera was built to slam down right at the gate, ripping it open so the spider army can flood through. They didn't just get tricked, they got played. And just like that, a projectile explodes out from the enemy lines. But it doesn't even flinch a soldier. It just blasts straight into one of the spiders clinging to the wall. As the last of the spider web melts away, a man bursts into view, and then he starts cackling like a total maniac. It's one of the Demon King's generals, the creepy spider-human hybrid, standing there smugly, crowing that this is a total easy win. Right as he tries to wrap up his villain's speech, a blur detonates across the scene and smashes into him instantly. Finally, the spider general just barely whips out of the way, eyes bulging with pure shock. And he realizes that if he hadn't scanned Masaru's abilities ahead of time, his head would be rolling on the floor right now. Now he launched the attack so fast it felt unreal. Next, a brand new swordsman steps in with a razor stare, and the general is left utterly dumbfounded. "What the hell are you?" he screeches. The swordsman shoots a calm smile and introduces himself as the starved guardian. Then he blurts out, "No filter, starving for women," and rants that Lancelot's training was straight-up torture, just muscles on muscles with nothing else. Yeah, this dude is a certified weirdo. So he declares he'll end this fight with one strike so he can head back to the tea house in peace. And that's when the spider general realizes every single one of Masaru's friends is absolutely unhinged. Perched up high, Vena spots the fight grinding into a stalemate, and she's straight-up relieved she tucked her secret weapon into the rear lines. But she knows this can't be a slow bleed. If they want this over for real, they've got to strike the Demon King himself. And she looks absolutely ready to go for it. Speaking of which, Masaru finally gets a front-row seat to the Demon King's last, terrifying form. He realizes swords and sorcery won't cut it, so one of his allies slams a single goddamn perfect weapon into his hands, a chainsaw. Saw and furked, "All right, we're right back into the chaos, and this whole battlefield is getting obliterated in real time." The Demon King's gone full psycho. He's whipping those unhinged chainsaw arms around, carving up the land like it's just a giant Thanksgiving turkey. Kyusuk and the whole squad are blasted apart, scrambling for dear life as this attack turns everything into a violent blender. That blonde pretty boy, Tuma, the Demon King's right-hand man, just smirks like he's loving every second of it, while our main hero looks one wrong move away from a straight-up heart attack. Suddenly, the Demon King flexes, and his arm twists into this massive, shadowy monstrosity that slams down and obliterates a huge chunk of rock. The shadow goo snaps back into shape like it never even broke. It morphed into a huge, flat blade, so razor-sharp it looked like it could slice reality in half. Without missing a beat, Tuma roars, revs his own chainsaw, and carves the world in one massive horizontal slash, an unstoppable spinning disk of raw destruction. But the Demon King isn't even fazed. He smashes the attack head-on like it's nothing. That absolute unit, Kyusuk, throws himself in and jams his own saw to stop the counterattack cold. So much raw force hits that his knees nearly buckle. The other party scrambles to flank, but the Demon King is just toying with them, parrying and slipping away like their blows are nothing. He throws out this casual backhand, and it's so brutal it could have turned the female warrior into paste. But Tuma, total show-off, slides in and shuts it down. He snaps his guard up and parries another brutal swing. And another. He yanked the strike aside, just in time to stop the one hit that would have ended everything. Look at his face, pure hatred, like he can't stand a second of this and not a single drop of sweat. And just like that, our doomed hero stares at this power display, and a wild idea ignites in his head. But before he can even breathe, the Demon King snaps out of his casual act and turns absolutely vile. He unleashes a horror wave of reaching hands and screaming mouths. Kasuk's soul rips out of his body, pure terror swallowing him whole. The attack X detonated with a thunderous boom that rattled everything, unleashing a shockwave that tears through everything in its path, smashing it to pieces. The entire team gets blasted off their feet, Tumulan's shrieking, "Damn it all." And I was right there, so close, but the Demon King just stands there like it's nothing, not even winded, and he deadpans. "LMAO, so you thought that was my real form? Cute." Tuma clocks the ridiculous truth. This monster isn't even fighting, it's just toying with its food. Then a wicked grin snaps across his face and he tells Kasuk, "This is it, it's underestimating us." Kyusuk is like, "So what's my big chance to do what?" Our attacks feel like tickles, then that gleam hits his eyes and I'm like, "Wait, I've got an idea." So what's this genius, world-saving master plan? Our boy yanks out a tiny metal cylinder. Then he thrusts it at Tuma and blurts, "So what do you want me to do with this?" And Tuma's face is basically shouting, "We're about to get vaporized, while you're casually handing me some high-tech chapstick." But Kasaki spills out this totally unhinged game plan. She's like, "Okay, you better land a brutal hit right on me." He tells Tuma, "Hand me the next move, I've got a plan and it's going to blow your mind, trust me." He stares at his ruthless, overpowered ally, dead serious, no clue what's coming, then rips out, "Give me an opening to get close, I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen." Deal's done. All right, buckle up, let's jump straight in. The game plan's simple, build the perfect opening so our boy can unleash his magic. Lancelot, the absolute unit, is all in. Because if they let the Demon King power up one more time, it's over, so they're ending this right here, right now. Now Lance explodes forward like a freight train, launching himself at the enemy with a sword, zero hesitation. The moment they collide, it's instant chaos, steel shrieking against steel and sparks burst everywhere. But the Demon King swats the strike aside like it's nothing, and Lancelot's face goes pale. Wait, he just countered my ultimate move. The Demon King doesn't even let him blink. He slams the ground, and a wild storm of shadowy spikes erupts at once. Lancelot gets shoved back, parrying like a berserker just to keep his head attached. Just as he finally finds his footing, the ground blows up under him. Then this massive, feral land shark monster bursts out and snaps him up whole. Yeah, he just gobbles the guy up like a party snack, no hesitation. Our main man snaps completely. He bolts into full panic and screams Lancelot's name like his life depends on it. That sketchy monster just sprawls there, grinning like it nailed the whole world, and it's loving every second. And right when things couldn't get worse, our hero suddenly realizes he's trapped, completely surrounded with nowhere to run. It's the whole welcoming committee, an army of horrifying, toothy nightmares ready to bite. His soul is gearing up to clock out of his body. The beast lunges at him again, jaws gaping wide like it's about to tear him in half. Then Lancelot burst out of the first monster's mouth like a cannon blast, slicing the new attacker clean in half midair. This guy got swallowed, and before the panic even hit, his first move was to counter. Pure legend. Then he drops to the ground with a smug smirk, acting like that near-death scare never even happened. The Demon King breaks into a ruthless cackle. Finally, time for his villain monologue, boasting that he mastered his mediator skill and wrapped his entire body in an absurd surge of pure anti-anime power. With a grin so nasty it could sour milk, he flexes the brand new energy he just unlocked. Now he isn't just a warrior. Every inch of him has turned into a giant, living blade. And those two titans slam into each other again, so fast they turn into streaks of light, tearing everything apart with every impact. They traded blows so hard the ground might as well have been mountains, a non-stop whirlwind of pure, raw combat energy. Their lightning-fast blows flash across the empty wasteland, and the clash of battle keeps echoing like a warning in the distance. Lancelot is holding his ground, but this fresh power-up hits like a whole new beast. From far away, the Demon King watches with cold intensity as his two rivals spiral into a deadly dance. Yeah, after watching that insane move, our guy's mind sparks. He tells Lancelot he's going all in on one massive shot, and he needs to yank the materials straight out of his storage. Lancelot, as he jukes a slash that could end the world, yells right back, "Yeah, great, because that's definitely going to waste time." And this is where our hopeless hero finally flexes that massive brain. His storage space has been open the whole time, so he's building on instinct without even breaking a sweat. He still remembers the rush of turning an electric pot into a weed cutter, pure chaos, but somehow the exact clue he needed. Once he realizes magic is really just picturing exactly what you want, he snaps, no more holding back. Without slowing down for a second, this absolute lunatic just rips a water cannon out of thin air. A full-blown, high-pressure riot control weapon, just materializes out of nowhere like it's been summoned in an instant. Lancelot is utterly stunned, yelling water. And then he snaps, "You really think that'll work?" But the Demon King refuses to hang around for answers and immediately scrambles to escape. The monster twists out of the first blast, but our boy's not finished yet. He snaps instant creation back on, and this time he forges a portable water cannon right onto his own arm. This dude straight up went full Mega Man, building his own DIY weapon like a legend. He hurls a tidal wave of water, blasting the Demon King and his creepy, slimy familiars to pieces. The attack rains down so hard it drenches the whole battlefield. But that was just the appetizer. Now the real show starts because he's building something absolutely ridiculous, a nail gun. This isn't some run-of-the-mill hardware store tool. It's built to blast special nails packed with Lancelot's power, driving them straight into the enemy. He barks, "This ends it," and drives the weapon one last time to peak power. He barrels ahead and launches through the air with zero hesitation. He straight up crowds the Demon King and plants a nail gun blast point-blank right into his side. The armored tyrant erupts in a blood-curdling scream, racked with unbearable agony. Our main man wears a terrifyingly triumphant grin, absolutely loving every second of the chaos he just unleashed. The Demon King's armor starts splitting from the inside, shattering outward, and when the pieces fly off, it exposes a woman lying there, completely unconscious. Masaru yanks the helmet off all at once, utterly baffled. He spots her instantly. Yep, it's the former goddess, and before she can even move, he realizes she's been captured. But Lancelot catches the horrifying truth, and it hits him like a punch. None of this is right. Suddenly, her body jerks and twists into the most horrifying, grotesque contortions imaginable. A giant mouse ripped her open everywhere, and that's when the real monster spilled through, wearing her like a skin-tight suit. The creature scrambles to escape, but our hero slams it down. No way is it getting away. He glares that abomination down and snaps, "You're not getting away," because, yeah, he's making it clear, you're the first one. All right, listen up. This guy's having the worst day ever, because right now a laughing, unhinged snake monster is literally using him like a human slingshot. But here's the wild part, Masaru's doing it too. That absolute beast is getting stabbed, stretched to the breaking point, and still laughing straight back at it like, "Yeah, try me." Yeah, while our main guy is up in the sky, coughing out that weird, painful laugh. His crew on the ground is fighting tooth and nail to hold the line. Lancelot looks like he's about to throw hands, so tell me, what do you even do against something like that? Then boom, the sky tears apart and a ridiculously complex magic circle explodes into view. A total god-complex monster is stepping in, divine voice BOOMS, and the apostle has arrived. What do you think you're doing to him? Without even waiting for a reply, he unleashes a colossal beam of pure holy energy that obliterates the snake monster in an instant. Just when everything feels hopeless, the cavalry storms in. Only it isn't any ordinary squad, it's goddess Victinius herself, wearing pure royal rage-like armor. She comes floating down from the heavens, fresh off saving the day in the most epic way imaginable. The snake creature gets vaporized, at least that's what we think. Then it melts into a disgusting puddle of nightmare fuel, bursting with way too many smiling mouths. Victoria slammed her attention back to the ground, confirmed her lines held steady, and then bolted over to strike next. Lancelot and the goddess snapped their focus right onto our doomed hero, because he's finally been tossed down here. Right when panic is about to hit, this dude suddenly bursts in with a giant grin, gives a thumbs up, yells, "Okay, Victini is out." Like he just wrapped up a game show. So Lancelot's soul rips out of his body in sheer confusion, and Victinia's finally admits, yeah, gods aren't meant to interfere, but even she couldn't help freaking out. Masaru shrugs it off, jabs at the giant hole in his stomach, and goes, "Yeah, my healing magic's got this. No big deal." And then bam, he disappears into thin air. Whoops, turns out he didn't teleport at all. He just crumpled back to the ground, and that wound was still hanging wide open. He tries to speak, but his body refuses. His muscles lock up, and he's totally paralyzed. Victinius finally figures it out. This isn't just an injury, because that wound is blasting a demonic curse right into his soul, like it's alive. Right as that horrifying realization hits like a truck, Masaru's eyes pop wide, because in the distance he spots something. That grotesque sludge monster is back, and this time it hauled the entire extended family with it, a full-on army of demon kings. No, listen up, I mean it, I absolutely love them. Lancelot snarls a frustrated TESH as the demon kings slam into their charge. The squad lunges into the fight, and it turns into pure, screaming chaos. The demon kings tear straight through the front line, barreling right for the main course. Lancelot rushes in to intercept. Then bam, their power level spikes so hard it's off the charts. Victinia straight up gets it, and Tekmasaru, she screams it like a battle cry. She snaps up an anti-demon sacred barrier the moment danger hits. Her absolute, no mercy, biggest and baddest shield. The demon king casually lashes out and smacks it like it's nothing. Everything starts cracking and falling apart like cheap glass, because the sheer weight of all that bad energy is just too much to hold together. But Victinia's having none of it. She clenches her teeth and swears she'll protect him, no matter what comes. Then, out of nowhere, a massive projectile rips through the battlefield like it came from the sky. Victinius's jaw drops to the floor. No way is that thing a railgun. Yep, somehow a full-on sci-fi railgun just got summoned straight onto this fantasy battlefield. So who's the one that called it in? Our boy Masaru, suddenly awake, slumps against her like he's just snapped back from the dead. He tugs her back gently and pulls her in tight, not letting her go. She's utterly stunned, staring at him and blurting out, "What are you doing?" He just smirks and drops, "That's my line," then launches into a full monologue, saying it's messed up that a goddess would die protecting someone like him. And right then it hits him. She's always been there from the start. Or turning this totally insane otherworld life into the best ride ever. One, he leans in and whispers, "Maybe I actually wanted you." And then boom, he slams his magic down, tortarse or the railgun right on the spot. Before she even has time to process this savage act of romantic trolling, cannons roar and weapon fire rips through the Demon King's army, blasting away a massive chunk in an instant. Victinia's is sobbing and shrieking at him to stop, yelling that he's an idiot. But our main man's already made his choice. He straps a parachute onto her wild escape ride, making sure she blasts off and gets away safe. As she gets yeeted into the sky, he whips around and charges the horde alone. The last Demon Kings waste no time. They swarm him and hammer this absolute unit into a human pincushion. Spear after spear keeps raining down and landing true, while the goddess can only stare in pure, helpless horror. As his life slips away, a tiny box spills from his pocket, and inside, there's the ring, a promise snapped for good. All right, let's hit start. Straight up raw despair. Victinia's screaming his name like it's the end of the world because Masaru got completely shish-kebabbed. He's pinned on a pile of spikes, absolutely lifeless, while a screaming pack of monsters howls and cackles behind him like they just heard the most hilarious joke ever. Right on the ground, his allies have totally snapped. Knights are staring like, "What on earth is that thing?" And his party members can only freeze in pure terror, realizing the silhouette of their fallen leader. Even the pretty boy prince looks totally lost, pointing out that every rampaging statue has stopped dead, just to roar at this thing. Everyone's convinced our main guy has finally bought the whole farm for good. Then the camera yanks back, and bam, the biggest troll move of the century hits. That wasn't our boy getting impaled. It was some absolute monster's shadow flexing over his brand new kill. Still, this absolute monster single-handedly obliterated a divine servant, and now he's basking in every last bit of that glory while he celebrates his epic win. Then Masaru, our real hero, suddenly gets hit with a phantom pain and blurts out a scream. 1 second he's tearing across the battlefield. Then the world rips away, and he's standing alone in a blinding white void. And here's the wild part. He's back in his super dorky work clothes from Earth. His brain is doing backflips as he tries to make sense of it. Then he whips his head around and realizes, this place looks way too familiar. Yeah, this is the exact spot where he first crossed paths with Victinia's. The gears finally snap into place, and our poor unsuspecting hero lands on the worst truth possible. Turns out, yeah, I really died. And you know what? He's weirdly chill. He just starts rattling off his accomplishments like he's updating some otherworldly resume. Yeah, Beast Folk Town is booming. Craftsmen are being trained like pros and turning out masterpiece after masterpiece. And Victinius is strong enough to take on the Demon King, without me. But the second he starts to explain himself, reality slams into him like a freight train. The brave fuckad cracks wide open, and this guy just crumbles, begging forgiveness from everyone he left in the dust. But right in the middle of his sob story, he suddenly stops. He hears someone else breaking down and crying. He cranes his neck and spots a mysterious woman losing her mind in front of a wall of futuristic monitors. Our boy insists he's seen her before. She's got this unmistakable vibe, like she could have stepped right out of Victinius's world. These screens are blasting a highlight reel from hell, planets torching themselves, and cities collapsing into ash. And a humanity population counter is screaming downward, racing straight to zero. So yeah, we're literally watching the apocalypse unfold right before our eyes, in real time. That woman is absolutely wrecked. She's sobbing like her entire world just got ripped apart right in front of her. That's when it hit everyone. No one wanted anything more than pure, honest happiness. Masaru snaps to attention. This isn't Earth, and it's not the fantasy world he just came from either. This is something completely different. Suddenly, the woman's despair combusts into pure steel. She channels that wild, insane energy and refuses to break. She reached out and vowed, with zero hesitation, that she'd never give up. She locks eyes with him and reassures him, it's okay, there's nothing to fear. Let's chase happiness again, together right now. Just as you start believing this is finally a spark of hope, everything snaps. The whole scene twists into a nightmare dimension packed with demonic mouths. And dark energy spun around him like a storm with a mind of its own. Her hopeful voice snaps into a furious roar as she screams, "This is your fault! Curse you, why didn't you save us?" A chilling chorus of ghost voices swarms in, shouting that he abandoned them and betrayed their trust. Before he even has time to register the psychic shock, a colossal spear of lightning slams into the space ahead of him and wipes it out. That's when a fresh voice slices through the chaos, cool as ice, saying Masaru just brushed a cursed memory fragment, and it came from a god. Then the camera tilts up, and boom, there's the one face you never want to meet in the afterlife. That smug, shady god who started all of this, lounging like he owns the place, casually welcoming our boy back into the divine realm. Right there, Omasaru sprawled on the stairs like he pays rent, grinning wickedly as he says, "Imagine thinking you died." Our main guy can only stand there in shock. His soul just got ripped out of his body a second time in 5 minutes. So what in the world is going on? All right, let's kick off this divine intervention. Masaru is hauled up a staircase to heaven, and it's totally wild since he just died. With a smug grin and muscles bigger than a myth, the ridiculously buff guy steps forward and declares, "I'm Zeus, the top god of this divine realm." And our main man's first reaction isn't awe or reverence at all. Nope, his brain instantly drags up Zeus's whole myth legend. The serial cheater, the king of terrible decisions, the absolute worst kind of god. Zeus, totally unbothered by the insults, just shrugs like, "Yep, that's me, pretty cool, right?" And then immediately gets to the point, sounding bored out of his mind. He jabs a finger at Masaru and drops the real bombshell. "Your reincarnated body, and yeah, I personally arranged it just for you." And to make it worse, this shady god was the one who pushed our hero into reincarnation in the first place. Turns out that special arrangement also handed Lancelot a stat sheet that downright destroys the rules of the game. We're talking about a skill called Beer of the Sword, that, when you hit the button, unleashes a massive boost to all stats. Like brutally broken, utterly ridiculous. But Zeus warns there's a nasty side effect to this custom-built body. Then a piece of the Demon King's thought snaps onto our unsuspecting hero. Then it hits Masaru like lightning. Everything clicks in his head. Because the woman from his vision wasn't random at all, she was the Demon King's last memory. Zeus drops the brutal backstory. She used to be a goddess who tried to rescue her crumbling world, and she swallowed up all of its life force to do it. But a mortal mind can't survive the collective hatred of an entire planet. So the curse snapped her, twisted her, and crowned her the Beast King. The kind of despair that crushes billions of souls. Yeah, that's exactly what our boy had to face. Masaru swears it's just cosmic bad luck. Then Zoots fires the ultimate PSYX at him. He grins and shoots back. Nope, this was always part of the plan. So there we are, and our poor hero is totally lost. Wait, what do you mean, planned? You planned this whole disaster. Zeus, shameless as ever, straight up admits it, so I let her hear it. And then, boom, the dam gives way. Our boy launches up the stairs, yelling like a banshee at the god who set all of this in motion. He's completely unhinged, screaming that Zeus twisted Victinius's love and used it to turn her against her own people. Zeus just flicks up a finger and freezes him right in the middle of his lunch. No joke, that's a brutal reaction, and the worst part is he's totally doing it to troll him. Out of nowhere, an invisible Udaya air of force hits Musaru and rockets him flying backward down the stairs. A brand new goddess bursts into the scene, and it's none other than Hera herself. She snaps at her husband right away. "You always tease Bull like that," she says, like he just planted a whoopee cushion on a throne. She swings back to Masaru and blurts out, "I'm sorry, my husband is basically a chaotic jerk with a total god complex." Masaru's rage is still boiling, but Hera's sudden presence forces him to stop. Zeus scrambles to defend himself, claiming he wasn't lying. Then Hera cuts him off the second he opens his mouth. Then her eyes sharpen. She snaps that every move we made was only to rescue Victinius's world. She tells them that Victinius' world was already headed straight for doom, and its own development was about to rip everything apart. And just when things couldn't get worse, the Demon King's curse kept spreading, until it would finally swallow their whole world no matter what they did. Desperate and cornered, I throw my last hope up to Zeus. She begged to jump in herself, but Zeus slammed the brakes. So they scrambled a wildly over-the-top plan with the Demon King and set the stakes so high they basically screamed. And the whole plan hinged on one crucial piece, Masaru. Hera finally spills it. She cooked up the entire wager with Victinius, threw the match on purpose, and let it look like Victinius picked Masaru all by herself. Then they blasted a notification to every other god, screaming about a reincarnated hero, and slapping a giant, "Come at him," target right on our main man's back. And yeah, this immediately lit a fire under the Demon King, so she marked Masaru as her #1 target right away. But Masaru can't stop trying to crack this galaxy brain scheme. Zeus explains it all. Your reborn body was custom built with power on par with a god, because you weren't meant to survive. You were built to take her down. Then it all finally clicks for Masaru. Those wild physical abilities weren't some fluke at all. They were built into him. But that truth doesn't soothe him. He collapses in tears, furious at himself for having that power and still failing to save anyone, blaming it all on his own hands. Look, Zhu shuts down the pity party, and Masaru, starving for any shred of good news, blurts out whether Victinius is okay. Zeus shows him a vision of the front base, and it's pure disaster from start to finish. The whole fortress is getting ripped apart as a tide of black mud and monsters swallows everything in its path. Masaru's soul rips free from his body. He can only scream while he watches the whole group get obliterated right in front of him. They're dead, wait. Down in the muck, Lancelot's cracking up like a maniac, roaring that a fight is the best thing ever as he flexes his muscles and raises his blade. He and his squad are just bulldozing through the mud, mowing down those clone soldiers left and right. Fuda slashes 1.5, while another samurai charges in and obliterates his target. Lancelot even had the nerve to roast Fuda, claiming he'd be monster chow if he wasn't trained. Food knows he's strong, but he's nowhere close to Lancelot's level of explosive chaos. For one split second, Lancelot's face tightens with dread, thinking that if he'd unlocked this power sooner, Masaru might still be alive. But he shoves that thought out of his mind. Rear guard, no time to hesitate, they've got a job to finish. Meanwhile, some fresh pretty boy hottie just stares at Lancelot, completely starstruck. He flashes a smug smirk and says, "Relax, we're not in a rush." That's a wild thing to say, because the giant magic barrier guarding the retreat is visibly splitting and cracking right before their eyes. And the whole place is seconds away from getting completely overrun. Back at the capital, the queen is burning every ounce of power she has, desperately trying to keep that failing barrier from collapsing. You can practically see the strain tearing across her face as she fights to hold the line. But the grief crushes her and she breaks down, sobbing so hard her mind slips. All she can do is scream Masaru's name. Watching it all implode, Masaru drops to the ground, utterly shattered. He failed, but Zeus, hovering over him with a wicked smirk, just shrugs. "What are you even talking about? It's all unfolding exactly as I predicted. Masaru stares up in total disbelief. Zuz even admits he didn't think the Victinias would freak out this badly, but the big plan is still perfectly on course. Eyes blazing with pure power, he declares it. This is it. The real showdown begins right now. Hera steps forward and declares the gamble has reached its breaking point, because Masaru's body has fully matured, and he's finally met every secret hidden qualification. Zeus snaps his spear straight at our stunned hero, booms. Get ready, because this is your rebirth. All right, let's dive back into the chaos. Demon Lord's army just tore down the outer wall, and their top general is up there, staring like he's the lead singer of a totally unhinged boy band, smugly cackling that this was a pretty decent fight, and he might even feel like praising them. But the fun's officially done. He flashes a grin so nasty it could curdle milk, then announces with total confidence that the time to face the end is finally here. And he's not messing around, because in the very next second, the whole magical barrier guarding the city just explodes and shatters like cheap glass. Our boy Lancelot and his companion can only freeze in terror as the shield fizzles away, and a tsunami of nasty mud monsters crashes through the breach. The demon general hovers over the slaughter, staring down at the wounded troops. Then he feigns sympathy and sneers. You've suffered enough, now I'll end it for you. And when he says easy, he means a quick, horrifying death, delivered by an eyeball-infested army that's crawling at his command. This dude is pure, uncut evil. At the forward base, Lancelot is seething. He knows this disaster is coming. Staring down the tactical map, he decided he'd hold the line at the front. But now enemies are swarming from every direction, and the truth hits hard. He can't do this alone, so he's left thinking, where are the gods when everything's going this wrong? But then something totally ridiculous hits. Right over Winteria, a brand new, even bigger barrier suddenly slams into existence. Lancelot drops to the ground and grins, because he instantly realizes this is the golden opening they've been waiting for. Without missing a beat, he snaps at Fuda to pull back and regroup the troops, because this absolute unit is heading straight to the front line to back them up himself. He charges in headfirst anyway, plowing straight into that sludgy nightmare. Yet the sheer flood of these things is overwhelming, like there's no end to it. The demon commander just cackles as his minions crush the human soldiers without mercy, pure slaughter. One soldier sinks into the mud, vanishing inch by inch as he whispers his final farewell to his master. It's a brutal, poetic downfall. His body just gets swallowed up bit by bit until nothing's left. Even the goddess of light can only stand back, helpless, as her followers get wiped out one after another. The demon commander starts dropping deep, scary speeches, saying anger, sorrow, and death are the one fate every living thing can't dodge. He keeps going on and on. Once his lord devours this world, he'll shrug and move straight to the next. So yeah, his boss has to swallow entire worlds just to stay sane. And honestly, that's peak normal, well-adjusted villain behavior. This unhinged general is literally body surfing on a wave of his own monsters, screaming with laughter like he's losing his mind. He vows to butcher every last one of them in glorious, gut-churning fashion, while that psychotic grin stays stuck on his face. But right when he's savoring his villain monologue, a giant thing slams out from the city walls. It slams straight into the heart of his army, and a deafening crash rips the air apart. The demon commander jerks his head up, utterly stunned, because a glowing sphere of energy is just floating there like it owns the place. He scoffs and calls it nothing but a cannonball, then he taunts them, like throwing water on a raging fire is supposed to matter. Oh, you sweet summer child, watch the sphere flare to life, and bam, it starts glowing with blinding, tear-your-eyes intensity. That demon's smug grin instantly melts away, straight into raw, breathless panic. Boom, the shell erupts into a roaring explosion, blasting a hole straight through his mud army. Then it hits him far too late. That wasn't a cannonball, it was a bioambi. From the battlements, the commander rips into a roar, direct hit, shatter the silence and open every gun port. The command hits fire. The demon commander can only stand there, frozen in pure, crushing horror. Biblical-level shells slam from the sky, exploding everything, turning his unstoppable army into a crater-riddled wasteland. And up on the walls, the elves are frantically reloading cannons. One guy grumbles that the tech is junk compared to Masaru's railgun, but another soldier snaps. Shut it and keep feeding those anti-demon lord explosive shells in. The demon commander clenches his jaw, stunned, because they'd been holding this ace up their sleeve the entire time. Inside the city, dark elves flood the air with magic to harden the brand-new barrier, and Era Saphira races through the ranks, rallying the troops. But that shady villain refuses to go down. He roars for every single one of his units to snap into ranks. And that's when the real party kicks off. Every gate explodes open, reinforcements flood in, and the king's shield rides in from the east. A towering beastman warrior comes barreling in from the south, leading the charge like a living war drum. Kakarieha's elite underground warriors surged from the west gate, and the combined, bone-crushing might of the Winteria allied forces. An entire international army just rolled in to crash the demon's party. No invitations, no mercy. The leaders stood up and declared it. This legendary gathering exists because of our boy, Masaru. Queen Adelina of Winteria strides forward and seizes command of the entire coalition. She shoulders that brutal burden, fully aware they barely scraped together these reinforcements in time, and they can't, under any circumstances, afford to lose. She points at the wild city behind them, towering skyscrapers and futuristic infrastructure stretching as far as the eye can see. She shouts that every single thing they have, every dream they built, is powered by what Masaru taught them. We catch glimpses of our main guy grinding non-stop, hammering away to build this brand new world. Driven by his legacy, every soldier, elf, and warrior locks eyes with the enemy, standing firm like iron, because they won't quit, not ever. They'll clash all the way to the very end. Across the battlefield, a battered demon commander, not even scorched, flashes a bloody, defiant grin and screams, "We'll fight back everything we've got." The ultimate showdown is seconds from exploding. All right, buckle up. This is absolute chaos from the get-go. We get the full battle lineup. Adelina, the literal level 173 goddess, and Zarg, her trusty military commander at level 40. Yeah, the power gap is real. Adelina is rallying everyone, barking that the next wave of demonic sludge is about to smash right into them. They're here, and the vibe is pure dread. A massive, dumbed-down city is getting crushed under a non-stop wave of unholy goo monsters. The frontline soldiers are going all in, screaming that they'll protect the city with their lives. Like that sweet promise is about to get hammered by the most brutal test imaginable. The commanders are already screaming at the wounded to fall back toward the city gates. This isn't a real battle anymore. It's a desperate scramble to survive, a fighting retreat as the walls close in. Zarg is frantically trying to hold the line, but the look on his face screams one thing. They're totally, completely, utterly screwed. And our main man, Masaru, snaps into a full-blown meltdown as he watches his friends and allies get swallowed by the darkness. His mind is just yelling, "No way." He watches the city's barrier split and crumble under the relentless pressure as the Demon Lord's army keeps shoving forward, wave after wave. But it gets worse. The curse tightens its grip, and one by one, allies snap, turning on each other as hatred drives them into madness. Realizing he's slipping out of control, Masaru snaps, eyes turning black, as he tries to turn the chaos into a weapon, screaming, "Curse Yesho." Then, out of nowhere, a colossal blast of pure energy tears through the battlefield and wipes out a whole chunk of it. Masaru snaps his head up, stunned as a massive black tentacle gets chopped clean in two. A shining streak rips through the enemy ranks, cutting clean and fast like a blade through butter. Leaving behind a gory trail of splattered monster remains in its wake. Of course, it's Lancelot. An absolute unit drops in with a smug grin, and his ridiculous sword gleams like it's ready to end the fight. Masaru's jaw drops. He blurts, "Lancelot, you bastard." But Lancelot just smirks and flexes, punching a hole straight through the enemy ring all by himself. The impact of his strike blasts out a shockwave, so brutal it boils more of the mud army into vapor. Zarg and the crew can only gape in shock, because they barely avoided getting sliced in half by their own so-called friendly fire. And then, boom, someone comes crashing through the brand new opening. It's Fuda, the samurai, battered like hell but still very much alive. The soldiers are buzzing with excitement, sprinting in to help him. Jin-A shouts that Lancelot is way too terrifying to charge ahead and carve a path like that. As Alphalina, the beautiful powerhouse, lifts the food up. Looks like he accidentally grabs a little more than he should. Dude instantly starts bleeding from the nose, but instead of panicking or getting embarrassed, he puffs up his chest like a hero and declares he has to protect them, because not doing it would be downright rude. Bro read the room. Zarg just glares over at that totally unhinged display of priorities like, seriously, what are they even screaming about right now? Adelina is just as unmoved, staring at them like, do you even get it? As they teeter on the edge of total annihilation. Zarg snaps at Delina, calling her a musclehead too, then fires off a question. Does she finally plan to ditch the queen? Because this fight is basically over. Delina's done playing. She digs her heels in, fires back that this is a city they built as one, and swears she'll fight to the very last breath. And if she runs now, Masaru will smirk while she's doing it, and he'd be laughing at her from the afterlife, which is the one thing she can't let happen. With fresh fire in her chest, she and Grally rally the troops for one last brutal push. Suddenly, a massive shockwave crashes down on the city's barrier from above. It's the demon lord, yet she's not striking back at all. She's getting swallowed alive by a hulking sludge monster screaming in pure agony, and the question burns. Why? Why? A Eveler of Light suddenly explodes up from the ground, blasting into existence. She's found, and her desperate screams ricochet across the whole battlefield. Every last person, soldier or civilian, hears that ghostly voice, and fear hits so hard they freeze in place. The demon lord unleashes one last, soul-ripping scream that makes everything go silent. The cursed mud starts to boil and spin, funneling everything into one nightmarish vortex of pure, crushing despair. Our hopeless hero finally gets it. This isn't just a fight, the demon lord's consciousness is waking up, and a terrifying piece is coming to life. Aura, the curse expert, starts freaking out, because once that thing is fully unleashed, they're all done for. And then he formed it right on top of her. Up in the celestial sky, goddess Victinias feels it too. Then her sister Ira calls out, and Victinias snaps back that she's been drowning in the exact same despair as the fallen god. She leans over the swirling abyss, face tightening as she realizes Masaru's gone, and the whole thing is sliding out of control fast. And somehow the crowd won't break. No one flees, they just keep throwing down and fighting back. She can feel their combined will. Every prayer, every burning desire to protect the city they built with their own hands. A pure wish that plunges straight into the very heart of a god. She just nods. Yeah, she gets it. Masaru planted the seeds of creation and joy, and now these people are fighting tooth and nail to defend everything they've grown. It was the kind of gut punch that hit when her old world, one that had stopped growing and just slowly disappeared, had already slipped away long ago. That vortex is the purest form of his failure, and the demon lord's terror is the screaming heart at its core. Ira blurts out what's going to happen next, and Victinias just sweeps in with soothing comfort. She shoots back, eyes blazing. This isn't the moment to fall apart, and Masaru left us a treasure trove that's just now starting to bloom. Her divine power ignites like a wildfire. She's going to shield this city and save this world. She's not letting a single thing slip. She'll guard it all. With a thunderous roar, she fires off a massive beam of holy energy straight into the vortex's core. All of them on the ground just freeze and stare as she makes her declaration. Their faces screamed shock and pure awe. I'm the god of Alstetia, and I am Victinias. But right when her epic moment hits its peak, a familiar sarcastic voice slices through the air. Well said. Her eyes snap to it, one lone figure hanging in the sky like it weighed nothing. It's Masaru back from the brink, and first thing he does is start trolling the goddess herself, calling her the crab-obsessed useless goddess, before we move on. This absolute unit is back on his feet, standing defiant as a literal black hole of despair tries to swallow everything. Our boy is back, and now it's officially game time. Let's go. Right when the battlefield is seconds from being crushed, a gigantic pillar of light crashes down from the heavens. Everyone, friends and enemies, freezes mid-step and stares, the whole crew utterly stunned. Then they spot him. No way, they whisper. He came back. Look, there he is, Masaru himself, hovering in the sky like he just popped back from grabbing coffee. Yeah, he stares downward with this calm, smug little smile like he already knows how this ends. Not a single scratch marred him. And while the alien demon lord's copy is strapped with those absolutely wild 999 stats, Goddess Victinias is unleashing pure infinity, wiping the entire board clean. Dude, Lord Victinias is ugly crying his heart out, screaming at him because he took forever. But our boy just shrugs and flashes a casual smile. Sorry, I was stuck dealing with Zeus and all that madness, but hey, the timing's perfect, right? Yeah, his friends are absolutely panicking, screaming for him to stay put like it's the end of the world. And he's up there midair just casually vibing. The whole squad lets out this huge wave of relief, even as they act all smug and try to hide it with some top-tier tsundere reactions. Ira let out a breath of relief and realized it. He'd come back in one piece, and he was finally safe. This absolute unit flashes a confident thumbs up. Yeah, I've got a plan, so just trust me. Without another word, he casually leaps into a dimensional portal, and just like that, he disappears. The girls freeze in total shock. Did this guy just casually use dimensional crossing like it was nothing? Their minds are officially shattered, like full-on blown sky-high. Meanwhile, our boy's evil twin, he's out there doing the math, and none of it adds up because he straight-up watched Masaru get skewered. There's only one dumb, unbelievable explanation for it all: rebirth. Then the apostle's soul rips right out of his body as he shrieks. Masaru, you bastard, you got reborn as a god, didn't you? Bursting out of yet another portal, our hero just confirms it. Old man Zeus says this is ascension. But the truth hits harder. This was the whole plan from the start, built into the strategy to crush the demon lord. The apostle is absolutely stunned, plan it, and right from the start. Masaru blurts it out. Hera, the shadiest goddess above them all, bent his skill lottery and forced his pull to be that deadly 11 draw gacha. Turns out to become a god, you didn't just train. You had to master all 10 skills, and that was the final key. And they remade his ruined old body into a flawless vessel fit to house godhood. Good, because the apostle is straight up spiraling into an existential meltdown. And if that's true, was he just another pawn in their twisted game too? Masaru stares at him with pure pity, then spits out the truth. He's not here to stop him at all, he's here to save the former god the apostle is serving. He locked eyes on her tragic end in the divine realm. And he couldn't stand there, he had to do something. He leans in and asks the apostle, "You felt it too, right? And that's exactly why you turned on her." But then the apostle just snaps. "Like I care about any of that," he roars. His shadowy beast form lunged forward, snapping and lashing out with brutal fury. I snapped to my feet and stood between her and the world after that crying girl. Then he explodes into a non-stop flurry of attacks. And Masaru just smirks, "Tish, that's straight-up badass," and it sends the apostle even deeper into total madness. But this time, our boy is on a whole new level. He just starts popping portals open like it's nothing. He's hurling giant logs at the apostle like he's smashing through dimensions in dodgeball, and his friends can only stare as the full-on chaos explodes in front of them. The apostle flashes a smug smirk, convinced he's still got the upper hand with the demon lord's army in his favor. Masaru nods and promises, "I'll stall him, just wait until Victinia's is ready." And then our main man flashes this wicked glint in his eye, all right, maybe I should show you what real persuasion looks like. His face twists with pure focus, and he mutters, "Copy complete." The apostle's mind fractures. This absolute mad lad just straight up copied his divine energy. Our hero yanks up his stats, eager to see what that upgrade just unlocked. And those numbers are straight up disrespectful. His level rockets from 54 to 501, and every other stat gets an absurd, unfair power-up. Then he starts laughing like a maniac while he's still floating in midair. The apostle's jaw drops as that stat jump hits him like a punch. There's no way he can believe it. Trump gets Masaru's full troll treatment. Masaru basically leans in and taunts him like, "Go on, attack me, I dare you." The apostle clenches his jaw because the fake wasn't just a trick, it was their biggest threat the whole time. Then he spots a crack in it all. "Looks like after my rebirth, you can't copy my memories or steal my items from the divine realm." Masaru just flashes a grin, then yanks a gigantic, ornate spear straight out of a portal. "That's why I'm saying it. No breaks, no hesitation, and I'm going all in." Then boom, everyone stops dead in their tracks. That spear, it's unmistakable. Because I'm about to do the same, our boy just declared it. Flashback to the divine realm. Masaru's ascension is finally complete, and the heavens seal it with power. All right, Zeus is rushing in with a pep talk, yet our hero's already overflowing with confidence. Zeus leans in and tells him straight up, he didn't get picked by accident. They chose him for a reason. Masaru snaps to it, recognizing the spear he was tossed moments ago. It's Kurono's, no doubt about it. Zeus's legendary thunderbolt spear, the one that rips the sky open for him alone. When Masaru asks for his own sacred weapon, Zeus just shakes his head and calls him a fool. He leans in and demands, "Is this spear enough to tear down the demon lord?" Zeus just drops the truth. One strike and everything crumbles into dust. A dangerous grin slashes across our hero's face. And he just laughs like, "That's awesome." But right now, in the present, he grips the real Kuronos, crackling with divine lightning like it's alive. The battlefield erupts, blazing with pure, unstoppable power. And the second he wields it, his friends instantly spot it for what it truly is, a god's weapon. But wait, back in the divine realm, Zeus is glued to a monitor, jaw dropping to the floor. "Impossible. Why in the world is my beloved spear on Earth?" Meanwhile, the apostle is just as lost. He's dead sure Zeus already has the spear right there with him. Or does he? R stands beside Zeus, gripping the spear everyone swears is the real one. And he just erupts into uncontrollable cackling. He figures it out instantly. Mid-chat, Masaru pulls off the ultimate sleight of hand, yanks out the real spear, and replaces it with a perfect magical replica he conjures on the spot. And yeah, because the copy is so flawless, even Ares can't help but be impressed. Hera, soaking up the chaos she cooked up, laughs as she trolls Zeus, then taunts, "Why not just give the order and make it swing? I want to see if that spear is actually real. She acts like an angel, but that smirk screams the truth. Zeus finally clocks it. Hera has been playing him from the very start. And she just breaks into laughter right in his face. Fuming, Ars decides to put the spear in his hands to the test. Clutch it tight like your life depends on it. Too late on the battlefield, Masaru finally raises the true Karyanos high. And he roars like thunder, then commands you. In the divine realm, Aris shouts orders at the fake, but it just sits there, dead silent. Masaru just erupts in a cackle. No way, you've got to be kidding me. That's straight-up cheating, man, pure hacks. Attacks and his friends on the ground erupt in screams, cheering him on like they're in the fight with him. Then Victinius roars, "No, unleash the light," and a blinding glow floods everything in sight. With one last thunderous roar, he rips open the weapon's true power and unleashes it all at once. Poured every last drop of divine power into it. A blinding beam of pure destruction blasts out from the tip. As he unleashes the weapon's ultimate move, Thunderbolt, screaming it like the sky is about to crack. All right, listen up. The final battle just ended, and the whole fabric of reality is ripping apart right in front of us. An ungodly torrent of power erupts, and our boy gets slammed right into the middle of it. He gets blasted clean across the sky, and there's not a thing he can do. He's utterly helpless as he drops. Our main man slumps there, defeated to the bone, and just gives up like fate already won. Ah, damn it, is this really the end? Then his internal monologue slams in like a punch to the gut. He starts calling himself a fake, a fleeting monster. But in his last breath, all he can think about is his lord, praying she finally gets a little peace from his sacrifice. What a legend. Meanwhile, the tentacle goddess hurls a final, pure chaos blast of energy. Her whole body twists into a spinning storm of eldritch terror, packed with writhing eyeballs. This attack is so brutal it drops from orbit like a meteor shower from hell, straight up raining down on them. The whole planet gets blitzed by these divine nukes. But hold up, boom. A status screen flashes and the truth slams into place. Masaru just officially threw in the towel on his title as the god of creation. Then every ridiculous, overpowered divine skill got wiped out, gone like it never happened, and he hit the ultimate factory reset on himself. And just like that, the fall grinds to a stop. This absolute lands cleanly, cradling two tiny orbs of light like they're priceless. He lets out this massive sigh of relief and boom, his grin explodes across his face. Phew, it's over, he declares, looking like $1,000,000. Suddenly, that familiar voice slices through the air and screams, "Masaru." Our hero cranes his neck, and the look on his face completely melts. It's everybody, his whole crew is sprinting straight at him, and they're alive, breathing, and totally okay. Without a single hesitation, he bolts off at full speed to catch up with them. The whole squad is reunited at last, and it's a glorious, heart-tracing comeback. They stand shoulder to shoulder, heroes who just saved the world, posing for the perfect photo op like the universe is holding its breath. But once the dust finally clears, Masaru whips around to stare back at the town they fought tooth and nail to save. And his jaw drops so hard it feels like it hits the floor. The whole town got wiped off the map, crater-deep devastation everywhere. Our boy's soul basically blasts out of his body from pure terror. He starts spiraling and blaming that useless goddess, Victinias, for weakening the barrier, while he screams like a maniac about the hot springs, the Silk Road, and everything he busted his tail to build. Old right there, his friends just stare like, huh, because they're way more worried about him than any building. They're just cheering like crazy, grateful that everyone's still alive. But Masaru can't shake it. He stares at the wreckage, and emotion hits hard. He swears the town they built from nothing is wiped out, like every memory they fought for just vanished with the ruins. One of his buddies snaps, "You're a total dummy," and instead of fighting back, he just hangs his head and agrees. And that's when the queen finally steps in, dropping the most legendary line you've ever heard. "Now's exactly the time, 4DAEESNTIT. Right, Masaru's totally stunned. She's got no time for jokes. Then the little rabbit girl cuts in, saying that after the wars, people don't wait around. They rebuild their towns themselves with DIE. She yanks his leg and begs him not to end it, telling him they can rebuild everything from scratch. The whole crew piles onto the ship right away, convinced this is a sacrifice worth every bruise, because that town got wiped out just to save their people. And yeah, it's a brutal trade, but it works. Allies from every corner of the world surge forward, each one stepping in to lend a hand and rebuild from the ground up. Even after all that, Masaru's gloomy face finally cracks into something real. The queen bursts into cheers, shouting that the demon lord is finally defeated, and now it's time to throw down a celebration. A huge, real smile explodes across our hero's face. He's back, no way, "You're right," he says, then shoots his hand up toward the sky. All right then, Demonord's subjugation formation is officially complete. The whole army erupts in a deafening roar as victory hits. We DDIT every on. The crowd screaming shakes the air, because the war is finally over. The queen thrusts out her hand, and in that single gesture she promises partnership, plus a future so bright it practically glows. Masaru grins and lunges forward to grab it. This is it, the kind of perfect happy ending you can practically feel. They're about to rebuild a whole new world, side by side. Their fingertips are moments from colliding. Cake lumped, a brutal handcuff snaps tight around his wrist. Everyone goes still. Masaru snaps his head over, stunned out of his mind. What? Then it hits him. It's Athena, one of his own allies, snapping the cuffs on him. He's stunned too, because the queen looks just as shocked as everyone watching. Athena bursts in and announces, "We caught the wanted criminal," then grabs him and drags him away. They're literally locking him inside a cage right now. The scene slams into a grand courtroom. Our helpless hero is chained up, dazed and lost, while a sketchy official grins and congratulates Athena. Then he calls our boy by his full Earth name, and boom, the sentence drops. Now we announce the verdict for the accused, Narumi Masaru. The charge gets read out loud, so the entire courtroom can hear every word. For the grave, the crime of Deva and Rillick, theft. And without even a blink, that verdict slams down like a wrecking ball. Harabi gets sentenced to 100 years of sealing. 100 years. The whole crew can only gape in pure, unfiltered disbelief as their hero gets dragged off. And honestly, that troll job was legendary. All right, picture this. Our boy saves the world, and the thank you is a one-way ticket straight to the divine court, where old man Zeus is somehow smiling. Then the verdict drops like a hammer, a 100-year sentence and no escape. The guards snap in and seize our guy on the spot, and you can see it. He's unraveling in real time, like his soul just fled his body. Panic hits so hard it's almost audible as they yank him away, and he's screaming that this has to be some cosmic prank. But nope, this isn't a joke. It's real God jail, and the terrifying guard, pretty sure it's Athena, snaps at him to shut up and wait quietly. She throws out the classic, "Don't you try anything funny" line, then points. Like, honestly, look at his face. He's about 2 seconds away from snapping into a full-on meltdown. Down he goes, and our hopeless hero scrambles to plead his case. He yells that locking him up in a cell without even hearing his side is pure injustice. But his words just bounce around the massive hall. Then, a heartbeat later, he's slumped on the cold jail cell floor, staring at the mess he made of his life choices, because after everything, after tearing down a freaking demon lord, this is the reward he gets. He starts mumbling to himself, scrambling for reasons, because apparently he's guilty of stealing the sacred artifact Koronos, and he insists it wasn't some crime spree. It was an emergency grab just so he wouldn't die. And somehow he's vanished from Winteria, leaving everyone behind with zero clue about what's happening to the town, or the people. Then it hits him like a bolt of lightning, something about Divine Realm disaster insurance. And suddenly he's like, hold up, does that mean the destroyed town and even the victims? Realizing that, his despair flips to full-blown rage the second it clicks. He starts cursing Victinius, screaming that she's a cheapskate for not upgrading him to the premium plan, calling her a stupid, useless goddess with a DI brain, savage. And just like that, who shows up outside his cell, sipping tea like she owns the place? Victinius. Yeah, that Victinius. Turns out she's in trouble, too, for messing with the mortal world. So now it's official. Both of them are under arrest. Two besties bracing for punishment, and yeah, it's finally over. But our boy doesn't mope for long. He tells her that beating the demon lord taught him something huge. Victinia suddenly launches into this shockingly deep speech about human happiness, like it's all one simple routine at the end of the day. If you work hard, eat right, and sleep sound, you've basically got the cheat code to the perfect life. Yeah, our main guy basically agrees. That's a pretty common idea, and honestly, it's not wrong either. Because in the end, it all boils down to the quality of life. He tells them that up until now, his DIY skills were only meant to fix up the place right around them. But now he's got a bigger dream in his sights, a whole roadmap for what comes next. This absolute unit wants to blow past Winteria, spreading his knowledge and creations far and wide, to carve out a better world where people stop fighting over technology. Victinius is totally blown away by his noble mindset. Just as hero mode kicks in, his heart drops. Oh right, he's trapped here for a whole 100 years. Victoria's promise to visit is adorable until she turns into a straight-up menace. She yanks out a ring and fires the question at you. So you really were planning to hand this to me, weren't you? Our hero is completely thrown off, his brain short-circuits as he blurts, Wait, where did she even get that? She tells him casually that she found a little box tucked in his pocket before the big fight. Then he explodes in pure denial, screaming it's all a misunderstanding. He tries to play it off like it's just a simple thank you gift, but if he knew she'd snap back like that, he'd have handed her Kirub-flavored candy instead. Ouch, due to that sting as I scold. Victinia's face crumples, and tears rush to her eyes as she blurts out the one question that can freeze any man in his tracks. Do you hate me? He immediately panics, and nope, it's not like that. I never told you I hate you. You catch her opening and she surges in, eyes blazing with hope then. She blurts the bombshell. So, do you like me? And right as the question lands, our boy's face turns into pure terror like his brain just crashed mid-thought. He squeaks out a shaky maybe, and that's all she needs. The two of them are now gasping for breath, totally rattled by this absolute chaos of a confession. He finally admits he's absolutely awful at saying what he feels. He used to toss her pointless poems and weird hiker nonsense, and she'd call it out as rude as can be. Yet he even tries to shrug it off with the excuse that their species are somehow different. Finally, he gets a grip, and then drops the most ridiculous proposal in history. Let me make a reservation. He begs her to hold the seat beside her, like, don't date anyone, okay? Until he figures out his feelings, even though he's stuck in jail, and the audacity is straight up unreal. And it actually works. She nods and promises him the ring as long as he follows through. The deal is locked in, and he flashes a grin, vowing he'll cherish her promise forever. Right when the romantic tension hits its peak, a sharp, ahem slices through the air like a thunderbolt. It's Athena, and she's glaring like it's personal. She's been there the whole time, tells them they're caught, and snaps that she came back with a summons. Victinia's, since her nosy meddling dragged in an interdimensional demon lord, she's lucky enough to walk away with nothing but a written apology, a total slap on the wrist. Now that her non-stop trips to the mortal realm are officially logged, she finally swivels toward Masaru. Rick hunts for the stolen relic. Because Lady Hera pushed for it, he's about to get a brand new retrial. Athena tells them, you're free for now, but you've got to go see Zeus. Our boy is absolutely soaring. After all that chaos, things are finally turning around for real. And just when you think it's over, Athena, the queen of awkward timing, leans in and cuts in about your little jailhouse exchange from earlier. She flashes a totally straight face and about your engagement says it plainly. Congratulations. And just like that, both of them snap, faces blazing, voices stuttering, saying, no, it's nothing like that. That accidental witness just landed the knockout punch.